Like this video guys, for more interesting and amazing parts. Chapter 1. The train is about to depart, may you all live forever. Where is this? Boom, boom, boom. Ye Qiyan woke up in a train carriage, pressed his aching head and opened his eyes. Car. Ye Qiyan couldn't remember what happened yesterday. His last memory was that he stayed up late to watch anime last night. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of his eyes, and his memories seemed to be disconnected. I'm not going to die suddenly from staying up late and go to hell, am I? At this time, the voice that just appeared sounded again. All survivors have awakened. Basic train rules are being distributed. 1. Do not abandon your own train. 2. Every 24 hours after leaving the station, all trains will arrive at a new platform. 3. The train can stop for 3 hours after arriving at the station, and you can choose whether to get off or not. 4. Please collect supplies. Supplies can upgrade the train level. Each level upgrade will trigger the upgrade module option. 5. Please do not leave the train before arriving at the platform. 6. Survive. Rules as above. Please, be sure to follow. The train will arrive at the first stop in 1 hour, please be prepared. This long series of broadcasts made Ye Qiyan pinch his face subconsciously. Hey, this is really not a dream, right? The soreness in his brain gradually dissipated, and he reluctantly stood up from the cold ground and looked around. Just as he had seen when he woke up, this was a train compartment. Outside the windows on both sides, the endless wasteland kept receding. The only thing worth noting in the carriage is the oval-shaped device at the front, with a light curtain floating above it, with train control system clearly written on it. Without a doubt, Ye Qiyan walked forward and reached out to touch it. Train system at your service. Currently available options: conductor information, train details, chat room, trading platform. Chat room. Current number of people, 10,000/10,000. You, who are you? Let me go. I'm rich. My godfather is very rich. Let me go back. Medicine, where is my medicine? Husband, husband, where are you? I'm Xiaoyan. What the hell is going on? Have I traveled through time? Ha 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 ha. Well dressed. Finally I don't have to worry about my boss's mood at work tomorrow. A lot of conversations went on, and one line of text suddenly caught Ye Qiyan's attention. Hat, you are such a bunch of idiots. You are pretending well. Do you think I am an idiot? This must be a program you want to record for a variety show, right? I have seen documentaries before. The previous one was about going into space, and now it's about getting on a train. It's really boring. I will get off the train now. I don't believe you dare to hurt me. Brother, calm down. What kind of variety show crew can kidnap 10,000 people? Let him try it. Maybe it's true. The one upstairs is idiot no too. In less than a minute, the person did not appear again, but the number of people in the chat room dropped from 10,000 to 9,999. Is he dead? Ye Qiyan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Close the chat room and drag the light screen to turn to the train details. Level 1 train. Carriage, none. Speed, 20 km per hour. Workbench, level 1, recyclable and decomposable resource items. Frame, level 1. Wheel, level 1. Base, level 1. Required for upgrade, 100 kg of wood, 150 kg of metal, 50 mechanical parts. Speed. If the arrival time at the platform is fixed at 24 hours as stated in the train rules, what is the significance of the speed of the train? However, what puzzled him even more was that if they really arrived at the station at the same time, 10,000 people would mean 10,000 trains. How huge would the platform have to be to accommodate them? Ye Qiyan sensed something strange and subconsciously looked out the car window at the seemingly endless wasteland. Could it be that if we go too slow, something will catch up with us? Continue flipping to open the personal information interface. Conductor's name, Ye Qiyan. No, E3-1102. Owned train, Level 1 train. Spirit, 100. When the spirit is below 80, you will fall into a state of mental fatigue. When it is below 50, you will enter a state of self-doubt. When it is below 20, you will fall into a state of sanity dissipation. When it is below 10, you will fall into a state of mental madness. When it is below 1, you will fall into physical strength, 100, can be restored naturally by eating or resting. When it is lower than 0, you will fall into an extremely lazy state. Ability, none. Talent, sublimation. Train module, none. Talent, what is this? Sublimation, can consume physical or mental strength to sublimate and evolve all existence, regardless of category, level, or damage. He quickly opened the chat room and searched for the word talent, but found no one talking about it. If most people have similar talents, there will definitely be people who can't control their mouths and reveal it in the chat room. Since there are no such people, it means that the people who possess the talent are a minority, or even a very small minority. Ye Qiyan fell into deep thought. Why did he have this? His plug-in? Come to think of it, he was indeed different from other people in the past world. For example, a nearly scrapped computer could suddenly play large-scale 3A games after he touched it, and an ordinary car could run at the speed of a sports car. Friends joked that he could make the machine spirit very happy, but Ye Qiyan just thought it was all a coincidence. But the talent in this personal information seems to tell us that it is not a coincidence. Sublimate everything? How to do it? Ye Qiyan thought about it and walked to the workbench in the carriage, on which were placed a bottle of water, a piece of bread, and a small knife. This is something that everyone has. It can probably be considered a benefit for newbies. Poor quality knife level 1. Sublimation. Ye Qiyan muttered to himself. The next moment, an invisible force stroked the cheap knife. The stamina on the personal information has also been reduced from 100 to 90. Sharp Enchanted Dagger level 2. Success. Looking at the dagger flashing with cold light in his hand, Ye Qiyan's eyes were filled with excitement. This talent can actually do this kind of thing, and it doesn't consume much physical strength. It's acceptable. As the dagger was swung, the sharp blade made a series of sharp sounds as it passed through the air. It was obvious that after being sublimated, the quality of this dagger was far better than before. It is hard to imagine how shabby this dagger was before. Wait, if that's the case. Ye Qiyan suddenly raised his head and looked around. To be precise, I was looking at the front of the train. Trains should also be able to be sublimated, right? The introduction to talent says that all existence can be sublimated, so trains should also be included. Ye Qiyan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with curiosity and excitement about the unknown. He walked to the control panel, as if a voice in his heart was telling him what to do, and he put his hand on the elliptical device. Sublimation. Chapter 2. The invisible force reappeared, but the difference was that Ye Qiyan felt his physical strength was draining away at a speed several times faster than the speed of the knife he had just sublimated. Call. Stamina, 90-30. Sitting on the ground, watching the changes in the train in front of him, Ye Qiyan couldn't help but feel happy. Train upgrade completed. Current level, 2. The materials required for the next train upgrade are 200 kilograms of wood, 200 metal parts, 400 kilograms of metal blocks. Open upgrade option. Congratulations on breaking the fastest train upgrade record. Get a special module card. Calming down, I carefully watched the current condition of the train. After upgrading to level 2, the chassis, frame, wheels and workbench are also upgraded, and the vehicle speed increases from the original 20 km per hour to 40 km per hour. But this is not the point. The point is that Ye Qiyan can clearly feel that he can still sublimate these two trains, unlike the previous knife, which almost exhausted all its potential after one sublimation. However, according to his current physical strength, even if it is fully recovered, it will not be enough. Unless spirit is added. However, the introduction of spirit made Ye Qiyan put this idea aside temporarily. After upgrading the train, two special contents appeared. Upgrade options, and special module cards that break records. This is what you really need to care about. Level 2 train upgrade options are as follows. 1. Low-level carriage blueprint, 0 train coins. 2. Low-level reservoir blueprint, 1 train coin. 3. Train burst accelerator blueprint, 5 train coins. 4. Train stop time is increased by 1 hour, 2 train coins. Option can be obtained by spending train coins. Train coins, are they the currency of this world? I don't have any right now, so does that mean I can only choose the first one? Ye Qiyan frowned slightly. If this was the case, wouldn't it be a loss for him to upgrade early this time? Can I keep this option and make a choice later when I have enough train coins? Yes, the option can retain the arrival time of 3 stops. He breathed a sigh of relief and extracted the blueprint that did not require train coins. Low-level carriage blueprint. Required, 100 kg of wood, 150 kg of metal, 60 mechanical parts. Additional submission, 20 kg of glass and 10 kg of fiber for carriage modification. A lot of materials are needed, at least they are not easy to get now. As for sublimating this blueprint, let's put it aside for now. The resources needed for the primary blueprint have not been found yet. If more materials are needed after sublimation, it will be even more difficult to produce. Special module, how special is it? He put away the blueprint, and a diamond-shaped card surrounded by light blue particles appeared and floated above his palm. Special module card, after opening, you can get a special module. A simple introduction doesn't show anything special. Only by using it can you know what kind of modules you can get. This thing should also be able to be sublimated, right? Once this thought came to my mind, I could no longer suppress it. Although he had consumed a lot of physical strength on the sublimation train, he still had spirit. Moreover, after eating the bread and drinking the water, his strength had miraculously recovered to 50. Give it a try, it should be fine. Ye Qiyan whispered to himself, and then recited silently in his heart. Sublimation. The invisible force appeared again, and the card in his palm emitted countless blue particles like meteors in the surroundings in just an instant. If someone could stand in the sky at this moment, they would be able to see that Ye Qiyan's train is like a comet traveling through the sky, dragging a blue tail flame and accelerating continuously. Ye Qiyan stared at the card in his hand, frowning slightly. Finally, when the light shrank, the invisible force dissipated, and the body felt lighter. Current physical strength, 20 points. Current spirit, 60 points, mental fatigue. Sublimation successful. Special module card exclusive module card. 30 points of physical strength and 40 points of spirit, that's a full 70 points? That's a lot of consumption, but what does this mentally exhausted state mean? I don't feel anything. Ye Qiyan lay on the ground, looking at the card in his hand, shaking off the doubts in his mind. Maybe this is just an illusion, and the physical fatigue overwhelms the mental fatigue. Amen, Amitabha, may the Emperor bless you. No matter whether it was useful or not, he prayed to all the gods and demons. Use exclusive module cards. A stream of azure light enveloped his entire body, and the light screen of the train control system appeared before his eyes. Using exclusive module card. Congratulations, you have obtained the exclusive module for the conductor, Crossroads of Destiny, only one. Fork in the Road of Destiny, there will always be a second choice on your path. Different choices will lead to different destinies. Before Ye Qiyan could take a closer look, the train broadcast above his head suddenly made a sound. Ding ding dong. Please sit tight and hold on. The train is about to arrive at your first stop. Good luck to you. Hey? Has an hour already passed? I didn't feel anything at all. He looked up at the time on the control system and saw that there was only 1 minute left before arriving at the platform. At this moment, a second light curtain appeared on the operating system. The fork in the road of fate has been triggered. Please choose a platform to stop. Platform 1, Swamp. Platform 2, Arsenal. Is this the ability of the exclusive module? Please make a decision. A random selection will be made after the countdown ends. I choose the Arsenal. As the ancients said, if my neighbor stores grain, I store guns, and my neighbor is my granary. Ye Qiyan didn't know whether other train conductors would become his neighbors, but he felt that at a time like this, nothing could give him a greater sense of security than weapons. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on tight, the first stop the train will arrive at is Arsenal. Boom 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 boom. A deafening roar sounded from the front. Ye Qiyan saw that the space in front of him was constantly twisting and deforming, as if a beast had opened its bloody mouth to devour people. Buzz. The whistle sounded. When the train passed through the distorted space, the surrounding environment changed completely at this moment. Current station, Arsenal. Countdown to docking, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This site is not dangerous. Chapter 3. The speed of the car is gradually slowing down. As the roar gradually subsided, Ye Qiyan arrived at his first stop. In front of the car door, he took a deep breath, gripped the sublimated dagger tightly, and pressed the button to open the door. The world outside the door was silent. It was pitch black all around, except for a huge matchbox-like building right in front of him. He looked up. There was no sun here, but he could see the road under his feet and the building clearly. Space travel is truly an incredible power. No wonder all trains arrive at the same time. After leaving the train, I arrived at the door in less than 10 steps. The door was tightly closed. I pried open a gap with a dagger, and the door opened. Then, the smell of decay hit me in the face. Walking in and looking around, you will see wooden boxes neatly arranged, and the rotten smell is coming from these boxes. Ye Qiyan used a dagger to pry open the rotten iron lock on the box, and saw 2 bolt-action rifles half buried in the wood chips appeared in front of him. Low-level marksman rifle, equipped with 20 low-level bullets. 2 guns and 40 rounds of ammunition. This is what's in a box. There are many more boxes like this in the armory. It's a good thing. After opening several boxes in succession, Ye Qiyan moved all the spoils back to the train. After going back and forth a few times, the strength that was generated by excitement was finally running out. Current physical strength, 15 points. After using the sublimation ability for many times in a row, Ye Qiyan's physical strength had long reached its limit, but he didn't know if it was because of the excitement, but his spirit recovered to 70. If he hadn't replenished his energy during the 3 hours that the train stopped, he probably wouldn't have had the strength to move the supplies. After resting for a while, Ye Qiyan did not continue moving the things, but explored around the armory. He found several sealed iron boxes on the shelves in a room. In the past world, he had seen some videos introducing military supplies, and there were many similar iron boxes in them. With curiosity in his heart, he walked over to the boxes. The logos printed on them were blurry and he could only vaguely make out the square-shaped objects. Could it be that? Ye Qiyan swallowed his saliva. He pried open a corner of the iron box and saw neatly arranged pieces of compressed biscuits inside, which looked like gold bars and exuded a light milky aroma and a slightly fermented sour taste. It's true. Without caring whether the cookie was expired or not, he grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth. It would be nice if there was some water. Although he had food for the next period of time, he was still not satisfied. He only ate one piece of compressed biscuit. After all, this kind of thing not only fills the stomach but also makes people thirsty. 4 barrels of compressed biscuits, totaling 80 pieces, were found in iron boxes similar to those containing military rations. It is enough for a normal adult male to eat for about half a month. In addition, he also found some sealed bottled water nearby. Unfortunately, the smell of this water was obviously not drinkable. But Ye Qiyan still moved them all onto the train. This arsenal is a semi-enclosed space similar to a matchbox. Various collapsed shelves, rotten objects piled on the ground, and the rotten smell floating in the air make exploration extremely troublesome. The deeper you explore, the stronger the rotten smell becomes. In more than 2 hours, Ye Qiyan only found 42 intact rifles. Most of the others were rotten and rusted due to improper storage. Their only value was to be recycled through the processing table. In addition, he also put some iron products and wood that were easy to pick up and carry onto the car. Train upgrades can be done directly through sublimation, but manufacturing items also requires resources. Even if he doesn't use them, he can take them out and trade them with others. I once again carried the supplies back to the carriage and took a look at the countdown on the operating system. There are still 30 minutes until departure time, enough time for him to make 1 or 2 round trips. Let's go again. There should still be enough time. Looking at the already crowded train, Ye Qiyan felt that the most important thing he should build now was the first ordinary carriage. There were enough wood and mechanical parts recycled from discarded firearms through those boxes and processing tables, but there was still a lot of metal shortage, so it could not be built for the time being. It seems that these rooms have not been entered yet. Returning to the armory, he walked straight to the innermost part, passing by the mess on the ground. The few rooms that he had not yet explored were pushed open one by one. From the interior decoration, it could be vaguely seen that these places were once areas for people to live and rest. There was nothing special to be found in the first few rooms, until the last one, when something unexpected finally appeared. Click! That was the sound of bones being crushed. Ye Qiyan slowly lowered his head. Under his feet, a skeleton's shin bone was crushed. "I'm sorry bro, I didn't mean it." He wasn't afraid. From childhood to adulthood, he only thought horror movies were fun, and he didn't feel anything when he saw the swollen and blue faces of the dead at occasional funerals. Ye Qiyan retracted his foot and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly noticed a paper document bag covered with dust under the skeleton. It's not surprising to find a document bag in the armory, but is it too intact? After all, even the iron and wood products have rotted into that state, so how can a paper bag be intact? With doubts, Ye Qiyan pulled the file bag out from under the skeleton. He did not open it immediately, but trotted back to the train. The operating system in the carriage had the function of identifying items, so if there were any traps inside, they should be able to be detected. Level 1 treasure chest can be opened. This is actually a treasure chest. Looking up and down the folder as thin as a cookie, surprise and joy were written on his face. "Hey, thanks, Bones. I'll bury you later." He smiled and was about to open it when he suddenly stopped what he was doing. By the way, this treasure chest should also be able to be sublimated, right? Just like the time on the sublimation train before, once this thought comes up, there is absolutely no way to get rid of it. Take a look at your current personal information. Physical strength, 30 spirit, 80. It's such a small bag, even if I use my energy, it shouldn't be too much. Besides, there are compressed biscuits. If I eat one more, I can recover some of my energy. It's no problem. Maybe that's what's special about this world. The physical recovery after eating is very obvious. Moreover, when a person starts to convince himself, it means that he has already made the decision. So Ye Qiyan silently recited those 2 words in his heart. Sublimation. The physical and mental numbers are constantly decreasing. Spiritual strength drops below 50, falling into a state of self-doubt. He lay on the floor of the carriage like a fish that had come ashore, motionless, looking at the chandelier above his head that was swaying slightly, and after a while he sat up. Physical strength, 3020. Spirit, 8050. It seems that I don't feel anything. Ye Qiyan scratched his head. Apart from physical fatigue, he did not feel any discomfort from the so-called self-doubt. Shaking his head, Ye Qiyan carefully looked at the document bag in his hand, which seemed to have not changed at all. The total amount of physical and mental energy consumed to upgrade a level 1 treasure chest to level 2 is 40 points, which is more than he imagined. Level 2 treasure box can be opened. It seems that it can't be sublimated any further. Can the potential of this thing only be sublimated once? Or is there some special rule? Never mind, let's open it first. Ye Qiyan was ready to go and opened the folder in his hand. Open level 2 treasure box. Obtain train coins, 4 pieces. Obtained, Colt M1911 pistol. Obtain, level 2 blueprint, external garbage collector. Chapter 4. So this is how to get train coins. 4. In that case. Ye Qiyan opened the train details, and the options that appeared after the upgrade were still there. After spending 3 train coins to purchase the blueprint of a low-level water tank and 1 hour of train stop time, Ye Qiyan only had 1 train coin left. If he could come across a treasure chest at the next stop, he might be able to get enough for the acceleration device. After seeing the train's departure countdown reach 1:15, Ye Qiyan turned to look at the reward obtained from the treasure chest. Colt M1911, compared to the ordinary firearms taken from the arsenal, the refinement of this gun can be called a work of art. It seems that all guns in this world can use the same type of bullets. He filled a magazine with low-grade bullets and pointed the gun at the wooden box outside the car. With a pull of the trigger, the wooden box was smashed into pieces in an instant. Oh my god, this power is not right. Rubbing his sore knuckles, Ye Qiyan looked at the gun in his hand with a surprised expression. They were all pistols, and the ones in the armory used the same bullets as it, but were at least half as powerful. If it is sublimated further. Ye Qiyan quickly shook his head and temporarily discarded this dangerous idea. It's not the time to sublimate. My physical and mental strength are almost at the critical point. It's not too late to talk about it after I recover. After putting away the pistol, Ye Qiyan checked the 2 blueprints he had just obtained through the operating system. Low-level reservoir blueprint. Store water source, keep water source from spoiling and evaporating within 10 days. Required, metal, 10 kilograms, mechanical parts 20. External garbage collector. Garbage collected in the station is automatically collected and returned to the collector before leaving the station. Required, metal, 30 kilograms, mechanical parts 100. Additional additions, 300 mechanical parts for special modification. After the transformation, the collected garbage can be automatically recycled and disassembled into usable materials through the workbench. It seems like they can all be made. Ye Qiyan looked at the total amount of resources he had currently collected and whispered to himself. Wood, 210 kg. Metal, 60 kg. Mechanical parts, 220 pieces. There are enough resources, but if these 2 things are built, the first carriage will have to be put on hold for the time being. Wait a moment. He was not in a hurry. Since there was more time for the stop, he might as well take a good rest. With the last hour left before leaving the station, Ye Qiyan opened the trading platform. Trading platforms have special rules. All train conductors on the platform are unable to place anything on the platform and can only sell things after leaving the platform. Such rules are probably set to prevent someone from transferring materials within the site through platform transactions and thus circumventing storage space limitations. Purchasing items is not included in this rule. That is to say, Ye Qiyan, who is now on the platform, can buy the content posted on the trading platform by other train conductors who have left the platform. However, such a rule seems too stupid, because it does not limit private transactions between train conductors, nor does it restrict purchases by people in the station. Such a simple flaw doesn't seem like it could be set up by a being that can create a train survival system. As if to remind them that rules can be ignored to a certain extent? Ye Qiyan didn't think any further, the only thing he did next was one thing. Trade metals. As for what to trade? His eyes swept over the low-level rifles and compressed biscuits around him. At times like this, what people lack most is a sense of security. Among the things that can give people a sense of security are weapons and food. No. Ye Qiyan kept refreshing the trading platform. Although some people put the metals he needed, the quantity was too scarce, and the price was too outrageous. It was obvious that these people did not want to trade at all. Everyone is waiting and watching. Open the chat room. The other train conductors had already left the first stop, and the dialogue boxes in the chat room began to scroll frantically. Brothers, how did you get from your first stop? I searched for a long time in a garbage station, but there was nothing valuable except a pile of waste tires. I was so angry, but the tires decomposed a lot of rubber. If anyone wants to buy some, please PM me. Be content. My first stop was a grassland. There was nothing but grass. And people couldn't even walk. There was black mud everywhere, and there was a terrible stench. It was disgusting. The grass is good. The black soil is very valuable. What's the value? Can I eat it? Black soil can be used to grow vegetables. It's very useful. Tisk, I thought it was edible. What's the use? It's just a small place like the front of a car. How can you grow vegetables? What a joke. Is anyone selling mechanical parts? I have a blueprint that requires mechanical parts to make. A blueprint was sent to the chat room and immediately caused a sensation. Low-level mechanical fishing rod. Automatic fishing function available. Required, 20 mechanical parts, 1 kilogram of metal. Oh my god! What is this, a blueprint? Why don't I have it? I'm lucky, but is it okay to post this in the chat room? Tisk, I can tell you don't have a blueprint. This is just a screenshot. You can only manufacture with a blueprint. Friend, I have 20 mechanical parts here. I just want the bread and water I gave you at the beginning. Shebe, you only want bread and water for 20 machine parts. How can you not be happy? I only need one piece of bread and I will give you the parts. I only want half of it. But I only have 15 mechanical parts. It's just a fishing rod. What's so special about it? Not many people gained anything at the first stop. Is there anyone selling water? I'm dying of thirst. Did you open the treasure chest? What is a treasure chest? Nothing, just pretend I didn't say anything. FK, I hate it when people only say half of what they want to say. Are you a human being if you don't share the information in this situation? That's right, everyone is trying their best to live, what's wrong with helping each other? Some guys condemned the person who leaked the treasure chest news, and their ugly faces could be felt through the screen. The man finally couldn't stand the malice, and a moment later, he sent a screenshot of the operating system. Open level 1 treasure chest. Obtain train coins, 2 pieces. Obtain, golden wound medicine. Obtain, level 1 blueprint, aluminum insulation pad. Chapter 5. There are 2 train coins in the first level treasure chest, 4 in the second level, so the third level treasure chest should have 6, right? Compared to the level 2 treasure chest, the rewards in the level 1 treasure chest are relatively meager, but medicines are also precious enough in this world, and there are also things like train coins. What is this? Suddenly, a piece of news caught Ye Qiyan's attention. Li Xiaosheng, does anyone want metal? I have some here. You can trade it for various resources. Weapons are the priority. Prioritizing trading weapons over food shows that this person has the ability to survive. Ye Qiyan prefers to deal with such people rather than those who can't even satisfy their own stomachs for the time being. Having made up his mind, Ye Qiyan contacted Li Xiaosheng. Soon, a line of text appeared on the private chat interface. Li Xiaosheng, hello, are you looking to trade metals? How many do you have here? How much do you need? He is a very vigilant person, but it is not difficult to tell from this sentence that he definitely has a lot of metal in his hands. Can you carry out 150 kilograms of metal? The chat room suddenly became quiet for a while. Li Xiaosheng rubbed his eyes and looked at the words in the dialogue box in disbelief. 150 kilograms? This was the amount required for the first upgrade of the train. What did this person need so much for? Could it be that he had already gathered all the wood and mechanical parts? Moreover, how could this person named Ye Qiyan dare to buy so much metal at once? After a moment's hesitation, he sent the message. I can afford it, but what do you want to trade with? If it's the dagger I gave you at the beginning, I can only trade you 10 kilograms. How about a rifle? The train system has a built-in photo-taking function. Ye Qiyan took a picture of a low-grade rifle of average quality and sent it over. How about a gun and 20 bullets in exchange for your 150 kilograms of metal? Gun. You actually have a gun? I can trade with you, but isn't the price too high? You are robbing. Even if it's a gun, it's not worth this price. Ye Qiyan was playing with a bullet and was not surprised by the other party's reaction. But now, he is the only one selling guns. He decides the price. It's not expensive at all. You should understand how important a gun is at this time. Besides, who knows what the next stop of the train will be like? Can you guarantee that there is no danger? If you have a gun in your hand, maybe you can survive better, right? Li Xiaosheng knew Ye Qiyan was right. He got more than 300 kilograms of metal and a treasure chest at the first stop, and thought he was the luckiest one among everyone. But all this is nothing compared to the gun in Ye Qiyan's hand. Can it be a little less? 150 kilograms. If you don't accept it, I'll find someone else. Ye Qiyan stroked his chin and squinted his eyes. This man named Li Xiaosheng should have a lot of metal in his hands, and he clearly revealed his desire to get the gun. In that case, I will not agree to lower the price. Looking at the photo on the screen, Li Xiaosheng swallowed. It was obvious that he wanted it. Can I have 100 kilograms? Ye Qiyan played with a bullet, with the corners of his mouth raised. I think there's someone out there who's more eager for a gun than you are at this hour. Li Xiaosheng gritted his teeth, hesitated for a long time, and then reluctantly replied. Let me think about it. Okay, how about 10 seconds? I'm busy right now after all. Li Xiaosheng really wanted to ask you what you were busy with. Everyone had already left the first station. In such a small space on the train, apart from sorting out their own supplies, they could only communicate through the chat room. He would not know that Ye Qiyan was still at the first station at this moment, nor could he guess that Ye Qiyan's goal was not to upgrade the train, but to build his first carriage. Li Xiaosheng took a deep breath, his expression firm, and he had obviously made a decision. I've thought about it. I'm willing to trade with you, but I want to know, what do you need these metals for? To upgrade the train, or do you have the blueprint for this kind of gun that can be manufactured in large quantities? Of course, don't get me wrong. I'm not like those people in the chat room. I don't have the idea of asking you to take out the blueprint. I just want to say that if you still want to trade, you can continue to find me. I am confident that I can upgrade the train to level 2 within 3 stations. At that time, I can help you promote this kind of firearm. I believe that everyone will tend to listen to the words of a strong man. Where does this person get his confidence from? Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of a possibility. This Li Xiaosheng might have some talent like him. Ye Qiyan had no idea what it was exactly, and there was no need to go and ask. Do you consider yourself strong if you upgrade your train within 3 stations? He silently scanned the train that had been upgraded to level 2 before entering the station. Why doesn't he think he is a strong man? I can only say, the best way to deal with such mysteriously confident people is to use 2 words. Obedience. Let's trade. This was Ye Qiyan's first time trading, and he was curious about how to do it. Following the instructions, he placed a low-level rifle and 20 bullets on an open space. Soon, a virtual halo passed over the rifle and bullets. In a flash, the 2 disappeared, and instead, a pile of neatly arranged metal ingots appeared in that place. I see. That's quite convenient. He was not afraid that Li Xiaosheng would cheat, because all transactions were notarized by the train system and there would be no problems. Looking at the resources in his hand, Ye Qiyan's eyes flickered with excitement. He took out the low-level carriage blueprint and placed it on the processing table. A translucent curtain of light rose from the blueprint. Low-level carriage, buildable. Materials required, 100 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of metal, 60 mechanical parts. Whether to build, yes/no. Yes. The moment the option is pressed, all the necessary materials disappear from the train. Then Ye Qiyan saw that in the sky at the end of the train, all the materials were constantly reorganized under the mysterious force, and finally condensed into the shape of a carriage. The carriage fell from mid-air, landed steadily on the rails, slid forward, and finally connected with his front end. Construction successful. Glass and fiber can be consumed for transformation. Low-class carriage. Internal facilities, none. Carriage function, none. Weather modified, no. This carriage does not have a door. If you want to get in, you need to enter from the end of the front of the train. The interior of the carriage is very large, about 10 meters long and about the height of a semi-adult male. It can be considered spacious and bright. There are window frames, but unlike the front of the car, it does not have built-in windows, so I guess it needs to be modified with glass. Now there's no need to put anything in the front of the train. Besides, what kind of train is it with just the front of the train? Now it's time. Ye Qiyan nodded contentedly. He quietly glanced at his remaining physical and mental strength and decided not to consider sublimation for the time being. He stuffed all the resources piled in the front of the train into this carriage and glanced at the countdown to leaving the station. 40 minutes was enough time for him to move some things into the car. Chapter 6. Physical Strength, 21 Spirit, 59. Current state, tired. On the train, Ye Qiyan lay there motionless like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. During this final period of time, he used the last bit of his strength to go back and forth to the armory twice. In addition to the considerable effort it took to carry the corpse, he also did not forget his promise. He used a shovel to dig a grave for the corpse and erected a tombstone without any words on it. Finally, this completes the final harvest of this stop. The countdown to departure returns to 0. The train, which was originally stationary, slowly started moving. As the car moved forward, the fluctuations in space suddenly reappeared. The speed of the train continued to increase, and after passing through that space, it once again returned to the endless dark wasteland. At the same moment, the train broadcast sounded. Ding! All train conductors have left the platform. Congratulations to all 9,892 people for successfully leaving the first station safely. You have officially left the newcomer safety period. Starting from the second station, the train will no longer be guaranteed to stop in a safe area. The words broadcast caused an uproar. What do you mean? Didn't you leave the platform an hour ago? Someone stayed at the first stop for an extra hour? Why? Is the rule fake? If we don't get on the train when the countdown ends, will the train not leave? Is there anyone who wants to try at the next stop? That's right. Try it at the next stop. Damn it. I'm reporting someone for cheating. What? The first stop is actually safe. If I had known, I would have gotten off the bus to take a look. Will people die at safety stations? Of course, my first stop is the desert. If I wasn't lucky, I would be swallowed by the quicksand. They didn't know that the big boss they were talking about was sitting on the ground sorting out all the final gains of his stop. Low-level marksman rifle, 49. Low-level bullets, 1,100 rounds. Wood, 150 kilograms. Metal, 104 kilograms. Mechanical parts, 162 pieces. In addition, he also found some usable tools in the armory, such as crowbars, shovels, screwdrivers and other hardware. He threw the broken ones into the processing table for decomposition and recycling, and kept the rest as backup. The current blueprints, the 40 kilograms of metal and 110 mechanical parts required for the low-level water tank and the external garbage collector were nothing to him. Place the blueprint and allocate resources. Both can be carried on the train through the train operating system. The water tank is placed inside the carriage, and the collector is hung on the left outer side of the carriage. After loading, Ye Qiyan stood up and walked to the carriage. It was obvious that a piece of the original supplies was missing, and instead, a metal pool with a pulley was fixed in place. This low-level reservoir can hold 1,000 kilograms of water and has a non-removable barrier that separates dirty water from clean water. After the sewage brought out from the armory was put into the sewage grid, it occupied almost 1/10 of the sewage grid, which is 50 kilograms. Unfortunately, there is no water purification device. Ye Qiyan felt a little regretful, but he was not too anxious. Purchase water, glass, fiber, blueprints, and other resources and items. If you are interested, please send me a private message with the price. We will use guns and food to trade. This was the first message he sent on the public screen in the chat room, and he ignored it after sending it. Obviously, guns are as precious as he and Li Xiaosheng had said before, and there will be people who understand their value. Gun? The kind that pulls the trigger? Oh my god, can you give me one? You are so shameless. You even have the nerve to ask someone to give you a precious item like a gun. My first stop was nothing but a mess, how come someone was able to get a gun? Collect resources? Are you going to upgrade the train? Big brother, please take me with you. I'm an innocent female college student. Please give me something to eat. When we meet, I'll do anything you ask me to do. After checking the water storage device, Ye Qiyan checked the recovery device. The recovery device hanging on the roof is a completely black iron box. If you want to see it start working, you have to arrive at the second stop. After finishing all this, Ye Qiyan finally had the leisure to open the chat interface, and at the same time saw the private message interface that was bombarded with messages. Zhao Ke, boss, give me a gun. I'll be your little brother. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Lin Xiaopeng, friend, can you share how you got the guns? At this time, we should help each other. If you have a lot of guns, you can give them to me and distribute them to those in need. This way, more people can survive. Shangguan Yingxiu, lake water, 20 kilograms, no container provided. Cohen Jones, I only have 16 kilograms of glass, can I trade it for a gun? Foreigner. Looking at some of the special names above, Ye Qiyan was a little surprised. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. In this world of survival on the train, there has never been any rule that says that there are only people from the same country. No, maybe it's not even certain whether it's the same world. After blocking those who like to use moral blackmail and get things for free, Ye Qiyan carefully screened and found a few people with whom he could trade. 20 kilograms of lake water, but we can talk about it. After thinking for a moment, Ye Qiyan replied to the woman named Shangguan Yingxiu. You know, lake water doesn't mean it's drinkable. If you don't filter it, it can kill you. If you want to make a deal, show more sincerity. The conductor's number is E33924. Shangguan Yingxiu frowned slightly as she looked at the response in the chat interface and hesitated for a moment. Shangguan Yingxiu, how much do you want? Name your price. Ye Qiyan, 50 kilograms. Compared to metal, water is more precious, even lake water. It is not just about maintaining life, the more important point is that at this time, even if the first stop is a lake with clean water, few people will have containers to store water at the same time. In fact, the lowest price in Ye Qiyan's mind is 30 kilograms to buy a gun from it, which is a price that cannot be used for drinking water. If it is drinkable mineral water, there is no need to say more, any quantity can be traded. After all, he is just one person. No matter how many guns he has, they are not as useful as exchanging them for resources. Shangguan Yingxiu, okay, I can make a deal, but I won't provide water storage containers. You have to figure it out on your own. Chapter 7. Did I say less? Seeing the other party's straightforward answer, Ye Qiyan scratched his head, but did not regret it. Okay, let's make the deal. Shangguan Yingxiu, wait a minute, I need more bullets and food. This woman? Where did she get so much water? No, it's not surprising that there is a lot of water. After all, people said it was lake water, so it's likely that their first stop is a lake or something like that. What really makes Ye Qiyan curious is where did she get the water container? The trading platform and chat room are closed until the end of the average 3-hour stop at the first stop. Picked it up? Built it from blueprints like he did? He didn't ask, after all, everyone has their own secrets. Ye Qiyan, the bullets are relatively cheap. 1 kilogram of water is 5 low-grade bullets. You are also not required to provide containers. As for food, it is these military compressed biscuits. 1 biscuit is exchanged for 5 kilograms of water. Shangguan Yingxiu, okay, I want 100 low-level bullets and 3 biscuits, plus the gun and 20 bullets from before, a total of 85 kilograms of lake water. Let's prepare for the transaction. Do you have enough containers? If not, I can sell it to you. Ye Qiyan, no need, just trade directly. The trading point is placed above the reservoir. At the same moment the guns and bullets disappeared, 85 kilograms of water emerged from nowhere and fell into the reservoir. Including the previous ones, Ye Qiyan now has 135 kilograms of water. Looking at the clear water in the reservoir, he resisted the urge to drink it. Although the water looks clean, anyone with a little common sense knows that drinking water from the lake without filtering and boiling is tantamount to seeking death. It's a pleasure working with you. If you have anything else you want to trade, please feel free to contact me. Shangguan Yingxiu did not answer, but silently sent a friend request to Ye Qiyan. Seeing the message prompt, Ye Qiyan did not refuse. Compared to the previous conceited Li Xiaosheng, Ye Qiyan prefers to trade with people like Shangguan Yingxiu. At least. Less talk, less worry. After completing the transaction with Shangguan Yingxiu, he sold a lot of low-level sniper rifles and bullets to other people. For example, the fibers and glass needed to strengthen the carriage were all prepared and strengthened, and windows appeared on the window frames. The originally leaky environment in the carriage was greatly improved. It's a great harvest. After completing the last transaction, Ye Qiyan only had the last 21 rifles left. He did not specify a price, he would sell it to the other party as long as he thought it was appropriate. This is not a loss-making business, but Ye Qiyan is very clear that now everyone's train except him is only at level 1. After the trains of most people have undergone the first upgrade and the upgrade option is triggered, who knows whether there will be a weapon blueprint that is better than this low-level rifle. Tuntun rat behavior is not desirable. The value of such low-level items will only decrease over time. It's finally all right. Taking out the bread and mineral water obtained in the transaction, Ye Qiyan had his first proper dinner since coming to this world. He returned to the front of the train, staggered to a relatively warm place and curled up. He didn't care about whether he wanted to survive or not. He was so tired now that his only thought was to sleep. As the train rumbled through the endless wasteland, Ye Qiyan gazed at the bright moon hanging high outside the window and slowly closed his eyes. Dong 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 dong. Hiss. The coldness of the late night made Ye Qiyan shiver. He rubbed his eyes, stood up from the ground, shook his slightly stiff neck, and subconsciously looked out the car window. The wasteland is still the same wasteland, and beyond the distant horizon there is a mysterious and unsettling atmosphere. Looking up, the cold light cast by the huge bright moon seems to add a sense of loneliness to the whole world. Physical strength, 87. Spirit, 91. How long have I slept? Looking at the timestamp on the train, Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyes. 0337. At 3:37, Ye Qiyan sighed helplessly, opened the chat room and looked at the messages that were still scrolling. Only a few people can sleep peacefully like him. Forget it, I can't sleep anyway. Ye Qiyan dusted himself off and stood up. Now that my physical and mental strength have been restored, it is time to continue my sublimation. Just try this first. Colt M1911, this all-black pistol that looks like a work of art, if it were to be upgraded, to what extent would its power be enhanced? The next second stop is no longer a safe site, and only powerful weapons can make Ye Qiyan feel at ease. Sublimation. Strength was draining away from his body. The originally pitch-black gun was now covered with faint patterns, and the entire gun body was wider and longer than before, making it a little difficult to pick up with one hand. Black Light Enchanted Pistol, Level 3. Can consume physical strength to convert internal bullets into armor-piercing bullets. Physical strength, 47. Spirit, 90. Ye Qiyan could still accept the consumption of 40 points of physical strength. Weighing the black light pistol in his hand, he piled up a few pieces of metal to make a simple target. Pull the trigger, expending your energy, and an armor-piercing bullet will fly out with a loud noise and a dazzling glow of fire. Bang! Looking at the bullet hole that had penetrated completely, a look of surprise appeared on Ye Qiyan's face. So powerful! Apart from the high recoil, is this really just a pistol? Stamina, 45. 2 points of physical strength can be converted into one armor-piercing bullet? I can accept it. It seems that it can continue to sublimate. Ye Qiyan fiddled with the gun in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and gave up the idea. He can still barely accept the recoil now. If the power and recoil increase again after the upgrade, he might not be able to control it. The remaining physical and mental strength is enough for him to continue his sublimation. Come to the first carriage. Ye Qiyan reached out and touched the wall. Sublimation. What surprised him a little was that the sublimation of the carriage did not require too much physical strength. Stamina, 25. So little? I thought I had to put more effort into it. Warm train carriage, Level 2. Enchanted warmth. The interior can maintain a constant 22 degrees Celsius at all times. This time I won't be woken up by the cold. Although the train carriages cannot be upgraded again like the front of the train, Ye Qiyan is already quite satisfied with it. There's still plenty of time, let's sleep a little longer. The thin blanket that was bought from the front of the car was spread on the ground. Losing a lot of physical energy is the best solution for insomnia. He didn't plan to further sublimate the remaining things. The second stop to arrive tomorrow. Next, it's about conserving your energy. Then wait. Chapter 8. That night, no one slept more soundly than Ye Qiyan. I don't know how many people couldn't fall asleep because of the roar of the train and the cold wind in the wilderness. Not only did their physical and mental strength not recover, but it became even lower. 1027. Wake up from sleep. Stretching his stiff body, Ye Qiyan looked at the time and estimated it slightly. The first stop's entry time yesterday was 1 p.m., which means today's entry time will also be 1 p.m. But how should I calculate this? He will leave the station an hour later than others, so will his entry time also be later than others? After leaving the first carriage and returning to the front of the train, the temperature dropped a lot. His backend is already filled with private messages. There is not much time left until the second station, and the train broadcast has said that the safety of the second station is not guaranteed. The closer it gets to that time, the higher the value of the gun will be. Luzhu, can I use the blueprint for trading? There is no doubt about the importance of blueprints. Having a blueprint is equivalent to having a lathe that can produce infinitely as long as you put in materials. No one is stupid. So far, even if the guns are attractive enough, no one is willing to trade with Ye Qiyan using blueprints. This one called Luzhu is the first one. What blueprint would that be? Out of curiosity, Ye Qiyan wrote back to him. Hello, what blueprint do you want to trade? Ref. E3-9802. Lu Zhou sat on the ground in a daze. When he heard the message prompt from the operating system, he immediately stood up and ran over. After seeing the message, I quickly replied. I'll send you a screenshot right away. Soon, information about a blueprint appeared in front of Ye Qiyan. Level 1 train seat blueprint. Required, 5 kilograms of metal, 3 kilograms of wood, 3 kilograms of plastic, 1 kilogram of fiber. Chair? Ye Qiyan was a little surprised. It's hard to say whether this thing is precious or not. At least no one is willing to spend resources to buy it now. But no matter what, this is at least a blueprint, something that can be replicated. If you have to say, in the world he used to live in, guns and bullets would definitely be more valuable, but for him, the value gap between a low-level gun that could lose value at any time and a blueprint that could be continuously manufactured would only get smaller and smaller. At least that's what Ye Qiyan saw. He decides how much the guns and bullets can be sold for. What you sell to Li Xiaosheng may be 150 kilograms of metal, what you sell to Luzhu may be the blueprint of a chair. After all, the price of this transaction is never fixed. Instead, he looks at what other people have taken out to see if he needs it. Ye Qiyan was a little excited. With a chair, at least he wouldn't have to sit on the ground and could rest better. You can trade, but I can only provide 10 bullets. After all, this blueprint is really not that good. If you need more bullets, you can buy them with other resources. The moment he saw the response, a look of joy instantly appeared on Lu Zhou's sweaty face. 10 is fine. Thank you. Thank you. I'll send it to you right away. You don't know how important this gun is to me. Without this gun, I will definitely die at my next stop. Definitely, definitely. Watching Luzhu's conversation, Ye Qiyan noticed something strange. Will you definitely die? Although the second stop is no longer guaranteed to be safe. But it doesn't mean that he will die for sure, right? Why would this man named Luzhu make such a judgment? Talent? Looking at the transaction notification sent by the other party, Ye Qiyan did not choose to refuse. Just like before, he didn't care what others were hiding. Everyone has secrets. The transaction was completed, and looking at the blueprint in his hand, Ye Qiyan went directly to the processing table to make it. A black chair appeared in front of him, and the feeling of sitting on it gave Ye Qiyan a sense of returning to civilized society. I never realized how important a chair is before. He shook his head and continued his arms business. Until the countdown to the train entering the second station reached the last hour, Ye Qiyan successfully sold 15 rifles and 300 rounds of ammunition. He didn't plan to sell the rest, after all, the second stop was not safe. Physical strength, 98 spirit, 100. Seeing that his physical strength and spirit had almost recovered to full value, Ye Qiyan picked up a low-level marksman rifle and held it in his hand. Sublimation. The familiar feeling of loss of strength, but compared to the previous cold pistol, this rifle did not lose that much strength. Stamina, 85. 13 points consumed? And the potential has been exhausted. It can't continue to sublimate. Ye Qiyan was not disappointed. Looking at the rifle in his hand with a layer of gold color, he opened the introduction of the train system. Exquisite marksman rifle, level 2. Low class becomes sophisticated. But the power of the bullet fired is more than doubled. Of course, it is still far inferior to the sublimated blacklight enchanted pistol. That's about right. The countdown to the second stop keeps decreasing. The atmosphere in the chat room became increasingly depressing. There are far fewer people talking than before. Ye Qiyan sorted out his equipment and waited quietly. In the last 30 minutes before pit stop, a familiar light screen appeared before my eyes. The fork in the road of fate is triggered. Please choose to stop at the following 2 stations. Platform 1, Goblin Camp, Level 2 Hunting Platform. Platform 2, Whiteforest, Level 3 Collection Platform. Different. This module of his has a lot more information than when it first appeared. Platform level, and special suffixes. Hunting and gathering. Level 2 and 3. I upgraded the train so higher level platforms appeared. Also, it seems that the platform the train arrives at will have a level difference in height. Was the armory also level 2? No, it should still be level 1. After all, the products inside are all level 1. Ye Qiyan shook his head, thought for a moment, and chose Whiteforest as his next stop. Collection platform, judging by the name it shouldn't be too dangerous. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on tight. The next stop on the train is Whiteforest. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Just like the space fluctuations in the past, the train was engulfed. A grey light enveloped the world. Looking out the window, a grey forest came into view. Current station, Whiteforest. Countdown to docking, 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This site, low risk. The entry time is still the same, low risk. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiyan put the pistol on his waist, hung the rifle on his back, carried a backpack containing food and mineral water, stood in front of the car door, and pressed the open button. The moment I stepped out of the train, the whole world seemed to fall into deathly silence. Ye Qiyan looked around. All the trees in this world had grayish-white trunks and leaves. If a more timid person came here, he would probably not have the courage to go any further. Because it's too quiet. So quiet that you can hear the heartbeat. Coupled with the word low risk that appeared at the end, it all showed that this place would not be like an armory where he could take whatever he wanted. But Ye Qiyan does not regret his choice. In fact, he was mentally prepared when he chose this platform. Then again, it seems that not everyone can see this danger warning. He spent the entire day snooping in the chat room and didn't see anyone mention it. There was no way those guys, who had run out of things to talk about, would forget about this. So, this is also the ability of the fork in the road of destiny? Ye Qiyan put his thoughts aside and looked up at the deep white forest ahead. It's said to be a collection station, but I can't see what can be collected here. Is it just simple wood? It doesn't seem to be any different from an ordinary forest. There's a road. Chapter 9. Walk along the road deeper into the forest. Along the way, he was alert to the dangers that might appear at any time. But fortunately nothing happened. At the end of the road, deep in the grey forest, fruit trees with white fruits appeared before his eyes. Could it be that the collection of the network platform is these fruits? He walked to the fruit tree, cut the stem with a dagger, picked a fruit and put it next to his nose and smelled it. A sweet smell with a hint of bitterness wafted into his face. This kind of fruit was a type he had never seen in his previous world. Gurgle. Looking at the fruit in front of him, Ye Qiyan swallowed his saliva. It smells so good. Inexplicably, Ye Qiyan had a desire to eat these fruits in big mouthfuls. Just when he was about to take a bite, a strong sense of crisis instantly made him sober up, and he quickly threw the fruit in his hand away. Hey, what the hell? Physical strength, 93 spirit, 72. Ye Qiyan was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. His spirit was full just now, but it weakened so much in just a few seconds after he picked up the fruit. He has no shortage of food and water now, so why is he so eager to eat this fruit whose poisonousness he hasn't figured out yet? Moreover, the speed of mental decay is too terrifying. Even if it is undergoing sublimation, it won't be so fast. There is something wrong with this fruit. Ye Qiyan took a few steps back and frowned at the grey fruit in front of him. It is inconvenient that the identification function of the train system can only be used when returning to the train. But these fruits are obviously the collection of this station. Ye Qiyan even feels that the danger of this station lies in them themselves. Did I have that hallucination because I smelled the fruit just now? If I hadn't smelled it. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to take these fruits back, at least to use the train's identification function to see what they are before making a decision. Tear. I used a dagger to cut a piece of cloth from my clothes and tied it around my face. I didn't know if it was useful, but it was a form of protection. I opened the backpack and found that there was still a lot of space inside besides water and food. People die for money and birds die for food. Even when faced with a hallucinogenic fruit that might threaten his life, Ye Qiyan was reluctant to give it up. The forest is still as quiet as ever, but now there is a hard-working fruit farmer who is harvesting his fruits. After filling his backpack, Ye Qiyan wiped the sweat from his head. Fortunately I have this dagger, otherwise it would be really difficult. He returned to the train with his backpack, and impatiently took out a fruit and went to the operating system for identification. Whiteforest fruit, level 3. A fruit unique to the Whiteforest. If not processed, it will release a hallucinogenic aroma that lowers your spirit. If consumed, your spirit limit will be permanently reduced. After processing, eating it can quickly restore your spirit and slightly increase your resistance to hallucinations. Processing method: soak in cold water for 5 minutes. So that's how it is. No wonder I wanted to eat it so badly just now. It was really because of the smell. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Ye Qiyan patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief as if he had survived a disaster. An alarm bell rang in his heart. He thought he had been cautious enough, but it was not enough. He couldn't wait to throw all the fruits he brought back into the water. After waiting patiently for 5 minutes, watching them transform from grayish-white to pure white, he couldn't wait to pick up a white sun fruit and took a bite. The extremely sweet juice burst in his mouth. Delicious! I've never eaten such delicious fruit. Ye Qiyan's eyes were full of joy. Compared with the basin fruit, the taste of the bread and biscuits was simply hard to swallow. It's hard to imagine that the growing environment of this fruit would be so gloomy. After dumping out the remaining things in his backpack, Ye Qiyan set out again carrying 2 guns and a dagger. A round trip takes about 20 minutes, but it takes about half an hour to fill a whole backpack. With 4 hours of stop time, you can only make 4 round trips, so there is no time to waste. After getting out of the train, Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of something and looked towards the direction of the carriage. The garbage collection unit he installed there is working. So this is what garbage recycling means. The small, cube-shaped robot, only half the height of a calf, is shuttling back and forth between the Whiteforest and the train. From time to time, I bring back some leaves and other things and put them in the recycling bin. It always feels useless, doesn't it? Ye Qiyan sighed. It had already been built, so whatever. In the basin orchard, Ye Qiyan kept swinging the dagger in his hand, and he collected the fruits on the trees one by one. After several turns, the train's stop time finally came to an end. 032:16 What a pity. I don't know if there will be such delicious fruits again in the future. In nearly 3.5 hours, he picked more than 100 kilograms of white sun fruit. If he ignored the rot, it would be enough for him to eat for several days. He didn't move on. After all, the departure time was not far away and he didn't want to miss the train because of greed. Ye Qiyan sorted out the supplies he had on hand. In addition to the white sun fruit, there were also 79 compressed biscuits and 21 bottles of purified water. This food was enough for him to survive for a while without having to worry about survival. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Qiyan ate some fruit and opened the chat room. By this time, everyone except him should have left the second platform. The moment he opened the chat room, his eyes were immediately attracted by a line of numbers. 8721/10000. More than 1,000 people disappeared forever. This is just the second stop. And this number is still decreasing. Why? Who has medicine? I just drank a sip of lake water, why does my stomach hurt so much? You deserve it. You dare to drink unboiled water. Do you really think you're a Superman? Damn, those bison pierced my lungs. Brothers, I don't think I will live long. If anyone can see my wife, please tell her that her husband killed a cow. Go upstairs. CAO, will take care of your wife. Wow. The bleeding area hurts so much. Does that big guy have any medicine? I remember someone prescribed some golden wound medicine before. Please save me. I'm so hungry. The bread and water in the novice gift pack are not enough. In modern society, people who are injured will receive very good treatment. As long as they are not left untreated, there is always a chance to recover, no matter how serious the injury is. But now it's different. Even if you muster up the courage to get off the car and explore, you could run into danger if you are not careful. Even if you manage to escape, you will likely still be injured. If the injury is a little serious and you cannot get treatment, then you will just have to wait for death. Not to mention that many people still have no food and water, and the pressure of survival is making them breathless. Chapter 10. What bad luck! The first stop was a shabby house, with nothing but garbage. The second stop was a muddy pond. The smell was disgusting. I had no chance to get out. Don't mention it. At least you didn't encounter any monsters. I was chased by a group of wild boars all the way. The train was almost overturned. There are still several big holes. If it wasn't time to leave the station, I would have died there. Sell a piece of scavenger vulture leg meat in exchange for drinking water. I didn't dare get off the bus at the first stop, and I didn't dare get off at the second stop even though I knew it was dangerous. After hearing what you said, I didn't dare get off at the third stop either. If you don't get off the bus, aren't you waiting to die? Do you still have food and drink? Not everyone is like Ye Qiyan, who starts by upgrading the train and then obtains the Fork in the Road of Fate module, which allows them to avoid some dangers by choosing the platform level and prefix. After quietly lurking in the chat room for a while, Ye Qiyan's docking countdown is about to end. Only then did he remember that he still had a garbage recycling device running in the first carriage. After 4 hours, I don't know what I can gain. In Ye Qiyan's mind, it was a blessing that the little guy could collect more than 10 kilograms of wood in this Whiteforest, so he didn't hold out much hope. Level 3 treasure chest, can be opened. Wait, what is this? Rub your eyes, wake up, and watch it again. Oh my god! Everything else in the recycle bin is garbage in every sense of the word. But among all the garbage, a grayish-white wooden square box completely overshadowed all the light. A treasure chest. It's level 3. It's not like he hadn't thought about the possibility of a treasure chest in Basin before, but it was too big. Apart from the road leading to the orchard, Ye Qiyan didn't dare to go too far into the depths of the forest. If he got lost, he might not be able to get back to the train, so he simply didn't think about finding the treasure chest. I never expected this. This little robot that he despised and used to recycle garbage actually brought back a treasure chest from this forest? Now, Ye Qiyan looked at the silly-looking cube robot with eyes full of admiration. He raised his hand and patted the little robot's square head. As expected of me, I spent so much resources to build this recycling station, and it turned out to be correct. If the little robot had expressions, it would definitely be one of contempt. After all, its owner had just openly expressed his disdain for it. Humans are indeed the most changeable creatures. Resisting the urge to open the treasure chest, Ye Qiyan reached out and pressed it. A level 3 treasure chest will become level 4 after upgrading. In theory, it means a guaranteed 8 train coins plus other rare items of level 4. Physical strength, 45 spirit, 92. Sublime. Ye Qiyan began to sublimate in a happy mood. As physical strength fades, the spirit follows. When the invisible force dissipated, the wooden box remained unchanged, just like the file bag before. Level 4 treasure chest, can be opened. Physical strength, 20 spirit, 62. I am physically tired, but mentally very excited. Ye Qiyan rubbed his hands, his eyes fiery. Hey, let me see what's inside. Crunch. Open level 4 treasure box. Obtain train coins, 8 pieces. Obtain, external warning device, level 4. Obtain, white moran fruit tree species. Obtain, train grey white paint. Obtain, advanced ceramic plate bulletproof vest. A 4th level building? If those people in the chat room knew about this, would they be envious? Ye Qiyan whispered to himself, not intending to show off. Showing off will only lead to jealousy and even hatred from others. He just needs to do his own thing. Why bother about others? However, this 4th level building cannot be upgraded for the time being. It's not because of lack of potential, but his physical and mental strength, even if added together, seems insufficient to meet the consumption of sublimation. It seems that level 4 is a watershed. External sentry tower device. Can be installed on any carriage and equipped with any long-range weapon. After installation, the automatic alert attack will be turned on, attacking hostile threats within the visual range of 100 meters and locking the target to break any visual obstruction effects such as camouflage/invisibility/psychedelic. Note: after damage, mechanical parts can be used to repair it. What a good thing! It's worthy of being a level 4 treasure chest. It's really different. Place the sentry tower above the front of the vehicle. From the outside, there is just a round object with a layer of sandwich on the front of the car. Turn on the automatic alarm, and a red light ball will appear in the mezzanine and rotate 360 degrees. Ye Qiyan still had 6 rifles left in his hands. Except for the one that had been upgraded, the remaining 5 were all equipped in the sentry tower. Can trees really be planted inside a train compartment? Looking at the remaining 3 rewards, Ye Qiyan scratched his head. White morinda fruit tree, level 3 plant. Need to use Basin's unique grey-white soil for planting. 10 days to break the soil, 10 days to grow into a tree, 10 days to mature. Daily consumption of half a kilogram of fresh water. One tree needs half a kilogram of fresh water. There are not many people who can plant it at this time. Ye Qiyan happens to be one of them. And a full 30-day growth period is a bit long. Regardless of whether he could grow anything or not, these seeds reminded him that the soil of this Whiteforest could be considered a special resource, and there was no reason not to take some away. Furthermore, he can also wait until his strength recovers to sublimate the seed. Docking countdown 03:21. After filling several wooden boxes with grayish-white soil, Ye Qiyan closed the recycling station in the last few minutes before leaving the station, patted the little robot's head, and threw all the garbage it had picked up from the forest into the workbench for recycling. Although there were not many things, he was still provided with 12 kilograms of wood, some leaves, and stones. What Ye Qiyan didn't expect was that those leaves were not completely garbage. White leaves, level 1. Can be used to make white pigment. White stone, level 1. Can be used to make white pigment. Everything in this forest is really related to white. Good job, little one. Once I've rested, I'll give you the next upgrade. Pat the little robot on the head. The countdown is over. The train starts. Ye Qiyan felt a slight push on his back and looked out the window. The white forest was receding before his eyes. Until after the nothingness, the grey disappeared, replaced by the endless wilderness. I'm back. Until then, Ye Qiyan stretched, opened the chat room, and found that his private chat interface was flashing. Someone sent him a message. Private chat reminders between train conductors will only appear after adding friends. Ordinary private chats will not trigger reminders. That is to say, there is only one person who sent the message. Shangguan Yingxiu, do you need more water? Chapter 11. What do you need? I have to say that I don't have any guns to trade with you. Ye Qiyan tapped the light curtain and sent the message out. After not receiving a reply for a long time, Ye Qiyan thought that the other party would not continue the transaction. Just as he was about to close the private chat, he received a message from the other end. Sorry, I was just taking a shower. Bath? Ye Qiyan silently looked in the direction of his own reservoir. How much water does this woman have? She could waste it like this. He isn't even that extravagant. It's okay, so what do you want to trade? You should have seen what I just said. Shangguan Yingxiu is on the train. A girl with waist-length black hair stood up from a wooden barrel that took up most of the train. She had her hair tied up, and no emotion could be seen in her light blue eyes. 32 kg of wood, 50 kilograms of metal and 40 mechanical parts. You should have these things. Ye Qiyan raised his eyebrows and did not answer the question, but asked back. These materials are used to upgrade trains, right? How can you be so sure that I have them? Moreover, even if I have them, why don't I use them to upgrade my own train? Because I hate trouble. Before contacting you, I had already collected some materials, but it takes too much time and requires communicating with too many people. I don't like it. As for why I came to you, I think you are the only one who can come up with different materials at once. I calculated that you probably sold more than 20 rifles. Apart from food and water, the things traded are all kinds of materials. This is quite true, but not entirely true. Because the number of rifles Ye Qiyan sold was not just over 20, but more than 40, double that. As for the resources she wanted, Ye Qiyan did have them. But he was not interested in exchanging water alone. After all, the water in the reservoir was enough for the time being, and it could even be made drinkable. I saw this method in the chat room. Drill wood to make fire, then boil it. No matter how it tastes, boiled water will not kill people from diarrhea. Of course, he would not try this method unless there was really no water to drink. Shangguan Yingxiu was silent for a while. She dried herself and sent a screenshot. This should be enough. Water Purification Device Level 1. It can filter and purify sewage, and can purify 1 kg per hour. Seeing the content in the screenshot, Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyes. Water Purification Device? It's actually this kind of thing? No wonder this woman was so extravagant as to start taking a bath. She must have gotten this device at the first stop. Even the water used for bathing can be filtered and recycled. And, more than one. No, she should have the blueprint of this device, otherwise why would she be willing to trade it? Do you have a blueprint? This device should be enough to exchange for the resources I need. She neither admitted nor denied. Ye Qiyan put away his surprise. Although the blueprint of the water purification device is valuable, it belongs to someone else. He is already lucky enough and there is no need to envy others. Yes, we can exchange. The two made a deal. After getting the water purification device, Ye Qiyan found that it could be placed exactly between the sewage tank and the clean water tank of the reservoir. After turning on the device, the purified water will automatically fall into the clean water tank and accumulate. This saved him a lot of trouble. Sublimation. After using sublimation so many times, Ye Qiyan roughly understood the rules of sublimation. This small first-level item does not consume too much physical strength. Refined Water Purification Device, Level 2. Can purify 3 kg of water per hour, can purify non-fresh water. After upgrading to the next level, the effect has tripled, and it also has the ability to purify non-fresh water, which means that even seawater can be purified. Ye Qiyan was delighted. On a whim, Ye Qiyan sent another message to Shangguan Yingxiu. Have you been able to upgrade the train? Can you tell me what will happen after the upgrade? He was a little curious about what kind of upgrade options other people would have after upgrading their trains. Would they be the same as his? Shangguan Yingxiu hesitated for a moment. Good. Soon, a screenshot was sent to Ye Qiyan. Level 2 train upgrade options are as follows. 1. Low-level carriage blueprint, 0 train coins. 2. Welding tool set, 2 train coins. 3. Wooden bed blueprint, 1 train coin. 4. Train stop time is increased by 1 hour, 2 train coins. Options 1 and 4 are the same as when he upgraded, but the remaining 2 are different. I see. The carriage blueprint and the stop time are fixed, but the remaining 2 items are random. Moreover, the quality is also different. Shangguan Yingxiu's 2 random options were still much worse than the ones he got. Ye Qiyan nodded in understanding, and saw that Shangguan Yingxiu had sent another message. Do you have train coins? No. Then do you still buy water? The corners of Ye Qiyan's mouth twitched twice. If it was before, he might have bought some as a backup, but now, think about it, the other party has started to take a bath, and the bath water must be recycled using a water purification device, which means that if he buys, he will have to buy her bath water. Don't buy. All right. End of chat. Ye Qiyan knew that the other party wanted to buy train coins from him to purchase options, but he himself did not have enough of this thing, so how could he possibly take it out for exchange? Besides, he already had an option that he hadn't chosen yet. Train Burst Accelerator Blueprint, 5 train coins. One of the options that becomes available when the train is upgraded to level 2. For most people, 5 train coins may only be obtained by accumulating them at several platforms. But Ye Qiyan had saved enough capital to buy all the options after just passing the second stage. Purchase, Train Burst Accelerator Blueprint. Consume 5 train coins. Currently remaining train coins, 4. Train Explosive Acceleration Device. Construction requirements, 50 kg of metal, 200 mechanical parts. After building the device, you can use the materials to make accelerated bullets. Using accelerated bullets, you can increase the speed of the train to 3 times its original speed within 10 minutes. It's so expensive, as expected, a blueprint that requires 5 train coins to buy. However, he was just missing some parts. And he just happened to be able to afford it. After the second stop, the trading platform has become much richer. What most people need now is food and water, and he happened to have food. Just because Ye Qiyan was picky about those barrels of compressed biscuits doesn't mean they have no value. Chapter 12. It took him 7 cookies and a lot of talking to collect enough mechanical parts from others. It's really troublesome. Looking at the resources at hand, Ye Qiyan shook his head. It's no wonder that Shangguan Yingxiu hates transactions. He also doesn't like haggling with others. It's a waste of time to constantly change the price for a little bit of food. Put resources into the processing table, and the blueprint of the acceleration device will emit a blue light. Soon, machinery and metal merged into one another, and a complex mechanical device appeared in front of Ye Qiyan. Train Explosive Acceleration Device. Note, it can only be installed on the main body of the train. It can be automatically installed when placed next to the control system. After installation, it can produce accelerated bullets. Speed bullet can be used up to 3 times a day. Production requirements: 1 kilogram of metal, 20 mechanical parts, 1 train coin. Does it take train coins to make bullets? Ye Qiyan was somewhat helpless. I don't know what it will become after sublimation. Physical strength, 55. Spirit, 70. After eating the white sun fruit, my physical and mental strength recovered a little, which was enough for a sublimation. Give it a try. After consuming 30 points of physical strength and 40 points of mental strength, the acceleration device changed. Red triple speed train acceleration device. Standardized acceleration bullet, can be used up to 5 times a day, and can increase the train's speed to 3 times its original speed within 10 minutes. The number of times increased to 5, but the speed did not change. However, the potential seems to have been exhausted, which means it cannot continue to sublimate. Following the prompts, Ye Qiyan placed the accelerator in front of the control system. A silvery white halo enveloped the device, and then a black hole rose from the console. That's where the bullets are dropped. It's a little expensive. Ye Qiyan spent 2 train coins to create 2 accelerating bullets. It hurts to look at the silver white bullet in my hand, which is as thick as a baby's arm. He put away the only 2 remaining coins. Although he really wanted to try out the power of the accelerated bullet, he decided not to do so. He is not that extravagant yet. Once everything is done, it's time to rest. Speaking of which, is the side effect of low spirits just empty talk? Why have I never felt it? Physical strength, 100. Spirit, 100. Finally, all of them have been returned. After a whole night's rest, Ye Qiyan yawned and got up from the warm climate-controlled carriage. After washing his face, he hummed a little tune and walked to the end of the carriage. He dug a seed out of the grey soil, looked at it without any change, and nodded. Let's try sublimation. I hope it can speed up our growth. Stamina, 70. Blessed Basin fruit tree seeds. It takes 3 days to break through the soil, 3 days to grow, and 3 days to mature. After maturity, it can produce a blessed white sun fruit every day. This really works, and the fruit is also sublimated. Ye Qiyan felt that the potential of the seeds was not enough to support the next sublimation, but he could try again when they grew up. Dig a hole, cover the soil, and water it. Ye Qiyan was about to return to the front of the car to enjoy breakfast when he stopped when passing by a garbage recycling device. Come to think of it, I seem to have said that I would sublimate you. Seeing that it was not started and looked like a small robot that looked like a large matchbox, Ye Qiyan leaned over and knocked on its iron head a few times. Sublimation. As usual, Ye Qiyan had intended to use his physical strength to sublimate, but for some reason, the physical strength he consumed seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Sublimation failed? Ye Qiyan frowned. This was the first time this happened. He tried again, this time he did not use up his physical strength but used his spirit. Spirit, 60. A familiar halo began to emerge, and the sublimated power enveloped the little robot. GT1, Automatic Treasure Hunting Robot. After arriving at the platform, you will automatically leave the train and lock the treasure chest on the platform. The treasure chest that cannot be obtained will be drawn into a map and given to the owner to obtain it by himself. After damage, mechanical parts can be consumed for repair. Each use consumes 1 train coin. You will be forced to return to the collection station before the end of each station. A pair of camera-like eyes rose from the matchbox, rotated 360 degrees, and finally locked their sights on Ye Qiyan's face. The owner's information has been confirmed, the train conductor number is E3-1102, Ye Qiyan. Please name the GT1 model. If you do not name it, it will be automatically named, GT1. Ye Qiyan looked at its appearance and inexplicably recalled an image from a movie he had seen in his previous world. Wally. Name completed. Start to sleep, please consume train coins to wake up after arriving at the platform. It's train currency again. Accelerating bullets requires train coins, as does the upgraded small robot. The next time you upgrade the train, you will have to spend train coins to purchase upgrade options. Even something that has been upgraded may require train coins. Ye Qiyan always felt that he was spending more than he earned. By the way, at this time, many people probably still don't know the effect of the train coin. He suddenly thought of something, trotted back to the front of the car, turned on the operating system and searched for keywords in the chat room. Train coin. Have you ever opened a treasure chest? What are the train coins inside for? Who knows, maybe the currency of this world can be used to buy things at some platforms. You guys are so lucky. You even opened a treasure chest. I don't even know what a treasure chest looks like. What's the point of driving there? There's not even a place to eat. 2 consecutive stops are garbage platforms. If this continues, we'll have to eat dirt. As expected, they had no idea of the value of the train coins, and they were still worried about their survival. 1 compressed biscuit and 1 bottle of drinking water in exchange for 1 train coin. He put food and water on the trading platform. I looked at it for a while and then ignored it. For this kind of pricing transaction, it would be best if someone comes to buy, but if no one buys, he won't lose money. Train time, 12:30 noon. The next stop selection prompt at the fork in the road appeared in front of Ye Qiyan on time. The fork in the road of fate is triggered. Please choose to stop at the following 2 stations. Platform 1, Doomsday Town, Level 2 Mission Platform. Platform 2, Goblin Village, Level 2 Hunting Platform. Mission Station? This is another new type of platform. Compared to fighting goblins, which was likely to be a thankless task, Ye Qiyan felt that option 1 was more suitable for him. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on. The third stop the train will arrive at is Doomsday Town. The train is accelerating. The space ahead gradually became empty. When the countdown reached 0, the world around him changed completely. Current station, Doomsday Town. Countdown to docking, 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This site, danger. Chapter 13. Squeak. The train stopped and Ye Qiyan looked out the window. The world at this stop was not as dark as the previous 2 stops. On the contrary, the sun hanging high in the sky illuminated the entire earth. This is completely different from the previous 2 stops. The streets outside were covered with dark red marks and blocked by scrapped cars. Doomsday Town. Well deserved. Hey, Wally, get up and work. Wally, start. Ye Qiyan threw a train coin into Wally's coin slot with some pain. Watching it swaying as it passed through the recycling device and went away, Ye Qiyan wondered if this guy would be taken away by the monsters that popped out from there and used as a toy. By the way, what is the mission of the mission station? The doubts were soon answered. Looking through the car window, Ye Qiyan saw a body holding a backpack, in which he could see a piece of parchment blown by the wind. There was obviously something written on the parchment, but it was too far away to see clearly. Standing in front of the car door, Ye Qiyan sorted out his equipment for the last time. Food, water, a fine rifle on the back, a black light pistol and a sharp dagger on the waist, and finally a high-level ceramic plate bulletproof vest obtained from the treasure chest at the previous stop. He also upgraded this bulletproof vest, from being so bulky that it felt like wearing a bucket to a vest in the true sense without reducing its protective capabilities. Armed and ready to push the button. The train door opened, got off, and closed the door behind you. Only the conductor himself could open the train door, so he was not afraid of anything sneaking in. The rolling heat wave was coming towards us, and there was a strange smell in the air, like rotten salted fish and long rotten bread mixed together. Walking to the corpse, Ye Qiyan used the barrel of his gun to pry open the backpack and saw the entire parchment in the backpack. As you can see, I'm a great courier. Ye Qiyan silently looked at the body lying on the ground. Great? Courier? It was impossible to tell. As a courier for Run Company, I am responsible for delivering supplies in this doomsday world. We are the only ones who can walk freely in this doomsday world. But, I am going to die. It is not difficult to imagine that this courier was quite humorous when he was alive. But I cannot violate my mission as a courier. Whoever it is, after seeing my message, please deliver the things in my backpack to the silver shop in the southeast corner of this town. As long as you deliver the item and show me my run badge, the reward for this courier job will be yours. Of course, you don't have to send me off. It doesn't matter. I'm going to die anyway. Really not giving it away? The reward is great. Our Run Company is the best company in the entire wasteland. Courier? So this is the mission of the mission station? What's in the backpack? With curiosity, Ye Qiyan opened the backpack thoroughly. What I saw, in addition to the parchment paper, was a piece of cake that was placed in a sealed transparent box and was well preserved. There were 4 words written on it in jam. Happy birthday! Birthday? Ye Qiyan picked up the backpack silently. Judging from the state of decomposition, the courier had been dead for a long time. I can't celebrate my birthday, but I can still eat the cake. He found a very mechanical metal from his backpack. The image of a running courier was formed by gears and metal. On the back of the metal is a large run symbol. In addition, there is a map of the town, and the red dot marked on the map should be the destination. Putting away the cake and metal, Ye Qiyan headed towards his destination while referring to the map. The road was littered with corpses turned into bones, and the dark red bloodstains told of the terrible events that had happened. What is that? He saw hyenas using the dead bodies. Come to think of it, this was the first time he had seen a living creature other than himself in the survival world. Wait, is it really alive? The hyena seemed to have heard the sound and turned its head towards Ye Qiyan. Only then did he see that this was not a living dog. Its head was rotten and its heart was exposed. It was clearly a zombie dog. Roar! The zombie dog let out a strange roar and then rushed towards Ye Qiyan. Calm down! Calm down! He suppressed the fear in his heart, raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Slice! Slice! Slicing! He was not a sharpshooter, and although only one of the 5 bullets hit the zombie dog, the powerful force was enough to blow it into a pulp. No, leave quickly. The gunshots were so loud that I'm afraid the whole town could hear them. Monsters like zombie dogs might have already surrounded this place. Fortunately, the monsters he encountered were not very smart, and after taking a short detour, Ye Qiyan successfully arrived at his destination, the silver shop. What surprised him was that he did not see any traces of monsters nearby. A little strange. Is there really anyone here? Looking at the tightly closed door of this shop, it is hard not to suspect that the people in this shop had already died at the hands of those monsters outside. Just as he was thinking about whether to pry the door open directly, the rolling door in front of him suddenly opened a gap. Ye Qiyan immediately raised his rifle and aimed it at the gap. No, don't shoot. I'm a human, not a zombie. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, the person inside the door quickly responded in a hoarse voice. Are you the owner of this shop? Unable to see the person inside clearly, Ye Qiyan simply took out the metal. I am a courier for Run Company. The previous courier died on the way, so I took over his delivery job. When you are out and about, you give yourself an identity. In this strange post-apocalyptic wasteland world, couriers seem to be more likely to gain respect from others. The rolling door moved up a little more, revealing the face of a 40-something man with a scruffy beard. Hey, I know you're a courier. The only people who dare to be outside now are lunatics and monsters, except for couriers. Hey, please come in. Ye Qiyan did not move, still pointing the gun at the man's head, and took out the sealed cake from his backpack. Just go in, I'll give you the things, but what about the reward? The uncle stared at the cake for a while. What a pity. If only it had happened a little earlier, hee. Reward, yes, reward, I'll get it for you right away. He turned and left, and soon a box was stretched out from under the rolling door and opened to reveal its contents. That thing Ye Qiyan is very familiar with. Train coins? The 3 train coins lay there quietly. Could it be that the train coin is the universal currency in all platform worlds? Otherwise, it is hard to explain why the natives of this world also have such a thing. Just when Ye Qiyan was about to put away the train coin, the man in the rolling door suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed the barrel of his gun. Chapter 14. The vicious side is revealed. Feeling the pulling force coming from the gun barrel, Ye Qiyan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Roar! A severed hand flew out and the rolling door was broken. Only then did he finally see clearly that the man in the door had already become bloated, with only a human face and the arm that had just been knocked away by him vaguely revealing his original appearance. It's too late. Too late. Why didn't you come earlier? My daughter just wants a cake. Why did you useless couriers take so long? Go to hell. Calm. Ye Qiyan took a deep breath, stared at the monster rushing towards him and continued to pull the trigger. Bang, 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 3 shots hit in a row. Although his shooting skills were poor, the opponent was too big and so close. But even the upgraded rifle's power was not enough to penetrate the monster's hard body. A punch hit Ye Qiyan's chest and sent it flying. Ye Qiyan gritted his teeth and stood up, feeling his stomach churning. If it weren't for the reinforced bulletproof vest acting as a buffer, he would have fainted from that blow just now. The monster screamed and rushed over again. Bang! Another shot. It's useless. I'm not afraid of your bullets. More bullets were fired in response. Bang 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 bang. Really? Do you want to look down? Ye Qiyan chuckled, and the monster lowered its head subconsciously, only to see that its body was riddled with holes. How is that possible? Hey! After blowing on the muzzle of the gun, Ye Qiyan held his stomach and stood up. The black light enchanted pistol in his hand was emitting a faint light. Black light enchanted pistol consumes physical strength to convert armor-piercing bullets. Ye Qiyan walked up to the monster, pointed the black muzzle of the gun at its head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Hey, no wonder there are no traces of monsters here, maybe it's because this is the territory of the big monsters. After resting for a while, Ye Qiyan walked over the monster's corpse, picked up the overturned cake on the ground, shook his head with some regret, and then put it and the 3 train coins next to it into his backpack. What a waste! I walked over to the rolling door and opened it completely. The scene inside was unexpectedly clean. It really is a silver shop. Silver crossbow arrows, spearheads, and even crosses were placed randomly. On a cabinet, Ye Qiyan found a diary. March 1st, my daughter's birthday is 10 days away. I found 3 coins in a broken locomotive outside the town. The old people in the town said that these coins can make the courier of Run Company deliver delicious food that we can't imagine. I want to buy a piece of cake for my daughter. As long as she eats the cake, her illness will definitely be cured. After all, it is something we can't imagine. March 5th, my daughter's illness is getting worse. She just wants to eat a piece of cake. Great courier, please come quickly. March 9th, my daughter is looking forward to tomorrow's cake, but where are you, the delivery man? March 11th, my daughter died. She didn't get to eat the cake. Before she died, she asked me what the cake tasted like. I told her it tasted sweet. What did it taste like? Actually, I don't know. She died. I could only bury her in the backyard so she wouldn't turn into a zombie monster. March 15th, He, why hasn't the courier come yet? I really want to see him, if there is a cake. The diary stops here, and the rest is covered with blood-red tear marks. Apparently after March 15th, the man went completely crazy and turned into a monster like that. Walking to the back door, Ye Qiyan saw a tombstone standing in the yard. He placed the cake in front of the tombstone. This can be considered as completing the mission. The reward for the mission is the 3 train coins in his hand. This stop seems to end here. But there was one thing that concerned Ye Qiyan. Outside the town, a broken locomotive. Could it be something left there by a conductor like him? Or, was there once a train conductor who also came to this station but stayed here forever? Could it be that we are not the first group of survivors? Ye Qiyan's heart was full of doubts, but no one could answer them for him. Are these silver weapons used to fight vampires? In the corner of the shop, he also found a crossbow. Ye Qiyan put all of them, including the crossbow arrows, into his backpack. It's heavy. After taking a final look at the monster corpse on the ground, Ye Qiyan set out on his return journey. Docking countdown, 35:33. It took longer to get back to the train than to get to the silver shop. There are more monsters in this town than it imagined. If he hadn't had an extra hour after the upgrade, he would probably have been able to break out of the horde of monsters by force, instead of returning safely like he is now. Zombie dogs, zombie chickens, zombie cats. The only thing I didn't see was any human-shaped zombies. Wally hasn't come back yet, so Ye Qiyan is not in a hurry to leave. There was still plenty of time, so he sorted out the gains he had made so far at this stop. Mithril crossbow, level 2. Causes triple damage to vampires. Mithril cross, level 2. Pray, maybe it will help? Mithril ritual sword, level 2. Causes irreversible damage to the vampires. Apart from these 3 items, he recycled the remaining bits and pieces using a processing table, and eventually obtained 10 kilograms of mithril. With so much money, in his previous world, he would have been a small wealthy man. Among the 3 mithril weapons, Ye Qiyan picked up the cross, thought about it, and began to sublimate it. Stamina, 55. Temple mithril cross, level 3. Can release holy light in the darkness, which has great lethality to vampires, evil spirits, demons, etc. As for the remaining 2, to be honest, Ye Qiyan felt that he couldn't even shoot accurately with a pistol, let alone this crossbow. As for close combat with the vampires, he still had self-awareness. I hung the cross on the front of the car and opened the trading platform. I was surprised to see that the transaction I initiated was actually accepted. Someone actually bought it. Looking at the shining train coins in his hand, Ye Qiyan took a fruit and ate it while opening the chat interface. By this time, the other train conductors had already left the platform. Chat room. Number of people, 7825/10000. Thousands more stayed forever at their 3rd stop. And those who survive still face the challenge of survival. Food, water, and medicine. After all, only a minority of people possess these necessities. As for those who want to work hard to upgrade the train, they are a very small minority among the few. Chapter 15. What is your 3rd stop? I was so scared just now. The 3rd stop was a cave full of spiders. I didn't dare to get off the bus. It was too scary. I was lucky. I only encountered a few wild dogs at the 3rd stop. I had the gun I bought from the boss, so I managed to kill them all and even got some meat to eat. Ah, I really envy you for being able to buy guns from Boss Ye. By the way, Boss Ye doesn't even come out to say a word. He has collected so many resources, but he hasn't broken through to level 2 yet. What big boss? That Ye Qiyan is just a short-sighted guy. My big brother Li Xiaosheng will be promoted to the 2nd class train soon. Just wait and see. I saw a familiar name. Li Xiaosheng. Ye Qiyan remembered that he said he would complete the upgrade within 3 stops. Now is the 3rd stop. Hasn't he finished upgrading yet? Just as Ye Qiyan was curious, a message in the chat room suddenly attracted his attention. Li Xiaosheng, I have completed the train upgrade. This is the train's attributes after my upgrade, as well as the upgrade options I got. As the first person to upgrade, I now invite my companions who have train coins to join the alliance I created. For those who join first, I will provide them with food and water for today. The chat room exploded. Oh my god! Boss, please take me with you. It's over. I used my train coin to buy food and water. Whoever made the deal, I'll return the water to you. Can you give me back the train coin? What is train coin? Ye Qiyan didn't pay attention to what Li Xiaosheng said. His attention was all on the screenshots sent by the other party, or to be more precise, on the upgrade options. 1. Low-level carriage blueprint, 0 train coins. 2. Wooden automatic fishing rod blueprint, 1 train coin. 3. Minimum survival rations for 1 day, 2 train coins. 4. Train stop time is increased by 1 hour, 2 train coins. Sure enough, the first and fourth options after the upgrade are the same, and Ye Qiyan is completely sure of this. Fishing rods, and rations to sustain life, this is good luck. Rations were of little use to him, but the same could not be said for the fishing rod. What if one day I go to a fishing station, but I don't have a fishing rod, won't I be able to just watch the fish go by? But there is no need to rush. It is better to buy this kind of thing when you can use it. Anyway, there is a fork in the road of fate, and he can always get the platform information half an hour earlier than others and make the choice. It's time to upgrade the train. The reason for not continuing to upgrade the train before was not only because you had to wait for your physical strength to recover, but most importantly, the train coins you had were not enough to purchase the items in the upgrade options. After building the acceleration device, making 2 accelerating bullets, and feeding Wally a coin to start the train, there was only 1 train coin left. Now, he got 3 from the monster in the silver shop, which means there are 4 train coins in total. If Wally can successfully find the treasure chest at this station, he can get more. Ye Qiyan felt that he could definitely give it a try. Just as he was about to try to sublimate the train, the sound of tracks moving outside the train stopped him. Hearing the sound and looking. Then Wally was seen staggering into the recycling device holding a candy box stained with dark red marks. Injured. Looking at the several bite marks on Wally's body, it was obvious that the depth was not something that an ordinary animal could do. Without having time to pay attention to what it was holding, Ye Qiyan raised his head and looked outside the car. Dozens of zombie dogs appeared outside the train and were wandering slowly. Behind them, several monsters that were somewhat similar to the zombie monster uncle in the silver shop were limping towards the train. Bang! Ye Qiyan knocked on Wally's head helplessly. Stupid thing, you even attracted the monster here. Wally didn't understand, he just raised his hand silently and handed the candy box to Ye Qiyan. Forget it, for your meritorious service. Level 2 treasure box, can be opened. Ye Qiyan picked up the treasure chest with a smile on his face. Although he was surrounded by monsters outside, he was not panicked at all. This is just a secondary platform. And there is a level 4 defense building on his train. The moment the monsters approached within 100 meters of the train, the red light ball in the guard tower locked them. Red circles formed under the monsters' feet. The equipped spear protruded from the darkness. Bullets were fired continuously, and each shot accurately hit the weak points of these monsters. In just 10 seconds, the humanoid monster and the zombie dog all fell down. Ye Qiyan was eating white sorghum fruit, and his expression did not look very happy when he saw all this. 008:12. There are 8 minutes left before leaving the station. The gunshots just now were undoubtedly louder than those in the silver shop. I'm afraid all the monsters in this town will come here. As expected, more and more monsters surrounded the train from all directions. Their bodies are fragile, and the warning device can shatter their skulls with just one shot. A larger humanoid monster, whose defense is not as strong as that of the silver shop owner, only needs 3 shots. I have to say, the warning device's shooting skills are much better than his. 0000:01. The countdown is about to end. With the monsters chasing behind, Ye Qiyan's train began to move forward. Passing through the void space, in just a blink of an eye, the scenery of the Doomsday Town disappeared, and the endless wilderness returned to Ye Qiyan's side again. Ding dong! The broadcast sounded at this moment. All survivors leave the third platform. Trading system restrictions have been lifted, and trading can now be conducted within the platform. Novice protection period ends, survival mode begins. Please pay attention to driving safety at night. Survivors whose train speed is lower than 30 km/h will be in danger. Please upgrade the train as soon as possible. Good luck to you. Wish you survive. The chat room exploded again. And this time the explosion was even louder. What the hell? What the hell? What does this mean? Survival mode? Dangerous at night? Monsters will appear in the wilderness. It's over, it's over. I've exchanged all my resources for food. Ah! Save me! Someone save me! I don't want to die. Brother Lee! Brother Lee, help me! Please give me some upgrade materials. I have joined your alliance. Tisk, a bunch of idiots. I knew long ago that this world would not let us off so easily. None of the resources collected during the 3 stops were sold. Isn't the time issue really a concern? Why did they send the broadcast an hour later, just like when the first stop ended? Has anyone upgraded the train? Didn't the guy named Li Xiaosheng send a screenshot earlier? He said that after upgrading to level 2, the platform stop time can be increased. It's impossible to upgrade at the first stop, right? That's for sure. No one can complete the upgrade at the first station. After all, the trading system was not even turned on at the station at that time. However, didn't Li Xiaosheng just say that he was the first person to upgrade? It seems that there are other masters. Chapter 16. Different from the lively scene in the chat room. Ye Qiyan's focus at the moment is not on that. The third stop, Doomsday Town, ends. 11 humanoid zombies of different species were killed, 28 zombie dogs, and 28 zombie cats. Kill rating, A level. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission, Small Town Liberator. Obtain mission reward, a carriage exchange voucher. So, this is the mission of the mission station. He looked at the words on the screen in front of him, and then looked at the dirty Wally. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have missed these. Touched Wally's iron head. The carriage. The translucent lottery ticket was held in his hand, with the pattern of a carriage on it. Having enjoyed the constant temperature carriage for a few days, Ye Qiyan is quite looking forward to the new carriage. Sublimation. Car exchange ticket. Special car exchange ticket. A special carriage with a redeemable level of 2. Use. The lottery ticket burned in mid-air. Obtain level 2 carriage, low-level storage carriage. Storage compartment, has 48 storage units. Any unit can store a single type of items without limit, cannot store living things. This is a good thing. Think about when he first started collecting resources. Wood and metal were piled everywhere, and there was not even a space in the front of the car for him to sleep. With this carriage, he can free up a lot of space on the train. It can be sublimated once more. He couldn't wait to use his gift again. At the end of the second quarter, through the window, he saw a carriage fall precisely onto the track from mid-air and merge with his train. The door at the connection opens. Walking in, 48 storage cabinet-like cells are evenly placed on both sides of the carriage. Sublimation. Physical strength, 5530 Spirit, 8055. It takes 20 points of stamina to upgrade a level 1 ordinary carriage to a level 2 special carriage, while it takes a total of 50 points to upgrade a level 2 special carriage to level 3. More than doubled. Ye Qiyan's body fell into a state of fatigue again, but his eyes were full of different spirits. Storage Unit Carriage, Level 3. It has 51 storage units, and there is no upper limit to the storage capacity of any unit. The items placed in it will not decay or be damaged. It cannot store living things. The 3 units in the storage car can be taken at any location by following the train conductor. The upgraded storage compartment only appears to have 3 more units and the property of not decaying. But these 3 units are no ordinary additions at all. Follow the conductor and take it at will? Isn't this a portable space? I couldn't wait to put a few white sun fruits into one of the 3 units. Ye Qiyan returned to the front of the car, and as he wished, he felt around in the air, and a white sun fruit appeared in his hand. It is obvious that this time sublimation made a lot of money. After eating basin fruit to restore his strength, Ye Qiyan threw all the resources in the carriage into the ordinary unit. The space on the train suddenly became cleaner and more spacious. As for the 3 special units, one of them was naturally used to store basin fruit, and in the other 2, Ye Qiyan only put some bullets and drinking water. That way, when he leaves the train and goes onto the platform to explore, he will have much less to carry. Oh, and there's a treasure chest. Taking out the level 2 treasure chest that Wally brought back for him, Ye Qiyan did some calculations. It takes 55 points to upgrade a level 3 treasure chest to level 4, 37 points to upgrade from 1 to 2, and 40 points at most to upgrade from 2 to 3. Just hold on a little, that's enough. Sublimation. Physical Strength, 3020 Spirit, 5520. Warning. Entering a state of exhaustion. Warning. Entering a state of sanity dissipation. He guessed correctly, 45 points of spirit were consumed. Ye Qiyan was breathing heavily, his eyelids heavy as he used his last bit of strength to look at the treasure chest in front of him. The candy box in front of me was examined again and found to have changed. Level 3 treasure chest, can be opened. Open level 3 treasure chest. Obtain train coins, 6 pieces. Obtain, zombie killer, level 3. 3 virus serum. Windproof lighter. The 3 rewards are neither good nor bad. The zombie killer is a chainsaw sword modified from a chainsaw, which has a 3x damage bonus against zombie monsters. The remaining 2 have the same functions as their names suggest. Serum, maybe it will be useful. As for a windproof lighter found in a level 3 treasure chest, in a sense, it is also very precious. But it doesn't matter. I got 6 more train coins in the level 3 treasure chest, which means a total of 10 train coins including the previous ones. At this time, it is impossible for anyone to have more than him. He wants to take all the upgrade options that appear in the next upgrade train. But before sublimation, he has important things to do. That is it. Sleep. He is tired. 10 points of stamina. This is the first time I've tried so hard. He truly felt the discomfort called exhaustion. As for the warning about the disappearance of rationality, I didn't feel that at all. During Ye Qiyan's rest time, the chat room was still very lively. Countless people buy materials from each other to upgrade their trains. But how many people are really qualified to buy it? If only upgrading can guarantee survival. Then among the remaining thousands of people, if only 1 in 10 survives, they would be considered lucky. So, soon someone discovered that the speed required by the train broadcast was only 30 km per hour, but the speed after the upgrade was as high as 40 km. So, does it mean that the train can upgrade the speed-related parts alone, that is, the wheels? Someone tried it. By using 1/5 of the metal and 1/3 of the mechanical parts of the upgraded train, they were able to upgrade the wheels alone, allowing the train to reach the prescribed speed of 30 km per hour. As soon as this news came out, metal and mechanical parts immediately became the most sought-after resources. Almost everyone wants to buy these two materials. Even doing so will result in more materials being consumed for the overall upgrade of the train. But in order to survive, who cares about so many things? Before this, Li Xiaosheng, who had just said that he wanted to form an alliance to collect train coins, now had a very ugly look on his face. Who was the person who upgraded the train before him? How could someone possibly gather the materials faster than me? I'm obviously the chosen one. There is a row of talents on his personal interface. Resource radar. Before arriving at the next station, you must select a basic train material. There is a high probability that collectible materials of this type will appear at the next station. Metal, machine parts, wood. It took Li Xiaosheng 3 stops to collect all the resources needed for the upgrade. He couldn't understand who could be faster than him. Chapter 17. Bang bang. So noisy. Fierce gunfire echoed in the wilderness. Ye Qiyan was awakened by the sound. He opened his eyes tiredly and looked out the window subconsciously. A pair of scarlet eyes were chasing the train under the night sky. What the hell is that? It's so scary. The horrific sight woke him up instantly. I hurried to the front of the car and found that the alarm device had already been activated. Wait, this is the nighttime danger the radio talked about. Ye Qiyan recalled what was said on the radio after the third stop. Moon Wolf, Level 1. Hunting speed, 25 km per hour. Looking at the monster information identified by the train, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, a train speed exceeding 30 km will not be considered dangerous. The secondary train even reached a speed of 40 km per hour. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry too much about being caught up by these monsters. After washing his face with clean water and blowing some cool air, Ye Qiyan finally woke up completely. 0144:13. 1 o'clock in the morning. He was completely awake. When I opened the chat room and saw the number of people, my pupils shrank. 4130/10000. Wait, how many people came during the day? He vaguely remembered that there were more than 7,000 to nearly 8,000 people. That is to say, during the time he was asleep, more than 4,000 people had died in the wilderness. And the number was still increasing. A chill instantly made cold sweat break out on Ye Qiyan's back. If you think about it carefully, the danger at night is more severe than on the platform. If the car speed cannot exceed 30 km per hour, it will be caught up by these monsters and become their meal. But among the survivors who have gone through 3 stations, how many can actually reach level 2? Only those who survive this night of terror can be truly considered survivors. In order to survive, you must do your best to upgrade the train and explore the platform. It is almost impossible to stay in the train and hide like before. He forced himself to calm down, as the message prompt on the private chat interface attracted his attention. Sheng Guan Yingxiu, are you still alive? I just woke up. What do you want to buy? Not long after, the other party replied. I've run out of bullets. I can't sell this. I don't have much left. Ye Qiyan rejected Sheng Guan Yingxiu's deal. With the alert system, his bullet consumption skyrocketed. The final massacre at the third station alone consumed nearly 70 rounds of his bullets. If you count carefully, Ye Qiyan only has more than 300 rounds now, so it is impossible to sell them. Don't you have the blueprint for the bullet? Of course not. It would be nice if there was. Understood. Goodbye. End of chat. Sheng Guan Yingxiu's decisive personality makes it really easy to communicate with her. Ye Qiyan sat in a chair and opened his personal information. Physical strength, 82. Spirit, 110. Recovered, hey? Wait. The hand closing the personal information is hovering in mid-air. He rubbed his eyes, looked at the two crucial aspects of physical strength and mental strength, and pinched himself. Hiss, the mental limit has increased? What's going on? Did I do something? I tried hard to recall what happened before I fell asleep, but apart from exhausting my physical and mental strength, it seems that nothing happened. Ye Qiyan shook his head, hiding the doubts in his heart. Either way, spiritual growth is a good thing for him. He stood up and reached out to touch the control platform. It's time. After 3 stops, it was time to upgrade his train to its next level. An invisible force enveloped the entire train, and physical and mental strength was flowing away like water from a lake that had been opened. From level 1 to level 2, he only consumed 30 points of physical strength. But going from level 2 to level 3 is obviously not that simple. Physical strength, 8252 spirit, 11050. Train upgrade completed. Current level, 3. The materials required for the next train upgrade are 300 kilograms of wood, 300 mechanical parts, 450 kilograms of metal, 10 kilograms of glass, 5 kilograms of gold, 5 kilograms of mithril, and 1 firestone. Open upgrade option. Congratulations on breaking the fastest train level 3 record. Get a conductor module card. 90 points, 3 times more than before. Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyebrows. What about 3 to 4? Is it also 3 times the current amount, or more? But how can we make him use the materials to upgrade? Forget it. Let's take a look at the materials needed for the next level. He has mithril, and he may also be able to get gold. But what is that firestone? I have never heard of it. Let's take a look at the changes after the upgrade. I hope the upgrade options won't be too bad. First of all, the speed has increased from 40 km to 60 km. Secondly, the chassis, wheels, and frame, needless to say, have all reached level 3 strength and can withstand more attacks. Just like last time, it's the upgrade options and the record-breaking module cards that are important. The difference is that this time it is a train conductor module. View upgrade options. Opening. The options are as follows. 1 train conductor module card, departure rights, 3 train coins. 2 bullet, level 3, manufacturing blueprint, 4 train coins. 3 energy generation device manufacturing blueprint, level 3, 6 train coins. 4 stop time increased by 1 hour, 1 train coin. This is really what you think is coming true. Looking at the contents in the upgrade options, Ye Qiyan's heart was already filled with joy. Except for the 4th option, which is most likely inherent in the upgrade, the other 3 undoubtedly meet his needs. I'm short of bullets, but here comes the blueprint, and it's level 3. What's more important is the blueprint of the power generation device. Although he doesn't need electricity yet, he will definitely need it in the future. The only thing that made Ye Qiyan feel painful was he thought he could be considered a small rich man with 10 train coins, but he never expected that he still could not buy all the upgrade options at once. You have to make a choice. What are off-station benefits? Conductor module card, departure rights. After use, you can leave the platform 1 hour earlier. Good stuff. With this module, if you encounter any danger, you can leave the platform in advance, although only 1 hour in advance. After thinking for a moment, he took out 8 train coins and bought options 1, 2, and 4. While the generator is desirable, the other 3 are equally important, especially that mod. Bullet blueprint, level 3. Each group requires 3 kilograms of metal, 500 grams of gunpowder. 100 bullets per group. There aren't many materials needed to make bullets, but where can you get gunpowder? They are sold on the trading platform, but the quantity is extremely small, and even a set cannot be produced. Or, go to the chat room to buy it. Ye Qiyan shook his head. Even if he wanted to collect it, now was not the time. He has more important things to do. Module, Off-site benefits. Sublimation. Physical strength, 32 spirit, 30. Conductor module card, VIP benefits for departure from station. After 3 hours remaining on the stop countdown, the train can be started at any time and leave the platform. Chapter 18. The benefits have been upgraded to VIP, and the time to leave the station has become more flexible. Finally, there is the conductor module card as a record-breaking reward. Red. Unlike special module cards, the color of the conductor module card is blood red. The pattern above is not a train, but an abstract eyeball shape. I'm running out of energy and spirit. Resist the urge to jump right in. Ye Qiyan lay motionless on the cold train floor. So tired. It seemed that he had been exhausted all the time since he came into this world. However, because of this, he could still sleep soundly even in this terrible wilderness. Holding the conductor module card in his hand, Ye Qiyan fell into a deep sleep. Tonight, only a few people can fall asleep. The pursuit of death plunged the chat room into endless fear. They are still chasing me. What should I do? I hope I won't be caught up. Didn't they say that if you exceed the speed by 30 kilometers, it will be fine? How come there are monsters that can exceed this speed? The broadcast only said that it would not enter a dangerous state, but it does not mean it is really safe. In my opinion, it can only be truly safe if it reaches a speed of 40 km per hour at level 2. Damn it! If someone hadn't bought all my resources, I would have definitely been able to reach level 2. I think I can't catch up with those monsters. Only a few of them are fast enough. Fortunately, I bought a gun from the boss and it saved my life. Unfortunately, I only have 3 bullets left now. Stop chatting, save your energy, there's still the 4th stop tomorrow. This is only the first night. Will there be more monsters tomorrow? This world doesn't want us to live. Rest early. There is a 4th stop tomorrow. I hope it will be a safe platform. At least I can collect resources to strengthen the train. Things don't always go as planned. 0630:00. The train broadcast sounded at this time. E3 domain block, the first night survival ends, the number of survivors, 3,825. The second night survival will start 3 days later. Those whose train speed is lower than 40 km per hour will enter a dangerous state. Please increase your speed as soon as possible. Warm reminder, please take precautions. The voice on the radio was so gentle, but the words it said made people feel like they were falling into an icy cave. The second night survival 3 days later requires the car speed to reach 40 km. That is to say, if the train cannot be upgraded to level 2 within the next 3 stations, the only option waiting for them is elimination. The survivors, who were already having trouble sleeping, fell into madness again. You really don't want us to live. Where can we get the materials? I only encountered a forest at one of the first 3 stops, and it was difficult to get off the bus at the remaining 2 stops. It's not fair. It's over. It's really over now. I've used up everything I have to buy materials to upgrade the wheels. Without wood and parts, there's no way I can get enough in 3 stops. Yes, Brother Lee, please help me. I am a member of your alliance, you can't just stand by and watch me die. Yes, Brother Lee, I have train coins. I'll give them to you now. Please help me think of a solution. Looking at the words full of pleading on the chat interface, Li Xiaosheng's mouth curled up. He is not short of supplies. As long as he uses his talents step by step to increase the resource explosion rate, it will only take about 3 stops to upgrade again. The only upgrades for the train are still the most basic metal, wood, and mechanical parts. Each of his upgrades will not take more than 3 stops. Although I don't know who the guy is who upgraded before him. But Li Xiaosheng just thought that the other party was just lucky. He was different. He achieved his success step by step through hard work using his own unique abilities. Thinking of this, Li Xiaosheng sent a message on the chat interface. Don't panic, everyone. For those of you who have joined my alliance, I will definitely find a way to help you complete your first upgrade. After saying that, he suddenly thought of someone. By the way, that guy named Ye Qiyan, he shouldn't be dead, right? He sold so many guns, he should be almost done with upgrading them. Could it be that he was the one who got there first? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Li Xiaosheng immediately sent Ye Qiyan a private chat invitation. It was only after he sent it that he suddenly discovered it. I don't even have any friends like Ye Qiyan. This guy didn't even take the initiative to add me. Forget it, since he has a gun, give this guy another chance. Friend request, send. Then, nothing happened. Ouch, my old waist. Ye Qiyan slept on the floor for most of the night and had a very uncomfortable sleep. He took out a white sun fruit from the storage unit in a daze, washed his face, and watered the saplings. Glanced at the time. 8:34:44. I slept for so long. As he ate the fruit, his mind cleared up. The next night survival in 3 days? 40 kilometers, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Why is it so cold today? Ye Qiyan yawned, opened the car window, and the biting cold hit him in the face. Is the weather a little weird today? In the wilderness these days, the sun is shining brightly and there is no cloud in the sky every day. But today the sun is covered by dark clouds, and the depressing atmosphere seems to crush the whole world. Ye Qiyan looked for a while and then looked away, turning his gaze to his right hand. To be precise, it is the card held in the right hand. Conductor Module card. The second module as a reward for breaking the record. If Ye Qiyan had not been physically and mentally exhausted last night, he would not have been able to wait until now to open it. Physical strength, 82 spirit, 110. Has your physical strength not yet fully recovered? Did I consume too much? Forget it, it's almost the same as being energetic. Talent trigger. An invisible force shrouds the red card. Sublimation. Recite silently in your heart. A sense of passing away welled up in my body. Sublimation completed. Conductor Module card. Conductor Advanced Module card. Spirit, 11080. Open the Conductor Advanced Module card. Get the Advanced Module of the Train Conductor, Trial by Fire. Trial by Fire. Master any firearm, greatly improve shooting talent, can consume spirit to strengthen a bullet, the next shot will judge the target, according to the opponent's sin to increase the power. An inexplicable feeling came into my mind. Ye Qiyan pulled out the black light pistol from his waist. The original awkwardness was gone. Holding the gun, he seemed to have become a seasoned gunman. A seemingly random shot could hit the target he wanted to hit. Chapter 19. You actually gave me the ability of a sharpshooter. With this ability, Ye Qiyan felt that if he encountered the zombie monsters like last time, there would be no need to hide. All the rewards were digested. With nothing to do, Ye Qiyan opened the private chat interface of the chat room while eating fruit. After all, he has a little fame among this group of survivors. Maybe someone will take the initiative to trade with him. It would be a pity if he missed the blueprint or train coins. Li Xiaosheng? Isn't he the man from the 3 stations? Invite me to join the alliance? Alliance? What is that? Ye Qiyan recalled carefully, and then he remembered what the alliance Li Xiaosheng was talking about. Alliance, always feels unreliable. After hesitating for a moment, Ye Qiyan chose to accept Li Xiaosheng's friend request. Although this guy is not of the same kind as him, he should have some train coins. You can do business with him, but don't get too involved. On the other side, Li Xiaosheng, who was competing with others for the fishing rod business, saw a notification that his friend request had been approved. He remembered that he only added one person on his own initiative. Finally you knew how to contact me. Ye Qiyan, have you made the fishing rod? Seeing the message sent by Ye Qiyan, Li Xiaosheng frowned. Brother Ye, long time no see, have you completed the first train upgrade? Fishing rods for sale? How much supplies? Ye Qiyan was too lazy to answer his question and continued to express his needs. Haha, of course I sell it to you, but I can also give it to you for free. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Ye Qiyan is already waiting for the but that follows. As long as you join my alliance, all members of my alliance only need to contribute 5 kilograms of wood or 1 train coin, and I will give you a day's worth of rations and a fishing rod. You should have seen it before. After I reach level 2, I can make rations to sustain life. I know you've saved a lot of food and water by selling guns, and even took over 100 kilograms of metal from me, probably to make guns. But food will eventually run out, and guns will eventually become hard to sell. Join my alliance, cooperate with me, and arm our alliance members with guns. When we meet in the future, we can immediately become the largest force. Ye Qiyan read through the long string of messages calmly, chewing on a white mulberry fruit and typing in a conversation. So, are you selling the fishing rod? Forget it if you are not selling it. Li Xiaosheng is not the only one selling fishing rods. At the beginning, there was a person who got the blueprint of the mechanical fishing rod at the first stop. That person is still alive and is also selling fishing rods, but there are very few people willing to buy them. Seeing that Li Xiaosheng did not continue to reply, Ye Qiyan was too lazy to read on. I searched the keyword fishing rod directly in the chat room and found the person quickly. Are you selling fishing rods? Sell. Look, this is a seller that people like. Ye Qiyan traded 20 mechanical parts and a biscuit to the other party and got a mechanical fishing rod. Hey, it's automatic, which is much better than a wooden fishing rod. Ye Qiyan nodded with satisfaction and started sublimation directly. Low-level mechanical fishing rod, low-level tempting mechanical fishing rod. No bait is needed, it will be easier to attract fish after being thrown into the water. Ye Qiyan put the fishing rod aside and saw a new friend request. It was the man who sold him the fishing rod, named Zhao Lin. He chose to accept it. Boom. Time 12 hours and 30 minutes. There was a loud noise in the gloomy sky. In the temperature-controlled carriage, Ye Qiyan looked up at the sky through the window. The black clouds were so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. A drop of rain fell from the sky and soon turned into an endless downpour. Ding dong! The radio sounded. Today is a thunderstorm day. All train conductors, please note that there is a high probability that the next station will enter a thunderstorm platform. It is recommended to wear rain gear. Is there such a thing? The weather in the wilderness world actually affects the station? It's obviously not the same world at all. Ye Qiyan looked towards the fork in his destiny. The fork in the road of fate is triggered. Please choose to stop at the following 2 stations. Platform 1, Thunder Goblin Tribe, Level 3 Hunting Platform. Platform 2, Yuya Manor, Level 3 Mission Platform. Sure enough, the platform level has been upgraded again. When the train is upgraded, the platform will also be upgraded. And why are there goblins again? Ye Qiyan always felt that he seemed to have a strong affinity with goblins. He was only about to go through the 4th station, but there were 3 goblin-related stations. If this trend continues, I feel like there will come a time when I have to choose the goblin platform. Even so, he didn't intend to choose this. People should know their own limitations. At least now, he has no intention of entering a place like the hunting platform, which looks quite dangerous. As for the second option, the name doesn't reveal much, but that doesn't mean there's no danger. Don't forget that the last Doomsday Town, as a mission platform, also contains quite a lot of dangers. If it weren't for his sophisticated equipment and warning devices, it would be impossible for anyone else to pass it, let alone complete the hidden mission. Select Platform 2. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on. The fourth stop the train will arrive at is Ye Qiyan Manor. The train is accelerating. The space ahead is nothingness. The raindrops falling from the sky turned into a thin film covering the front of the car, accompanied by thunder and darkness. The surrounding space suddenly changed dramatically. Current station, Ye Qiyan Villa. Countdown to docking, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This sight, danger. Through the car window, Ye Qiyan saw the scene outside. The place where he stopped was a broken winding mountain road. In the dark environment, the only sound you can hear is the raindrops falling outside. There was a flash of lightning and thunder, and then Ye Qiyan saw a police car with smoke coming out of it and several bodies in police uniforms not far away. Will there be zombies again like before? Forget it, let's wake up Wally first. Wally, start. Throw one of the last 2 train coins into Wally. Watching the little robot stagger away from the train, Ye Qiyan began to make final preparations for leaving. First, there are 3 special storage units. In addition to the white sun fruit and bullets, the last unit contains the 3 virus serums obtained at the previous stop and sublimated by him. Blessed Virus Serum can treat zombie virus/vampire transformation/ghost corrosion/disease infection, and can recover from injuries when hurt. The serum that was originally only able to treat the zombie virus was transformed into an alternative blood volume potion after sublimation. Secondly, a pistol, a rifle, a dagger, a bulletproof vest, and a mithril cross. Fully armed and wearing a raincoat acquired in a trade, Ye Qiyan pressed the button to open the door. Chapter 20. Braving the wind and rain, he walked straight to the wrecked police car. After observing for a while and finding that the bodies on the ground showed no signs of decay, Ye Qiyan began to search. A recorder was eventually found next to the body of a police officer. We received a call from Ye Qiyan Villa on Mount Davali. The local tycoon Ravi died there. Sigh, I really don't understand these rich people. So many people have died in this villa over the years. Why do people still want to live here? This kind of shabby place takes 2 or 3 days to drive from my town. It's so far away that it makes me irritated. However, this wealthy man is one of the investors of our police station. No matter how reluctant we are, we have to find the murderer who killed him. As long as we find the murderer, his daughter will definitely provide more investment to our police station. As for the real murderer, it's probably Ravi's maid. Who knows? If we can't catch the real murderer, we can use her to take the blame. It's not the first time she's done this anyway, haha. Is this the mission? No, or rather, this is the mission in plain sight. Ye Qiyan searched for a while and finally found 2 pistols and 4 magazines filled with low-grade bullets, plus a police electric baton in the police car. If anyone else found these things, they would be very excited. Unfortunately, they were of little use to him. He threw them back on the train, took the police badge and the identity information of the sheriff, and walked up along the winding mountain road. Ye Qiyan Villa is not far from where the train stops. In less than 15 minutes, Ye Qiyan stood in front of the iron gate of a huge black manor. The security guard at the door ran over nervously. You, who are you? Ye Qiyan showed his ID and police badge, which was enough to convince the other party of his disguised identity in the dark and rainy weather. It's the sheriff, please come in. The security guard quickly opened the door and welcomed Ye Qiyan in. Mr. Sheriff is finally here. Please make sure to find the real murderer who killed the owner of the house. The security guard looked like he was crying, which made people feel that he seemed to be loyal. How did Mr. Ravi die? The master of the family died 4 nights ago. I am the only one left in the manor, his son and daughter. The housekeeper also had a maid. Mr. Sheriff, I think it was the maid who killed the master of the family. Please make sure to catch her. Ye Qiyan stopped and looked at the security guard beside him. 4 days ago? In other words, you called the police a day after Mr. Ravi's death. Why? The security guard quickly explained. Because it has been raining all week, the telephone lines and the internet in the manor have been affected. We were only able to make a phone call to you 3 days ago. Since then, we have been waiting in the manor, and no one dared to leave. Well, isn't this Stormy Hill? Many of the script-killing games that Ye Qiyan had played before had similar settings. However, if it is really that simple, why is this place rated as a level 3 mission platform? You know, there are already zombie-like monsters on the level 2 mission platform, so level 3. Is it so common? Ye Qiyan didn't believe it would be that simple. The more this is the case, the more likely it is that some invisible danger is hidden. Just as the two were about to enter the manor castle. Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard above my head. Ah! Hearing the sound and looking. A flash of lightning flashed across. A female body fell from the sky and hit the lawn nearby. The blood-stained rainwater flowed outwards and gathered into a blood-red stream on the ground. But Ye Qiyan's gaze always stayed on the position where the body fell. He saw a shadow that was clearly not human. And I feel it. The temple mithril cross worn on the chest was emitting heat. It's not that simple. Ah! The maid is dead. The security guard nearby screamed in horror. An old man with a white beard immediately ran out of the castle. The moment the security guard saw the old man, he screamed and ran away. It's you. You killed him. The old man's face turned pale as he watched the security guard disappear into the darkness, and finally he sighed. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I'm the housekeeper of this house. Are you the sheriff from the outside world? You're really young. Sigh. Another person died. What on earth is going on? Again? Besides the head of the Ravi family and the lady just now, is there anyone else dead? Ye Qiyan forced himself not to look at the bloody corpse on the ground. But the housekeeper seemed to be used to it. He picked up the body and walked to the side of the grass, where there were several earth pits that looked like they had been prepared long ago. He dumped the body into it. There are 5 earth pits, 3 of which contain corpses. The butler laughed bitterly. Come in first, Mr. Sheriff. Walking into the castle, the cold feeling did not fade away. Ye Qiyan even seemed to feel that something was looking at him, which made him shudder. Would you like coffee? Or tea? Hot water is fine. Please wait a moment. Soon a cup of coffee was placed in front of Ye Qiyan. He did not drink it, but asked the housekeeper directly. What's going on here? Didn't they say that the only deceased was the head of the Ravi family, but just now? The butler sighed, and under the dim candlelight, his pair of bloodshot eyes were truly creepy. 4 days ago, it was indeed only the head of the family who died. The eldest lady and the eldest young master had a fierce quarrel. The eldest lady believed that the maid killed the head of the family, and the eldest young master and the maid had a secret affair, so naturally he protected the other. The two had a big quarrel. The next morning, I found the eldest lady's body in the attic. The security guard liked the eldest lady and went crazy that day. On the 3rd day, the eldest young master also died. Today is the 4th day. I think I will die sooner or later, so I dug a grave for the 5 of us yesterday. When I die, there will be a place to bury me. Hee hee. Mr. Sheriff, this manor is cursed. Everyone who lives here will die. I should have dissuaded the master from buying this place for the sake of cheapness. Alas! It's too late now, it's all over. You should leave as soon as possible. Sure enough, the reasoning turned into the supernatural. Ye Qiyan held the cross. If it weren't for this cathedral cross, he would really want to leave quickly. He took a deep breath and continued to ask. Since this situation has already occurred, why are you still staying here? The butler raised his head and forced a sad smile. I tried, but I can't leave this manor anymore. I can't walk out of the door. I've already told the security guards not to let you in if the sheriff comes, but... I'm sorry, if you can't leave either, I will dig a grave for you. Chapter 21. What do you mean by that curse you mentioned? The old butler was slightly stunned when he saw that there was no expression of fear on Ye Qiyan's young face. Aren't you afraid? Ye Qiyan stood up and looked at the solid wooden stairs leading to the upper level of the castle. I forgot to tell you that besides being a sheriff, I am also a pastor. Now that something like this has happened, I certainly won't leave easily. He pulled out the mithril Templar cross from his arms. The soft holy light dispelled the darkness around him, and Ye Qiyan seemed to have become the spokesperson of God in this light. The old butler opened his mouth wide, rubbed his eyes hard, and looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. He was stunned for a long while, until the light faded and Ye Qiyan coughed twice, and then he finally came back to his senses. Praise God! We are saved! As a part-time pastor, Ye Qiyan soon learned the secrets of the manor from the old housekeeper. The first owner of this manor was secretly a bloodthirsty madman. Once his prey escaped to the police station, and the manor owner used his maid as a scapegoat and threw her into prison. She was tortured for many days by the sheriff who colluded with her, forced to confess and then shot. Over the next few days, the manor was covered in thunderstorms and all contact with the outside world completely disappeared. When the rainy night was over, the food delivery boss discovered that everyone in the manor had died, including the sheriff who had committed adultery with the manor owner's wife at the time. In the following 30 years, the manor had more than a dozen owners, and each of them died an untimely death on a rainy night. The current owner of the manor, Ravi, does not believe in the legends of gods and ghosts. Although he has considerable wealth, he is a miser. When he learned that there was such a huge manor and the price was very cheap, and he didn't even have to pay taxes, he bought it immediately. And then, as you can see, it was a rainy night, communications were cut off, and there was death. The only difference is that we successfully contacted the outside police station once and found you. Perhaps you can really break the curse. Where did the maid die? I mean the maid of the first owner. It should be the clock tower at the highest point of the castle. Ye Qiyan already knew what to do. The so-called curse is probably something similar to an earthbound spirit. Then, as long as his cross can defeat the earthbound spirit, this mission can be easily accomplished. He didn't think about what would happen if he couldn't do it, there was no point. Holding an oil lamp, Ye Qiyan, led by the old butler, continued up the stairs of the castle. A chilly atmosphere echoed in the castle, and the dripping sound of leaking rainwater was even more eerie. Until he reached the top floor of the bell tower, the cross he held in his hand unconsciously emitted waves of heat. Right here. The old housekeeper didn't dare to go in. Ye Qiyan gritted his teeth and stepped into the bell tower alone. The moment he entered the bell tower, he immediately felt something locking onto him and rushing towards him. You're coming so fast? Get out of my way! The mithril temple cross released a soft light that illuminated the bell tower. A shrill scream resounded through the night sky. Bang! Ye Qiyan lowered his head and saw a round, translucent skull fell at his feet. It's over? Ye Qiyan always felt that it was not real. He pinched his thigh and it hurt. Was he dreaming or was it an illusion? He searched here for a while, but there was nothing except the round skull. In other words, it's really over. Looking at the cross in his hand, Ye Qiyan suddenly felt that he might have underestimated it. There is no doubt that it would be extremely dangerous for anyone to explore this mission station. But the person who came was Ye Qiyan, and Ye Qiyan happened to have the sublimated temple cross in his hand. Just think about it, if he didn't have the ability to sublimate, and didn't transform the level 2 mithril cross into the current Templar cross, then when faced with such a weirdness, he would have no ability to resist at all. Call. Ye Qiyan exhaled deeply. In short, although this stop seemed to be ending so hastily, what was wrong with that? I picked up the round skull on the ground. Although I didn't know what it was used for, since it had exploded, there was no reason not to take it away. You came out. The old butler who was waiting outside wiped the cold sweat from his head. He heard the sound in the bell tower and looked at the skull in Ye Qiyan's hand. He was so scared that he took several steps back. Don't be afraid. I have solved the curse in this manner. This skull is the curse itself. God bless us, God bless us, thank you for coming and saving us. After leaving the top floor with the old butler, the thunderstorm outside still showed no signs of abating. This was normal. An earthbound spirit that could be killed instantly was not the culprit for summoning the thunderstorm. On the other hand, it was precisely because of this kind of weather that the earthbound spirit appeared. The ban on the manor was lifted, but Ye Qiyan had no plans to go back immediately. How long had it been? Less than an hour. Where is this place? A wealthy man's estate. Although there are no weapons or train coins, there are important things here that are not available on other platforms. Food. It's not some compressed biscuits, but real vegetables and meat. Although white sorghum fruit is delicious, if you eat it every day, you will get tired of it. As a normal human being, Ye Qiyan also misses normal meals. Reverend, this is your reward for saving us. A red gem without any impurities was taken out of the safe by the old butler. This is a treasure that the owner of the family got when he was young. It is priceless and the most precious thing in this manor that I know of. Please don't refuse it, Mr. Pastor. Of course, if you like something in this manor, you can take it away at will. After all, there is no owner here anymore. What I'm waiting for is this sentence. Ye Qiyan took the gem and weighed it casually. It's very moist and icy cool, like a piece of ice. I will be going down the mountain soon, but I need to restock some supplies before that. Can I take some food and water with me? Sure. Walking into their kitchen, Ye Qiyan saw a lot of fresh meat, eggs and vegetables in the refrigerator. He filled his backpack and hurried towards the train. The round trip was every 20 minutes. He would throw his things into the train and then turn back immediately. The old housekeeper who was tying up the crazy security guard with a rope was startled when he saw Ye Qiyan suddenly come back. Reverend, is it a curse? What else is the problem? No problem, it's just that God is hungry, so let me take some food back, is that okay? Chapter 22. Ye Qiyan went back and forth several times and moved most of the food and condiments in the kitchen. He had not forgotten that there were 2 living people in the manor. So not all of it was taken away. When he left the manor for the last time, the old butler who had been standing in front of the iron gate suddenly called him. Reverend Sir. Ye Qiyan stopped and turned to look. The old butler led the crazy security guard and saluted him. Mr. Pastor, thank you for saving my life. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you. Please take this. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting that you go back and forth too many times. It's okay even if you empty the manor. I just remembered it. If you leave like this, I will really regret it. Afraid that Ye Qiyan would overthink it, the old butler explained again and handed him a wooden box tied with a ribbon. This is. Ye Qiyan opened the wooden box and was slightly surprised to see what was inside. The old butler shook his head and replied with a sigh. From your expression, I think you know run. This is the currency you use to trade with them. With this currency, you can buy anything from them. The owner of the family has been collecting them for many years, but in the end, he only has these 3. Since the owner of the family is dead, why not give them to you, Mr. Pastor, as a small reward for saving my life? Yes. There are 3 train coins in the box. But Ye Qiyan was even more surprised by a name. Run Corporation. The force that appeared in the Doomsday Town is actually more than just a simple background? Could it be that we can see this company on other platforms in the future? So how huge a force is this? I can't figure it out. There was no more information to support his guess. Ye Qiyan returned to the train for the last time, threw away his raincoat, and smiled as he looked at the piled-up food and some pots and pans. There is no point in thinking so much, it is better to live a good life. By putting these things in a storage unit, you don't have to worry about them spoiling because they are left there for too long. He set up a barbecue grill in the train, put a thick piece of high-quality steak on it, and prepared to have his first proper warm dinner since he came into this world. Also during the intervals of the barbecue, Ye Qiyan placed containers outside to collect rainwater, and then began to sort out the special harvests of this stop so far. Purified earthbound thing, level 3. Can be placed anywhere on the train to drive away evil spirits. Soft ruby, level 1. It's expensive, maybe some people will buy it with train coins? It can be used to make ruby-colored train paint. Will anyone really use train coins to buy something like this? Ye Qiyan threw the gem aside, thought for a moment, and sublimated the skull. Physical strength, 5649 spirit, 9050. An invisible force enveloped the skull. In a flash, all physical and mental strength was exhausted. The object in Ye Qiyan's hand no longer looked like a skull, but instead was a completely round, glowing jade. Pure earthbound stone, level 4. Put it anywhere on the train to make it able to dispel evil spirits, ignore any evil spirit power below its level, and automatically absorb negative effects imposed on the train conductor. The ability after sublimation has achieved a qualitative leap. In addition to dispelling evil spirits, a level 4 earthbind stone has the added effect of absorbing negative effects and ignoring evil spirits below level 4. That is to say, before he reaches level 5, there should be no danger of encountering supernatural platforms. And the most important point: Ye Qiyan does not feel that the potential of this stone has been exhausted. It can still continue to sublimate. Docking countdown 0042:45. Ye Qiyan was enjoying a barbecue dinner when he heard the noise coming from the collection station. Hearing the sound, I saw Wally just coming in from the hole below. It was holding a blood-stained gift box in its arms, and it staggered over to Ye Qiyan and handed it over. Level 3 treasure chest, can be opened. Well done, Wally, I'll fill up your engine oil later. Wally didn't understand any of this, it just quietly returned to the collection station and fell asleep. Then you can leave now. Wally came back with the treasure chest, so there was no point in staying here. Leave the station. Rights effective. The train starts. Slowly accelerating, passing through the void. From one dark thundercloud to another, Ye Qiyan returned to the endless wilderness. All survivors leave the 4th platform. Open the chat function in the platform. Newbie inherent hidden module, newbie blessing is closed. Next, monsters will attack the train during the day as well. The broadcast faded away. The chat room instantly became lively. UBD. Are you going to let people live? There are monsters at night and during the day. You don't want people to sleep, right? If you want me to die, just say so. There's no need to torture me like this. Haha, don't you understand yet? This world just wants to watch us die. It has no intention of giving us a chance to live. Hey? That's weird. Even if it's a second-class train, it should have left the station for some time. Why did the announcement only come now? Are you trying to say that someone has reached level 3? Stop kidding. Didn't you see how many materials are needed to reach level 3? It's impossible for anyone to gather all of them. Besides, it's not an hour away. Maybe this broadcast is sick and it's too late. That's right. It's only been a short time. How could someone have collected so many ingredients? I'm going to have to eat them all. Tisk, there are monsters during the day, but I don't have enough bullets. Brother who sells guns, please come out and say something. Do you have any bullets? I'll trade you insect meat. It's high in protein and tastes like beef. Hey! Are you Bear Grylls? Why are you eating bugs? Some people complain, and some people talk about it. After 4 stops, the remaining people have been forced to get used to the cruelty of this world. There was not much anger about what was said on the radio because they were no longer able to get angry. The death toll after the 4th station was slightly lower than that at the 3rd station. 3455/10000. The death toll was less than 1,000. Cause for celebration? However, the scroll bar in the chat room is much slower than at the beginning. Ye Qiyan didn't pay attention to these, all his attention was on the box at hand. Sublimation. Physical Strength, 6333 Spirit, 7045. Level 4 Treasure Chest, can be opened. Ye Qiyan used a knife and fork to pick up a piece of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth, then wiped his hands. I got a guard tower from the level 4 treasure chest last time, I hope this time it won't be too bad. Open level 4 treasure box. Obtain train coins, 8 pieces. Chapter 23. Open level 4 treasure box. Obtain train coins, 8 pieces. Obtain Supervisor Blueprint, level 4. Obtain Safety Bracelet, level 4. Obtain Clockwork Monkey Doll Bomb Blueprint, level 4. Obtained Blasphemous Card, Remnant. 3 items marked level 4, including 2 blueprints. There is no doubt that this unboxing was more fortunate than the last time. Ye Qiyan couldn't wait to extract everything and check it out. Watcher Blueprint. Required, 100 kilograms of metal, 80 kilograms of wood, 150 mechanical parts, 30 electronic components. It can be installed in any carriage to monitor any part of the train and will sound an alarm when foreign objects invade. It's a very nice train building, but he doesn't have the electronic component yet, so he needs to look for it on the trading platform. Safety Bracelet. Can block 1 fatal damage, and shatter after blocking. An extremely brief introduction but quite practical. Saving your life is undoubtedly the most important thing in this world. Ye Qiyan put the bracelet on his right wrist and felt inexplicably at ease. Clockwork Monkey Doll Bomb Blueprint. Production requirements, 3 kilograms of metal, 40 mechanical parts, 400 grams of gunpowder, 1 kilogram of fiber. The clockwork is fully wound, and the monkey puppet will go to the designated location to self-destruct. 400 grams of gunpowder? I remember that 100 bullets only consumed 500 grams in total. But where on earth can I get some gunpowder? Ye Qiyan shook his head. It was really frustrating to have only the blueprint but no materials. We can only buy it. Having made his decision, he set his sights on the final reward, something that had never been awarded before. 1/3 of the black and gold cards. Blasphemy Card, Remnant. Collect 3 remaining cards to synthesize the Blasphemous Card. Blasphemy Card. So mysterious. 3 in 1, that is to say, there must be 3 level 4 treasure chests at least? No, even if it is a level 4 treasure chest, it is not certain that you can open it. Ye Qiyan played with this card made of special material for a while. Although we still don't know what will happen after the synthesis, it shouldn't be a simple thing. Trading platform. Acquisitions on the platform have not been smooth. It's not that no one is selling it, it's just that the quantity is too small, and the prices are uneven, with the premium being too high. Even though he is still rich now, he doesn't want to be the one who gets taken advantage of. Moreover, in this situation, those who are truly capable have already passed the difficult period at the beginning, and they will not sell things like gunpowder casually. If you want to acquire it, you still have to post the message directly in the chat room. Purchase gunpowder, every 200 grams can be traded for a compressed biscuit, a bottle of drinking water or a fresh tomato. If you are interested, please go to the trading platform to search for it yourself, or bring your own price to private chat. After the message was sent, Ye Qiyan also spent 1 train coin to pin the message to the top so that everyone who was still alive could see it. At the same time, he also posted a transaction application for electronic components, with the price set at 1 bottle of mineral water plus a compressed biscuit for every 10 components. Although we have experienced a thunderstorm, anyone who is a little smart should not be too short of water now. No matter whether it is clean or not, at least you won't die of thirst if you drink it after heating it up. What's more, there is Shangguan Yingxiu, a big water seller. Ye Qiyan often sees her water listed on the trading platform, but he doesn't know if it is the water left over from taking a bath. So, Ye Qiyan got another piece of compressed biscuit. Even though he looked down on these cookies, that was him, not anyone else. A bottle of water and a piece of military compressed biscuit are enough to sustain you for a whole day without eating. What's more, the sweetness of the biscuits can bring some comfort to people in a life and death situation like this. As for tomatoes, in the kitchen of the fourth stop castle, the most abundant vegetables and fruits were tomatoes. He carried back 3 large boxes. In ancient times, people sailing on the sea would suffer from sepsis due to the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables. Even though they are living on trains now, how different is it from being on a ship? Oh my god, what kind of news is this? Why is it suddenly pinned? This is awesome. It costs 1 train coin to pin a message. Turtle, you are such a big shot. I only have 1 train coin which I save to buy resources to upgrade the speed of the train. How could someone be willing to use it for something like this? It's such a waste. What does the boss want to do have to do with you? Look at his name, Ye Qiyan. He's the talented guy who took out his rifle to sell after the first stop. He might not be short of train coins at all. You guys are focusing on these. Didn't you see? He took out tomatoes. Damn, I haven't eaten normal fruit in days, my mouth is dry. 200 grams of gunpowder. Hey, I actually found some in a corpse's backpack before. I was thinking about whether I could make a bomb or something. I can buy some. Can I buy tomatoes with something else? Tomatoes are vegetables, not fruits. Gunpowder? At Ye Qiyan, what is gunpowder used for? To make guns? Boss, if you still have guns, can you sell me one? I'll buy it with train coins. I want one too, big boss, please give me a gun. As he expected, there were capable people among the survivors. In a short period of time, Ye Qiyan completed the 10 transactions he had set. Looking at the 2 kilograms of extra gunpowder in front of him, he took out some of it and combined it with metal to make his first set of bullets. Bullets X100, Level 3. 100 bullets appeared out of thin air at the location where the materials were consumed. Ye Qiyan took it in his hand and weighed it a few times. It was heavier than the low-grade bullets he got at the beginning. Reloading the rifle, Ye Qiyan fired a shot at the pile of metal. The black light pistol could only penetrate the target using low-grade bullets. But after replacing this level 3 bullet, it actually blew the metal pile into pieces. Hiss, how many times has the power increased? It's so strong. Ye Qiyan is very satisfied with his masterpiece. After turning the remaining gunpowder into bullets, he stored the 999 rounds of freshly made level 3 ammunition in a special storage unit so that he could take them out at any time even when he was outside the train. The chat interface flickered slightly. A friend sent him a private message. Who could it be? Ye Qiyan looked over and found that there was more than one person sending him messages. In the private chat interface, his 3 friends all popped up. Li Xiaosheng, my friend, do you remember what I said? I have gunpowder, and you can make weapons. If we join forces, we will definitely become the king of all train conductors. Chuyunibu, ignore it. Zhaolin, brother Ye, can you sell me a gun? I can use train coins to trade. A smart trading partner, worth doing business with. Shangguan Yingxiu, what level has your train been upgraded to? Seeing the last message, Ye Qiyan was slightly stunned. What does this woman mean? If you are asking whether Ye Qiyan has reached level 2, then that is not necessary. Because after the 4th stop, in addition to Li Xiaosheng, there were other people who were promoted to level 2. Even if Ye Qiyan didn't say it, in the eyes of others, he should also be one of them. Ye Qiyan didn't care that his train grade might be exposed. It doesn't matter whether he is exposed or not, he is not afraid of it. Just ascended. Chapter 24. Shang Guan Yingxue fell silent after seeing this ambiguous answer. She was half immersed in the steaming warm water, hesitated for a moment, and continued. You collect gunpowder. What do you use it to make? Bullets? Can you sell me some? As soon as the bullets were made, we got customers. Ye Qiyan narrowed his eyes. As the second train conductor to be promoted to level 2 besides him, Shang Guan Yingxue must have more resources than others. Besides, unlike Li Xiaosheng who was a bit troublesome, doing business with her was relatively easy. Of course I can sell you the bullets, but this time I don't want water or resources. All I want is train coins. 1 train coin can be exchanged for 30 bullets. Are you robbing? Obviously, Shang Guan Yingxue could not accept this price. No, I'm stating the facts. My bullets are worth the price. Take a screenshot and send it. After seeing the level 3 affix behind the bullet, Shang Guan Yingxue widened her eyes and muttered in disbelief. How is that possible? Level 3 bullets? Has he really reached level 3? But Shang Guan Yingxue did not ask questions like why do you have level 3 bullets? Everyone has their own secrets and luck. Like her too. Taking a deep breath, Shang Guan Yingxue hesitated for a moment and decided to bargain first. 50 rounds. 1 train coin can be exchanged for 50 rounds of bullets. 30 rounds is too few. It's not enough at all. 50 is too much. How about this? Let's make a compromise and try 40 bullets. How about that? Often when people negotiate a price, they will leave a central value. As long as someone says this central value, both parties will most likely accept it. Shang Guan Yingxue sighed in her heart, took out a purse from the side, took out the only 3 train coins from it, feeling a little distressed. Deal. But you have to give me another gun. The previous one was a bit damaged. I definitely can't give it to you as a gift, but I can sell you a new one. Don't rush to refuse. Look at the new gun before making a decision. Exquisite Marksman Rifle, Level 2. Looking at the firearms in the screenshot that were obviously more luxurious and more powerful than the low-level rifles, Shang Guan Yingxue subconsciously felt a desire. How much? Not much, 2 train coins, and I'll give you 10 bullets as a gift. Counting the previous ones, a total of 50 bullets, just what you need, very conscientious, isn't it? Looking silently at the 3 train coins in her hand, Shang Guan Yingxue wondered inexplicably whether she was being monitored by this person. Otherwise, how could he be so accurate in describing everything she had now? After hesitating for a while, Shang Guan Yingxue gritted her teeth. Let's trade. Of course. By the way, I remember you had a blueprint for a wooden bed. Can you help me make one? Of course, I will provide the materials. How about I give you these 10 extra bullets as a return gift? 10 kg of wood. Shang Guan Yingxue didn't want to talk anymore. After the transaction was completed, she looked at the extra wood that the other party had sent, and just sighed. She made the wooden bed and made the transaction. After getting 3 train coins and a bed to sleep on, Ye Qiyan made a lot of money from this transaction. The fine marksman rifle was of little use to him. After having the gunfire trial module, he can hit targets at a long distance even with only a pistol. There is no point in keeping it with him, so he might as well sell it in exchange for train coins. After lying on the bed for the first time in a long time, my mood became much better. 14 train coins, this is the wealth he has now. It's still fun to trade with this kind of person. He won't say too much nonsense. Oh, and here's her. Ye Qiyan unloaded the low-level rifles on the alert platform, upgraded them all to level 2, and sold them to Zhao Lin at the same price of 2 train coins per rifle. He also exchanged 100 low-level bullets for 5 freshwater fish. In this way, the number of train coins reaches 16. Soon thereafter, electronic components were also successfully acquired. After consuming the materials, Ye Qiyan directly built the monitor and installed it in the third carriage. Just like the warning device, he is unable to upgrade it for the time being. He needs to find a way to cross the threshold of level 4. Oh, now I can replace the generator. Ye Qiyan did not forget the options that were unlocked after he reached level 3. The generator blueprint that is worth 6 train coins. Exchange. Energy generation device manufacturing blueprint, level 3. Required, 50 mechanical parts, 40 kilograms of metal. The material required was less than he had imagined. This is good. There is no need to conduct additional transactions. Ye Qiyan can directly manufacture the power generation device. Energy generation device. Consumption of diesel for power generation. There is diesel on the trading platform, but there is only 1 barrel, and the quantity is very small. Even if you buy it, it will not be used for long. If you want to purchase it, it is probably difficult to buy it. Ye Qiyan was not satisfied with this. He patted the power generation device which was as high as his calf, and began to sublimate. Energy generation device enchanted omnivorous food, level 3. Consumable resources, metal/wood/coal/oil, to generate electricity. No need to buy oil now. Just throw in a piece of wood and the battery tank on the generator will grow slightly. He bought some light bulbs and hung them in the carriage. With electricity, he no longer had to endure the darkness at night. On the 4th day after coming into this world, he was finally able to lie on the bed like a normal human being, counting the stars and falling asleep. Of course, there are no stars tonight. All there was the suffocating black clouds rolling overhead. The night in the wilderness was exceptionally lonely. There were no monster attacks tonight, and the only sound was increasingly sparse thunder and fading raindrops. The thunderstorm passed quietly. The next morning, the dazzling sunlight shone through the window onto Ye Qiyan's face. I woke up in a daze, stretched myself, picked up a white sun fruit for breakfast, and walked towards the front of the car as usual. But the moment he entered the front of the car, the rolling heat wave made him wake up instantly. Oh my god! It's so hot! What's going on? Ding dong! The radio sounded. Today's weather is hot and windy. Attention all train conductors, please maintain your body temperature and avoid heat stroke. The weather has changed again? But this time, there is no announcement that the platform will change as well. Ye Qiyan returned to the temperature-controlled compartment to wash his face, gritted his teeth, and returned to the front of the car. It's really inconvenient that the control system can only be used at the front of the car. When I opened the chat room, it was already bustling with people. In fact, everyone except Ye Qiyan had been awakened by the heat as soon as the weather started to change, and he was the only one who was able to sleep until now. Chapter 25. It's so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot. I'm about to explode with heat. What temperature is it outside? At least 40 degrees. The hottest time where I lived before was about the same as it is now. Water, someone sell me some water, I can't stand it anymore. Didn't you collect water during yesterday's thunderstorm? Even though the water isn't very clean, it's drinkable after it's boiled, right? Of course I collected it, but what's the use? With the current heat, the water I just drank will soon be lost in sweat. What's more, this train is a metal box. With the sun shining down outside, what's the difference between this place and an oven? Just bear with it. We'll be at the next stop in a few hours. The broadcast didn't say that the weather at the next stop would be this bad, right? Endure? Haha, look at your own spirit. Haven't you noticed? From this temperature onwards, my mental and physical attributes have been declining. I can only slow down a little by pouring some cold water on myself. If this continues, even if I haven't died of the heat, I'm afraid I'll have gone crazy. Wiping the sweat off his head, Ye Qiyan drank a bottle of mineral water in big gulps, then opened his personal interface and took a look at his information. Physical strength, 98, spirit, 110. His physical strength was certainly decreasing, but his spirit had not changed as others said. My spirit seems to be different from others? Is it because I ate too many white sun fruits? Bang! A gunshot disrupted his thoughts. Hearing the sound and looking. That's the warning device firing. Outside the train, a group of skinny jackals gathered and seemed to be chasing the train. Their speed is not fast for a train that has been upgraded to level 3. What is really worrying is that these monsters do not have train broadcast prompts like in Night Survival, but suddenly appear outside and chase the train. And this kind of thing may become the norm in the future. They didn't appear together. It's completely random. No one in the chat room mentioned this, which means that Ye Qiyan was just unlucky to encounter these jackals. You have new message. The private chat interface flickered slightly. Someone sent him a message. Zhaolin, brother Ye, is there a monster outside your train? It was Zhaolin, the man who made the automatic fishing rod and was also a worry-free trader. Did she encounter a monster? Ye Qiyan glanced at the jackals outside who were gradually being left behind. Did you encounter this too? Well, if I hadn't managed to increase the speed to 35 kilometers after the 4th stop, I would have been caught up. Those birds are really scary. Many of them hit the glass when they passed by. If it weren't for the gun you sold me, brother Ye, I would have been dead. Birds are not the same kind of monsters as the jackals he encountered. Oh, so what are you going to buy this time? I want to buy materials for upgrading, but I don't have any train coins now. Can I pay with fish meat? Designation E3-7741. Zhaolin, who was wearing very cool clothes, looked at the message on the private chat interface nervously. Sweat flowed down his wheat-colored skin. She was afraid that Ye Qiyan would reject her purchase. But she really couldn't think of who to buy the upgrade materials from. After all, speed equals life. There are still 2 days until the next night survival session. Now all the surviving survivors are working hard to upgrade the train, and no one is willing to sell the upgrading materials. What should I do if even Big Brother Ye won't sell it to me? Alas, my talent is really a rip-off. Zhaolin is also a gifted person. Conservation of luck. After good luck comes bad luck, and after bad luck comes good luck. At the 3rd stop, her luck was extremely bad and she entered a dark and damp bat cave. She did not dare to leave the train and stayed in it for 3 hours. Her 4th stop was a fish pond. Using the fishing rod she had made from the beginning, she caught hundreds of fish in a level 1 treasure chest in just 3 hours. You have to know that she didn't have any bait at all, and the fish all hit her hook as if they were blind. It was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. But what about next time? She is bound to be unlucky next time. She will most likely still not be able to upgrade the train, so she will only have 1 stop left to survive the next night. Zhaolin didn't dare to bet that he could get the resources for upgrading in 1 stop. She could only pray in her heart that she could buy it from Ye Qiyan, the only big boss who might be able to sell her the resources. After seeing Zhaolin's message, Ye Qiyan chose to refuse without thinking. He is not short of food now. He sold 100 bullets to Zhaolin before only because he happened to be hungry and the low-level bullets were of little use to him. Sorry, not interested. Zhaolin was anxious, as if her life-saving straw was about to break. No, brother Ye. Just think of it as saving me. Please sell me some resources. You are the only one who can provide resources for upgrading. If I don't upgrade, I will definitely not survive the next night survival. There are still 2 stations left, so it's not completely impossible to reach level 2. Others may be able to do it, but I can't, brother yet, I have a talent. Xiaolin gritted her teeth and revealed the secret of her talent. Looking at the screenshots sent by the other party, this was the first time that Ye Qiyan saw the talents of someone other than himself. Luck and bad luck appear alternately. What an abstract talent. My sublimation is better. But no wonder she is anxious. If the next stop is bad luck, even if the next stop is good luck, it is not necessarily possible to complete the upgrade. Ye Qiyan thought for a moment. How much do you still need? 38 kilograms of wood, 22 kilograms of metal and 14 mechanical parts. You should have opened a treasure chest before this, right? Give me the contents of the treasure chest, plus the 10 fish. After you complete the upgrade, I want to see your upgrade options. Oh, forget about the fishing rod blueprint. I want the treasure chest you opened at the last stop. Don't make a mistake. He did have the stuff. After all, he was the first train conductor to use guns to trade for materials. If it were now, even if he took out those guns, it would be difficult to trade for the basic materials that could be related to train upgrades. However, Ye Qiyan is not a philanthropist. He helps her only because he sees that she has talent and perhaps he can do better business with her in the future. Okay. Thank you, you are such a good person. I will repay you. The deal was done, and within a circle of light, several items and 10 freshwater fish appeared in front of him. Chapter 26. Waterproof boots, Level 1, Tough fishing line, Level 1, Plant nutrients, Level 1. This is a Level 1 treasure chest. Ye Qiyan had never opened a Level 1 treasure chest before, so getting it from Xiaolin was a perfect ending. This nutritional supplement. The first 2 things were not very useful, but the third one was eye-opening. Plant nutrients. It can accelerate the growth of plants. Isn't this what he needs now? Even if the basin fruit tree has undergone a sublimation, it still takes 9 days to bear fruit. Only 2 days have passed since it was planted. What if we use this nutrient supplement for it? Let's try sublimation first. Stamina 95-85. Plant nutrients. High efficiency plant nutrients can speed up plant growth. The effect has not changed much, except that there is an additional efficient prefix. But it has not exhausted its potential, which means it can continue to sublimate. Stamina 85-65. Highly effective plant nutrients. Blessed plant elixir. Accelerate plant growth. The potential is exhausted. This time, not only the affix has changed, but the name of the entire nutrient has changed. However, the effect has not changed. Ye Qiyan couldn't wait to return to the end of the temperature-controlled carriage and poured the bottle of medicine into the wooden box where the bison tree was. A few seconds later, white light enveloped the wooden box. The originally short sapling began to grow upwards continuously. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to the top of the carriage and was about to break through the carriage. Immediately afterwards, Whiteforest fruits began to grow on the branches at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1, 2, fruits appear on the treetops in an endless stream. The growth of the fruit finally stopped until the milky white light faded. He rubbed his eyes and pinched himself. Am I dreaming? I have grown to this point. He picked a fruit and the familiar fragrance brought him back to his senses. Just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly remembered the side effects of the Whiteforest fruit. Blessed Basin Fruit Tree, Level 4. 3 blessed Whiteforest fruits can be produced every day. Blessed Whiteforest fruit, Level 4. No processing is required. After consumption, it can accelerate the recovery of physical strength and spirit, and increase resistance to hallucinations. The side effects disappeared. It can be eaten safely even without soaking in water. Ye Qiyan took a bite, and the rich sweet aroma filled his nostrils. The indescribable deliciousness made him want to eat a few more. Hey! Is this considered good deeds being rewarded? Ye Qiyan sat aside, thinking of Zhao Lin's talent. Or did I just take advantage of her good luck? But I also have bad luck. I'd better not talk to her at the next stop. Pick the fruits, a total of 55, and put them into a special storage unit instead of ordinary Whiteforest fruits to carry with you. The level 4 Blessed Whiteforest fruit can restore physical strength and spirit, and can save lives at critical moments. Time goes by, and in this tropical weather, I am suffering more than others. Ye Qiyan was staying in the 22-degree constant temperature carriage, eating barbecue and drinking beer. He felt so comfortable. The only pity was that the beer was not cold. There's a chance to get a refrigerator. 30 minutes before arrival at the 5th stop. The next stop selection prompt at the fork in the road appeared in front of Ye Qiyan on time. The fork in the road of fate is triggered. Please choose to stop at the following 2 stations. Platform 1, Deep Bat Cave, Level 4 Killing Platform. Platform 2, Mystery Bell Town, Level 4 Mission Platform. 2 Level 4S. Ye Qiyan was very suspicious whether he had been infected by Zhao Lin's bad luck. Although he knew that there was a chance that the train would be upgraded to a higher level when it arrived at the next station, it was the first time that all the platforms chosen at the fork in the road of fate were level 4. Killing? Isn't it the same name as the previous hunting station? What's the difference? After thinking for a moment, Ye Qiyan decided that it would be better to be cautious. On the 4th level platform, he doesn't have much advantage in terms of equipment. What's more, this killing made him have some bad thoughts. Select Platform 2. He has been through 2 mission platforms and is relatively more experienced. Even if there is danger on the platform, the worst that can happen is that he will give up the mission. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on. The 5th stop the train will arrive at is Mystery Town. The countdown is drawing to a close little by little. The speed of the train began to increase slowly. A familiar void appeared right in front of the train. The moment the countdown reached 0, the world that was originally brightly lit by the sun was replaced by darkness. Current station, Meling Town. Countdown to docking, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This sight, danger. The train stopped and Ye Qiyan saw the outside environment through the glass. Is this the station? He was not talking nonsense, but the place where the train stopped was, no matter from which angle you looked at it, an ordinary train station platform with 2 tracks. It was night time, and tiny snowflakes were still falling from the sky. As usual, wake up Wally first. Put in a train coin. Wally, start. The little robot staggered away from the train. When Ye Qiyan was about to walk out of the train to explore, the sound of footsteps disrupted his plan. Human? Or monster? Sir? Mr. Prosecutor? You are finally here. A little girl's tender voice reached Ye Qiyan's ears through the empty platform. It's human. Ye Qiyan did not put away his pistol. The gunfire trial module allows him to determine a shooting plan that will definitely hit the opponent based on sound alone, without having to see the target. Until the owner of the voice came to the door of the train. Hey? Where's the prosecutor? Wearing a white cotton coat, a knitted hat and a scarf, a little girl about 11 or 12 years old stood on tiptoe, trying to look inside the train. Ah, here's the prosecutor. She saw Ye Qiyan and waved hard. Mr. Prosecutor, please get out of the car quickly. We have been waiting for you for a long time. The prosecutor? Everyone? Ye Qiyan hesitated for a moment and opened the car door. If there is really something wrong with this little girl, one of the warning devices and the pure earthbind stone will always react. What's your name, little girl? The little girl blinked her big blue eyes and answered happily in an innocent tone. Mr. Prosecutor, my name is Tina. The nun sister said that the Attorney General will come by train to save us. We have been waiting for a long time. Hehe, the sister didn't lie. The prosecutor is really here. Chapter 27. Mr. Prosecutor, you are the prosecutor, right? Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Are you really? Tina blinked, and the pleading and expectation in her eyes seemed to solidify. Ye Qiyan looked at her, smiled kindly, and nodded. Well, you said that the person who came by train was the prosecutor. There was no one else except me, right? So, I am the prosecutor you mentioned. Great. Mr. Prosecutor, please come with me. We have been waiting for a long time. Okay, wait for me for a moment. By the way, this is for you. Ye Qiyan took an ordinary white sun fruit and handed it to Tina. The little girl looked at the fruit without any fear or hesitation and took a bite. Wow, what delicious food! Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. He smiled and said nothing. He checked his equipment and finally put the cathedral cross hanging on the front of the train around his neck before walking out of the train. After closing the car door and turning the alarm device to maximum power, he turned his gaze to the little girl who was eating the white sun fruit in small bites. Let's go and meet everyone you mentioned. Following the little girl, we left this all-too-normal station and outside was a small town covered with a thin layer of snow. There were no street lights in the town, only a lamp hanging above a church in the center of the town. The destination Tina mentioned was there. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Ye Qiyan always felt that the church was like the front of a car standing upright. The town was very quiet, but they could feel eyes staring at them from the darkness. The occasional whispers are even more frightening. Ye Qiyan's hands were always on the black light pistol and the cathedral cross. But he would never forget the reminder on the platform. The threat this town posed to him was danger. Compared to the ordinary way, it has an extra exclamation mark. But such a strange environment would be unacceptable to some timid adults, but the little girl Tina didn't seem to sense it. She jumped around, as if she was the only color in the gray and white world. Hey, Mr. Attorney General, we're here. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Come in quickly. Tina stood in front of the church door, and the lights high up just shone on her. She invited Ye Qiyan. Ye Qiyan stopped for a moment, then walked up the stairs made of jade white stone bricks and arrived at the door. Okay, little Tina, you go first. Tina pushed open the church door, and the bright light instantly revealed the scene inside. Hundreds of town residents were sitting on both sides of the church, bowing their heads in prayer. The only nun standing in the front, a blonde nun in black, raised her head, put down the black-covered book in her hand, saw Tina, and followed her direction to see Ye Qiyan. Sister, I've brought Mr. Prosecutor here. As soon as these words were spoken, all the residents who were praying stopped at the same time. They raised their heads like puppets, and hundreds of gazes were cast on Ye Qiyan's face. Ye Qiyan stood where he was, with the safety of his black light pistol already on. If there was any movement, the bullet would pierce the nun's head. Mr. Prosecutor, don't be nervous. We don't mean to hurt you. The nun smiled kindly. Everyone, just continue to pray and don't scare our prosecutor. Tina, go get ready. Little Tina ran to the back of the church, and the townspeople who were praying returned to their previous state. Only the nun walked a few steps like a normal person, took out a box from under the prayer table and walked towards Ye Qiyan. Mr. Prosecutor, this is your reward. No merit, no reward. I advise you to stand there and don't move. What on earth is going on here? Ye Qiyan pointed the gun at the nun's head. This town is not normal. No, anyone can see that. But in this abnormal town, there is an overly normal little girl like Tina and this nun, which only makes everything even weirder. The nun was not frightened, but she still stopped. She bent down, put the box on the ground and opened it to reveal what was hidden inside. 1/3 of a black and gold card. Ye Qiyan had seen it before, and he knew what it was even without the train's identification. The card of blasphemy. The nun continued to smile as she knelt in front of the 1/3 blasphemous card with her hands clasped together as if praying. Only blasphemers can come into this world, my friend. You are the prosecutor I am waiting for. Oh no, to be more precise, you are the blasphemer. What do you mean? Ye Qiyan glanced at the cross on his chest and had no reaction. This woman was not evil. The nun also glanced at his chest, holding up the 1/3 of the blasphemous card in both hands and walked straight towards Ye Qiyan. Of course it's literal. The prosecutor just told Tina the name. Only the conductor who possesses the blasphemy card can come to this world. Of course, if you want me to call you conductor, that's fine. Hee to this conductor whose name I don't know yet, which stop is this town for you? She actually knew about the conductor. Ye Qiyan sneered at the approaching nun, then ran towards the station without hesitation. The blonde nun was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ye Qiyan's back and quickly stretched out her hand. Hey? No, don't run. Anyone who doesn't run is a muggle. Ye Qiyan had no intention of stopping, and the golden-haired sister became anxious. Stop him! The townspeople who were praying in low voices all started to move and ran towards Ye Qiyan. Their speed was too fast, and it was simply not something that an ordinary person like Ye Qiyan could match. Damn it, I knew this stop wouldn't be that easy. Seeing that he was about to be caught up, Ye Qiyan gritted his teeth and chose to shoot. Bang! The shot hit the head of the man in the front, but the golden-haired nun raised her face proudly and said with a smile. It's useless. They are all puppets I made. They are not afraid of bullets. Moreover, the train conductors who can come here are only level 3 at most. A novice like you can't possibly have the means to defeat them? Hey! The golden-haired nun was feeling proud for only a few seconds when she suddenly realized that her connection with the puppet had been severed. In other words, this person really smashed the doll she made? Are you kidding? As the golden-haired sister said, ordinary bullets certainly won't work. But what if the level 3 bullets have armor-piercing effect? Ye Qiyan kept shooting, and each bullet accurately hit the joints and heads of these puppets. As long as he killed a few of them, he would continue to run, and kill a few more when he was about to be caught. With the gunfire trial module, his marksmanship has reached the point where he doesn't even need to aim. Under such a balance, it seemed as if he was actually going to escape from the town. Chapter 28. Well. A soft sigh. Less than 100 meters away from the station, the blonde nun appeared in front of Ye Qiyan. There was no sign of her appearance at all, as if she had always been there. The train is only level 3, but it was able to defeat my puppet. I haven't been so surprised in a long time. Crunch! The alarm device is triggered. But before he could fire the bullet, the muzzle of the gun was blocked by several black chains. A sentry tower device? You still have this thing? You're really lucky. Seeing that the warning device was blocked so easily, Ye Qiyan's mouth twitched. Big sister, there is no need for you to be so against me. Can you take whatever you like? I won't take your things, don't worry, I don't mean to hurt you, otherwise you would have died long ago. The blonde nun walked up to Ye Qiyan and looked him up and down. You're not going to run away this time. You can't run away. Ye Qiyan sat on the ground helplessly, teleporting, controlling chains, puppets. This woman was obviously not someone he could deal with right now. In fact, he still has the final trump card of trial by fire. But she didn't seem to intend to kill him, otherwise there would be no need to spend so much time just to stop him. What's more, Ye Qiyan felt that even if she used trial by fire, she probably wouldn't win. That's good to know. Come back with me. By the way, my name is Shea. You can call me Pastor Sister. I don't mind. Shea grabbed Ye Qiyan's hand and pulled him up, revealing her plump figure without any concealment. Under the exquisite black and white nun's uniform, the pair of slender white legs wearing small black boots made a clattering sound as they walked on the brick road. Back in the church, Shea took the blasphemy card that was only 1/3 complete. For you. Give me. Ye Qiyan pointed at himself. Well, forget it. You should keep such a precious thing for yourself. The more she wanted to give, the less Ye Qiyan wanted it. This thing called the card of blasphemy was obviously not an ordinary prop, otherwise she would not take it seriously enough to hold it in both hands. Looking at Ye Qiyan's expression, Shea burst out laughing. She patted Ye Qiyan on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't be afraid, look at me, I'm a nun. How could a kind nun hurt someone? Alas, I. Looking at the card that was forcefully stuffed into his hand, Ye Qiyan could only accept it with reluctance. At worst he could find a chance to throw it away after escaping. Don't think about throwing it away secretly. Shea grabbed the head of a townsman doll and with a snap, the head that required a level 3 bullet plus a black light armor-piercing enchantment to penetrate was crushed to pieces. Gulu. Ye Qiyan swallowed his saliva, looking at the slender white palm. It was hard to imagine that she would have such great power. Okay, Sister Shea, I definitely won't lose it. Throwing away the head, Shea turned and walked to the prayer table and picked up the black-covered book. Tell me, what is your talent? Don't want to tell me? That's fine. I don't like women who are curious about other people's secrets. You really don't want to tell me? Okay, I won't ask you anymore. This woman is so weird. However, there is one thing Ye Qiyan is certain of. He won't die here, and trial by fire probably won't be of any use. The atmosphere was a little silent. When I looked up, my eyes met Shea's. Silence. Don't you want to ask me something? In the end, it was Shea who broke the awkward atmosphere. Aren't you curious? Why do I know about the conductor? Why do I know about surviving on the train? Why do I know about talent? Why do I know? No, curiosity kills the cat. I don't like men who are curious about other people's secrets. You. Shea looked a little crazy. She no longer had the smile on her face, and teleported in front of Ye Qiyan, staring at him with dissatisfaction. Stare. Shea's hand crushed another puppet's skull. Ye Qiyan swallowed his saliva. Because he was too close, he could smell the elegant floral scent wafting from Shea's body. He leaned back and waved his hand quickly. No, no, Sister Shea, who are you? Where is this place? Why are you here? What was that card just now? What are you going to do for me? Stop. Seeing Ye Qiyan talking non-stop as soon as he opened his mouth, Shea reached out and covered his mouth. Woo woo woo. After all this, which one do you want me to answer first? Ye Qiyan quickly shook his head to show that he didn't mean it. Damn, this woman changes her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. She clearly asked me to ask, and I just said a sentence or two more. Was it necessary to hit her? A kind nun? A violent nun, I guess. Shea let go of her hand, kicked a town doll aside casually, sat on the bench with her legs crossed, took a deep breath, and once again revealed her holy and kind look, smiling. Speaking of which, I am your predecessor. I came to this world 20 years ago and survived on the train. 20 years ago. Just as he had guessed before, he was not the first survivor to come to this world. So, Shea's age should be. Are you thinking of something very rude? No, how could that be? I was wondering how a beautiful and kind-hearted woman like you, Sister Shea, could appear here. Hearing this question, Shea was slightly distracted. I was sealed into this world. Having said that, her gaze fell on Ye Qiyan's face again. Logically, it's impossible for anyone to enter this platform, because the BD who sealed me directly erased this station. The higher the level of the train, the more impossible it is to find this place, so my former companions can't come to save me. And low-level trains are not eligible to enter this station, but you are allowed in. Why? Is it because of your talent? Ye Qiyan's gaze dodged slightly. If there hadn't been a fork in the road of his destiny, his destination at this stop should have been the killing platform. The crossroads of fate appeared because of his talent. So Shea guessed right, all this was really because of the sublimation talent. Seeing Ye Qiyan's expression, Shea's mouth corners rose again. I won't force you to tell me your secrets, but don't tell others about your talents and abilities. After all, there are no good people in this world. Talent is something that only a very small number of survivors have, and once you have it, it is absolutely impossible to change. But even the most rubbish talent will make people without talent jealous. Of course, you can tell me if you want. I won't tell you. The same goes for that card. You must never let anyone know that you have the blasphemy card, not even your closest people. Once people know that you have the blasphemy card, someone will come to claim your life. Even if they can't kill you, you will end up like me. Damn, you gave me such a dangerous thing. Ye Qiyan really wanted to tell him to just take it back, as he was not worthy of this card. But when he met Shea's gaze, he knew that this was impossible. Chapter 29. Sister Shea, are you one of the first survivors to come to this world? Anyway, she probably wouldn't kill him, so Ye Qiyan wasn't that scared anymore. In this case, it would be better to be bolder and find out some of the things you want to know. This great senior who lived more than 20 years ago must know a lot that he doesn't know. No, there are still many batches of survivors ahead of me, but they are rarely seen. Why? Shea snapped her fingers, and several chains appeared in the air, forming a train track. Remember, the world we live in is infinite, and all the platforms are different worlds. In my time, there was a powerful guy who wanted to measure how big the wilderness outside was. So he united all the powerful train conductors at the time to collect resources and increased the speed of his train to a level that even I could not imagine. Shea couldn't help but click her tongue, as if she had thought of a scary number. That guy has a module. Oh, you know what a module is, right? My chain is also a module. You can also think of it as a magic or sci-fi weapon. Anyway, they are all similar things. This is also the best way for a train conductor to improve his strength. However, you are only a level 3 train conductor now. It is not easy to get a module. After all, that thing can only be found in treasure chests above level 5 and with a very small probability after the train is upgraded. You shot so accurately just now, didn't you find the module in the upgrade options and buy it? Facing Shea's scrutinizing gaze, Ye Qiyan could only smile. He did get a module in the upgrade options, but it wasn't about shooting, but about off-site benefits. What happened next? Did that man really measure the size of the entire world? Shea was silent for a moment and shook her head. No, that guy is dead. He traveled at an unimaginable speed for a year, but still didn't encounter any trains in the wilderness. Suddenly one day, his friend's avatar turned grey, which meant that his train was destroyed, and the man, of course, died too. But his death was not in vain. If we sail at that speed for a year without seeing any other trains, we can conclude that the wilderness traveled by all train conductors is not the same. Let's go back to your question. The frequency of survivors appearing is once every 3 years. Train conductors travel through their own worlds. If the number of people in a block does not reach a certain critical value, they will not meet each other. Of course, this is only the usual case. Shea took out a lollipop from somewhere and put it in her mouth. Oh, do you want to eat? Thank you, I'm not hungry yet. You're welcome. I didn't mean to give it to you in the first place. This is my last one. She bit the lollipop into pieces with a wicked smile, took off the nun's hat on her head and stood up. It seemed that she didn't intend to continue talking about this topic. Okay, that's about all the questions. I'll answer one last question for you. For the rest of the things you want to know, go find them yourself. Your level is too low. If I tell you too much, you'll think too much, which is not a good thing. Also, do you want some candy? Once again, he took out a lollipop from somewhere, and without waiting for Ye Qiyan to answer, he peeled off the skin and stuffed it directly into his mouth. It was very sweet, but with a bitter aftertaste. The cool feeling made him feel inexplicably relaxed, and all the remaining fatigue from running just now was swept away. How is it? Doesn't it taste good? Didn't you say there was only one? Of course I lied to you. It is true that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. While crushing the candy, Ye Qiyan also thought of this last question. Do you know Run? He told Shea about what he saw and heard in Doomsday Town and Yuya Villa. What's wrong with this company? Seeing Shea's confused look, Ye Qiyan didn't know if he had said something wrong. Nothing, I don't know this company, but judging from your reaction, you must have seen such forces in multiple stations, right? Don't worry too much, there are many similar forces. After all, this train survival game has lasted for who knows how many years. There are always people who don't want to take risks anymore and want to stop. It is inevitable that the organizations and forces they have established will affect some stations. Okay, this question doesn't count, but you don't have to ask again. It's almost time. Come, let me show you my sister's train. Clap, clap, Saya clapped her hands. Tina, who had been missing, trotted over to her from behind the church. Sister, we are ready. It's Mr. Prosecutor. Thank you Mr. Prosecutor for helping us. We will all thank Mr. Prosecutor. Tina happily came to Ye Qiyan and took his hand and shook it. Tina is my doll too. How about it? Cute, right? Puppet. Why, you don't believe it. Little Tina is my best work. Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyes as he watched Tina's movements that were exactly the same as those of a real little girl, then poked Tina's face. Could this be a doll? It looks exactly like a real person. Oh no, she couldn't have made it from a real person, right? The scene of Shea grabbing the little girl and refining her in an instant emerged in his mind. Could it be that Shea is actually a female devil who was sealed here by a righteous person, and then was accidentally released by him? It's better not to make her angry. I'm so handsome, what if she turns me into a puppet? Boom boom. The church was shaking. Shea took Tina's little hand and walked to the prayer platform at the front. System, prepare to leave the station. Familiar light screens appeared one after another crazily. This church is the locomotive of Shea's train? Hey, Ye Qiyan, these things are for you, just as a small reward for helping me open up this world. Ye Qiyan was also shocked when the church turned into a train and a black box was thrown over. Don't worry, this is nothing dangerous. As for what it is, you'll know when you get back and see for yourself. It must be very suitable for you now. That means that card is really dangerous. Well, stop imagining things. Let me show you what a high-end train looks like. The church kept changing and eventually took the shape of a train front. Black tracks appeared under the wheels, and in a flash it appeared at the station outside the town. So fast. Compared with Shea's train, Ye Qiyan felt that his train was as slow as a snail. Chapter 30. Is the entire church a train space? How many upgrades would it take to achieve this? You must be jealous, right? I'm a level 57 conductor. This level was pretty impressive in my time. Let me tell you. Ye Qiyan didn't hear what Shea said next. He was surprised at the number 57. According to the current situation that the platform level that a train has to enter increases with each upgrade, is it possible that there are really more than 50 levels of platforms? Shea answered him. Such a simple thing is not a problem. The highest platform is only level 12. The buildings, props, treasure chests, and so on are also level 12. Except for the conductor, all are level 12. Of course, I am talking about the situation 15 years ago. I am not sure about it now, but it can't be too high, right? Okay, I should go now. Shea set up the train operation, walked over to Ye Qiyan and poked his face. No matter what, don't let the blasphemy card leave you. It belongs to you. Don't throw it away. She had no ill intentions, Ye Qiyan could sense that she was just teasing him. Hey, Sister Shea, don't worry, I will definitely not throw away the one you gave me. You are not allowed to throw away your own. Make it as soon as possible. Although it is dangerous, it will also be good for you. Great benefits. There was a hint of melancholy in Shea's voice. I'm leaving now. As for you, although I can take your train away, it's boring to stay on the train all the time. Enjoy the time on land and wait for the countdown to end. The houses in this town are all carriages I made casually. You can recycle them as you like. It doesn't matter how much you take. When you leave, remember to help me set a fire and burn this place down. I will never come back here again. Shea's gaze seemed to pass through the church, taking a last look at the town that had sealed her life for 15 years. The door of the church, no, it should be said that the door of the train slowly opened. Xiao Tina took Ye Qiyan's hand. Mr. Prosecutor, we are leaving now. It's time for you to get off the car. Tina is very cute, so cute that it is hard to believe that she is just a doll. Ye Qiyan touched her head, thinking back to when he first met her, and remembering that she seemed to like eating basin fruit quite a bit, he took out 10 blessed basin fruits from the storage unit. For you. Wow, it's delicious fruit, thank you Mr. Prosecutor. Tina picked up a white sen fruit and started eating it. Shea, who was still doing something there, also smelled the fragrance. She looked up and saw the white sen fruit in Tina's hand and thought for a moment. This fruit. He is such a lucky guy. No wonder he was able to find that 1/3. Moreover, why is there a breath of blessing? How strange. And what about the ability of the storage unit car? Can such a rare car really appear on a mere level 3 train? Could it be that I've fallen behind the times after being sealed away for 15 years? Are train conductors so powerful nowadays? What exactly is his talent? It's really curious. Ye Qiyan didn't know that Shea was suppressing her desire to explore. She walked out of the car with the box and said her final goodbye to Tina. Only when I walked outside could I finally see the entirety of Shea's Class 57 train, and I also understood why there were 2 tracks at this station. The main body is black, mixed with pure white lines and angel patterns. The 18 carriages are different, but each one looks extremely high-end and gorgeous. And looking from the outside, it is impossible to imagine that the space inside is as huge as a church. Space compression? Can I make the carriage become like that in the future? All kidding aside, he was envious. Look back at your shabby train which only has 2 carriages. A nest of gold or silver is not as good as your own doghouse, alas. It doesn't matter, we will definitely be bigger and thicker than hers in the future. Ye Qiyan encouraged himself, and just as he returned to his train, he saw a friend request from Shea. I really want to refuse. I always feel that nothing good will come of being too involved with this woman. Then he saw a message that was forcibly sent and displayed on the light screen. You don't want to refuse. There is also a Q version of Shea smiling emoticon behind the dialog box. How is that possible? It's my honor to have you as my friend, Sister Shea. Given the choice between being made into a puppet or saving his life, Ye Qiyan chose the latter without hesitation. However, Ye Qiyan still secretly wrote a name in the friend's note. Golden Retriever. But he soon paid the price for his bad taste. You're so good. Now I can find you no matter where you go. Learn this. Be careful when someone adds you as a friend in the future. Don't add random people. There is one more prefix on the note. Evil girl, big golden hair. Boom, 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 the roar of the train echoed in this mysterious town. The ground is shaking. 15 years of stagnation have made this train eager to move forward. Fireworks burst into the sky. On the train, Shea was holding a lollipop that she had taken out from somewhere in her mouth. Finally, I can leave. Countless chains appeared ahead to lay the tracks. A spatial distortion away from the station appears. Angel of the night, let's go. Saya's high-pitched voice rang out over the radio. The angel pattern on the black car body moved as if it had life. Pass through the void until it disappears. The town of Mystery Bell has returned to its former silence. Is that a dynamic car skin? There's actually this kind of thing, it's pretty cool. Ye Qiyan thought about his train again. Don't want to think about it anymore. He looked down at the box Shea had given him. It's neither light nor heavy, and looks just like an ordinary gift box. 2x2 safe box, level 9. Absolutely safe, cannot be broken from the outside, cannot be opened violently by any means, the items placed inside are absolutely safe. Note, please place it somewhere. Once placed, it cannot be moved except by the person who placed it. Current status, please bind, you can open it after binding. Level 9? Holy crap! He originally thought it was just an ordinary box, but he really didn't expect Sister Shea to be so generous. Even if there is nothing in the box, it is still precious enough. Now I have to delete the old woman in the note and change it to a beautiful and kind person. What's in the box? After fiddling with it for a while, Ye Qiyan tried pressing his thumb on the center of the box. Chapter 31. Binding successful. Can be turned on. Opened, the current items in the safety box are: First grid, Firestone, 1 piece. Second grid, Gold, 10 kilograms. Third grid, Mithril, 10 kilograms. Fourth grid, Healing Lollipop X3. So it's the 4th level upgrade material. Also, sugar. Safe deposit boxes are similar to storage units, and the items placed inside are counted by type rather than quantity. Looking at the things inside, Ye Qiyan was not disappointed. After all, the Firestone was a necessary item for upgrading to a level 4 train, and there was no way to obtain it until now. For him who had just been upgraded to the level, if he did not have the sublimation talent, this would undoubtedly be an extremely important thing for him at the moment. Shea didn't know what his talent was, so it was understandable that he would choose these materials as gifts. Just the last bit of sugar? Shea's Healing Lollipop, level 8. After eating, it can form a protective film to resist external damage. The protective film will continuously restore physical strength and heal injuries. Note, this is a masterpiece of a certain dark nun. As long as you are not dead, you will definitely survive if you eat it. Ding dong ding dong. Evil girl, big golden retriever, sent a message. Opened it and saw it. How was it? Sister treated you very well, didn't she? Level 3 to level 4 is a small threshold. Only after passing this threshold can you be considered to have passed the novice period. It's very troublesome for newbies like you to get the Firestone. Only after the 10th station will there be a very small chance of a station with the Firestone appear. You are level 3 now. Even if you are lucky, you should reach the 8th station in Meling Town. With this, you can avoid many detours. As for the 3 candies, wait until you are injured before eating them. Don't be greedy. Thank your sister in your heart, find the rest by yourself, upgrade as soon as possible, live well, and remember to tell me when you have collected all the cards. Before I changed the note back, her message was sent. See the long string of text above. Ye Qiyan didn't know what to say, and the complex emotions could only be summed up in one sentence. Thank you. Although I don't have any use for it. The following words are hidden in the heart and do not need to be spoken out. This gratitude was not false. Although Shea must have had her own purpose in giving him the 1/3 of the blasphemy cards, he also learned a lot from her. Moreover, even if Shea didn't give it to him, wouldn't he collect it himself? Impossible. If he sees the next third, he will definitely find a way to get it. The blasphemous card. What will happen if we really get them together? It's been a long time. The night angel was sailing in the wilderness. Shea stood in front of the prayer table, eating the blessed Whiteforest fruit snatched from Tina, gazing at the horizon and whispering to herself. There really hasn't been any change. This world is so boring. Ding dong. A message notification sound came into my ears. I'm back. Aren't you surprised? No, this world is infinite. Since it is infinite, there must be an accident in the infinite that will free you from the seal. However, only 15 years have passed, which is much faster than I expected. So, the person who opened the world is the other third. Now it's 2/3. Why? You feel it's strange? I was sealed for 15 years because of that card, which means it really shouldn't belong to me. But the person who helped me open the world got what I almost lost my life to get in just a few days. Don't you think he should have the card? It's fate. It's not surprising that there is such a possibility in the infinite. So, what are you going to do next? Shea's eyes were cold as she typed a line of words on the light screen. Revenge when revenge is needed, and grievance when grievance is needed. The person on the other end of the chat box was silent for a long time. Shea's mood gradually recovered, and she suddenly thought of what Ye Qiyan asked her not long ago. By the way, what is Run Company? How could there be a force that could reach out to newcomers below level 4? Where is the prosecutor of the celestial organization? Why didn't they take action? Hey, where's the person? Is he dead? Why isn't he talking? It's just an unimportant courier company. Don't worry about it. As for the celestial organization, those pathetic good people have disappeared. Docking countdown 0022:48. Thanks to Ye Qiyan's efforts, a lot of resources were harvested by dismantling the houses in the town that were converted from carriages. Most of these carriages are damaged, and when they are recycled, only 1/10 of the materials used to build them can be obtained. What's more, if he wanted to dismantle these things, he would have to carry them. The only thing to be thankful for was that Shea seemed to have thought of this a long time ago. The safe she gave to Ye Qiyan could actually hold the entire carriage. Compared to the storage unit, the storage standard of this level 9 safe is much more relaxed, but these carriages cannot be counted as the same things placed in the same grid, otherwise Ye Qiyan really wants to take away all the carriages and houses in the town. Another pity is that it takes time to recycle the carriages on the processing table. In nearly 4 hours, only 9 carriages were recycled. As the countdown to the docking is about to end, those remaining in the town can only choose to give up. Putting the resources into the storage unit, Ye Qiyan sorted out the materials he had so far. Wood, 645 kg. Metal, 770 kg. Mechanical parts, 505 pieces. Glass, 180 kg. Rubber, 35 kg. Fiber, 60 kg. Gold, 10 kg. Mithril, 10 kg. Flamestone, 1 piece. These resources are enough to upgrade his train to level 4, but with his talent for upgrading, Ye Qiyan will not do so. Clatter, clatter. The sound of the tracks passing over the ground made Ye Qiyan, who was half lying on a chair waiting for recycling and playing the role of salted fish, raise his eyelids. Wally, whom he had almost forgotten, was staggering towards him. I almost forgot about you, little thing. But there shouldn't be any treasure chests at this stop. After all, this is a town built by Sister Shea herself, so there's no need for her to put any treasure chests here. After knocking on Wally's iron head a few times, Ye Qiyan noticed that his mechanical arm was holding an iron lump. What's this? Ye Qiyan took the iron cube and looked at it for a few seconds, but couldn't see anything special about it. It doesn't look like ordinary iron. What is it? Curiosity overcame laziness, and Ye Qiyan returned to the train and used the operating system to identify the iron lump in his hand. Level 4 treasure box, can be opened. Hey? Treasure chest? Wait, weren't the things in this platform made by Shea? Could it be that she put this treasure chest there? Did she do it on purpose? That doesn't make sense. Didn't she ask me to burn this place down? Ye Qiyan stroked the outer shell of the treasure chest, but had no intention of asking. She doesn't want it anyway, and she never said anything. It would be a waste to stay here and not open it. Do you want to wait a while? A level 4 treasure chest means that after one upgrade, it can reach level 5. But the question remains, can he really upgrade this level 4 treasure chest? Now his physical and mental strength have all recovered to the full value of 210 points. It takes 55 points to upgrade a level 3 treasure chest to level 4. Does it have to be several times more to upgrade from level 4 to level 5? Ye Qiyan casually took out a basin fruit and took a bite, and suddenly found something wrong. Strange, why do I always feel like I can't reach level 5? This isn't the first time I've felt this way. If it were before, he might have thought that the points required to upgrade from 4 to 5 were too high, and his physical and mental strength were not enough to support it. But the level 3 treasure chest can be upgraded to level 4. But now I learned from Shea that the highest level of treasure chests is 12. If he couldn't upgrade a level 4 treasure chest now, what would happen later? Wouldn't the points required become an astronomical number? This is not right. How about giving it a try? Ye Qiyan's heartbeat was accelerating. How do you know if it works if you don't try it? Feelings are just feelings after all, and humans are the animals most capable of deceiving themselves. Having made the decision, Ye Qiyan did not start immediately. He has to complete what he promised to others. He bought the barrel of diesel from the trading platform with a few biscuits. He had already connected several parts of the town with wood before that. The smell of cold air and diesel mixed together. The countdown to the docking is 10 minutes away. Standing at the door of the train, Ye Qiyan took out the windproof lighter he had obtained earlier. Clatter. Call. The flames spread along the wooden plank road toward the town. The breeze was mixed with snow, and the fire took advantage of the wind. In an instant, starting from this simple platform, it burned everything in Miling town. In front of the train, a distorted nothingness appeared as it left the station. Ye Qiyan stood in front of the console and pressed the start button. Rights effective. Leave the station early. In an instant, the world changes. Ye Qiyan subconsciously covered his eyes. The instantly rising temperature around him reminded him that the tropical wind in the wilderness was still continuing. It's been so long, and the temperature hasn't dropped at all. Back in the climate-controlled carriage, the surrounding temperature returned to the human comfort zone. He placed the safe in the corner of the carriage, and used 3 of the compartments to store the items in the carriage in Miling town. The remaining space is, of course, the location for the blasphemy card. The original contents of the safe were thrown into the storage unit. Another station has ended. There was no talk on the radio this time. Throwing himself on the bed and looking at the ceiling above his head, Ye Qiyan raised his hand and lifted the level 4 treasure chest into the air, smiling for no reason. I didn't expect that the level 4 treasure chest I got for the first time without sublimation would not be the biggest gain of this stop. If others knew about this, they would probably be jealous to death. At this stop, Ye Qiyan learned a lot about this world. Although not much, it will help him not to be like a headless fly when he encounters something in the future. There is also the card of blasphemy. Shea never told him what the card was until the end, but Ye Qiyan could probably guess that the reason she was sealed in Miling town was probably related to the blasphemy card. I know more, but I want to know even more. A little tired. In fact, from the time he chose to escape until now, even though Shea showed her kindness, the tension in Ye Qiyan's deepest heart has never dissipated. It wasn't until now that I got back to my train that the tense feeling finally disappeared. Relaxing both physically and mentally, Ye Qiyan really wanted to treat himself like a salted fish, no longer having to worry about the next stop, and just let things go. Unfortunately, no. The sublimation continues. The platform would not stop for him. Ye Qiyan tossed the level 4 treasure chest back and forth in his hands, staring at the box, even though an inexplicable feeling in his body told him that his sublimation would not succeed. But he just wanted to give it a try. Physical strength, 89 spirit, 110. My stamina isn't full, but that's okay. Ye Qiyan took out the healing lollipop that Shea gave him and put it in his mouth. A sweet scent filled his nostrils, and his strength was recovering at a rapid rate. In just 1 second, the number went from 89 to 100. At this speed, his physical strength can be restored by at least 10 points per second. Without wasting time, Ye Qiyan placed his hand on the level 4 treasure chest. Sublimation. In an instant, physical and mental strength drained away like water released from a floodgate. The power of the healing lollipop is constantly replenished. But it's still just a drop in the bucket. It seemed that the talent of sublimation was not supposed to reach level 5. At this moment, Ye Qiyan finally understood what he had been feeling all along. It's not that his physical and mental strength are insufficient, but that above level 4, whether it is a treasure chest, a building, or something else, they are all resisting sublimation. In that case, should we give up? It's not too late to give up now. Otherwise, his physical and mental strength would most likely be completely drained. But on the other hand, if he really gave up, wouldn't his talent for sublimation come to an end? Shea said that once you have a talent, it can never be changed. If you stop here, your advancement will stagnate at the level 4 threshold. He was unwilling to do so. It can't be changed. Ye Qiyan was smiling, his other hand on his chest, where his heart was. Then I'll give it a try. I want to sublimate my talent for sublimation. This crazy action seemed to have triggered a switch. Countless dazzling red light screens continued to appear. If one looked from the outside, his train was now already shrouded in red. Everyone in the entire train world felt an unspeakable fear at this moment. The instigator of all this is now surrounded by a red light curtain and is in a coma. About to arrive at platform 6. The fork in the road of fate is triggered. Please choose to stop at the following 2 stations. Platform 1. Platform 2. An error has occurred and is being corrected. Correction failed. What's that sound? The crossroads of fate is being triggered. Please select a platform within 5 seconds, otherwise the platform will be automatically updated. I can't wake up. Select countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timeout has occurred. Module, Crossroads of Destiny will randomly select a new platform. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on. The 6th stop the train will arrive at is Hope Valley, Level 4 Killing Platform. The train is accelerating. The environment is changing. Passing through the void, the wilderness outside the window turned into a forest. Departure countdown. Mistake. Clear interference. Revision completed, correct. Departure countdown. The system is forcibly revised. Those who interfere will be wiped out. Eradication successful. Countdown to departure, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. This site, extremely dangerous. Please be careful, I wish you survive. Special reminder, after this station ends, there will be special rewards, please try your best to live until the departure time. In the quiet train, Ye Qiyan gradually regained consciousness. Chapter 32. The 10th minute of the stop. In the bright sky, the sun shines through the car window onto Ye Qiyan's face. The blinding light woke him up. Looking around in confusion. Outside the car window, vast tracts of forest came into view. This is not a wilderness, but a platform? He woke up, and the memories before he fell into a coma kept coming back like a tide. Looking down, the iron lump-like treasure chest was lying quietly at my feet. Level 5 treasure chest, can be opened. Success! He really completed this sublimation. That is to say. He looked at the talent column on the personal interface. Sublimation, can consume physical or mental energy to sublimate and evolve all existence, regardless of category, level, or damage, and ignoring resistance. There are only 4 more words in the introduction. Ignore resistance. That's enough. He succeeded. It actually works. A smile appeared on Ye Qiyan's face. He looked at the sentry tower device directly above the train. The original feeling of being unable to sublimate disappeared, and there was no obstacle above level 4. The shackles of talent were successfully broken after self-improvement. Excited, Ye Qiyan began to look around. He vaguely heard some sounds while he was unconscious. This randomly chosen platform was the one he least wanted to enter. Killing platform. What is the difference between killing and hunting? Ye Qiyan has no idea. After all, he had never even entered the hunting platform. These are. When I opened the train system's records and saw that long string, my good mood gradually disappeared, replaced by heaviness. Interference? Someone interfered with my stop platform and time? But it was wiped out by the train system? And there's this countdown? Damn! 10 hours. Rubbing his eyes, Ye Qiyan was sure that he was not seeing things. What the hell, this train system is telling him that the platform is extremely dangerous, but it actually requires him to stop for 10 hours. He clearly remembered that his train only stopped for 5 hours. There is no doubt that this is also the result of interference by that unknown existence. Even, that existence wanted to keep him here forever, but in the end it was forcibly wiped out by the train system. From this perspective, the train system is relatively fair and trustworthy. Fortunately, the VIP offsite rights module can still be used, but he still has to stay here for 7 hours. Ye Qiyan took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Although I don't know why it turned out like this, I'll open the treasure chest first anyway. The things in the level 5 treasure chest should be able to crush the level 4 platform. As long as it's not too bad, there shouldn't be any problem. Open level 5 treasure box. Obtain train coins, 10 pieces. Get, module, system binding. Get, module, start on the station. Obtain, gold strike card, level 5. Obtain, always accurate pocket watch, level 5. In addition to the train coins, there are 4 other rewards, 2 modules, and 2 level 5 items. Module, system binding. After using this module, the train system will permanently change the binding object to the train conductor himself instead of the train control base station. Module, start within the station. After using this module, you can start a train in the station to go to the target location, consuming 1 train coin per hour. Both modules are used directly. They are not cards. After being used in the system, they will be directly displayed on Ye Qiyan itself. There is no contactable entity, so they cannot be sublimated. This is different from talent. Talent itself represents himself, and sublimating talent is equivalent to sublimating himself. Of these 2 modules, Ye Qiyan particularly likes the first one. Many times he was troubled by the fact that the train's control system could only be used at the front of the train. Now, he can use the system even when he is outside, whether it is to identify items or check personal information, he no longer needs to run back and forth. Golden Strike Card, Level 5. After use, consume 20 points of mental power, and any next attack you make will have a Golden Strike effect, and the power will be increased by 5 times. Number of times used, 3/3. Sublimation. Physical strength, 10080. Spirit, 12090. After completing self-improvement, the points consumed are less than before. Gold critical hit card. Level 6. Consume 20 points of mental power, the next attack will have a gold critical strike effect, and the power will be increased by 50 times. Number of times used, 3/3. It actually increased tenfold? Hey, if anyone had this it would be really cool. The potential was exhausted and Ye Qiyan put it in his pocket. With this thing, if you have to face some powerful monsters, you will not be completely helpless. Unfortunately, it can only be used 3 times. Always accurate pocket watch, level 5. A pocket watch that never gets the time wrong will provide you with the most accurate time no matter what time and space you are in. Never mind, it's okay. Although he really wanted to complain about why a watch could be considered a level 5 item, the treasure chest this time was not bad, so he just considered it as a bonus. It's pretty nice. The pocket watch is all white, with golden lines outlining a series of incomprehensible high-end patterns. The dial and hands are even carved entirely from some kind of gemstone. From any perspective, this is a nice-looking pocket watch. Ye Qiyan also put it in his pocket, and it was not bad for checking the time. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot broke the silence. Hearing the sound and looking. In an open space in the forest, bright red blood gathered into a pool, and the corpse of a dog-shaped monster with a dagger in its mouth slowly emerged. The gunshot just now came from the guard tower. It was its invisibility that allowed it to see the monster. However, the death of one monster is not the end. The guard tower glowed red, and locked red rings appeared on the ground. One after another, monsters rushed towards the train from the forest. Bang bang! The sound of gunfire continued. The guard tower was turned on to full power, and level 3 bullets were fired continuously as if they were free. Each shot can be accurately aimed at the vital points of these monsters to kill them. The 100-meter warning range became a restricted area for these monsters. Ye Qiyan breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart became heavier. If he hadn't gotten the guard tower, and if the guard tower didn't have the ability to break stealth, he would probably have been captured by the monster that sneaked into the train and his head would have been separated from his body. What's going on with this platform? Hunting, killing. Just one word apart. The former acts as a hunter, hunting down the enemy. The latter killings can be explained in 2 ways. First, killing the enemy, but this obviously overlaps with hunting. The second is to be killed by the enemy, waiting in fear and despair while hiding and struggling until the docking time is over. In other words, the encirclement and killing of these monsters is the way to form a killing platform. The being that interfered with his choice of platform was there to trap him in this killing field and kill him. Chapter 33. Whoever that guy is who wants me dead, I will never give him the satisfaction. No matter how dangerous this place is, it's only a level 4 platform. After a round of killing, the monster's siege gradually stopped. Ye Qiyan climbed onto the roof of the train and reached out to touch the warning device that was still firing. A level 5 security device facing a level 4 platform should be good. Sublimation. Spirit, 90/40. Sublimation successful. Guard Sentinel, level 5. After assembling the train, it can be equipped with up to 9 weapons of any type, including melee, which can appear freely in any part of the train, with a warning range of 150 meters. Within the range, all hostile targets will be automatically locked and attacked, and the locked targets will be destroyed. Invisibility/lurking/illusion and other visual obstruction effects. Can temporarily detach from the train to pursue the target. The pursuit range is 150 meters around the train. Freely choose whether to start alert. Consume 1 train coin to activate over limit mode. All weapons attack speed doubles, lasts for 30 seconds. After sublimation, the warning device directly turned into a warning sentry, and its power was enough to be demonstrated from the introduction alone. Just increasing the warning range from 100 meters to 150 meters is a huge improvement, not to mention other additional items. Ye Qiyan's sublimation is not over yet. The level 4 building he installed on the train had more than just one guard sentry. Arriving at the third carriage, the observer who had been doing nothing was just sitting there quietly. As a level 4 building, the watcher has almost no room to maneuver. The external threats can be dealt with by the sentinels, but it is better to be safe than sorry. The security guard's surveillance range does not include the interior of the train. If some kind of monster can really bypass the detection of the sentinels and enter the train, that's when the monitors come into play. Sublimation. Physical strength, 8040 spirit, 4030. Sublimation successful. Enchantment, Psychedelic Watcher, Level 5. It can be installed in any carriage to monitor any part of the train. When there is an intrusion of foreign objects, an alarm will be sounded and a psychedelic effect will be released on the foreign objects. The effect of the upgraded Watcher is not as strong as that of the Sentinel. It just has an additional psychedelic enchantment, and it is not yet known what it can achieve. After 3 consecutive sublimations, Ye Qiyan still felt tired, but now was not the time to stop. Go back to the front carriage and take the mithril cross and the pure earthbind stone to the front of the train. For physical invasions, there are monitors and sentinels, so for weird things, you can only rely on these 2. Moreover, the potential of the pure earthbound stone has not been completely consumed, which means that Ye Qiyan can still sublimate it once. It's just that he has consumed too much physical and mental energy now, and he needs some time to recover. Put on your bulletproof vest, grab your black light pistol, and prepare as best as you can. He would never let the one who wanted his life succeed. He is determined to leave at this stop. Oh, there is one more thing. Wally, start. Now that you are here, it would be a shame if you don't take something with you. After doing all this, Ye Qiyan still had one very important thing to do. I'm so hungry. It's time to eat. Taking some meat and vegetables from a storage unit, he set up a barbecue outside the train and cooked his lunch, accompanied by the occasional sound of gunfire. He's been in a coma for a whole day, you can't just stop him from eating. By the way, speaking of which, after the 5th stop is over, is there anything new? Ye Qiyan opened the system's message log and scrolled up, and he actually saw something new. All train conductors leave the 5th station. Remove the restriction on private transactions within the site. Remove the restriction that you can no longer place items on the trading platform from within the site. Currently, all train conductors can place 5 items on the trading platform. Is the trading platform liberated? That's good news. He missed an exercise time due to coma, and he still regretted not being able to trade some good things from the people who had experienced the 5th stop. The private chat interface was flickering slightly, which meant a friend had sent him a message. Shangguan Yingxiu, did you feel the vibration over there as well? Sorry to bother you. The message from Shangguan Yingxiu left him confused. Shock? What was that? Was it something that happened when he was unconscious? The inexplicable apology that followed was even more strange. Zhaolin, brother Ye, thank you for helping me upgrade. I have entered the 6th stop, which is a snack shop. If you need any food, please give me some. Attached to the photo is a variety of snacks, drinks, and even alcohol. After bad luck comes good luck. Although Ye Qiyan envied her 6th stop, he was not very impressed by Zhaolin's talent. Luck is conserved, good luck will be followed by bad luck, and she doesn't know what her next stop will be. Maybe, she will end up at the killing platform like him. Li Xiaosheng, what do you think of what I said? To tell you the truth, after the 6th station, I will be the first conductor to upgrade to level 3. Join my alliance, provide weapons, and survive together. In the future, I can also help you complete the train upgrade. This guy wanted him to join the alliance, but in the end it would bring him no benefit at all. Before he came to this world, this guy must have been the boss of some crappy company. He is so good at making promises. Before, he wanted to trade with him, but after the last fishing rod incident, Ye Qiyan felt that there was no need to trade with this guy. Friends deletion. Continuing to look down, Ye Qiyan found that some names had turned grey. He remembered Shea saying that names turning grey meant that the train was damaged, or in other words, dead. After clearing all private chats in the background, Ye Qiyan sent a message in the public chat room. 2453/10000. Buying a large amount of gunpowder, if interested, please PM with price. The message did not receive as much response as usual. In addition to the fact that the number of people has decreased again, most people are now exploring the station. They don't have modules, and the interface of the operating system can only stay at the front of the train. This is good, as his news can stay on the list for a while without being deleted. The stop time is 1 hour later. Under the killing of the sentinels, the 100-meter area around the train became the only clean land in the vicinity. Ye Qiyan ate barbecue, paired with Whiteforest fruits and ice beer bought from Zhaolin, as if he was not in the killing station, but on vacation in a scenic forest. Certainly. The premise is to ignore the faint smell of rust in the air. Chapter 34. After eating and drinking, Ye Qiyan's mind became active again. This killing platform seems to be able to only passively defend, but it does not mean that nothing can be done. If the corpses left behind by the monsters that were named one by the guard sentries could be collected and recycled on the processing table, it would also be a harvest. Just do it. Ye Qiyan bought a large bamboo basket on the trading platform and carried it on his back with several ropes. He also tied a dagger to the top of a wooden stick to make a simple sickle. When the monster was killed, Ye Qiyan quickly rushed to the monster's body and dragged it back. Black-horned hound level 2. Swift snake level 3. Assassination lizard level 3. He took the monster corpses one by one to the processing table on the train and began to recycle them. Obtained, black-horned hound meat x10. Swift snake meat x5. Lizard meat x10. Get assassin lizard skin ×1. You can slightly reduce your presence after carrying it. Obtain Blackhorn Hound's Dog Dagger x1. Dog Dagger. The dagger used by the Black Fang Hound is corrosive. In addition to various pieces of flesh, recycling monster corpses can also obtain special materials related to their characteristics. Ye Qiyan quickened his pace, collecting wantonly within a safe range of 150 meters. As long as he doesn't leave this range, these monsters will not be able to hurt him under the Sentinel's lock. So far, this killing station has not caused much trouble for Ye Qiyan, but has instead brought him great rewards. A level 5 sentry is a complete dimensionality reduction attack against a monster that is only level 4 at most. Even if there are a few times when a large beast tide breaks through the safe distance of 150 meters, they can be repelled by simply activating the Sentinel's super-limit mode. What's more, Ye Qiyan's gunfire trial module makes him a sharpshooter as well. The black light pistol combined with the armor-piercing effect can even break through the defense of Shea's puppets, let alone a group of flesh and blood monsters. In 5 hours, this place was turned into a slaughterhouse for random selection. As for the danger, if he had to say it, the consumption of bullets really made him feel a little painful. The original ammunition supply was nearly 1,000 rounds, but after 5 hours of consumption, there were only less than 400 rounds left, and this was when both the sentry and he could hit the target every time. Killing platform, is that all there is to it? Although those monsters had no brains, the corpses on the ground and the smell of blood in the air reminded them instinctively not to enter that area. The monsters stopped attacking and started wandering around. It seems like, waiting for something? The sky gradually darkened. Ye Qiyan took out his pocket watch and the time on it was 18:12. It was getting dark and he didn't plan to take any more risks. Use a lighter to light a bonfire, take out a piece of snake meat, wash it with water, put it on a wooden stick and roast it over the fire. In 5 hours, he harvested a total of 810 kilograms of various animal meats, occupying 4 storage units. As it has the characteristics of a storage compartment, there is no need to worry about it becoming rotten and smelly due to being left for too long. While the meat was being grilled, Ye Qiyan summoned a system light screen in front of him. Chatroom 2044/10000. Everyone except him should have left the 6th station. As usual, many people stayed there forever. Are we going to survive at night again tonight? Yes, the last broadcast said that the next night survival will be in 3 days, that is, 3 platforms later. Isn't that now? What? You haven't reached level 2 yet? Then you're dead. Those monsters almost caught up with me last time. Seek resources. Seek metal. I only need 30 kilograms of metal. I'll give you food. I'll give you water. I'll give you all my supplies. Forget about it. Upgrading resources is more important than anything else right now. After tonight, we don't know what speed we'll need next time. Who would be willing to exchange upgrade resources for it? Friend, why don't you try to join the Tong Menghui? Li Xiaosheng from the Tong Menghui seems to have a lot of resources for upgrading. The above person, you think too much. Li Xiaosheng is a very selfish guy. If you want to buy resources from him now, the price is sky high. 1 train coin will give you 15 kilograms of metal. I'll go to hell. I won't buy from him even if I die. Why are you reacting so strongly? You'll die anyway. Besides, the prices have been updated. 1 train coin can only be exchanged for 10 kilograms of materials or 10 mechanical parts. If you don't buy now, the prices will be even higher when the night survival begins. I can tell you that the only one who dares to take out the materials to buy now is Brother Li. The person who said this should be a member of Li Xiaosheng's alliance. There were only a little over 2,000 people left in the chat room. Ye Qiyan observed for a while and found that about 1/10 of the train conductors had not yet completed their first upgrade. Some of them missed the resources because they did not get off at certain stations. Some people simply have extremely bad luck. In 6 stops, they have not even been able to enter a platform with basic resources. They have done their best to survive until now. It's just the threshold from level 1 to level 2, and 8,000 people have already been eliminated by this threshold. At this time, they should not be stingy with their train coins or some special props in exchange for resources. Li Xiaosheng also seems to be selling it, but the price is too high, so not everyone can afford it. Moreover, this guy seems to be deliberately preventing some people from completing the upgrade. He now has 16 train coins, which seems like a lot, but he doesn't know how much will be consumed when the next train upgrade option comes. If there is a chance to gain more train coins, Ye Qiyan will not give up. He thought about it and sent a message to the chat room. Selling upgrade materials. 1 train coin can be exchanged for 30 kilograms of metal, 30 kilograms of wood, or 20 mechanical parts. The quantity is limited. First come, first served. No bargaining is accepted. Boss, I want to buy it. FK, isn't this the gun seller? The gun seller is actually selling resources again? This price, hey, is much cheaper than Li Xiaosheng's gang. Help, help, sir, I have train coins, I have sent you a private message, please reply quickly. It's so expensive. Only a fool would buy it. FK, you are a bunch of vampires who eat people without leaving any bones. Is a pile of garbage resources worth a train coin? If you buy it now, what will you do when you upgrade and there is no train coin purchase option? What are you barking about, dog? Are you jealous of others who have resources and sell them, but you don't have the ability? If you keep barking, I'll blow your head off. Isn't it just Li Xiaosheng's dog? You're upset because he sold it cheaper than your master, so I bought it from Boss Yet. Who are you calling a dog? Diao Le Lu Mu. I'll remember you, and when we meet I'll kill you. The chat room exploded. Some people who had bought materials from Li Xiaosheng at a higher price felt aggrieved after seeing the price posted by Ye Qiyan and started arguing with others in the chat room. Ye Qiyan didn't pay attention to their noise. The materials on the trading interface were sold out in just a moment and turned into 10 train coins that fell into his hands. Chapter 35. The chat room was still noisy. There are still many voices begging others to list materials on the trading platform, and more private chats are also sent to Ye Qiyan's backend. Ye Qiyan put another batch on the shelves, but this time he only harvested 3 train coins. It's not that the market is saturated, but there are really few people who own train coins. Treasure chests are not that easy to find. Think about it carefully, if it weren't for the existence of Wally, wouldn't the only treasure chest Ye Qiyan found by himself be the one in the original armory? No treasure chest, no train coins. Without train coins, you can't buy resources for upgrading, and you can only wait for death at the next night survival. But that has nothing to do with Ye Qiyan. It is impossible for him to help everyone. He is willing to put the product on the shelves just to harvest a wave of train coins. What's more, if someone can't even upgrade for the first time in 6 stations, he is indeed not suitable for this world. After scanning the private chats about people hoping to exchange supplies for resources, they didn't even think about proving that they were worthy of help when begging for help from others. Pang Wangxuan, please, this is the only blueprint I have. I need 30 kilograms of metal to upgrade the train. Please help me. In the private chat, only one message caught Ye Qiyan's attention. Blueprint? You can take a look. But a blueprint should be able to exchange for more resources from others, right? After all, no matter how rubbish a blueprint is, it is still a blueprint. Weird. What blueprint? Pang Wangxuan, who was huddled in the corner of the train and shivering, was suddenly surprised when he got the response. This one. Please help me. Wooden bow blueprint, level 1. Required, 3 kilograms of wood. Okay, Ye Qiyan takes back his previous thoughts. No wonder he couldn't sell it. How many people today know how to use a bow? Compared to guns and crossbows, which only require aiming and pulling the trigger, a bow is too difficult to use. What's more, this is just a bow, and it doesn't have any arrows to match it. But it is a blueprint after all. It may not work for others, but it may not work for him. Okay, let's trade. The moment Pang Wangxuan saw Ye Qiyan agree, he cried with joy. He thought the other party would choose to refuse like everyone else, but he didn't expect that. Thank you. You are a good person. I will definitely repay you. Good guy? Ye Qiyan scratched his head. These days, being praised as a good person always feels like being scolded. I didn't pay attention to the repayment he mentioned. After all, this might be the last time they communicated. After 6 stops, he barely made it to level 2. What about the next time? Can he really keep up with the ever-increasing progress? The deal is done. Then. Sublimation. Yes, this is why Ye Qiyan chose to agree. A garbage level 1 blueprint can reach level 2 after sublimation. Once it is manufactured and sublimated, it can jump to level 3. I never thought about upgrading the blueprint before, but I just didn't want to be unable to collect suitable materials for manufacturing after upgrading. In fact, this was his first time to upgrade a blueprint. Spirit, 120-115. Black Hardwood Bow, Level 2. Required, 10 kilograms of wood, 0.5 kilograms of fiber. All materials are available, and we manufacture directly. Then, continue to sublimate. Spirit, 115-105. Huaxiao Enchanted Wooden Bow. Consume spirit to create Huaxiao arrows, and slightly adjust the hit rate after firing. Potential exhausted. A wooden bow with flower patterns attached to it was held in his hand. Consume a little mental energy, pull the bow, and a light pink energy arrow will appear out of thin air. Shot into the distance, the arrow pierced through the body of a monster. It's quite powerful, almost the same as a black light pistol with armor-piercing bullets activated, and it also has a slight auto-aim capability. But Ye Qiyan still prefers to use guns, but this level 3 bow will definitely sell for a good price. Clear. All private messages from strangers were cleared, and other people's requests for help had nothing to do with him. After all, the price of one train coin for 30 kilograms of resources itself means that he is not a good person. There is still one message left in the private chat interface, which is sent by a friend and will not be cleared. Shangguan Yingxiu, do you have any bullets left to sell? I can exchange them for gunpowder. It's her, a very smart trading partner with a very good personality. Gunpowder, that was exactly what he needed, and it came at the right time. Ye Qiyan, 500 G of gunpowder in exchange for 10 level 3 bullets. I won't charge you any extra processing fee for the metal used in the production. Deal, I want 100. Any questions? No, I'm just curious about how you got so much gunpowder. Ye Qiyan couldn't stop smiling. 500 grams of gunpowder can produce 100 bullets, and the price sold to Shangguan Yingxiu is 10 times more expensive than the cost. The rich woman asked for 100 bullets at a time, which meant she had to provide Ye Qiyan with enough gunpowder to make 1,000 bullets. It's a pleasure to trade with her. The deal was done quickly. 100 bullets were exchanged for the raw materials for 1,000 bullets. Ye Qiyan immediately took out the blueprint and started making them on the processing table. Ye Qiyan, who was originally worried about whether he would have enough bullets to leave the platform, was now completely relieved. He distributed all the freshly made bullets to the sentries, and his sense of security was immediately maximized. The snake meat sizzles over the flames, sprinkle some salt on it and turn it over. Fingers tapped on the light curtain. By the way, I was in a coma yesterday. What is the vibration you mentioned? Can you tell me? Coma. Shangguan Yingxiu, who was sorting supplies, was stunned after seeing these words. Yes, I was seriously injured on the platform and almost died. Sorry. I thought I had disturbed you too much and you didn't want to talk to me anymore. This was supposed to be the last time. No need to apologize, so, what exactly is vibration? He still wanted to figure this out. I don't know. The vibration suddenly occurred around 5:50 yesterday afternoon. The vibration made people feel inexplicably scared, as if something was angry. 5:50 in the afternoon. Isn't that the time when he left Meling Town? Thanks for your answer. By the way, how was your last stop? Did you get anything good? Can you show it to me? Shangguan Yingxiu hesitated for a while, then remembered that she had misunderstood the other party, and sent a screenshot. Ice stone, level 2. Put it in a container to lower the temperature of the liquid in the container to the freezing point. It's from a treasure chest. If you need it, I can sell it to you for 60 bullets, or 2 train coins. Chapter 36. This is a good thing. Without a water reservoir, the temperature will be too high and the water will easily deteriorate and spoil. However, if the temperature is kept at freezing point, the time of spoilage can be greatly reduced. In addition, this thing will be even more useful if you encounter hot weather. After all, no one can resist a cold beer in the hot weather. I almost forgot about this. Ye Qiyan thought of something, returned to the carriage, and found his target where the blueprint was stored. Low-level reservoir blueprint. This is the blueprint obtained through the upgrade options after upgrading the train for the first time. Although he only built it once, the reservoir is undoubtedly quite practical in this world. And Shangguan Yingxiu, a woman who has an inexplicable affinity with water, should like this very much. Would you like to buy this? A description of a low-level water reservoir was sent over. How many train coins? She was moved. 2. I don't have that much. Can I buy it on credit? And this is just a low-level water reservoir. Why is it so expensive? You can exchange it for something else, on credit, what do you think? Shang Guanyingxiu also understood that this was impossible, and after hesitating for a while, she made a decision. Ice beads, is that okay? You agreed so easily. You didn't even bargain. Ye Qiyan patted the low-level water reservoir. To put it simply, this thing is just a lump of iron with special powers. Its blueprint cost only 1 train coin, but I didn't expect it to be worth 3 coins after being sold. It's true that you can't judge a thing by its appearance. Don't agree. You can trade. Wait a moment. If she is willing, Ye Qiyan will not refuse. Take the blueprint, take out the materials, and make it on the processing table. A brand new low-level water reservoir appeared, and Shang Guanyingxiu made a transaction request early on. Accept. The deal is done. Ye Qiyan picked up the condensed ice bead. This stuff is great. Let's buy a few bottles of beer and drinks from Zhaolin later. If she dies at the next stop, we won't be able to buy them. Moreover, there is sublimation. Spirit, 104-84. Ice vein bead, level 3. Water can be condensed into ice and can be manipulated in shape. Oh, could it be? Ahem, show up. Ice vein sword. Ye Qiyan coughed lightly, and made a pose that he thought was very handsome, aiming the ice vein pearl at the reservoir. The fresh water in the reservoir slowly condensed into a long sword made of ice. Reach out and take it. Then, it breaks at the slightest touch. This is rubbish. I thought it was going to be like performing magic. Disappointing, but not too bad. Anyway, the stuff was almost free, so he didn't lose anything. He looked at the chat interface, then at the Huaxiao enchanted wooden bow in his hand. Shang Guanyingxiu probably has nothing to trade with me, but... After hesitating for a moment, he sent a screenshot with a sentence attached. Do you want this? I'll sell it to you for 4 train coins, or something else. Shang Guanyingxiu, who was about to take a shower, was stunned when she saw the message. I have no money, and it's too expensive. It's not expensive at all, okay? This is a level 3 weapon, it can completely crush the monsters we can encounter now. As for the train coins, I told you that you can exchange them for something of equal value. Why didn't you just say? There was a hint of resentment in Shang Guanyingxiu's words. If Ye Qiyan had taken out this bow from the beginning, why would she have bought bullets? I just remembered, and you said you wanted to buy bullets. Ye Qiyan continued to deceive without blushing or beating his heart. If there's no way to trade it, then forget it. I can only sell this bow to someone else. He was still testing the waters. Shang Guanyingxiu seemed to be luckier than Zhaolin. After all, apart from himself, she was the first one among everyone to complete the train upgrade, and she might have something else in her hands. By the way, didn't you just say that you opened a treasure chest at the last stop? What else was there besides the ice vein pearl? Don't worry, I'm not suggesting that you use those things in exchange. Shang Guanyingxiu's calm heart suddenly felt the urge to close the chat interface and delete him as a friend. Isn't this a hint? Then what is this? Are you really sure that she will want to buy it? It's just a level 3 weapon. She, Shang Guanyingxiu, is not. A screenshot was sent to Ye Qiyan. Sunny Doll, level 2. Consume 2 points of energy, and you will know the weather for the next day at 12 noon every day. This is all I have, plus 100 kilograms of fresh water and a train coin. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. This time she really took out everything she could. It's not that Shang Guanyingxiu has to buy it, but this level 3 weapon is too attractive to her who only has a level 2 train. If he doesn't agree this time, I will definitely not raise the price again. I was thinking secretly in my heart that Ye Qiyan had already replied to the message. Well, okay, since I've traded with you so many times, I'll just do you a favor and trade with you. Having said that, his face was full of smiles at this moment. Make a lot of money. He exchanged the blueprint for just 30 kilograms of materials, and finally sold it for a full value of 3 train coins. He is truly a business genius. The deal was done, all the fresh water was put into the reservoir, and a white sunny doll appeared in his hand. It's pretty cute. Sublimation. Spirit, 8469. Relaxing sunny doll, level 3. Use a little energy to predict the weather for today and the next day at any time. It can now be used at any time instead of only at noon, and the mental consumption has also been reduced a little, which is not bad. There was no change in appearance. Ye Qiyan hung him in the temperature-controlled compartment where he usually rested. This transaction allowed him to gain a lot, although it did not reach the point of qualitative change. But now he has a full 30 train coins. It is time to consider upgrading the train again. Let's wait until we leave the station. After all, it's not very safe here. Having made up his mind, Ye Qiyan walked out of the car. What does it smell like? After sniffing it, his expression suddenly changed. It's broken. My meat. The snake meat, which had been roasted for a long time, had now turned black and was obviously inedible. Alas, I can only bake it again. Come to think of it, Wally hasn't come back in such a long time. Could he have died outside? Chapter 37. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. This guy named Ye Qiyan actually deleted me as a friend? And he sold the materials at a lower price, is he really going against me? Li Xiaosheng's face looked extremely ugly. Looking at his friend list, the obvious prompt interface that showed he had been deleted made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Since you have chosen to go against me, just wait, I will let you know what regret is. Around him, large amounts of wood and metal took up most of the space. Li Xiaosheng laughed triumphantly. Sure enough, I am the chosen one. I can complete the upgrade every 3 stations. Who can catch up with me? Ha 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 ha. Upgrade. Li Xiaosheng consumed materials and the train level was upgraded to level 3. Just when he was about to send this message to the chat room to show off, he suddenly noticed something and frowned. Firestone? Gold? Mithril? What are these? Forget it. Anyway, I have my talent and can find any material. Wait, why can't I choose? A terrible idea came into Li Xiaosheng's mind. His talent can only select basic materials, and the basic materials only include metal, wood, and mechanical parts. Mithril, gold, firestone, and the like are not included. His talent is limited to this. Finally I can have a meal. The stop time is 6 hours. Ye Qiyan blew away the wood ash on the snake meat. The rich meaty aroma made people salivate even though it was only seasoned with the most basic salt. During this period of time, the monsters outside never launched a single attack. Even if Ye Qiyan actively shot them with a gun, these monsters would only choose to flee, and after Ye Qiyan left, they would return to the 150-meter cordon. Are you trying to trap me here and wait? While eating the snake meat, he stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Just then, a rustling sound came from not far away. When he looked where the sound came from, he saw that the sentry did not attack the person who made the sound. Wally, a cube robot with 2 tracks, is coming from not far away. Oh, you're back. I thought you were going to hang yourself outside. Wally couldn't speak, it just silently handed a tree stump to Ye Qiyan. Level 4 treasure box, can be opened. Ye Qiyan's expression changed instantly. As expected of Wally, well done. After knocking on Wally's iron head a few times, he didn't open the treasure chest immediately. He threw away the half-eaten snake meat and got into the car. But it would be better if you don't attract monsters next time. Ouch! Deafening wolf howls sounded from the direction where Wally was returning. A white wolf as tall as an adult male appeared in that direction. After it broke into the sentry's security range, a torrential rain of bullets hit its body continuously. There is no doubt that in the Sentinel's judgment, this white wolf is not a monster that can be killed with one bullet. The white wolf whimpered in pain, and a ball of lightning appeared around its body and attached to its hair. Its speed increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it had broken through the range of 50 meters of the train. Lightning White Wolf, Level 4. Talent, Lightning Attachment. Skill, Lightning Armor. Over Limit Mode. A train coin in Ye Qiyan's hand turned into golden light and merged into the Sentinel, and the Sentinel's attack frequency doubled. The 5 sniper rifles in the Sentinel's hands seemed to have turned into a giant Gatling gun, and the storm of bullets enveloped the white wolf. In less than 3 seconds, there was only a corpse left on the ground. But the Sentinel's attacks did not stop. Those monsters that were outside just now have followed the white wolf into the warning range. Are they waiting for this wolf? In the 30-second over-limit mode, hundreds of monsters were beaten into pieces. It's a pity to use this skin. If it could be made into clothes, it would be very warm. I don't know if it would be better after being recycled. Pick up the bullet-riddled and blood-stained corpse of the white wolf on the ground, drag it back to the train, and recycle it on the processing table. Obtain, Lightning White Wolf Fur ×1. Obtain, Wolf Bones x10. Obtain, Wolf Fang ×1. As expected of a level 4 monster, the materials it explodes from its body are several more than those from lower level monsters. The only pity is that its flesh was smashed by the Sentinel. Even if he really collected the pile of mosaics on the ground. Forget it. So, those monsters outside are waiting for this white wolf. If you think about it carefully, the white wolf is indeed powerful. The warning range was 150 meters, but it was able to withstand the attack of the Sentinels and advance a full 100 meters before it fell under the powerful firepower of the over-limit mode. If it were any other train conductor who only had a level 3 train, even if he could barely avoid the attacks of ordinary monsters on this platform, he would never be a match for the wolf demon. Fear, despair, being torn apart, and being ravaged are what a normal level 3 train conductor should look like at this station. All I can say is that he is slightly stronger than the average person. I raised my eyes and looked through the car window at the sky above my head. I don't know who you are, but you want to use this platform to kill me. I'm sorry, I have to disappoint you. As time went by, when the countdown reached the last 3 hours, the trigger of the departure rights changed from grey to color, which made Ye Qiyan's heart completely relaxed. There was no choice but to leave the platform immediately. Now that the white wolf was dead, those monsters didn't even dare to stay outside the warning range. In this case, of course we should take this opportunity to collect more resources. Where is this? A forest in a canyon. The thing that is most abundant in the forest is trees. He was cautious not to leave the platform in the first few hours, and the remaining 3 hours could not be wasted. Carrying an axe, Ye Qiyan took down the safe that Shaya gave him. We need to cut down the trees and also consider how to get the train back. The safety box grid has a more relaxed one-type judgment than the storage compartment. For example, a gun, a car, or a carriage can all be considered a type. So, a tree can naturally be counted as one of them. Cut down, store in a safe, bring back to the train, and recycle. In more than 2 hours, we harvested a total of 500 kilograms of wood. The last 30 minutes of the countdown to the docking. VIP off-site benefits are open. Conductor, please start the train. On the light screen, a huge button appeared before our eyes. Ye Qiyan's gaze swept across the dark forest one last time. It's time to go. One hand hits the button. The familiar distortion of nothingness emerged as the train moved forward. The rails extend forward. The train slowly accelerated. Through the nothingness, through the darkness, the bright moonlight shines into the train through the window. 2230:05. The train broadcast sounded the moment he returned. All train conductors leave platform 6. Chapter 38. All train conductors leave platform 6. The loud broadcast caused the remaining 2,000 train conductors to stop what they were doing and look at the broadcast in astonishment. After tonight, train conductors with a train level lower than level 2 will die in night survival. The remaining train conductors will enter the trading platform at the 7th station. You can purchase items of the current train level once at the trading station. Please keep enough train coins. Since the number of train conductors in the E3 block is about to fall below 2,000, the block will be merged after the 7th station. Warm reminder, night survival will start at midnight and last for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Special reminder, if the train is attacked and damaged, the train speed will be reduced. Please use materials to repair the train in time. This long string of words hammered at the hearts of many train conductors. There was wailing all over the chat room. They begged everywhere just to get some resources for upgrading. However, no one will lend a helping hand at this time. The broadcast said that the train was damaged and the speed would be reduced. So even if you are promoted to level 2 conductor, you are not absolutely safe on this night. But these have nothing to do with Ye Qiyan. Back in the endless wilderness, apart from the sound of the broadcast coming from overhead, a light curtain automatically appeared in front of his eyes. Congratulations, you left the level 4 killing station without interference. The train system will apologize for the interference. Therefore, you will be given the following rewards. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have obtained the module, Random Processing. Random Processing. After equipping this module, you will be able to summon and use the processing table at any location. Can't you come earlier, really? Slide the light curtain with your fingertips to receive the module. If he had had this module at the previous stop, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble carrying both corpses and wood. After a few small complaints, Ye Qiyan's gaze fell on the tree stump in his hand, no, to be precise, on the treasure chest. Level 4 treasure box, can be opened. Hey, luckily Wally is here, otherwise where would we get so many treasure chests? Nighttime survival has nothing to do with him. He has more important things to do. Sublimation. Physical strength, 8050 spirit, 11595. Level 5 treasure chest, can be opened. Only 50. Ye Qiyan sighed slightly in his heart. This is much better than before. Open the treasure chest. Obtain 10 train coins. Conductor module, Lightning Strike, level 4. Weapon conversion card, level 5. Blueprint, Lightning Wolf leather boots, level 4. Excluding the train coins, there are a total of 3 items, only one of which is a level 5 item. Ye Qiyan checked them one by one starting from the first one. Lightning Strike. Consume 30 points of physical strength, place the whole body in lightning, force acceleration and perform a short distance super speed movement. Weapon conversion card, level 5. After using it on any weapon, you can use it as a template to transform it into a level 5 weapon of the same type. Blueprint, Lightning Wolf leather boots. Required, Lightning White Wolf fur ×1. After equipping, you can consume 20 points of mental power to summon Lightning Possession, which increases the attack/release/movement speed by 50% within 10 seconds. It can be released continuously, and the mental power consumed each time is doubled. Although there is only one level 5, the other 2 rewards are equally excellent. The first module can be seen as forced displacement in the game, which is a good ability whether it is used to avoid attacks or to run away. Not to mention the third blueprint, the abilities of the White Wolf are still vivid in my mind. As for the second one, Ye Qiyan thought for a moment, playing with the card in his hand. Who should it be used for? There's actually nothing to think about. He picked up the black light pistol that had been hanging on his waist. This gun had accompanied him to several platforms. Even on platforms higher than his level, it could still be effective thanks to the armor-piercing effect. Also, it's handsome. Sublimation. Physical strength, 5030. Spirit, 9545. Fatigue set in. It took 70 points to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, which was really high. But it's worth it. Enchantment Heaven Reaver Weapon Conversion Card. After the weapon is converted, it can be additionally enchanted with the Heaven Plunderer effect. Without hesitation, Ye Qiyan attached the card to the black light enchanted pistol. The weapon card emits a glow of alternating black and white. It was as if angels from heaven and demons from hell appeared at the same time. The black light pistol floated in the air, with dazzling and dim light complementing each other. The huge energy fluctuations made the train vibrate. Buzz. With a soft hum, the light and darkness all dissipated, and a pistol that was completely black and reflective, with angel and devil wings engraved on the gun body, returned to his hand. Unnamed, Level 6. Special effect, Heaven Plunderer. Each time a target is killed, a certain amount of life will be absorbed to restore the owner's injuries, physical strength, and spirit. Use a little energy to condense black armor-piercing bullets. Use a little energy to condense a white explosive bomb. Consume 10 points of physical strength and 10 points of mental strength at the same time. Condense black and white armor-piercing explosive bombs. Please name this weapon. Very strong. After enchantment, the black light pistol, which was originally only level 3, jumped to level 6. Not only that, but even the effects have been greatly enhanced. Ye Qiyan could not wait to open the car window, facing the biting cold wind outside, and kept looking around. He found a mummy monster not far away, raised his gun, expended some energy, and fired. A pure white bullet shot out from the muzzle and hit the mummy the moment it did so. An explosion occurred within a 1-meter radius centered on the mummy. This attack was no less powerful than a grenade, or even more powerful. What should we call a level 6 weapon? That's right. Ye Qiyan looked at the gun in his hand and remembered a name. Ebony, that's a nice name. One of the guns used by one of the protagonists in a game I once played. He thought it was extremely handsome at the time, and after being enchanted, this gun was somewhat similar to the ebony one. Using this name is like reminiscing about the past. Naming success. Ebony, Heaven Plunderer enchantment, suffix hidden. There is no sublimation done on what is left, except for the mods. If the blueprint is sublimated, the material needed may not be the wolf skin. After the boots were made, there was still a lot of the wolf skin left, which was perfect to use as bedding for sleeping at night. After finishing everything, he lay on the bed, humming a little tune happily. The time is already after midnight. Outside the train, monsters began to chase the train. However, surviving at night is a difficult task for others. To him, it was still just an ordinary night. Tomorrow, we'll reach level 4. Chapter 39. Don't come over here. Help. I'm so close to leveling up. Why don't you lend me the materials? Get away from me. You monsters. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. On ordinary nights, the train conductors who failed to reach level 2 became food for the monsters. Even among those who had upgraded, there were still some unlucky ones who ended up dying because of the damage to the train and the slowdown in speed. The next morning, the gentle sunlight shines into the train. Wash your face, brush your teeth, light the fire, and prepare breakfast. It's a nice day. The sunny doll predicted today's weather last night. Mild and sunny. It is the most suitable weather for human survival. I opened the window and let the cool breeze from outside the train blow in. The wilderness outside had not changed at all. 70 rounds of ammunition in one night? That's less than I thought. He checked the consumption of the sentinels. After all, Last night was a time for survival. Although the monsters this time could not catch up with his level 3 train, there would still be some coming from both sides and destroying the sides of the train. He didn't want the train to be damaged, after all, it would cost materials to repair it. Physical strength, 100 spirit, 120. Calling up the system light screen, on the personal page, the spirit and attributes have been restored to full value. Ye Qiyan swallowed the basin fruit pulp in his mouth, ended his breakfast time, and began to get ready. I don't know what the train options will be this time. Walk to the front of the car and reach out to press the body of the original control system. Although he didn't need to do this after the system bound the module, he liked the sense of ritual. Sublimation. Physical strength, 10070 spirit, 12050. Train upgrade completed. Current level, 4. The materials required for the next train upgrade are 500 kilograms of wood, 500 mechanical parts, 850 kilograms of metal, 40 kilograms of glass, 200 electronic components, 10 kilograms of gold, 15 kilograms of mithril, and 1 calculation unit. Open upgrade option. Congratulations, you are the first conductor in this block to upgrade the train to level 4. Title obtained, Upgrade Master. Congratulations on breaking the fastest train level 4 record. Get a conductor enhancement card. 100 points, only 10 points more than the 90 points consumed to upgrade a level 2 train to level 3. His sublimation talent really reduced a lot of consumption after self-sublimation. Otherwise, I am afraid that the consumption points from 3 to 4 would be enough to drain him dry at once. However, this upgrade and record-breaking performance also came as a bit of a surprise to Ye Qiyan. After all, Shea gave him a fire stone, so even without sublimation, he could reach level 4 in such a short time. Since Saya can give it, maybe other survivors can also do the same? It seems that Ye Qiyan guessed wrong. Those survivors who came to this world earlier than him didn't seem to interfere with newcomers like him so easily. Shea's case was just an exception. After upgrading, open the train details first. Needless to say, the 3 items that make up the train have also increased their speed by 20 km per hour. That's not the point. Open upgrade option. Upgrade option enabled. Level 4 train upgrade options are as follows. 1. Luxurious dream bed, 5 train coins. 2. Train space enhancement, 8 train coins. 3. Train module, train anywhere door, 6 train coins. 4. Smart chip, 10 train coins. After looking at these 4 upgrade options, Ye Qiyan's face was full of question marks. 5, 8, 6, 10. If you want to buy them all, you will have to spend 29 train coins? Isn't this upgrade option really determined by the number of train coins he has? He now only has 39 coins in total, and after purchasing these upgrade options, he only has the 10 coins left that he got from opening the level 5 treasure chest. Isn't this too expensive? Ye Qiyan felt a little pained and complained speechlessly. However, train coins can still be obtained, and if you miss the upgrade option, you really miss it. But for these 4 options, you still need to look at the quality before deciding whether to buy them now. Touch the light screen that appears in front of you to call up all the details of the 4 upgrade rewards. Luxury Dream Queen Bed. On this bed, you can get the best rest, both physically and mentally. Lying on it will improve your recovery speed, and you won't have nightmares. What a good stuff! He was feeling the pain in his waist from sleeping on the iron bed, and it can also restore his physical and mental strength. Isn't this what he needs most? I bought it. Train space enhancement. The length, width, and height of all carriages/front spaces in the train will be increased by 1 meter each. This upgrade option immediately reminded Ye Qiyan of Shea's church carriage, and he had to buy that, too, without a doubt. I bought it. Train module, train arbitrary door. You can freely choose to enter any carriage on the train through the compartment partition door. This seems to be very useful. Buy it. Smart chip. Needs to be installed on mechanical objects. After installation, it can make them have low-level intelligence. Hiss, if this is installed in Wally's head. Let's wait. Ye Qiyan suppressed the impulse to spend. After purchasing the first 3 options, only the last 20 train coins are left. He did not forget what he said in the broadcast yesterday. Today, everyone's platform will be a trading platform that requires the consumption of train coins. If I spend all the train coins now, then if I come across something I want but don't have the train coins, won't I be able to just watch helplessly? Suffer a little bit for Wally, and save some car coins. Ye Qiyan chose to keep the last smart chip. In 3 stops, even if he spent all the train coins on trading platforms, he was confident that he could collect them again. After the purchase was completed, the space on the train became much wider after being reinforced. Putting that bed in the climate-controlled carriage that has been used as a bedroom, let alone upgrading the train space, it would be quite crowded if the bed was put down. Oh! I haven't slept in such a comfortable bed in a long time. No, the beds I slept in before were not this comfortable either. Throwing himself on the bed, Ye Qiyan squinted his eyes. His body was wrapped by the soft and elastic mattress. He became extremely relaxed, and the fatigue of his body was relieved at this moment. Call up the personal interface. Physical and mental strength are also recovering at a faster rate. Sure enough, it was right to suffer a little bit. Chapter 40. After resting for a while, Ye Qiyan sat up from the bed. His upgrade rewards don't stop there. Title: This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Title: Upgrade Master. Introduction: This reward is given to the first train conductor in each block who upgrades the train to level 4, in recognition of your outstanding performance in this train survival game. After wearing it, it will be easier to gain the trust of the natives in the platform. Trust, maybe it will be useful. Wearing this title directly did not bring about any changes. The effect could only be seen the next time I arrived at the platform and met a living person. Finally, there is the reward for breaking the level 4 record. Conductor Enhancement Card. Strengthen the train conductor's mental and physical strength by 10 points. Seeing the introduction of this enhancement card, Ye Qiyan's face instantly showed joy. Sure enough, my guess was right. There is indeed a way to improve physical strength and mental strength. I didn't expect to encounter it so soon. For him who needs to consume a lot of physical and mental energy, the effect of this enhancement card is simply perfect. And there was something else that made him even more excited. The reinforcement card has a physical body, and unlike some modules that are used directly without a sublimation carrier, it can also be sublimated once. Sublimation. Spirit, 7540. Conductor Enhancement Card. Advanced Conductor Enhancement Card. Strengthen the train's mental/physical strength by 20 points. 10 points became 20 points. Although it doesn't seem like much, this is the upper limit of the enhancement. The card is held between 2 fingers, close to the heart. Strengthen your physical strength. The strengthening card turned into red light particles and merged into his body. An indescribable feeling of comfort fills my whole body. This feeling lasted for several minutes. Strengthening success. Physical strength limit, 100-120. It seems that it does more than just increase physical strength. Ye Qiyan clenched his fist, picked up a piece of wood, and with a little force, he broke the wood with his bare hands. If this happened in modern society, he could be called a little Superman. I see. No wonder there are only 2 attributes, spirit and physical strength. It turns out that strength and speed are included in it. What other attributes are included in spirit? Don't think too much about it, you will know sooner or later. Now is the time to rest. He needs to be back to his best before arriving at the next stop. 1300:00. When the train was supposed to enter the platform, the familiar space distortion did not appear in front of it. Ye Qiyan sat by the window, moving his fingers in the air to bring up the public chat window. 1735/10000. More than 200 people died last night. This number is already less than 2,000. According to the broadcast, after the 7th station it will be merged with other blocks. By then, will there still be exactly 10,000 people? What the hell? No need to go to the station today. It's a beautiful thought, but it's identified as a fish memory. Didn't the previous broadcast say which trading platform to go to today? There must be special rules. Ah. It doesn't matter what platform it is. I just hope there's no danger. Trading. Hehe, I've used all my train coins to buy materials to upgrade the train. I don't have any money left to buy things. In the chat room, everyone was chatting animatedly. Just then, the familiar cold mechanical female voice sounded from the radio. The train is about to arrive at the 7th station, which is a public trading platform. All train conductors will stop at this station. Since this station is a public platform, the stop time will be based on the current position of the train conductor, and it will take 300 kilometers to reach the trading platform. There are only 20 rails on this platform, first come first served. Trains arriving later will queue outside and can only enter the station after the train in front leaves. Note, when you go to the 7th station, you will be attacked by monsters, which will slow down the speed of the car. The broadcast ends. The group of people in the chat room started making noise again. Damn! That's not fair. The speed of a level 2 train is only 40, and that Li Xiaosheng has already been upgraded to level 3, so he must be the first to reach 60. That's Brother Li's own awesomeness. What does it have to do with you? Why is the dog barking? Hey, Brother Li, when you get to the station first, remember to send a screenshot to your brothers. Li Xiaosheng? He has already reached level 3. It's quite fast. This guy must have good talent. Li Xiaosheng, haha, no problem. Don't worry, brothers. As the first level 3 train in this area, I will be the first to arrive. Once I get there, I will tell my allies about the situation there. The following are all compliments from Li Xiaosheng, members of the Tong Menghui. The first one. The corners of Ye Qiyan's mouth curled up. The Class 2 train travels at 40 km per hour and takes 7.5 hours to reach the trading station. The speed of a Class 3 train is 60 km per hour, and it takes 5 hours to travel 300 km. And level 4 is 80 km. It only takes 3 hours and 45 minutes to reach that station. But Ye Qiyan's speed does not stop there. Red Triple Speed Train Acceleration Device. Standardized Accelerated Bullet. Since I first got this device, I have never encountered a situation where I needed it for extra acceleration. Now, I finally have the opportunity to use it. He took out a bullet from the storage unit, passed through the door, triggered the train's door module, crossed the second carriage, and went directly to the front of the train. The accelerator slowly rises. A silver-white bullet as thick as a baby's arm was thrown into it. Start accelerating. The train began to accelerate. A strong sense of pushing back comes. The endless wilderness outside the car window was receding at an accelerated rate. The monster that was blocking the train as mentioned in the broadcast appeared in front. But under the powerful impact of the speed of 240 km, these monsters were directly turned into meat patties. In just 10 minutes, the distance to the station displayed on the system screen was reduced to only 260 km. Continue. Another accelerated bullet was inserted into the device. The acceleration continues. With the help of 2 accelerating bullets, it took only 3 hours for Ye Qiyan to see a huge platform appearing in front of him, which was actually located in this wilderness. At this moment, the crossroads of fate that had been silent all this time suddenly appeared in front of Ye Qiyan. Trigger at the crossroads of destiny. The platform ahead is a public trading platform. Please select the inbound route. 1 Novice Trading Area, Level 1 to 3 Trading Stations. 2 General Trading Area, Level 4 to 6 Trading Stations. Is there such a distinction? I choose 2, the Normal Trading Area. Another 5 minutes. The train began to slow down, and before passing through a translucent cover, it suddenly changed its track, deviated from the platform in front with 20 tracks, and came to another larger station. Welcome Conductor E3-1102, Ye Qiyan, to the trading station. Current platform, passing station. Docking countdown, infinite. Good luck. This site, no danger. Dock time, unlimited. Chapter 41. Trading Station. After the train stopped, Ye Qiyan was surprised by the infinity in the stop column on the station information displayed on the system screen in front of him. Unlimited docking? Does this world really give people the choice to stop? Ye Qiyan didn't believe it. Just then, there was a slight knock on the door. Look up. He saw a person wearing a white smiling mask and a black military cap, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman, standing in front of the train door and waving at him. The sentry didn't trigger. This is a human, not a monster. The smiling man tilted his head. His nearly 2-meter height looked like a small mountain. He clapped his white-gloved palms and saluted Ye Qiyan. Welcome respectable conductor, the guide at the number 2 platform of the train station is here to serve you sincerely. Guide? What does it do? The smiling man straightened up and pointed a hand at the building behind him. Of course, I will take you to the shopping hall and earn train coins for the station from you. Of course, I can also answer some of your questions. You are so honest. Thank you for the compliment. He got off the train and closed the door. With the sentry on guard, he was not afraid of anyone attacking his train. You just said that you could answer my questions? What's the price? There is no price. As a guide, it is reasonable for me to answer your questions about this station. Of course, it would be even better if you are willing to spend more train coins. On the way to shopping, Ye Qiyan raised the issue that concerned him most. Why is this station in the wilderness? Also, the stop time of this platform, is it infinite? What does that mean? Can I stay here and don't have to take the train to the next station? Hearing this question, the smiling man paused. Even with the mask on, Ye Qiyan could feel the amusement in this guy's eyes. The glance was fleeting, and the smiling man replied. The train station has always existed in this world. There is no reason why. As for the stop time you mentioned, yes, you can stay here, abandon the train, and stay forever. Will you stay? The naked malice seemed to devour Ye Qiyan, and he seemed to be expecting someone to stay here. Forget it. What a shame. The smiling man shook his head and continued forward. Arriving at the front of the shopping hall, the smiling man leaned over, took out a card from his chest and stuck it to the door. The door opened and the scene in the shopping hall appeared before Ye Qiyan's eyes. Please. Walk into the shopping hall. A curtain of light suddenly fell from mid-air. No, E3-1102. Name, Ye Qiyan. Train level, level 4. Current station number, 7th station. Train coin assets, 20 pieces. His information was clearly displayed on the light screen. Ye Qiyan didn't care about it, as this kind of information was not valuable. So, what should I do? Not getting a response, Ye Qiyan looked suspiciously at the smiling man next to him and found that he was standing there blankly, the eyes under the mask staring at him. Hey? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? The smiling man came back to his senses and asked in an incredulous tone while looking at Ye Qiyan. This is only your 7th stop? It's really surprising. I've been on this platform for many years, and I've never seen anyone come here so early. The second largest platform of the transit station has never been considered as the seventh stop of a train conductor. And how did you get promoted to level 4? Is it important? I should have no reason to satisfy your curiosity. Ye Qiyan's expression was calm, and the leather boots on his feet flashed with subtle electric light. The smiling man shook his head. No, it's not important. I was disrespectful. Bowing, the smiling man raised his slender hand and tore his other arm apart in front of Ye Qiyan. This is my punishment for myself. If you are still not satisfied, I can tear off my other arm. No need, I'm not that boring. Thank you very much. The smiling man picked up the arm on the ground and put the torn wound back together. The bloody granulation tissue glued the two together, and even the blood on the ground was all returned to his body. Is this guy really human? There are 3 roads in the shopping hall, and the smiling man and Ye Qiyan stood on the one on the far right. There is a number symbol 6 above this road. This is the display case for level 6 items. According to the rules, you can buy 1 item here. The smiling man waved his arms, and 2 transparent display cases rose up on both sides of the road. Only 2. Yes, if you are not satisfied, you can also choose the level 4 and level 5 item area next door. There are a lot of items there. If you are not satisfied, there are also low-level trading stations of level 1 to 3 for you to choose from. Forget it, let's wait and see. He walked straight to the center of the 2 display cabinets, called up the system light curtain, and the information of the 2 props appeared on it. Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, Level 6. You can use mental power to replace bullets. Each point of mental power can condense into 10 bullets, causing more damage to evil spirits/demons/evil, and adding a supernatural effect to ghosts/monsters. Price, 18 train coins. Sword of Trickster, Level 6. Consume 10 points of mental power limit, and triple the mental power of the enemy judged as life, causing the enemy's sanity to dissipate, self-doubt, and mental madness to double the effect. Price, 18 train coins. So expensive. But it's worth the money, isn't it? The smiley man is right, a level 6 item is definitely worth the price. But what the hell is this strange sword? Consuming the upper limit of your own mental power only results in a reduction in the opponent's mental power? Isn't this a pure case of hurting the enemy by 800 and losing 8,000 of your own money? Chapter 42. As you wish. The 18 train coins turned into golden light in Ye Qiyan's hands and merged into the display case. Along with the soft light, the dark golden Great Compassion heavy machine gun appeared perfectly before his eyes. So big. So thick. So handsome. Besides, it's heavy. Ye Qiyan tried to pick it up, and the heavy weight made him understand why this thing was called a heavy machine gun. If it weren't for the fact that my physical strength had increased by 20 points, it would have been difficult to lift it. Moreover, seeing that the smiling man had no intention of helping, he had to take the gun back by himself. Fortunately, he had made preparations to buy large items in advance. He took out a safe from the backpack on his back and put the heavy machine gun directly into it. The smiling man didn't say anything, but his eyes under the mask kept spinning. He remained silent until Ye Qiyan put the safe back into his backpack. It was not until he saw that Ye Qiyan did not wake him up at all and was about to leave that he finally spoke. You are a really great conductor. Can you do me a favor? Although this favor is not something you can do right now. If you agree, I will give you another level 6 item for free. Ye Qiyan stopped and listened to what the smiling man said. What's the matter? Seeing that he didn't leave, the smiling man broke the glass of another level 6 item and took it out. It's very simple. Let me die. The Geixi sword was handed to him. An ominous purple aura spread outward from the sword, and a faint whisper echoed in the ears from time to time. If you want to die, just commit suicide. Why are you looking for me? Besides, I don't think I can kill a person who can repair a broken limb in a few seconds. The smiley man shook his head. I can't kill myself. All guides can't kill themselves. Hee hee. Don't worry, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not. As you said, you really can't kill me now. Why? I'm betting. I'm betting that you'll come here again, and that you'll have the ability to free me by then. The smiley man took off his mask. A face full of twisted wrinkles and abstract facial features was revealed. In fact, I was also a train conductor before, but I was forced to stay here for some reasons. Haha, this is the curse that kept me here. It's scary, isn't it? The smiley man put his mask back on. I have already taken this item out, and I can never put it back. This sword is already yours. Even if you forget about this in the future, just pretend that I never said anything. The Gixi sword fell at Ye Qiyan's feet. Do you want to accept it? Why not? I can't guarantee that I can do it, nor can I guarantee when I can do it. If you are willing to give it a try, I promise you. Thank you, that's enough. Bowing, the smiling man returned to his original state. Your purchase at this station has ended. However, this station also has some special foods from human society that can be purchased by consuming train coins. Would you like to try it? Well, forget it, I don't need it. We have everything from steamed buns to dumplings to hot pot. All you need is one train coin. This is a special benefit for the first conductor to enter the station. Are you sure you don't need it? A few minutes later, when Ye Qiyan sat down in a restaurant, looking at the dazzling array of delicious food in front of him, while recalling the messy barbecues he had made these days that were either salty or bland, he swallowed his saliva and began to feast on the food. 5 hours and 30 minutes after the public platform opened, a shabby train entered the transit station from a distance. The train stopped and Li Xiaosheng ran out of the train in a panic. Cough, 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 damn, these damn monsters actually set fire to the car. Luckily the car was going fast enough, otherwise it would be the end of me. Damn, even my carriage was destroyed. Now there is only one locomotive left on his train. The 2 carriages that originally stored a lot of resources were attacked by monsters on the way here. If the train had not been going fast enough, he would have been blown to pieces along with the people and the carriages. He punched the ground, and it took him a while to calm down his anger. Looking at the empty platform, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. I am the first one after all. Ha 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 ha. I must buy the blueprints that can be used to make weapons this time, and then use the blueprints to exchange for fire stones from others. Then I can continue to be ahead. Hey? Permanent docking? Who wants to dock? I'm the man who wants to be the protagonist. Li Xiaosheng stood up and looked around. When he saw the building in front of him, he strode over. Baby, here I come. He didn't know that everything he did was being seen by others. General trading area. There was only one train on the empty platform. Ye Qiyan sat leisurely on the roof, enjoying the peaceful sunbath. The smiling man stood beside him silently without saying a word. I said, are you sure they can't see here? Of course, the levels of trading areas have extremely strict rules. Low-level trading areas absolutely cannot see anything from higher-level trading areas. That is to say, maybe someone is watching us in a higher trading area now. No, there are only 2 types of trading areas in the travel station, novice and general trading areas. Oh. Ye Qiyan ate peanuts and watched with interest what Li Xiaosheng did in the novice trading area. Come to think of it, isn't there a guide like you in the novice trading area? This guy looks lost. The smiling man shook his head and then nodded. There was one before, but he died later. I really envy him. I am now working part-time as a guide for the novice and general trading areas. I should have appeared in the novice trading area, but compared to guiding a group of novices, you are more important to me. Besides, this transaction is just a teaching session to let the novice conductor understand this world as much as possible within 10 stations. In fact, the normal trading area would not be open today, but you broke in. The normal trading area was forced to open. This situation has only happened once in decades. The smiling man looked at Ye Qiyan with a strange look in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't understand why a person could upgrade the train to level 4 before 10 stations, nor did he understand why Ye Qiyan could break into the ordinary trading area. Moreover, there was no doubt that what he had seen before was a level 9 safe, which was even less likely to be something a novice train conductor could obtain. This is unreasonable. But it was precisely because of this irrationality that he expected Ye Qiyan to be able to kill him. Oh, now I should be a little proud. By the way, do you want to eat? Ye Qiyan handed over the last peanut. The smiling man said nothing, but turned his head away silently. Sorry, I forgot you couldn't eat it. Throwing the last peanut into his mouth and clapping his hands, Ye Qiyan called out to the light curtain, raised his eyes, and looked at the smiling man. So, the unlimited docking time displayed by the system is indeed problematic. The smiling person chooses to remain silent. Yeah, I see. Ye Qiyan nodded and stopped asking because he already had the answer. There was a message prompt in the background of the chat, sent by Zhao Lin. If he remembered correctly, this woman's luck was conserved and she should be in a state of bad luck now. However, the avatar is not grey yet, which means she is still alive. But based on her good luck at the previous station and bad luck at this station, can she really reach this station alive? 40 minutes ago, brother Ye, do you want to meet me when we get to the station? How about I bring you some snacks and wine? 9 minutes ago, it's broken. There are a lot of mummies blocking my train, but they are moving so slowly, like a snail. Haha, it seems that my bad luck is not that serious. It's just that the wine I prepared for you was broken. I'm sorry. Now, okay, brother Ye, I'm really unlucky. The car wheel rolled into the mummy's body, and the car speed has dropped a lot. Can you sell me some repair materials? You know, the things I posted on the trading platform at my last stop, I don't know why, no one buys them except you. Sure enough, she started to have bad luck. Chapter 43. You are the one who got stuck in the wheel by the mummy. Zhao Lin, who was holding a gun, hiding in a corner nervously, looking outside from time to time to see if there were any monsters blocking the way ahead, saw the message and it was like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. I don't want to do that either. Brother Ye, you know my talent. I should have sold the things I got at the last stop to exchange for resources, but no one is buying it. I really don't understand why. It seems that her bad luck didn't just start on the platform, but started from the moment her good luck ended. It's not hard to understand why no one buys her snacks. Except for a very few people, who among those still alive today can spare extra resources just to satisfy their appetite. Just let it sit. You can't leave it alone. I'll give you all the snacks, and sell me the materials for repair. There is also a Q-version man kneeling and crying emoticon behind the dialogue box, which is really hilarious. Although it's fun, Ye Qiyan doesn't intend to be her savior. You should have opened the treasure chest at the last stop, right? I want the train coins in your treasure chest to exchange for materials. The chat room fell silent. Ye Qiyan was not in a hurry either. In less than a minute, Zhao Lin sent a response. Good. Following are the materials she needs. There weren't many things, just 42 mechanical parts. If it were any other time, Zhao Lin would definitely not be willing to take out 2 train coins for the transaction. Now, I have no choice. Swindler. Now I can't buy anything even if I go to the trading station. They are really good at bullying me. After getting the materials from Ye Qiyan, Zhao Lin repaired the train before being caught up by the monster. She had a sad face and patted her empty wallet. I sold him so many snacks for nothing, but he has no mercy on women at all. Wow, all my money is gone. Ding dong, you have new friend messages. By the way, friendship tells you something, do you want to listen? Are you trying to cheat me out of my money again? I won't be fooled by this big profiteer. That being said, I want to listen. Brother Yet, please tell me. The docking time of this trading station is unlimited. Is this true? Doesn't that mean? The moment Xiaolin saw the news, she stood up straight with excitement, and her head hit the wooden cabinet next to her, and the things inside fell and hit her head. Ouch, it hurts. She didn't care about that and continued to knock on the light curtain. If I could stay here forever, I wouldn't have to take any more risks. Sure enough, if she hadn't been reminded, Xiaolin would probably have chosen to stop here. Her gift keeps her in a constant cycle between danger and happiness. Especially when faced with great good luck, people will not feel surprised, but will be more afraid of the next bad luck coming. This is terrible. But, this is a trap, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have to tell me in advance. I would have discovered it when I got there. Xiaolin took a deep breath, and the excitement gradually disappeared, replaced by helplessness and fear. That's right. How could this world let us go? Even if we really stay there, we will definitely face something more terrible than what we are facing on the train. Especially. This stop of mine is unlucky. How could anything good happen to me? Thank you. I understand. She is very smart. The answer came from just one sentence. Ye Qiyan didn't say anything. He reminded Xiaolin only because the little hen would occasionally lay golden eggs. It would not do any harm to her if she could live longer. As for whether Xiaolin would die in some bad luck, it would just be a pity. Boom boom. The second train enters the platform. A woman with waist-length smooth black hair got out of the car. The woman looked around, frowned slightly when she saw that there was only one train on the platform besides her, and took out a light blue Japanese flip phone. You haven't arrived at the station yet? Aren't you already at level 3? This train is not yours, right? Ye Qiyan, who was playing Go with the smiling man, heard the system prompt and looked over in confusion. That unlucky girl got into trouble again. He thought it was Xiaolin, but when he turned on the light screen, he found that the person who sent him the message was actually Shangguan Yingxiu. Hey? Is this car hers? She came pretty fast, but what did she say to me outside? On the phone. Ye Qiyan noticed the extra train in the novice trading area, and she didn't expect that the woman was Shangguan Yingxiu, with whom she usually traded. That's right. After all, apart from him and Li Xiaosheng, she is the best train conductor among the remaining ones. It's not surprising that she arrived here third. I wasn't there. Shangguan Yingxiu wondered if she hadn't woken up yet, and rubbed her eyes when she saw the dialogue box on the screen. You have already left this station? How come? Li Xiaosheng said in the public chat room that he was the fastest, and he had never seen anyone else, unless, you are already level 4. You guess. Boring. Shangguan Yingxiu closed the chat interface unhappily, took a deep breath, and was unable to suppress the confusion and shock in her heart. How did he do it? Why did he improve so quickly? If you can't understand it, you can only accept it. Switch the screen page and the system station introduction pops up on it. Unlimited docking time. Boring trap. Shangguan Yingxiu had no intention of staying here and found the shopping hall following the signs in the station. There are also 3 roads here. From the Roman numerals 1 to 3, she chose number 3 without hesitation. Just as she was about to go in, she saw Li Xiaosheng walking out. An exquisite sniper rifle appeared in her mobile phone, and the black muzzle was pointed directly at Li Xiaosheng's head. You? Don't shoot. I'm Li Xiaosheng. No killing is allowed here. Li Xiaosheng swallowed his saliva in fear, raised his hands, and pointed tremblingly at a warning sign not far away. The 4 big words "No killing" were clearly written on it. "Get out of the way. I'm leaving now, don't shoot." After walking around the gun barrel and running 2 steps outside in shock, Li Xiaosheng suddenly realized something. "I'm Li Xiaosheng. I'm the first one to arrive at this station and I'm also the president of the Tong Menghui. Since you were able to arrive after me, it means you're also very capable. Can I invite you?" Bang! The bullet landed at his feet. It was just a little bit away from piercing his thigh. "The first one." Shang Guan Yingxiu blew out the smoke from the muzzle of the gun and looked at Li Xiaosheng as if she was looking at an idiot. "Oh!" Feeling the other party's naked mockery, Li Xiaosheng's face turned purple. If he hadn't been afraid of the gun, he would have left long ago. Only after running out of the shopping hall in shame did Li Xiaosheng dare to speak loudly. "Damn it, you're going to regret this." Chapter 44. This guy is really flexible. After watching such a good show, Ye Qiyan turned over and jumped off the train. "I should go too. I'll give this back to you." A water pipe connected to the shopping hall was pulled out from the window of the first carriage and thrown to the smiling man. The water tank in the carriage is now overflowing. "Finally it's full, it's really too slow." The smiling man silently cut off the water pipe and spoke softly. "It's against the rules to let the train conductor get water in the trading hall. It's good enough that they found this water pipe." Ye Qiyan smiled slightly. Although he said so, didn't he agree in the end? "Get on the train and close the door." The smiling man standing outside took off his mask again. "Please remember, no matter when or where, do not believe in infinity. If you do, this is the outcome." "I remember. I hope you can help me get over it next time we meet. If you can't, that's okay. I've been disappointed many times, and this time won't be a big deal." Looking at the distorted facial features of the smiling man, Ye Qiyan did not feel the slightest bit of disgust or fear. He shook his head, took out a blessed basin fruit from the storage unit and handed it out the window. "Don't worry, I will remember this matter, and I will definitely help you get rid of it next time we meet." The smiling man took the basin fruit, and Ye Qiyan pressed the start button. At this station, you have complete freedom of time when leaving or leaving the station. The train traveled far away, passing through a curtain of nothingness in front of it. When I looked back, the platform that was originally behind me had disappeared. Even though it's a station in the wilderness, it's still a little different, isn't it? There are too many secrets in this world, and he can't figure them out now. Throwing himself on the bed and calling up the system screen, Ye Qiyan began to count the gains of this stop. First up are 2 level 6 items, the compassionate heavy machine gun and the guile sword. The former should undoubtedly be placed on guard sentinels. Its 9 weapon slots now only store 5 exquisite marksman rifles and a mithril crossbow, but it is no match for the level 4 killing platform. If this heavy machine gun is added, Ye Qiyan feels that if he goes to a level 4 killing platform again, he can take the initiative to drive around looking for monsters to kill. And the latter. To be honest, this sword had almost no appeal to him. A weapon that requires the consumption of mental limit is a direct death sentence for him. But who can blame me for getting it for free? Free things are always good. Even if I get a chance to sell it to others in the future, it will be a huge fortune. Besides this, his reservoir has been filled with 1,000 kilograms of fresh water. Although we have now passed 7 stations, fresh water resources are still relatively precious. After all, people can go without food for 7 days, but cannot go without water for 3 days. In the short term, he will not lack water to drink. Hey, I can't rest yet. Leaving the soft big bed, Ye Qiyan took out the Great Compassion and Great Mercy heavy machine gun from the safe. Looking at the imposing heavy machine gun in front of him, Ye Qiyan rubbed his hands excitedly. Hey, will he become more handsome and bigger after sublimation? He is looking forward to it. So, Sublimation began. Physical strength, 12090, spirit 120100. Only 50 points were consumed? Strange, this is a level 6 item, why is the cost of sublimation so small? Ye Qiyan opened the identification function doubtfully. Enchantment Spirit Magazine Mercy Heavy Machine Gun, level 6. You can consume spirit to refill the magazine with an additional 500 rounds of ammunition. The level has not been upgraded, but there is one more ability besides the original introduction. And unfortunately, the potential of this heavy machine gun has been completely exhausted and cannot be further improved. Not bad, an extra magazine of 500 rounds of ammunition, plus the original 300 rounds of ammunition capacity, wow! Ye Qiyan was relatively satisfied with this sublimation. After assigning it to the sentinel, he consumed 50 points of mental power to fill its mental magazine with 300 level 3 bullets. Forget about this sword. There's no point in upgrading something you don't plan to use. He threw the Geixi sword into the last compartment of the storage unit. It's still early, I'll be quite free today, I might as well sublimate this thing. Pure earthbound stone. When it came to the level 4 killing platform, Ye Qiyan had the idea of upgrading it to ensure that the train would not be invaded by evil spirits. But later on, the sentry was so brave that he almost killed his way through the platform, so the matter was put on hold. Stamina 9040. Pure earthbound stone pure cleansing fossil, level 5. Put it anywhere on the train to keep the train pure at all times, without being disturbed by filth, interfered with by evil spirits, or invaded by evil. Potential exhausted. In Ye Qiyan's hand, the originally round stone actually became somewhat transparent. Holding it in the palm of my hand, the cold and hard touch feels inexplicably soft. The stone itself emits a faint glow, and it would be great to use it as a night light. I bought a wall decoration on the trading platform and placed it in the center, facing Ye Qiyan's bed. It looks good. Phew, it's finally done. Ye Qiyan casually took out a white sun fruit, lay comfortably on the bed, opened the system screen, and looked at the current public chat room. By this time, other people should be arriving at the station soon. Then the fact that Li Xiaosheng did not tell them about the unlimited docking time should also be known to everyone. How many people will fall into this trap? 1574/10000. Ryu, we are finally at our destination. I am so exhausted from the journey. Oh my god, you're so fast? Did you upgrade the wheels of the train? Hey, I got a blueprint a few stops ago that can increase the speed of the car using manpower. Otherwise, I would be exhausted. Didn't Li Xiaosheng say that he would send out the message when he arrived at the station first? I've been waiting for quite a while, why hasn't he sent it out yet? Brother Li said it was sent to members of the Alliance. You are not a member of the Alliance, so why should it be sent to you? Idiot! How can there be people in this world who are willing to be someone else's dog? How disgusting! If he doesn't send it, I will. The conductor who increased the speed of the train by manpower entered the passing station and became the fourth person to arrive here. He walked out of the door, breathing heavily, and saw two trains parked nearby. Oh my god, besides Li Xiaosheng, there is another person who arrives at the station so quickly. There must be some other amazing person here. He was envious for a moment, and then the system light screen appeared in front of him. The platform is called Jianxing Station. What a weird name. It's really ugly. Hey? Stop, docking time? Infinite? I'm awesome. A screenshot was quickly sent to the public chat room. I'm better than you, I'm better than you. My eyes are blurry, I read the post above wrongly, what a pity. +1. What are you focusing on? The stop time is unlimited. If we stay at this station, do we never have to go to the next station? Upstairs is +1. Chapter 45. As expected, after learning about the unlimited docking time, some people became interested. Shang Guanyingxia walked out of the shopping hall and sneered at the conversation in the chat room. She took her gains, boarded the train and left. Unlike her, Li Xiaosheng did not leave. Although he had no intention of staying here, the alliance he founded had already agreed to meet here. Moreover, Li Xiaosheng also has a plan to harvest resources. Since the platform can stop for an unlimited time, as long as my alliance members block these 20 tracks, the rest of the people can only wait outside. If they don't pay the toll, they can't enter the station. As time went on, more and more people entered the platform. Among them, with the help of Li Xiaosheng's basic resources, his alliance members arrived faster than others and occupied the vast majority of the 20 tracks. Those who arrived at the trading station later could only stop outside and be attacked by the monsters that kept appearing. They could only huddle together for warmth and curse Li Xiaosheng in the chat room. Li Xiaosheng, FKU. What are you doing blocking the door? Let me in now. Is this station owned by your family? Why do you demand resources from us? Damn, you let us pass with just one train coin. Who do you think you are? What a stupid dog. I'll kill him when I get in. Hat, who told you to come late? If you could be the first to enter the station, you could do the same. You are incompetent, so you are incompetent. Brother Li did the right thing. Those members of the Tong Menghui who had benefited joined in and started a war of words with others. But there is a saying that is very true, they came too late and the initiative was never in their hands. There were more and more monsters outside. In order to enter the station, some people chose to compromise and paid tolls to Li Xiaosheng's Tong Menghui. Li Xiaosheng experienced the taste of power that he had never experienced before. Sure enough, I came to this world to be the protagonist. He couldn't wait to show off his success to others, so he called up the light screen and entered the number that he remembered so clearly. Ye Qiyan, haha, I will never let you in. Get water and water the trees. Ye Qiyan skillfully took a fruit from the tree and took a bite. This is still the best. I'm a little tired of eating all the fish and meat. If someone else heard this, they would be furious. A light screen was suspended beside him, displaying the contents of the private chat interface. A piece of news just appeared in front of Ye Qiyan at this time. Li Xiaosheng? Why is he looking for me again? I thought for a moment, and since I had nothing else to do right now, I decided to see what he had to say. Ye Qiyan, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the blueprint of that rifle and I'll consider letting you enter the platform. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait to die outside. Pit stop? He has been out of the station for half a day. And with that tone, could it be that I had done something to offend this guy? Another message was sent. What? You don't dare to speak? Haha, to tell you the truth, even if you hand over the blueprint, I will definitely let you die outside. Do you really think that a blueprint for a low-level rifle is so precious? I will repay you double for humiliating me. No wonder I always thought he was weird, turns out he's a psychopath. It turned out I was right to delete him before. Ye Qiyan was too lazy to pay attention to this lunatic. He tapped the light curtain and replied with one word. Oh. Afterwards, the one-stop service was blocked and all contact with Li Xiaosheng was completely cut off. On the platform, Li Xiaosheng, who was waiting for Ye Qiyan's response, saw the word O. His veins suddenly popped up and he pounded on the light screen frantically, sending a long string of conversations, only to find that the send option had turned grey. Block? He dares to block me. Li Xiaosheng's face turned red, looking as ugly as a big-headed clown that was about to explode. Over time, even though the Tong Menghui toll had not been paid to Li Xiaosheng, more and more people were entering the station. Because there was a huge and obvious bug in Li Xiaosheng's plan. There are 20 railway tracks. The prerequisite for preventing outsiders from entering is that all 20 tracks must be occupied. After the people outside have paid the fee, they need to let a car that is occupying the track leave the station first, and then notify that person to follow immediately. But in this way, the members of the Tong Menghui who occupied the track would keep leaving, and the people from outside would not listen to Li Xiaosheng at all after entering. They would stay if they wanted to, and leave if they wanted to. If there weren't some people who wanted to try to stay after learning that the battle had unlimited stopping time, these 20 tracks would have been filled long ago. Among these people, many were members of Li Xiaosheng's Tong Menghui, and they had no intention of leaving at all. The Tong Menghui did not gain much at all. This made Li Xiaosheng, who had spent a lot of materials to upgrade the wheels and increase the speed for other members of the Tong Menghui, look increasingly unhappy. The so-called Tong Menghui was not a solid organization at all. Everyone joined it just to get materials for free. When it really came time to do something, pretending to obey but actually disobeying was considered a noble character. Moreover, he could form a coalition alliance, and others could secretly plot to seize resources from him. After all, he shows off his possessions all day long, and everyone knows how rich this guy is. If he continues like this, he will become the most eye-catching fat sheep. The members of the alliance started looking at him with strange eyes. He had no choice but to leave the station in disgrace. This rubbish plan didn't even make back the money he spent on giving it to other members of the alliance. Time continues to pass. Li Xiaosheng's departure does not mean that everyone can enter the station freely. The 20 tracks are firmly controlled by people, and even if the train conductor who is still outside wants to spend resources to enter the station, no one will pay attention. Because those who stay there have no intention of leaving. They felt that no matter how long they could stay here or whether they had enough food and drink, as long as they didn't get on the train and didn't go to new stations, they could live a few more days. Zhao Lin, who is still in bad luck, is also one of those who cannot enter the station. She had a sad face and tightly held the gun she bought from Ye Qiyan. Only this could give her a little sense of security. If I didn't die inside the station, would I die outside? Ugh! Why am I so unlucky? Outside the train, the voices of monsters could be faintly heard in the dark wilderness. Zhao Lin curled up in the corner, covering his ears, trying to cover up his mistake. As long as you don't hear it, just pretend the monster doesn't exist. 2400:00. A strange bell suddenly rang. All the monsters gathered outside the station fled in all directions as if they had sensed some kind of terror. Zhao Lin raised her head in confusion and looked out of the window. The huge station standing in front was covered by a mass of black mud. Under the moonlight, it seemed as if it was alive. Inside the station, the smiling man who took off his mask was nibbling the Whiteforest fruit given to him by Ye Qiyan bit by bit. He stood high in the sky, looking coldly at the 20 people who were gathered below. Stupid, sad. Hee, weak people don't even have the qualifications to be cursed. Stay? Infinitely? In this world, there is no option to stop. Black mud whirlpools appeared under the feet of those people. They were terrified and wanted to flee. But in the mud, even their train was being swallowed up. Help! Help! The shrill screams echoed in the night sky. The smiling man continued to nibble on the white sun fruit in small bites. Delicious! Chapter 46. Look! Oh my god! I was almost eaten. A loud reminder sound woke Ye Qiyan up. He opened his eyes and was speechless when he saw the message sent by Zhao Lin. Do you want to check what time it is? I'm sleeping. Sleep? I can't sleep at all. Brother Ye, look at this. That station is actually alive. A photo was sent over, and seeing the station covered in black sludge, Ye Qiyan also perked up. Oh, you also hit a camera. That's not important. Brother Ye, look at the picture I sent you. It really scared me. Fortunately, I didn't go in. Didn't go in? Don't tell me you never went into that station. He picked up the pocket watch beside him and looked at the time. You know, I have very bad luck right now, so it's normal that I can't get in. But it's also thanks to you for telling me that the stop time is a trap, otherwise I would have used the last thing in my hand to exchange for a qualification to enter the station before. Where are you now? Zhaolin blinked and looked around. The station standing in the wilderness has disappeared, and the road ahead is clear. The trains that were originally gathered together suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if we suddenly disappeared from each other's world. The station disappeared, and so did the other trains. Only one track remained on the ground. The train restarted, as if this station had never existed. Brother Ye, what is going on in this world? Why did you bring us to this world? Is it really the same as Saya said? Each train conductor's world is independent of each other. Phew, how many worlds are there? It's really unimaginably huge. With a small sigh, Ye Qiyan turned over and changed to a more comfortable position. Don't think too much. It's better to sleep more. Don't forget that you will arrive at the next stop at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Oh, that's right, good night. The chat ended immediately. In the wilderness, in the night. Only the roar of the passing trains echoed. Who knows what will happen next? Early morning. 6:30:30. The cold sound of the broadcast woke up all the people who were still sleeping. We will arrive at the 8th station today, and there are 2 stations left to leave the novice stage. After completing the 7th station, newcomers will be given survival incentives. Different quantities will be distributed according to the order of arrival at the public trading platform at the 7th station. The first person to arrive at the public trading platform will receive 4 train coins. 3 medals for the second place, 2 medals for the third place. Other arrivals will receive a train coin. No reward for those who fail to enter the station. Today's weather, sunny. The number of people remaining in the current block, 1,204 people, the block will be merged in 3 hours. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Ye Qiyan always feels that this broadcast is more lively than before. When I heard that there was a train ticket, my irritability from being woken up disappeared. Call up the system happily. The mail mark flickered. 4 train coins fell into his hand, and he weighed them a few times. Counting these, he already had 7 train coins, and he still needed 3 to buy the chip. Walking to the sleeping Wally, Ye Qiyan leaned over and patted its iron head. Come on, Wally. If we find a treasure chest at the next stop, it will be enough to give you a new brain. Different from his good mood. On the other side, Li Xiaosheng's face looked very ugly. Why? Why 3? I'm the first one. System. This doesn't make sense. He angrily sent a complaint to the system. All I got was a cold response. No errors in the order. Conductor number E3-4409, Li Xiaosheng, has been detected to have questioned the train system. This is a warning. If it happens again, you will be sent to the punishment platform. Shit. Who is that? Who can be faster than me? Compared with Li Xiaosheng's reaction, Shang Guanyingxu fell into deep thought after getting the 2 train coins. What that guy said is true. He was indeed the first person to arrive at that platform. But why didn't he buy anything? Recalling the 2 level 3 prop display cabinets seen in the shopping hall. One of them was taken away by Li Xiaosheng, and the other was bought by her. So what did Ye Qiyan buy? She didn't believe that Ye Qiyan didn't have train coins. That profiteer was definitely the richest of all. It really makes one wonder what kind of talent he has. The girl whispered softly and casually brought up the light screen. Among the personal information she revealed, there was something called talent. Mirror Moon, consume mental energy and randomly obtain an item that is lower than the train level. Shang Guanyingxu rubbed her brows and sighed as she looked at the pile of shriveled water balloons that she had obtained through her talent. I failed again. The most useful item I have these days is a water purifier and a cell phone. And the feeling after using up my mental energy is, so uncomfortable. The self-doubt below 50 is already so terrible. If it goes down further, is there really any human who can hold on? You can't use your talent during this period, and the recovery speed is too slow. Sublimation. Spirit, 120-110. Low-level carriage blueprint. Comfortable new carriage blueprint. Required, 150 kg of wood, 200 kg of metal, 90 mechanical parts. Additional submissions are available, 30 kg of glass and 20 kg of fiber for carriage modification. Carriage construction is successful. Current number of carriages, 3. The low-level carriage blueprint obtained at the beginning was upgraded by Ye Qiyan. Sure enough, it was right not to sublimate in the first place. The materials needed for construction increased a lot, but it was not much for him now. Construction completed. Coming to the interior of the carriage, it is much cleaner and tidier than the lower class carriages. Everything is new, unlike the lower class carriages, which, even if cleaned up, can hardly conceal the traces of rust and the teeth-grinding noises everywhere. But Ye Qiyan was not satisfied with this. Sublimation. Spirit, 11095. Comfortable new carriage. Planting carriage. Planting carriage. Equipped with temperature control functions in different blocks, the plants planted in this carriage will grow at a faster rate. Can be equipped with smart chips for automation transformation, after which it can automatically complete tasks such as planting/harvesting/watering. Note, this carriage consumes electricity and can only be used after being equipped with any power generation device. Planting? Not bad, we can just move the white spruce tree over there. Chapter 47. Needless to say, he had the blueprint for the generator, so he just spent resources to manufacture it and then sublimated it, and he got a device that could generate electricity just by burning wood and metal. The environment in the planting carriage is relatively humid, and there are 6 blocks inside that can be divided into different sizes freely. The temperature and humidity in these blocks can be adjusted. What's under your feet is not the steel floor of the train, but black fertile soil. The white sun fruit tree is planted in the center, and the skylight above the carriage opens freely to let in sunlight. There was still a lot of space left, so Ye Qiyan simply planted the tomatoes he got from Muya Villa. The growth acceleration effect of the planting carriage was very significant, and the tomatoes took root and sprouted soon after being planted. Expect the first tomatoes to grow in 3 days. He also bought watermelon seeds on the trading platform. It was obvious that this was what was left after the person had finished eating. He tried to put it on the trading platform and set the price quite cheap, but no one bought it. It was a good bargain for him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ye Qiyan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. There is still a lot of vacant space. You can pay attention to the seeds and plants on the platform in the future. If they are useful, you can transplant them in. There is basically nothing he needs on the current trading platform, but there is no need to rush, the block will be closed soon. The train conductors in other blocks will definitely bring new transaction products. 9:30:00. 3 hours are up. The broadcast sounded on time. Start block merging. D56, D119E3, E19, E28, E103, a total of 10,000 people, begin to merge. Merge completed. Current number of people, 10,000/10,000. Nothing earth-shattering happened, except that the number of people in the chat room continued to grow until it returned to the original 10,000 people. On the public screen, the lines of scrolling text make people feel as if they have returned to the first time they came to this world. Oh my god, it's really merged? Wow, can the brothers in other blocks see it? I can see it, haha, finally someone is here to chat. There are only about 300 of us left, and almost everyone is dead. Where are you? Just over 1,000, but how many blocks are there in this world? My god, there are 3 digits after the letters. A little over 1,000 is not bad, so it seems that the 1,900 people in D119 are the maximum number. That's right. With Brother Zhao here, at least we won't starve to death. Who is Brother Zhao? Is he awesome? Of course, Brother Zhao is the most amazing god in our D119. He started growing vegetables at the first stop. Many of the things we eat now are bought from him. And Brother Zhao is a level 3 train. So what if he's level 3? So what if he grows vegetables? You're talking as if we don't have that. Our brother Li must be the first one to reach level 3. That's right, do you have any gun sellers in our area? Arguing, laughing, showing off. People from different blocks are constantly integrating and at the same time giving themselves different labels. Even if the survivors in the block themselves do not have any emotions, the line of letters and numbers before their personal numbers will still bring a very small sense of self-identity. Even though it has nothing to do with oneself, one still boasts about the excellence of others, as if all blocks prosper together and suffer together. I started growing vegetables at the first stop. Sure enough, there are talented people among the survivors. Tisk tisk tisk, oh, I'm still too weak. I'm only starting to grow vegetables at the 8th stop. I'm way behind. Ye Qiyan shook his head with a sigh, took a bite of basin fruit, and opened the trading platform he paid the most attention to. Since the blocks have been merged, the trading platform should also be merged. As expected, there were a lot of props and supplies on the trading platform that had never existed before. Each block has its own situation, just like the D119 just now. They seem to be more inclined to sell food, but no seeds or the like. This is normal. After all, there is a person who started farming at the first stop, and most of D119's seeds will end up in that guy's hands. There are quite a few things. Let me see. After browsing the trading platform for a long time, Ye Qiyan bought some clothes, a bar of soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. The prices of these things are neither high nor low, and few people will buy them. After all, most people still have problems with their survival, and very few will spend resources to improve their quality of life. With these things, Ye Qiyan simply indulged himself. I bought a large wooden barrel, filled it with water, took off all my clothes, and jumped into it. Hiss, hey! The water is cool, but comfortable. Ye Qiyan squinted his eyes in enjoyment, and his body continued to relax in the water. All the fatigue disappeared at this moment. After taking a shower, I changed into clean clothes and lay down on the soft big bed. If it weren't for the roar of the wheels beside my ears, at this moment, survival on the train wouldn't matter. 1230:00. Arrived at platform 8 30 minutes ago. The fork in the road of fate is triggered. Please choose to stop at the following 2 stations. Platform 1, Train Maze, Level 4 Escape Platform. Platform 2, Knight's Plane, Level 4 Mission Platform. It is a new type of platform. Escape, literally speaking, is not a good place, and the name of this station is also called Maze. In contrast, Ye Qiyan has experienced the second option as a mission platform many times, and the gains here will not be bad. Select Platform 2. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on. The 8th stop the train will arrive at is Knight's Plains. The train moves forward, slowly accelerating as time passes. The distortion appears in front of the train. When the hour hand on the pocket watch pointed to 1, the entire train passed through nothingness. The world outside the window changed in an instant. Current station, Knight's Plane. Countdown to docking, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This site, danger. Hey? What the hell is this docking time? Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyes and thought he had seen it wrong, but the countdown displayed on the screen told him that this was real. System, isn't my docking time only 5 hours? The train system's response soon came over the radio. The stop time of the train conductor is fixed. Once increased, it will not be changed. The stop time of the train conductor No E3-1102 Ye Qiyan was interfered with by, so the stop time was increased. Also, because the train conductor Ye Qiyan's stop time exceeds the upper limit for rookie train conductors, the option to increase the train stop time will not appear in the upgrade options before arriving at the 10th platform. Chapter 48. There is such a saying. Isn't this just a trap for me? Ye Qiyan was somewhat speechless. The extra stop time had both advantages and disadvantages for him. The advantage is that if he is at certain resource platforms, the longer the time, the more resources he can collect. On the other hand, if he encounters some extremely dangerous stations, he will have to stay there for a full 7 hours before he can leave. The interference with the train system is a system problem. The system has given additional compensation. I hope the train conductor Ye Qiyan will continue to work hard. Forget it. Just be more careful next time. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing else to do. Ye Qiyan shook his head, walked straight to Wally and put a coin in. Wally, start. After tapping Wally's iron head, a smile appeared on his face. Come on, Wally. If you find a treasure chest at this stop, I'll give you a brain. Watching Wally leave the station, Ye Qiyan also pressed the door opening button. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of horse hooves attracted his attention. I saw a knight in tattered armor, riding a skinny old horse with protruding ribs, holding a rusty spear and rushing towards the train. Enemy? So fast, but... if this is an enemy? Isn't this a bit shabby? After thinking for a moment, Ye Qiyan stopped the sentry from shooting. This is the mission platform. According to past experience, the first thing you encounter in this platform will be related to the mission in the platform. Let the knight approach. He walked out of the train, drew his gun, and fired. A bullet landed accurately at the feet of the knight's old horse. Old Ma was frightened and rolled over, knocking him out. Ouch! The knight's helmet fell to the side, revealing the cardboard inner core. So weak. This was Ye Qiyan's first impression of the knight. His face was haggard, his skin was dark, and his sparse grey beard was covered in dirt. His thin body seemed like it could be blown away by any gust of wind. Only, those eyes. Even from a distance, Ye Qiyan could see the enthusiasm and persistence in those eyes. Hey, are you okay? He didn't know what to call this old man, but judging from his appearance, he should be a real human being. It's okay. You are a human? Why did you come out of the dragon's belly? Ah. I see. You have killed the dragon. Oh my god, you conquered the dragon. You are a great dragon knight. Dragon? Dragon rider? What is going on? Ye Qiyan just felt confused. Is he a lunatic? Master, are you okay? Still in that direction, the short and fat man sitting on the back of a grey donkey also staggered towards here. Haha, Sancho, it's no big deal. I offended the Dragon Knight. This is fate. It allowed me to meet a Dragon Knight before fighting the giant. Sancho? Such a familiar name, Ye Qiyan always felt like he had heard it somewhere before. What dragon, Don Quixote? It's the huge black guy in front. Didn't you hear it? Didn't you see the roar of the dragon? He fell from the sky. Don Quixote. When hearing the name, Ye Qiyan immediately remembered who was in front of him. Don Quixote, a knight indulged in ideals and dreams, is the prototype of all losers in the world. This is actually the world of Don Quixote. The short and fat man next to him is the most important supporting character in the book, Don Quixote's servant Sancho. Is it possible that there is such a world in the train platform? I never thought that the protagonist of the book I read when I was a child would appear in front of me in this way. Ye Qiyan sighed in his heart. Don Quixote had already climbed up from the ground. He patted the dirt off his armor to make himself look more like an excellent knight. Don Quixote, that's not a dragon, that's just a row of houses connected together with strange wheels. No, that's a dragon. You are still an amateur when it comes to adventures. It was a similar conversation to that in the book, except that the target of the discussion between the master and servant changed from the windmill giant to the train dragon. Could it be that he plays the villain role in this mission station? No, turning around, Ye Qiyan turned around and saw 34 windmills in the rice fields ahead. It was he who suddenly appeared and interrupted Don Quixote's first battle. I'm sorry, Lord Dragon Knight. There are still long-armed giants waiting for me to defeat ahead. I will come back to talk to you after I have eliminated these giants. Don Quixote drew his sword and spear, mounted his old horse, bypassed the train, and headed towards the rice fields again. Master, those are not really giants, they are windmills, and the long arms are their windmill wings. He completely ignored Sancho's shouts and continued charging forward while shouting. Ye Qiyan stood on the top of the train, watching the scene happening in front of him. Just when he thought that Don Quixote would be knocked down like in the story, the world in front of him suddenly changed slightly. Windmill? No, a giant appeared in the rice field. Ye Qiyan quickly rubbed his eyes, and when he looked again, the giant had turned back into a windmill? What the hell? He instantly realized that something was wrong and hurried back to the train. The power of the pure and clean fossils calmed the discomfort in his heart, but the scene he saw on the train made him certain of one thing. There are no windmills in the rice fields. There are long-armed giants in the rice fields. Is Don Quixote right? Why is this happening? This world is not as simple as it seems. He called up his personal information and saw an unexpected line of text in the mental column. Spirit, 120, witness the truth. A mental state never seen before. What is the mission of this mission station? It seems that we can't underestimate the mission station anymore, hey? Is it over? In the rice field, Don Quixote was casually knocked out by a giant. At the moment he fell, the giant turned into a windmill again. Bless your God! Didn't I tell you it was a windmill? Unless one has a windmill in his head, how can one deny that it is a windmill? Hush, Sancho! While the two were arguing, Sancho helped Don Quixote to stand up and get back on the horse. They returned the same way they had come, ready to continue towards their goal. When passing by the train, Ye Qiyan, who had been acting as a spectator, suddenly spoke up. Don Quixote, are you going to run away? The giant is still there. Don't you want to be a real knight? Chapter 49. A true knight. These words made Don Quixote's eyes widen, while Sancho beside him opened his mouth wide. That's right, true knight, didn't you see it, Don Quixote? Those giants were wreaking havoc on the wheat fields of the common people. As a knight, how could you choose to leave? Ye Qiyan pointed to the wheat field and looked between Don Quixote and the wheat field. Sure enough, after he said these words, Don Quixote looked at the wheat field again, and at the same moment, the windmills in the wheat field, no, those giants, began to wreak havoc. Giant! Giant! That's right, Sancho, did you see it? That's a giant! Great Dragon Knight, thank you for your reminder. Sancho looked back and forth between Don Quixote and Ye Qiyan in confusion. He even wondered if he was crazy. There were only windmills in the wheat field. Where did the giant come from? Don Quixote, that's really just. That's enough, Sancho, are you questioning the dragon rider? Don Quixote excitedly put on the cracked helmet again. Sir Dragon Knight, you are right. How can a knight escape from the battlefield? I will fight them. He turned his horse and charged into the wheat field again. From Ye Qiyan's perspective, the giants in the wheat field became more solid. They raised their arms and grabbed Don Quixote. Giant! Die! Faced with a monster that was dozens of times larger than himself, Don Quixote showed no fear at all. He raised the tattered spear and stabbed out. Bang! The moment the tip of the gun touched the giant's arm, a gunshot was heard at the same time. The bullet fired by Ebony hit the giant's palm. At the same time, the spear in Don Quixote's hand was inserted into the bullet hole. The giant howled in pain and fell to the ground. Don Quixote rubbed his eyes and shouted excitedly at the giant's corpse in front of him. "Ha! Sancho, see? I did it! I killed the giant!" Sancho didn't say anything because he was looking at Ye Qiyan beside him in shock. In his eyes, the windmill was penetrated by the strange young man with a flame shot out from a black flute-like object. Magician! Every bullet fired by Ye Qiyan would land where Don Quixote's spear was thrust. 34 windmills, 34 giants, and 34 charges. Don Quixote showed no fear at all, his face was filled with excitement. As one giant after another fell, the space in the rice field became increasingly distorted. Even Sancho rubbed his eyes, because he vaguely saw that the windmills had turned into giants with long arms. Giant? Really a giant like a windmill? The world is changing, and it is Don Quixote who is leading this change. As the giants continued to shrink, even without Ye Qiyan's help, Don Quixote was able to penetrate the giant's body with his tattered spear. Why? Because he had already determined in his heart that he could do it. It was as if he had determined that there was a giant in the wheat field, not a windmill. The world's perception is changing with Don Quixote. Ye Qiyan was paying attention to all this, and he understood that this was the mission of this station. When the last giant fell, Don Quixote in the wheat field, covered in blood, waved excitedly in the direction of Ye Qiyan and Sancho. "Haha, Your Majesty the Dragon Knight, friend Sancho! Did you see that? I succeeded. I killed all the giants. I am a real knight." He held his spear high, and the old horse seemed inexplicably tall and majestic. "Friend Sancho, I didn't lie to you. That was a giant, and I am the knight who destroyed the giant. From now on, you must call me the Giant Knight." "Oh, and Your Majesty the Dragon Knight, the Giant Knight thanks you for your help. You saved me from bringing disgrace upon the name of a knight. I don't even know your name. My name is Ye Qiyan, no need to thank me, I just did what a knight should do." Ye Qiyan's eyes were always on the wheat field, and he didn't pay attention to Don Quixote's actions. "In memory of the friendship between knights, please accept this." A wooden round shield was sent over, which made Ye Qiyan turn around in surprise. "Give it to me? What will you use it for later?" Don Quixote patted his chest. "I will go and make another shield. For the sake of our friendship, my friend Ye Qiyan, please accept it. From now on, you and I are knights allies. If you encounter something you can't solve, I will definitely come to help you." Ye Qiyan didn't want to accept it at first, but after seeing the information on the shield, he changed his mind. Don Quixote's shield. Use it, when you are in danger, your ally Don Quixote will come to help you. Please make him believe that he is facing a powerful monster. As a knight, he will not back down. This is to witness the friendship between the giant knight Don Quixote and the dragon knight Ye Qiyan. Don Quixote and Sancho left and continued their journey. Ye Qiyan looked at their backs and thought silently, after experiencing a real battle, would Don Quixote still become the loser in the story? Maybe the flock of sheep will really become the enemy, and the White Moon Knight is really a knight. As long as he believes, Don Quixote will charge forward. What a terrifying power! If you believe it, it will come true. I have changed the plot, right? If Don Quixote really possessed those powers, he might not become the loser, right? Tisk tisk tisk, I have done a good thing, right? By the way, I wonder if he has this ability at other stations? Hey, if he does, then this is a good thing, and it's worth my long performance. Ye Qiyan stroked the unleveled wooden shield. If he could really do the same thing in other worlds, then as long as he dragged it out and gave Don Quixote the confidence that he could win, wouldn't he be invincible? After putting the wooden shield back on the train, he immediately rushed towards the wheat field. Because the 34 giant corpses in this field are gradually recovering into the shape of windmills. The power of belief is time-limited. Ye Qiyan discovered this after Don Quixote left the wheat field, so he always kept his eyes on this side. Come out to the processing table. It would be a shame to just let these monsters that exist only in fantasy disappear. Why not try and see if you can recycle something? It just so happens that after assembling the random processing module, it is much more convenient to recycle such large items. Successfully recovered the corpse of the long-armed giant, fantasy. Obtained, giant skeleton ×1, dream crystal ×1, meat ×1. Ye Qiyan could understand skeletons and pieces of flesh, but what was this dream crystal? Illusion crystal. After eating, you can wake up in a dream. What do you mean? Lucid dreaming? What's the use of this thing? Ye Qiyan didn't think much about it and continued his recycling work. It takes 10 minutes to collect one corpse, and 34 corpses take more than 5 hours. However, if we take into account the time it takes for the giant to transform into a windmill, the number that can be collected in the end should be around 13. Chapter 50. Giant skeleton ×13, dream crystal ×5, meat ×13. These are the final harvest. If the recycling speed of the processing table can be faster, we should be able to collect all the corpses before the giant is restored into a windmill. But the processing table is integrated with the train, so if you want to upgrade it, you can only upgrade the train together. The remaining bodies had been restored to the shape of a windmill, and Ye Qiyan did not waste them and recycled them into wood. The biggest harvest this time was the giant's meat, but Ye Qiyan had no intention of eating this kind of thing. The meat of a humanoid monster was disgusting just by thinking about it. But just because he doesn't eat it doesn't mean others don't eat it. 13 pieces of giant meat weighs 130 kilograms. Fill up all 5 shares of the transaction, and price each share at 1 train coin. This price is extremely low for survivors who have not eaten meat for a long time. Even though Ye Qiyan has marked that this is the meat of a giant, it cannot stop some people from wanting to buy it. Someone is selling meat on the trading platform. 1 train coin can buy 10 kilograms. Damn, I just spent 1 train coin to buy 1 kilogram of chicken yesterday, I'm so angry. Really? Damn, there really is one. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. No, I have to buy 10 kilograms to grill. Anyway, I got a train coin at the last trading station, hehe. Don't buy it. Didn't you see that it says it's the meat of a giant? How can you eat the meat of a humanoid monster? That's right, are you still human? I despise you. So what? Giants are not human beings. I am almost going crazy with my craving for meat. Not to mention giants, if I'm really starving, I'll even eat people. Stop barking and wait for the next public trading platform to kill you all. Is the spirit of the people upstairs very low? It's still 33 o'clock. What's wrong? Did you eat your rice? Appraisal completed. People upstairs are going crazy. It didn't take long for the meat on the trading platform to be sold out. After all, these 10,000 people are all survivors who have passed the 7th station. Not only are their trains above level 2, but they also have more or less train coins in their hands. What's more, the price offered by Ye Qiyan was the lowest in the market, so they didn't care whether it was giant's meat or not, they just bought it first. Ye Qiyan filled the link again and sold it out again. In this short period of time, he earned 10 train coins. He did not sell the remaining 3, and kept them for the time being, as they might be useful. And during the conversation between these people, he also discovered one thing. It seems that once other people's spirits are lowered, it is difficult to recover, and after falling below a certain percentage, they will gradually fall into madness, which is the so-called mental fatigue, self-doubt, loss of reason. But what about him? After using sublimation so many times, his spirit level was already below 20 points at its lowest, but he still felt nothing, and his recovery speed was also very fast. But it is not difficult to find out from the conversation in the chat room that mental exhaustion is extremely difficult to recover, but his mental recovery speed is even faster than his physical recovery speed. Could it be that I have some special ability that I don't even know about? And the train system can't detect it? Ye Qiyan scratched his head, and decided not to think about it anymore because he couldn't figure it out. There will always be a way when you reach the mountain, and there will always be a way when you reach the bridge. Thinking too much will only add to your troubles and will do no good. After a short break, I continued working. Don't forget where Don Quixote fought the giant. This is a wheat field, with ripe wheat everywhere. Transplant some of the intact ones into the planting compartment, and pack as much of the rest as can be packed. Docking countdown 341:08. With 41 minutes left before leaving the station, Ye Qiyan, who was harvesting wheat, found Wally, who had not returned, under the ruins of a windmill. You haven't been trapped in here all this time, have you? I was wondering why you haven't come back for so long. Wally shook his robotic arm, and the tracks rolled, moving continuously in one direction. Is the treasure chest right there? Ye Qiyan followed, and in the center of the wheat field, next to the wreckage of a windmill, Ye Qiyan remembered that this was the place where the last giant disappeared, and it was also the endpoint of Don Quixote's first charge. Down here. After moving the rubble, a dark golden fragment appeared before his eyes. Why does this thing look so familiar? Wait a minute. Ye Qiyan didn't quite believe that what he saw was real. Because buried under the ruins was actually 1/3 of the card of blasphemy. No? It's all here now? Am I dreaming? I originally thought that it would take a long time to find the last third of this card. After all, Shea was sealed for 15 years just for that one piece. No matter how you think about it, this thing should be extremely precious and rare. He never expected that he would find the last third at the 8th stop. Picking up the fragments, Ye Qiyan thought for a moment. Want to synthesize? What happens after synthesis? Will there be any danger? The hesitation was only for a moment, and he turned around and put these thoughts behind him. There's nothing to hesitate about. Since there is no synthesis, is it still a human? Take out the other 2/3 from the safe. The 3 card fragments fit together perfectly, as if they had never been separated. A dark golden glow flowed out from the card of blasphemy, transforming into an infinite stream of light that enveloped the entire world. The blasphemous card floated in the air, and a faint whisper suddenly sounded in Ye Qiyan's ears. He couldn't understand, but the sound was getting louder and sharper, as if 100 sopranos were shouting, singing, and chanting something. Even covering his ears was of no use. The unbearable sound made Ye Qiyan pull out his gun. Just when he was about to hit the card directly, the sound stopped abruptly. The light dissipated, and the dark golden card fell into his palm. It's scary. This thing is really not a good thing. I'll just see the effect. If it doesn't work, I'll just throw it away. Having said that, his eyes were full of anticipation as he looked at this blasphemous card. Card of Blasphemy 7 Anchor. Anchoring, consume mental energy to set an anchor point. Up to 3 anchor points can be set. Cooldown time is 1 day. Navigation, consume mental energy and teleport to the location of the anchor point. Exile, remove all anchor points and forcibly exile the enemy to the wilderness. Return, consume all mental energy. Gurgle. On the screen, the introduction of this blasphemous card made Ye Qiyan swallow his saliva. Very strong, undoubtedly strong. If the introduction is correct, then he only needs to drop an anchor at any station, and even if he arrives at other stations, he can be teleported back through the anchor. Not only that, it also has the ability to exile the enemy. Although this will consume all anchor points and make it impossible to continue to chant, if you encounter a danger that is difficult to escape, this will undoubtedly be a trump card. Besides, final. What will happen if I use up all my mental energy? Chapter 51. Although there would be no problem if his spirit level dropped, it had never dropped to 0 so far. Ye Qiyan was not going to try anything without any assurance. But you can still try out some other abilities. Anchors can be set once a day. The first one will undoubtedly be placed in the train. It is located just in front of the operating system body at the front of the car. It takes 50 points of energy to set an anchor point. It's okay, not much. After the setup, Ye Qiyan ran outside, took out the blasphemy card and recited it silently in his heart. Sailing. Another 30 points of mental consumption. On the card of blasphemy, a dark golden figure wearing a hood and dragging an anchor began to move. Ye Qiyan only felt his body sink. It was like being in an extremely dark abyss sea. Whispers lingered in his ears. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he had already appeared in the front of the car, but the little man on the blasphemy card gradually turned grey. Cooling time, 1 hour? Not too long. Ding ding. The train's system light screen suddenly appeared beside him. On the private chat interface, a dialog box with a blonde avatar popped up. Shea? Why did she come to me at this time? Could it be that she already knows how to combine the blasphemy card? This is too fast. With doubts, Ye Qiyan opened the dialog box. Wow! You have found the third fragment of the blasphemous card and combined it. She really knew it. Ye Qiyan was a little speechless. He had originally thought of not telling anyone about this matter. He had underestimated Shea. It seemed that there must be something left on the fragment of the card of blasphemy that the other party gave him. Thinking of this, Ye Qiyan had no intention of hiding anything. It's just been synthesized. How did you know about this, Sister Shea? Oh. What's wrong? Is there any problem? No problem. I have my own methods. Don't underestimate your seniors. Learn from them. Having said that. But at this moment, Shea felt mixed emotions. She would contact Ye Qiyan, only to be told that a new card of blasphemy had appeared. But no one knew where the card appeared, and no one knew who got it. Shea just suddenly thought of Ye Qiyan and asked casually. I never expected this. It's really him, alas. The blasphemous cards will only be possessed by their intended owners. So that's what it means. It took me several years to find 1/3 of the fragment, and that fragment was sealed for 15 years. But in the end, a bitter smile flashed across her face, and she calmed down and continued to talk to Ye Qiyan on the screen. Your card of blasphemy is... Never mind, I won't ask you about this. After all, you won't tell me even if I ask you, right? Ye Qiyan chuckled and didn't reply. Keep the card safe, don't let anyone else find it, and try not to use it in front of other people, and don't give it to anyone else. Don't worry, you and I are the only ones who know that you have the card of blasphemy. That's it, I'm still busy. A playful Q-version emoticon of sticking out tongue appeared at the end of the chat box, and then Shea turned off the system light screen, sat down casually, and looked up at the white light above the church. God, why am I not the one who has the right to blaspheme you? End of conversation. Ye Qiyan's heart, which had been excited by the blasphemous card, gradually cooled. Saya's appearance reminded him. They are not the only survivors in this world. There is no telling how many more people there are ahead of him. The power, resources, and talents those people possessed were absolutely beyond his reach now. Don't get carried away. Thinking of this, Ye Qiyan wanted to put the card of blasphemy into a safe. But then I thought that if I put it in a safe and can't carry it with me, it would be no different from not having it. It would be nice if the contents of the secure box could be freely accessed from outside just like the contents of the special storage unit. Suddenly, a wonderful idea popped into his mind. A safe is also a type of item, right? So can we put it in the storage unit as well? As soon as this idea came to his mind, he couldn't wait to carry the safety box to the storage compartment to try it out. Put it. Holy shit! Is it really possible? The safety box was actually put into a special storage unit. And after trying, you can also take out the things in the safety box at will. In other words, he now had 4 extra special storage units that he could take at will from the outside. Haha, I'm such a genius. Today's harvest was fruitful. Ye Qiyan threw all the carriages stored in the safe outside except one. In addition to placing the blasphemy card in the remaining 3 grids, he also put the blessed virus serum obtained and sublimated in the Doomsday Town into them. The last remaining grid is reserved for pure fossil. Now he can take 7 items from the outside world at will. Blessed white sun fruit, bullets, level 3, virus serum, a carriage, pure clean fossils, as well as the blasphemous card and the safe box itself. There is no doubt that these items will provide him with a lot of help if he encounters danger in the outside world. 300:00. There are 3 hours left until the train's final departure time. Ye Qiyan's VIP off-station benefits changed from grey to green. It's time to go. Press the departure option, and the familiar space passage appears again in front of the train. The track moved forward, and the roar of the train echoed between heaven and earth. As the train began to accelerate. Passing through the passage, the emerald green plains outside the car window turned back into the endless wilderness. 2000:00. The train broadcast sounded at this time. All train conductors leave the 8th platform. There will be extreme weather tomorrow. Monsters adapted to the weather will appear in the wilderness and chase the trains. Trains running at speeds below 50 km per hour will be in danger. Please prepare for defense and upgrade the train as soon as possible. That was all that was broadcast this time, but it caused many people to cry out in grief. 9641/10000. Really? It's only been a short while, and the speed is going to increase again. 50? In other words, I either have to upgrade the train to level 3, or upgrade the wheels alone to barely pass the level. Tisk, I knew this would happen. Luckily, I didn't want to sell the materials even if I starved to death. It's still a little short of level 3, but it's more than enough to upgrade a wheel. This speed is too fast. The upgrade frequency is not always the same at all the stations. Don't slander the broadcasting sister with your eyes open. Those who are unable to upgrade should look for their own reasons. Have you collected resources properly at all the stations you have visited? Have you used the resources to exchange for food? I was originally thinking of saving some resources to exchange for train coins, but now it seems that I can only upgrade in advance. Chapter 52. It is not difficult to see from these conversations that after a block merger, the quality of the train conductors has improved a lot compared to before. At least you won't be too scared when faced with what is said on the radio. Most people are already prepared to increase their speed again. Moreover, it is not only by improving wheels or upgrading trains that the speed can be increased. At the 7th station, the train conductor who used manpower to accelerate put his human-powered energy device made using the blueprint on the trading platform. The speed of the train could be increased by 10 km per hour by pedaling the power supply bicycle. For some people who do not have the ability to upgrade the train but still want to survive, spending a train coin to purchase such a device is the best option. Of course, the consequence of doing so is to overdraw the future, and it will be more difficult to improve next time. Ye Qiyan certainly doesn't worry about these. After hearing the broadcast, he spent a little time to find out tomorrow's weather through the sunny doll. Snowstorm? Does that mean there will also be snowstorm elements in the 9th stop tomorrow? Ding ding! Another message was sent and Ye Qiyan looked up to check. Shangguan Yingxiu, tell me about tomorrow's weather. The sunny doll was the one Shangguan Yingxiu traded with him, so it was normal to ask him if she wanted to know the weather tomorrow. Ye Qiyan, a train coin. Shangguan Yingxiu cursed the profiteer in her heart, but still traded a train coin. Happy trading! Tomorrow's weather is going to be a snowstorm, please remember to keep warm. Oh! After the conversation, Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of another good friend of his. By the way, Zhaolin's last stop was Lucky Station, right? What valuable thing would that woman who was both unlucky and lucky get at the previous stop? How was the previous stop? The message received a response quickly. Ah, it's brother Yet. It's okay. Hey, I've already upgraded to a level 3 train anyway. Congratulations! Ye Qiyan was a little surprised. After all, Zhaolin's level 2 train had just been upgraded not long ago, and it seemed that her 8th stop had yielded a lot of rewards. But comparatively speaking, her bad luck in the 9th stop should be even higher. Hehe, it was a stroke of luck. Oh, by the way, brother Yet, I was originally going to ask you for this. Do you want to buy it? Shaved ice machine. Machine for shaved ice. It's so hot, don't you want to have a bite of delicious shaved ice? For just 1 train coin, I can give you an extra big piece of ice. This girl actually took over here and wanted to make money from him. The corners of Ye Qiyan's mouth curled up. It seems that you got quite a lot at the last stop. The shaved ice machine is pretty good, but forget about buying it. I'll sell you a piece of information for 1 train coin. Do you want to buy it? Buy. Can I use this shaved ice machine as a discount? Of course, it comes with ice cubes. Zhaolin didn't hesitate at all. In her heart, Ye Qiyan is a capable person. She has been lurking in public chat rooms for a long time. Even some train conductors who look quite powerful, she feels, are not as powerful as this big brother yet. Can. An ice shaver and ice cubes the size of a human head were sent directly over, and Ye Qiyan also told Zhaolin about the snowstorm tomorrow. Ah, is it a blizzard? Thank you, brother Yet, it's a good thing you told me, otherwise I would be freezing cold tomorrow. I won't bother you anymore. I'll go buy some warm stuff now. Brother Yet, you should also keep warm. It's very cold in the train. End of chat. Ye Qiyan got the ice shaver and made himself a large cup of smoothie. He crushed the white mulberry fruit and poured it on top as jam, then scooped a handful with a spoon and put it in his mouth. The sweet taste combined with the cool texture is simply unbeatable. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about this. Walking into the temperature-controlled carriage, Ye Qiyan called up the train details interface on the system light curtain. Above that, the upgrade option for Class 4 trains is still being kept for the last project. Smart chip, 10 train coins. Although Wally did not bring him a treasure chest at the last stop, after selling the giant meat and trading with Shangguan Yingxiu, he now has 17 train coins. Enough to buy a smart chip. Buy. The 10 train coins turned into points of light in his hands and disappeared. A chip the size of a baby's palm, with blue light constantly flowing and full of technology, appeared in his hand. Now, there are 2 things his men need train chips to strengthen, the automation of the planting carriages and the intelligence of Wally. Who is it for? Needless to say. But before that. Sublimation. Stamina, 104/64. Smart chip emotional smart chip. Mechanical creations equipped with this chip will have more real emotions. Ye Qiyan leaned over and tapped lightly on Wally's iron skull. I promised you, and I won't break my promise. The chip was attached to Wally's head, turning into a stream of azure light and merging into Wally's body. There was a flash of blue electricity, and in an instant, Wally's eyes, like surveillance cameras, suddenly blinked. Intelligent Emotional Treasure Hunting Robot Wally. The intelligent treasure hunting robot can consume 1 train coin to automatically search for precious items on the platform and bring them back to the train for you. When not treasure hunting, it is normal time, no train coins are needed, it can be started for a long time by self-charging, and can follow any instructions given by the owner. Formerly a garbage collection robot, it may prefer to collect useless things. Wally is no longer sleeping now. It only needs electricity to maintain its basic state. Ye Qiyan knocked on its iron head skillfully. Go, get me a glass of water. Unlike before, after being hit, Wally was no longer a cold machine, but was aggrieved and covered his head with his two mechanical pincers, looking like a punching bag who had to obey being bullied. The tracks rolled and soon returned to Ye Qiyan with a cup of water from the reservoir. You're quite smart. Not bad. I'll hit you less in the future. Wally nodded quickly in agreement. Then Ye Qiyan knocked on it again, and seeing the little robot's even more aggrieved expression, Ye Qiyan couldn't help laughing out loud. Pfft, that's enough, this is the last time, okay? Even if it's fun to knock on your head, I won't do it again. Patted Wally's head. Now, he finally understood why Shea would create a doll like Tina. It's just that a little guy like Wally can bring fun to his boring train life, let alone a doll like Tina who looks like a real girl. I don't know if I will ever be able to create a doll like that. Maybe. Chapter 53. The next day. Outside the car window, a terrible snowstorm painted the entire wilderness white. The wilderness turned into a snowfield, and countless snow monsters suddenly appeared and chased the train. Snow wolf, snow demon, snow elf. Their appearance made the train conductors who were still on level 2 trains feel a sense of crisis. Some people were unable to upgrade and simply gave up and waited for death, some spent all their wealth to barely upgrade to level 3, some could only improve the wheels to barely speed up, and some bought various acceleration devices and escaped this disaster. Even so, facing these train conductors who have increased their speed to the minimum threshold, the monsters can make the trains of some unlucky people full of holes with a desperate effort. That's not all. The violent snowstorm caused the temperature inside and outside the train to drop to -30 degrees Celsius. Without thick clothes to keep warm, facing such a low temperature environment, they could only huddle in a space made up of various things and burn wood to barely survive. But all this has nothing to do with Ye Qiyan. The temperature in the car is always kept at 22 degrees Celsius. Ye Qiyan was leisurely eating shaved ice. The monsters in the snowfield had no ability to catch up with a train that had been upgraded to level 4. Only Wally was working hard under his orders. It climbed onto the roof through the train's skylight to collect ice and snow, then formed them into cubes of exactly the same size and piled them up in the storage compartment. When it saw that the pile was almost full, it waved its small mechanical arm and ran over to Ye Qiyan and shook it. Full? Well done, Wally. Here's your reward for charging it. Wally happily ran to the charging device and received the electricity that was meant to be given to him. Ye Qiyan put on the wolf skin he had obtained earlier, entered the storage compartment, and shuddered when he felt the extremely low temperature. Hiss, it's really cold. Quickly put the snow blocks stacked together by Wally into the storage unit. If there is hot weather in the future, these snow blocks will be valuable. At worst, they can be used as water. It's about time. 1230:00. The fork in the road of fate is triggered. The familiar choice between two options appeared in front of Ye Qiyan. The fork in the road of fate is triggered. Please choose to stop at the following 2 stations. Platform 1, Goblin Fortress, Level 4 Hunting Platform. Platform 2, Screaming Village, Level 5 Hunting Platform. They are both hunting platforms. It just so happens that I also want to know what the difference is between this hunting platform and the killing platform. I choose Platform 2, Screaming Village. Whether it is a level 4 platform or a level 5 platform, it will not be too difficult for Ye Qiyan now. In that case, of course he would choose the station where he could get a higher level reward. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on. The 9th stop the train will arrive at is Screaming Village. The train continued to move forward, and when the distorted space appeared, the endless track stretched straight forward. Passing through the void, the surrounding environment seemed unchanged, with the snow and wind still covering everything. All you see is pure white. The only difference is that in this white area, a small black dot approaching the train is particularly conspicuous. When you get a little closer, it's not hard to see that it's a person. Current station, Screaming Village. Countdown to docking, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This site, danger. Hunter. Is that you? Please stop. Please save our village. The man anxiously approached the train, looked at the huge thing in front of him, and exclaimed. Is this the train that only hunters can own? I never thought I would see a train in my lifetime. God bless, the village is saved. The sentry was not triggered, which means it was not an enemy. Ye Qiyan pressed the door opening button, and the biting snow wind whistled in. Wearing the warm clothes that he had prepared long ago, he looked up and down at the middle-aged man in front of him with blonde hair, blue eyes, a scruffy beard, and about 40 years old. The hunter this guy mentioned should be the identity of the conductor assigned to this platform. This guy knows the trains and there may be records of other conductors arriving at this platform. I just happened to pass by here, and I'm not here to help you. Tell me clearly, what happened to your village? When the middle-aged man heard Ye Qiyan speak, he suddenly knelt down. Sir! Our village has been invaded by the vampires. Those damned vampires have occupied the village and captured everyone, sucking their blood day and night. If this continues, everyone in the village will die in a few days. Sir! Please, save us. Vampire, is this the target of this hunt? Ye Qiyan did not agree immediately, but continued to ask. Since your village was captured by the vampires, how did you escape? It was my father. He knocked out a vampire while it was taking blood, and then let me out. It was my father who asked me to go out and look for the hunter master. He said that if we have this thing, the hunter master will come to save us. A box wrapped in several layers was taken out. With trembling hands, he untied the rags on the outside, opened the box, and revealed what was hidden inside. A well-preserved train coin. Only one? This is a level 5 platform, and this is the only reward after hunting? No, Ye Qiyan shook his head secretly in his heart. This is not a reward, but just a reward from the natives of these stations. The real gain can only be obtained after hunting down those vampires. As well as I've received the things. Wait outside for a moment. Yes, sir. Thank you for your help. Ye Qiyan turned around, closed the door and returned to the train. Since the target of hunting is the vampires, we naturally have to prescribe the right medicine. The mithril weapons that were harvested in the Doomsday Town are finally going to come in handy. There is no need to say much about the temple mithril cross. The remaining mithril crossbow and mithril ritual sword have not yet undergone sublimation. They are all level 2 items, and they were upgraded to level 3 without consuming too much energy. Of course, these mithril weapons only make Ye Qiyan more suitable for the identity of a hunter. This is a level 5 platform, and if he really encounters a powerful vampire, the gun in his hand will be more useful. As well as, since you are a vampire, it would be a shame not to bring this with you. Enchantment Spirit Magazine Great Mercy Heavy Machine Gun. This is the real killer. After replacing the virus serum and putting it into a special storage unit, Ye Qiyan sorted out his equipment. Wally beside him gently nudged his ankle, and his big eyes like monitors blinked. Okay, I know you want to go out. Wally, start. A train coin fell on Wally's head, and it happily drilled out from the gap in the recovery device, leaving a line of tracks on the snow, and soon disappeared without a trace. Opening the car door again, looking at the blonde uncle who was still kneeling there with his fists clenched in prayer, Ye Qiyan said. We should get going. Chapter 54. On the way to the village, Ye Qiyan learned the name of this sloppy uncle. Odin Lee. This guy also has a special identity. He is the chief of the village. The reason why Autumnlee was able to escape was not only because his father had helped him get the opportunity, but also because there was a secret passage under his house. This was dug out by Autumnlee for secret meetings with several young widows at the entrance of the village. The young widow is gone now, but the secret passage has become a way to save her life. After climbing over a hill, Ye Qiyan saw a village not far away. The dark red and snow white complement each other. Under the low eaves, large numbers of bats hang upside down and sleep quietly. Faintly, one could hear bursts of wailing and laughter coming from some houses. Tanli gritted his teeth and couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He knelt down to Ye Qiyan again and prayed. Master Hunter, please, please save them. Ye Qiyan did not respond to Autumnlee's prayers. His goal was to hunt the vampires, not to save people. Where is the secret passage you took out of the village? Lead me there. Over here. Autumnlee brought Ye Qiyan to a hidden cave where he had hidden the secret passage. Looking at the secret passage that was large enough for a person to walk upright, Ye Qiyan cast a suspicious look at Tanli. Did you dig this by yourself? Tanli smiled awkwardly. My brothers and I are here with you to look for those widows. Or are they just flowers played by you villagers? What did you say, Master Hunter? Nothing, you go in first. Ah! Before the other party could react, Ye Qiyan kicked Tanli on the butt. Tanli fearfully entered the secret passage and led the way. Ye Qiyan followed behind not too far away, observing the surroundings carefully. After his physical strength was increased to the upper limit of 120 points, his physical fitness and observation ability were also improved. Even in pitch darkness, you can see everything within 10 meters. Whoosh! A mithril crossbow arrow flew over Autumnlee's head. Alas! He let out a terrified scream, and a bat with scarlet eyes was hit by a crossbow arrow and fell to the ground, turning into ashes in an instant. Tanli looked back in horror. Ye Qiyan came over silently and picked up the crossbow arrow on the ground. There are bats, which means that this place has been discovered long ago. So, this is really a trap. A sinister laugh suddenly rang out. Countless bats flapped their wings and blocked Ye Qiyan's way. In the darkness, a dozen ugly humanoid monsters with pale skin and wrapped in black cloaks slowly walked out. He, hunters, there really are hunters. What the true ancestor said is right. As long as someone escapes with that kind of coin, there will definitely be so-called hunters. I didn't expect it to come so soon. He, human, you don't really think you escaped, do you? The disgusting laughter coupled with the disgusting voice is even more unpleasant than the sound of scratching on the blackboard with fingers. Hunter, Master Hunter, I don't know, I didn't bring you here on purpose, Autumnlee was so anxious that he was about to collapse. He never expected that his escape was allowed by the vampires. I know it has nothing to do with you. Ye Qiyan interrupted Autumnlee. He looked around and shook his head somewhat dissatisfiedly. There are only 13 vampires. I thought there would be more. The leading vampire sneered. Human, you don't still think that the mithril weapon in your hand can kill us, do you? Let me tell you, in such a dark environment, the speed of us vampires is not something that mere humans can keep up with. The vampires in the dark are invincible. Come on, suck the blood of this hunter dry. Invincible in the dark? Then let him light up. Clatter. With a snap of his fingers, a piece of stone emitting a soft glow appeared in Ye Qiyan's palm. The moment the stone appeared, the dozen or so vampires surrounding Ye Qiyan suddenly felt a great crisis, and their instinct made them subconsciously turn around and run away. But it's too late. Close your eyes. Yes. The pure and clean fossils burst out with brilliant light, illuminating the entire secret passage. The bloodthirsty bats and the evil vampires were all turned to ashes in this light, without making even the slightest sound. When the light fades, Tanli saw that the vampires and bats in the cave completely disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Everything he had just seen was just a dream. Leave. Putting away the pure clean fossil, Ye Qiyan continued to move forward. Since the vampires already knew that he had entered the secret passage, there is no need to hide it. Walking out of the secret passage, several mithril crossbow arrows shot and blew up several vampires waiting there. This is Otenli's home, which has now been transformed into a blood collection station for the vampires. More than a dozen human corpses that had been drained of blood were thrown randomly into the corner. Although the few people lying on the beds were still alive, there was no way they could continue to live. Ye Qiyan walked out of the house. The movement that just took place in the secret passage was obviously noticed by the vampires. The moment they appeared, dozens of vampires flew into the air with more bats. Human. Suffer. The leader hasn't finished speaking yet. Ye Qiyan directly took out the pure clean fossil. A flash of light flashed, and wherever it passed, the vampires and bats were instantly turned into ashes. Just hold the pure and clean fossil and continue to spread its light. More and more vampires were being exterminated, even if they wanted to hide. A mithril crossbow arrow could easily take their lives. It took Ye Qiyan 2 full hours to walk around the village, not letting any vampire go. After making a long detour and returning to Otenli's home, the village seemed completely clean. The hunt is complete? Isn't this a bit too simple? You know, this is a level 5 platform, but most of the vampires are only level 2, and the occasional level 3 ones are meaningless. So, where are the level 5 vampires? What is the name of this village, Otenli? Otenli, who was sitting in front of his brother's body in a daze, came to his senses. It's called Tez Village. Master Hunter, thank you for saving the village and killing all the vampires. Although everyone died, but... Liar. Tez Village, this doesn't match the name of the station. Feeling the pure and clean fossil in his pocket still glowing and heating up, Ye Qiyan looked outside. In the sky, a blood-red spiral vortex was slowly forming, and an old vampire who was much uglier than an ordinary vampire fell from it, opening his bloody mouth. Immediately following. Ah! Screech! Ye Qiyan put on the earplugs that he had bought on the trading platform after choosing the platform, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's right. I said, since it's called the hunting platform, why don't we have a boss to fight? The monster's information appeared before his eyes on the system screen. Screaming Blood Ancestor, level 5. Immune to holy attacks below level 5, after emitting a scream, resurrects all corpses to fight for it, and continuously lowers the spirits of the living, and applies the negative mental effect of madness. Chapter 55. The pure clean fossil emitted light again, but just as the information displayed on the light screen said, the level 5 pure clean fossil could not affect the screaming Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor in the sky stepped on a bat and landed on the ground, looking at Ye Qiyan with a sneer on his face. Hunter, your existence really surprises me. Haha, 300 years ago, my ancestor was killed by a hunter on the train. Today, I want to avenge my ancestor. Now I give you a chance. Kneel down before me and become the first hunter of the great Screaming Blood clan. From now on, you will be immortal. Eternal? Just an old bat like him? Would a level 5 platform boss dare to say such things? Ye Qiyan smiled silently, threw it casually, and the pure fossil in his hand returned to the storage unit. Ah! Hunter, Master Hunter, you! Otenli, who was hiding beside him, was startled when he saw Ye Qiyan's actions. He thought Ye Qiyan was really going to surrender. Don't worry. Ye Qiyan waved his hand. I'm not interested in surrendering to a frog in a well. What do you mean? It means he's dead. Snap. With a snap of fingers, a golden heavy machine gun landed in front. The Screaming Blood Ancestor sneered disdainfully. You are such a fool, the weapons you are so proud of are useless to me. Bang! Pull the trigger. A bullet shot out from the muzzle of the gun, and the palm of the old rotten meat was instantly shattered. Ah! An unpleasant scream echoed all around. The blood ancestor covered the missing half of his hand and wailed in pain. He fell from midair into the snow and rolled over. It hurts. It hurts so much. How is it possible? What kind of weapon is that? A terrible thought came into his mind. He will die. After living for hundreds of years, what scares him most is facing death. Run away! Run away! He turned around and ran away without hesitation. However, when countless golden bullets formed a storm mixed with bursts of ethereal Sanskrit sounds, it enveloped the self-righteous old bat. In a flash, this guy was beaten into ashes and fell in the air. Turned to ashes. Rubbing his numb knuckles, Ye Qiyan noticed that O Tanli, who was standing beside him with his mouth wide open and stunned, waved his hand. Wake up! Master Hunter, where did that vampire go just now? Of course he's dead, what else could he do? Ah? Dead. It's no wonder that O Tanli was so startled. After all, the oppressive feeling when the screaming blood ancestor appeared just now was quite strong. Especially after Ye Qiyan's pure cleansing fossil no longer took effect, O Tanli was already in despair. However, less than a minute after the screaming blood ancestor appeared, the hunter suddenly took out a weapon and killed the opponent instantly. O Tanli even had the thought that he was dreaming, that he was actually having his blood drawn, and that everything he saw now was just his imagination before dying. Ye Qiyan didn't care what the guy was thinking, he walked straight to the place where the old bat was beaten to ashes. To be honest, this guy died unjustly. If any other train conductor came to this station with a train level of 4 or 5, he would most likely die at this station when facing the screaming blood ancestor who is immune to items below level 5. But he happened to meet Ye Qiyan, a person who possessed level 6 items at level 4. Not only that, all of the old bat's abilities were completely overcome by him. Summon corpses? The vampires and bats were directly turned into ashes by the pure fossils, while the human corpses were torn into pieces by the vampires themselves. Affects the mind? Well, Ye Qiyan took a look at his personal information. His mental attributes did drop significantly, but the negative state of madness did not appear on him. His mind had been in the same state since he left the Knight's Plane. Witness the authenticity. Ye Qiyan didn't understand why this happened, but it wasn't a bad thing after all. After searching for a while, he picked up a crumpled heart from the ashes, which still had some shape. Heart of the Blood Baron. After consumption, the race can be transformed into the vampire race. After transformation, you will get the following modules: Night Vision, Summon Bats, Sucking Blood for Life, Developing Dependence, Fear of Light, Evil Spirits. Note: after conversion, you can use other race conversion methods to continue changing your race, but you cannot return to your original race. After transformation, you will receive an irrevocable title, Race Betrayer. Racial Betrayer, the original race will feel disgust towards the transformer. So many modules, but they're kind of rubbish. It cannot be said that this thing is completely useless to him, it can only be said that it is of no use at all. Not to mention that he hadn't thought about not being a human yet, the ugly appearance of the old bat alone was enough to make him give up the idea of transforming into a vampire. However, just because he doesn't want to doesn't mean others don't want to either. No matter what, the vampires are a special race in fantasy. The modules after transformation are enough to kill everyone in the current low-level platform. If you post a screenshot of this message in a chat room right now, it will definitely cause people to go crazy for it. It has to be sold at a good price. After weighing it casually in his hand for a few times, Ye Qiyan put the heart into his pocket. Hunting platform, that's probably what it means. Hunting the target and obtaining this special item like a heart can, in a sense, bring richer rewards than ordinary mission stations. This stop is almost over. Ye Qiyan did not plan to stay here for long. When he was about to return to the train, he saw 2 rows of track marks not far away. Following this trail, we returned to the backyard of the Otanli family's house. Here he saw a man struggling to swing a mechanical clamp to dig out a coffin from a grave in the Otanli family, and then to take out a tattered wooden box buried with the bones from the coffin. Without a doubt, that is the treasure chest of this station. Is this place where the treasure chest is placed for people to find? Ye Qiyan was a little powerless to complain. Even though he had seen other people talking about the locations of treasure chests in the chat room, and they were all outrageous, he still felt that what he had encountered was the most abstract. Wally dug himself out of the grave and just in time saw Ye Qiyan standing not far away. He happily waved his mechanical pliers and ran over holding the tattered wooden box. Patted Wally's head. "Well done, Wally. I'll charge you up more when I get back." "Well, that. Mr. Hunter, is this your pet?" "Well, why is this in my ancestor's grave?" "Hey? That wooden box." Otanli, who had followed secretly, was stunned when he saw the tattered wooden box in Ye Qiyan's hand. "Do you know him?" "I don't know, but I heard from my family that this seems to be something left behind by the hunter who came to this village 300 years ago and saved the villagers at that time." Chapter 56. 300 years ago, hunter. No, it should be said that it was the conductor. Is this box left by the train conductor? However, according to system detection, this is indeed a level 5 treasure chest. A treasure chest left by the train conductor? How could someone be so kind? And there was another thing he had been thinking about since he first heard that a train conductor had arrived at this platform 300 years ago. 300 years. According to what Sister Shea said, a batch of survivors appears every 3 years. Then, wouldn't there be at least 100 batches of survivors in this train survival game? No, that shouldn't be the case. Shea said that the train conductors of the previous batches could not see much. Unless she was lying, with that woman's train level of over 50, she would definitely know more about the train conductors of the previous batches than a newcomer like him who hadn't even made it through the first 10 stops. I can't figure it out. Ye Qiyan silently put the matter aside. Then don't think about it. I passed by this village just to find this wooden box. Don't think the things inside are precious. It's these vampires that were attracted by this thing. If I take them away now, this village will be completely safe. He was quite capable of making up stories, and Otanli believed the story without a doubt. Thank you. Great hunter. On behalf of everyone in the village, I thank you for your help. Otanli bowed deeply to Ye Qiyan, looked at his back as he was about to leave the village, hesitated for a long time, and suddenly shouted. Master Hunter! Ye Qiyan, who was about to return to the train to open the treasure chest, stopped and turned around to look in confusion. Anything else? Otanli ran up to him in the thick snow, swallowed his saliva, and said carefully. Master Hunter, I am the only one left in the village now. Can I? There's only one seat on my train. Ye Qiyan knew what he wanted to say and chose to refuse without hesitation. He is not the type of person who likes to live in adventure with others. He will not let others board the train that belongs only to him now, nor will he do so in the future. At most, like Saya, he could use puppet making or other techniques to create a companion that belongs only to him. He never trusts strangers. Otanli's words were stuck in his mouth. He was standing in the snow, dazed and at a loss as to what to do. Ye Qiyan shook his head in his heart, thought for a moment, and continued. Go somewhere else. Don't stay here. Since you are the only one left in the village, you have to live for them. If you encounter danger, like this time, and use this coin to go out and search, maybe other hunters will come to help you. Ye Qiyan took out a train coin, waved it in front of Otanli, and then put it away. As for how to find it, that depends on your luck. After saying this, he did not stop and headed towards his train in the increasingly severe snow and wind. This horrible weather made him miss the comfortable life in the climate-controlled carriage so much. Back on the train, minus the departure privilege, there are still 2.5 hours before we can leave this station. Ye Qiyan got into the temperature-controlled compartment, took off his thick cotton coat that was almost frozen, and immediately threw himself onto the soft big bed. Phew, this ditch weather is too terrible. Hey, Wally, go to the storage room and find a piece of beef to roast. Okay, stop looking at me with such pitiful eyes. I told you I'd let you charge and I won't break my promise. Go get the meat and I'll grill it myself. Wally happily quickened his pace and headed for the storage compartment. Although it cannot put things into the storage unit, as long as Ye Qiyan gives permission, it can take items from the storage unit. After throwing a piece of beef on the grill and taking a while to warm up, Ye Qiyan's body warmed up a lot. He then turned his attention to the only 2 gains of this site. Level 5 treasure chest, can be opened. This was the first time he got a level 5 treasure chest from the platform. Once the sublimation was completed, the treasure chest would become level 6. Thinking about the level 6 items he now has, Ye Qiyan is full of expectations for the rewards in this treasure chest. Sublimation. Physical strength, 8545 spirit, 6737. 70 points. It's 20 points more than 4 to 5, which is not much. Level 6 treasure box, can be opened. Open the treasure chest. Without hesitation, Ye Qiyan opened the treasure chest, but to his surprise, in addition to the train coins that should be there was only one other item in the treasure chest, to be precise, a blueprint. Obtain, 24 train coins. Obtained, Patrol Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint, no level. Patrol Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint, no level, first stage, number of manufacturing times, 1/2. Required, Mind Cube times 1, Metal, 1000 kilograms, Mechanical Parts, 800, Emotional Intelligence Chip times 1. Note, this is a blueprint created by A, before his death. Note 2, this is something that a train conductor robbed. He broke into a low-level station before he died. Because he could not reverse his own death, he adhered to the principle that what he could not get could not be obtained by others, so he threw it to the low-level platform and it became a treasure chest on this platform. Note 3, this treasure chest was originally a level 5 treasure chest, but was promoted to level 6 due to a certain talent. Since the contents of the treasure chest cannot be changed, the train coin reward is increased to 24 coins. Ha! After seeing the introduction of this blueprint, Ye Qiyan thought he was still sleepy, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously, and opened his mouth wide after confirming that he was not seeing things. It takes 1000 kilograms of metal and 800 mechanical parts to make this thing? And there are so many N systems. When did you become so diligent? The train system adheres to the concept of serving the conductor. When faced with items that exceed your current level, more annotations will appear to make it easier for novice conductors to understand. The blueprint made by the 3 question marks is snatched by the senior train conductor. It's really interesting. Hey, then I want to make it and see. But where can I get this mind cube? Stroking his chin, he thought that this thing was probably not something that the train conductors in his area could understand. If he wanted to understand the mind cube, the best way to get information about it was to get it from Shea. But he suppressed this thought for the time being. The next stop is the 10th stop. After the 10th stop, the novice period will also be over. I don't know what will happen at that time, so it's not too late to ask after seeing the situation. The harvest at this stop was not much in terms of quantity, but a blood clan Baron heart that had transformed its race could definitely be sold for a good price, and the blueprint for manufacturing a patrol dragon was full of mystery, making Ye Qiyan look forward to the day when he could manufacture it. Adding the 24 train coins in the treasure chest, his train coin reserves reached 31. Although it seems like a lot, Ye Qiyan feels that this amount should not be enough to buy the upgrade option for the level 5 train, so he still has to save it up and there is no rush. All thoughts stop here. Ye Qiyan came back to his senses and licked his lips as he watched the beef sizzling on the grill. Nothing could make him happier than eating barbecue in a snowy day, and if there was one, it would be hot pot. Chapter 57. Off-site benefit trigger. The pocket watch stopped at 8 o'clock. The train whistle was still loud even in a snowstorm. Nothingness appears, and the track moves forward. From one piece of snow to another. The weather in the wilderness remained the same as before entering the station. Open a public chat room. 8683/10000. When will this horrible weather end? I can't stand it any longer. It usually ends at 12 o'clock at night. Just bear with it. It's only 4 hours. You can get through it by burning some wood. By the way, Li Xiaosheng has put a lot of materials on the trading platform again. Where did he get so much? He has such enviable luck. Who knows? But Zhaoan in our block is not bad either. If you look at the vegetables on the trading platform, most of them are put up by him. These two should have a lot of train coins, right? Tisk tisk tisk, I wonder when the next public station will appear. You still want to rob them, idiot? Li Xiaosheng bought a blueprint for a level 3 assault crossbow at the public trading station and sold one to each of his alliance members. If you really go to the public platform, you'd better stay away from those guys, otherwise you will die without knowing how. Crossbow? Can that thing be as powerful as a gun? How did the guy upstairs survive until now? Level 3 weapons, even crossbows, are much stronger than low-level firearms. Didn't you notice the gun seller before? What was his name? Ye Qiyan? He hasn't appeared for a while. Ye Qiyan's low-level rifle is already outdated. That guy doesn't want to join the Tong Menghui. Brother Li has already said that the next time he sees him, he will definitely kill him. That's right, Brother Li also said that no one is allowed to buy his stuff, otherwise it would be against the alliance. Li Xiaosheng's lackeys showed up. Looking at the conversation in the chat room, Ye Qiyan calmly typed a line of text on the screen, attached a screenshot, and spent 1 train coin to pin it to the top. Selling Bloodline Baron's Heart has been put on the trading platform for auction, only accepting train coins, the highest bidder wins. The trading platform has an auction function. But this feature is rarely used. When the introduction of the Blood Baron's Heart appeared in the chat room, the scrolling dialog box stopped for a moment. Then, it rolled rapidly. What is this? Transformed into a vampire? And what is this module? Why are all these things I've never seen before? How many train coins does this thing cost? If I have it, I don't need to be afraid of those monsters chasing the train. I can do whatever I want even on the platform. The bidding price has already reached 15 train coins? Where did you get so much money? Didn't you say that everyone was living a hard life? You are a bunch of liars. The appearance of this heart immediately attracted the attention of quite a lot of people. There were many people who, after seeing the many modules, became interested and started bidding before everyone else. Li Xiaosheng is among them. Damn Ye Qiyan, he was so lucky to get this thing, haha, but this guy is really stupid, he actually sold it instead of using it himself. Doesn't he want to give up his identity as a human being? He raised the corner of his mouth in disdain. Ignorance, what does it matter if you are human or not? As long as you become stronger, who cares about your race? With this heart, I will become a vampire. Who else can be my opponent? Li Xiaosheng took out a train coin and followed Ye Qiyan's example to pin a message to the top of the chat room. My alliance will want this thing. Then, another message came up. Didn't your followers say that no one could buy anything from Ye Qiyan? Why? As the leader of the alliance, you are the first one to go back on your word. The person who refuted his news was called Zhaoan, the train conductor who had been planting various types of vegetables since the first stop and was quite famous in his area. One of them sells basic resources, and the other sells various types of vegetables. They should have kept to themselves, but Li Xiaosheng's fellow members of the alliance were showing off in the chat room all day long, mocking the train conductors from other blocks, so that now the alliance has a very bad reputation. Li Xiaosheng's face turned blue and red. He gritted his teeth and continued to increase his bets as he watched the prices on the trading platform continue to climb. The bidding price kept rising and finally stopped at 23. The person who offered this price was none other than Li Xiaosheng. He used the basic resources at hand and collected almost all the train coins from the members of the alliance to get these. He still has some ability. Zhaoan also tried to collect train coins from train conductors in the same block, but in the end, only a few were willing to believe him. Without any guarantee of interest, who would be willing to lend their wealth to others? As the set auction time returns to 0. Li Xiaosheng got the heart of the vampire baron. And those train coins came into Ye Qiyan's hands. I didn't expect this thing to sell for such a high price. That's right, it was obtained from a level 5 platform after all. But, the person who finally bought it turned out to be Li Xiaosheng. Haha, I wonder if this guy will regret coming to trouble me. They only saw the module blessings obtained after the race transformation and the physique that surpassed ordinary humans, but selectively ignored the negative effects. Perhaps Li Xiaosheng will pass the next few stops quite smoothly, but what after that? But it has nothing to do with him. Ye Qiyan counted the train coins with a smile. 53, this is the total number of his train coins. With these train coins, Ye Qiyan feels that the next upgrade of the train can be put on the agenda. I'm still a little short of physical and mental strength. Well, tomorrow, we'll upgrade the train to level 5. Come to think of it, if you can break the record by reaching level 4 10 stations ago, level 5 should be possible too, right? No, of course you can. Ding ding. Friend message notifications came into my ears. He suppressed his inner excitement, calmed himself down, turned on the screen, and saw a conversation sent by Zhao Lin. Brother Ye, how many train coins did you earn in the end? She's still alive? It's not easy. Not many, only 23. The auctions on the trading platform can only be seen by bidders and sellers, so no one else knows what the final transaction price is. Zhao Lin rubbed his eyes, thinking that he might have seen it wrong. 23 train coins? If converted into level 3 treasure chests, you have to open almost 4 to get it. Who is the lucky one? How come she couldn't get something like this? Amazing! Did this come from a treasure chest? Just killed an old bat. After hearing this, the envy in Zhao Lin's heart instantly disappeared. Good luck and bad luck are conserved, and so are wealth and danger. The bat that Ye Qiyan mentioned must not be that simple. Maybe, in order to kill the bat, he paid a great price and got the reward he deserved. If it were her, she would probably just think of finding a place to hide. Chapter 58. Can this thing turn people into vampires? Looking at the wrinkled heart in front of him, Li Xiaosheng's eyes were very hot. Ye Qiyan, I will make you regret selling this thing to me. I tilted my head back, put it in my mouth, and the disgusting fishy smell exploded in my mouth. Li Xiaosheng resisted the urge to spit it out and swallowed it. Then, severe pain came. Ah! His skin began to fester and 2 fangs pierced his mouth. The originally acceptable face turned into an extremely ugly monster in just a few seconds. Li Xiaosheng climbed up trembling, and was shocked when he saw his ugly self in the mirror. Is this me? With one punch, the mirror was shattered into pieces. You've become stronger? Vampire, I succeeded. From this moment on, Li Xiaosheng was no longer a human being. The next day. 63000. The sound of the radio sounded at this time. Ye Qiyan, who had been awake for a while, was cooking. Crack 2 eggs into a frying pan, place a few slices of thinly sliced meat on the side, and pair them with fresh tomatoes and a white berry. The meat slices sizzle in the grill, sprinkled with some salt, and it's a hearty breakfast. Congratulations to you, the remaining 8,679 train conductors after the block merger. You have successfully arrived at the 10th station of the newcomer survival period. The 10th stop will be the endpoint for the novice train conductor. Good luck to you. The end. Chewing on a white sun fruit, Ye Qiyan sat by the car window and looked outside. Yesterday's snow-covered scenery disappeared overnight. The ochre-colored wasteland still seems to have no end as usual. I upgraded to a Class 5 train 10 stations ago. I think I did pretty well. Hey hey. He came to the front of the train, reached out and touched the oval-shaped train system, and whispered. Sublimation. Physical and mental strength surged like a tide. A stream of azure blue light continued to appear from the front of the train until it completely enveloped the entire train. Physical strength, 12070. Spirit, 12060. Train upgrade completed. Current level, 5. A brand new train reappeared in the wilderness. Opening the train details, first of all, the three familiar things are the wheels, frame, and chassis, all of which are level 5 strength. The vehicle speed was also increased to 100 km per hour. Then there are the upgrade options. 1. Smart chip, 10 train coins. 2. Heavy turret carriage, 20 train coins. 3. CVO Roadmaster, 10 train coins. 4. Unlimited storage game console, 8 train coins. Well, he still overestimated his train coin reserves. The 4 options are worth a total of 48 train coins. If he buys all of them, his train coin reserves will return to single digits. I just became a rich man for one day, and now I am going to be a pauper again. Shaking his head helplessly, he decided to take a look at what these rewards were first. Needless to say, the smart chip has already been given to Varian as a brain, and the full automation of the planting carriage also requires one. This is a must-buy. The focus is on the last 3, especially the most expensive carriage. Heavy turret carriage. Equipment, 2 fixed heavy artillery pieces, 1 fixed top machine gun. Remote control attacks can be carried out through the train control system. Cannon? Hey, it feels pretty good, I'll buy it. A pure black carriage that was much larger than an ordinary carriage appeared out of nowhere and fell onto the track and connected with Ye Qiyan's train. After being teleported into the carriage, Ye Qiyan couldn't help but touch it twice when he saw the huge gun barrels pointed at both sides of the carriage. This is the romance of men. If there were not only 6 shells in the carriage, he would really like to fire one now to see the power. The next option, the CVO Roadmaster, is a silver-grey motorcycle. With it, Ye Qiyan no longer has to walk long distances on his own at the station. Purchase. The last one. Unlimited storage game console. Game console with unlimited internal storage space. You can spend 1 train coin to buy various games that are constantly updated. Don't hesitate, this is a must-buy. The number of train coins returned to the level before liberation, but the principle was that since I had already bought them, I had to use them anyway. He still spent a train coin and bought a copy of Devil May Cry 5 on the game console, which he had not yet completed before coming to this world. Just as a reminiscence of the past? It's definitely not that he is addicted to games. And then, there is one more thing. That's the reward for breaking the level 5 record. Congratulations on breaking the fastest train level 5 record. Get a piece of train weapon. Armed train? What on earth is this? Choose to receive. A stream of azure light directly merges into Ye Qiyan's body. Train armed deadline drill. Consume a train coin to summon a drill in front of the train, and its power increases with the speed of the train. O_O. 1230. Ye Qiyan, who was still being abused by the boss in the game, put down the controller. Looking at the light screen appearing in front of him, his original laziness gradually disappeared. Is it finally about to begin? Trigger at the crossroads of destiny. Please choose a road from the following 2 platforms. Platform 1, deep in the mysterious jungle, level 5 hunting platform. Platform 2, Davil Village Goblin Tribe, level 5 hunting platform. Please select. Goblins again. I really have a connection with goblins. Besides, are all of them hunting stations? This one is really hard to choose. Which one to choose? Option 1, deep in the woods, basically means no information at all. Option 2. It's decided. Since goblins have appeared so many times, it would be unreasonable not to go and take a look. I choose Platform 2, Davil Village, Goblin Tribe. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on. The 10th stop the train will arrive at is Davil Village Goblin Tribe. The train moved forward, and after half an hour, it passed through nothingness. Accompanied by the sound of a whistle. Ye Qiyan looked out the window. To his surprise, this time, outside the train, there were more than a dozen men and women dressed differently and looking like adventurers from another world, looking over here. Current station, Davil Village Goblin Tribe. Countdown to docking, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This site, high risk. The leader, a bearded man wearing clerical attire, came over and knocked on the car door. Hello, are you the new adventurer? Adventurer, like the hunter at the previous stop, should be the train conductor's identity here. The sentry was not triggered and the opponent was not hostile. Ye Qiyan opened the car door and said with a smile. Hello, my name is Ye Qiyan. What happened here? I'm an adventurer who happened to pass by here and I don't know the situation yet. The clergyman smiled kindly. I see. I thought you were someone sent by the capital. If you are not, then you should leave quickly. This village is about to be invaded by the Goblin Kingdom. We must guard here for 5 hours to ensure that all civilians in the village are evacuated. But it seems a little late. The goblins are already here. Chapter 59. Following the direction of the priest's gaze. On the top of the distant hill, hundreds of green-skinned goblins rushed over, waving wooden sticks and iron bars, shouting. Stop them, don't let these monsters get through. Be careful of breaking the invisibility. The priest pulled out a giant cross as big as a door panel from his back and placed it in front of him. Everyone was on high alert, ready to meet the goblins' attack. At this moment, he suddenly heard the young man next to him say, Sentinel, fire! The order was given. The red light eyes opened and kept moving. Hundreds of light wheels appeared out of thin air at the feet of the goblins that entered the 150-meter warning range. Even the goblin slayer, who was in stealth mode, was instantly broken. Buzz! Weapons appear. Then, fire! Bullets flew everywhere, each one hitting the goblin's vital point accurately. The violent attack prevented all goblins from entering the sentinel's 150-meter warning range. The instinct of fear made the lowest-level goblin turn and flee. Some goblins escaped from the 150-meter warning range. But, is it really possible to escape? Catch up. Instructions updated. The sentries detached from the train and were able to pursue at an extremely fast speed even with heavy machine guns hanging on them. These goblins were destined to die here the moment they attempted to rush towards Ye Qiyan. When the gunfire stopped, hundreds of goblins were all hunted down. The sentry returned to the top of the train and continued to stand guard. Ye Qiyan patted the shoulder of the clergyman who was stunned beside him. Uncle, you're not hurt, are you? Who are you? The one just now. The clergyman came back to his senses, looked at Ye Qiyan's harmless appearance and swallowed his saliva. I just said that I was just passing by here, but it just so happens that my target should be the most powerful one among these goblins. Tell me, where is it? This is a hunting platform, so there must be a hunting target. Just like that old bat. The most powerful goblin? You mean the goblin general? Ye Qiyan learned about the current situation from the clergyman. The village was surrounded by an army of 5,000 goblins. There are more than 200 civilians in the village. As adventurers, they are employed by the human royal family to defend the village so that the people in the village can evacuate. Of course, the priest smiled and shook his head when he said this. Of course, there is no way the people of the kingdom would spend a lot of money to find a high-level adventurer team like us just for the civilians of a border village. The real reason is that a princess of the human royal family is currently staying somewhere in this village looking for something. So this team of adventurers must prevent goblins from invading the village for at least 5 hours, until the princess is found and leaves safely. The commander of the goblin army outside the village is a goblin general. It should be the hunting target of Ye Qiyan station. 5,000, can you really hold on for 5 hours? Ye Qiyan was skeptical about the words of the priest uncle. After all, these people don't look like they can withstand 5,000 goblins. The clergyman laughed. We are a famous adventurer team in the kingdom. Although it is unlikely to defeat the goblin army, we can still stop them. He pointed to the sky. Look there, we have set up a barrier. As long as the goblin army arrives and opens the barrier, they won't be able to rush in. Looking at the other person's confident look, Ye Qiyan silently looked at the translucent light film in the sky that had not yet fallen. I always feel that it is not as reliable as he said. That goblin general will come too. Of course. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Donald, and I'm a priest. If your target is the goblin general, you can stay here. It's very dangerous outside. Besides, the train tracks outside the village ahead have already been destroyed by goblins. Donald glanced in the direction of the sentry a few times, with a hint of heat in his eyes. The goal was determined, and Ye Qiyan accepted Donald's invitation to stay here temporarily. The people in this adventurer team were pretty nice, and Ye Qiyan gained their trust with just a few bottles of cold beer. Compared to the goblin general who was her target, Ye Qiyan was actually more curious about what was in the village that was worth a princess personally searching for. Donald's alcohol tolerance was average, so when he drank a little too much he told everything he knew. We don't know exactly what it is, but we heard that an ancient relic was discovered under this village. There might be some treasure inside, haha. But it's strange. We've walked around the village for a few times, but we didn't notice any entrance to the ruins. We don't know where the princess and the people she brought entered from. An ancient ruin with no entrance? What treasure is hidden there? Could it be the treasure chest at this station? Or something else? Ye Qiyan's interest was piqued, and taking the opportunity to get the wine, Ye Qiyan returned to the train. Looking at Wally spinning in circles to amuse himself, I touched its iron head. It's your turn now. Go and get back the most precious thing at this station. Don't let me down. A train coin turned into a dark golden light and merged into Wally's body. It patted its square body with its mechanical pincers, as if to let me take care of it. Be careful and don't get discovered. If you can't handle it, come back to me. There's no need to take risks. Looking at Wally's leaving back, Ye Qiyan gave an instruction. Hearing his concern, Wally's camera-like eyes actually showed a moved expression. He nodded, rubbed Ye Qiyan's calves a few times, rolled on the tracks, and entered the village without being discovered by anyone. Near an earthen house, we found an entrance leading underground. Brother Ye Qiyan, why are you so slow? I thought you were drunk and fell asleep in the car, ha ha ha. He's a top adventurer who owns his own train. How could he get drunk so easily? I really envy you for having a train. How much did you spend to buy it from Run? We saved for more than 10 years and only got 18 coins. We still need 3 more to buy our own train. Sigh. I don't know where to find the remaining 3 coins. After completing the kingdom's mission this time, you will get a coin, boss. We will soon have a train too. Then we won't have to sit in a carriage that hurts our butts when we want to go anywhere. Haha, yes. We'll have it soon. Run company? When I walked out of the train, I paused when I heard a familiar name in the conversation between those people. I heard the name of this company again. Where was it last time? In the Doomsday Town, the monster in the silver shop used 3 train coins to buy a cake from Run Company, thinking it could heal his daughter, but the courier of that company died on the edge of the town. This is the second time. What they want to buy is a train. Chapter 60. Ye Qiyan narrowed his eyes slightly, sat next to Donald, opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Donald, showing a curious look and asked with a smile. What is this RNU company you are talking about? After he said this, Donald and others looked at him with doubt. Donald scratched his head. Brother Ye Qiyan, you can't say that to me. You own a train, how could you not know about Run? I didn't buy this train. I see. Donald smiled wryly and shook his head. I was wondering, you are so young, how can you collect enough coins to buy a train? And you don't look like an adventurer. Sigh, it's better to be a noble. We can get what we want without fighting outside. By the way, you said before that your target was the Goblin General. Do you want to kill that monster and become famous? Donald had already imagined a story in his mind that Ye Qiyan was the descendant of some prince or noble, and that he had come to the border for adventure by driving a train provided by his family. Ye Qiyan smiled in a fake embarrassment, which made Donald more convinced of his idea. Then he showed curiosity and continued to ask. So, what is Run? What are coins? And what does it have to do with trains? Donald took a sip of beer, leaned on his huge cross, took out a cloth bag from his arms, and took out something that Ye Qiyan was quite familiar with. Train coins. Run Company suddenly appeared on the mainland more than 200 years ago. Those people called couriers brought a lot of magical things. At that time, the countries on the mainland wanted to buy those things, but were told that they could only accept transactions with this mysterious coin. This kind of coin is hard to find and impossible to imitate. It can only be found in some dangerous places or in boxes in some mysterious ruins. At that time, an empire wanted to seize those magical objects by force, but in just one night, the capital of that empire was instantly wiped out, as if it had never appeared. A team of high-level adventurers like us have only found a dozen of them after more than 10 years of collecting them. We are 3 short of buying a train. At this point, Donald once again looked at Ye Qiyan's train with envy, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Ye Qiyan rubbed his chin slightly. Run Company was established more than 200 years ago. Kay Shea said that she had never heard of the existence of Run Company 15 years ago. So, the time of the train on the platform and the time in the wilderness are not synchronized? And the box he mentioned that could get train coins, was it a treasure box? But why were there only coins? These are the only coins in the box? Are there no other things? Donald looked at him puzzled. Of course, what else can I do? Ye Qiyan didn't ask any more questions. So, how do I contact Run with the coins? You have so many questions, kid. Forget it, for the sake of these wines. After getting the answer, he returned to the train on the pretext of being drunk. Sitting in a chair, lost in thought. Is it true that only the conductor can open a treasure chest that contains things other than train coins? Or, is this just Donald's setting for this station? Ye Qiyan is really getting more and more confused about these platforms. Oftentimes, the background setting of a platform shows a complete world, and sometimes, a platform only has a fixed space, with endless darkness and nothingness outside. So, is the world on the platform real? Hey! Why am I thinking about these things? What does this have to do with me? Just be yourself. Ye Qiyan shook his head and put the random thoughts in his mind behind him. He took out the few remaining train coins he had and silently recited in his mind the instructions Donald had told him to use them. Summon the courier from Run Company to make a purchase. No response. It makes sense. It seems that the clients of Run Company are not train conductors like him, but the natives on the platform. You collect train coins from the natives on the platform, so why don't you trade with the conductor? This Run Company seems to be hiding itself. After a while, the Goblin Vanguard arrived. These green-skinned monsters wore standard leather armor and held wooden spears. Compared to the low-level goblins they first saw, they looked much more elite. Ye Qiyan did not take any shots, and even turned off the sentry, making a sign that he had consumed a lot of bullets in the first wave. After Donald and his teammates heard the news, they looked at him with a little more disgust. These people just treated him as a young man out on an adventure, who had no ability other than the train and the sentries on it. Is this magic? It's really cool, but it's a pity. I wish I could learn it. Staying in the train, Ye Qiyan watched the team fighting through the window while eating the melon seeds he bought from Zhaolin. No wonder the cross is so big. It turns out it's used to hit people. The violent clergy, smashed them into a pulp. The battle lasted for a long time, and finally the vanguard force of more than 100 elite goblins was eliminated with some team members injured. Although no one died, everyone was injured and could only recover slowly with Donald's treatment. But the goblins obviously wouldn't give them that time. Another group of elite goblins rushed over the hill. The scouts ahead also brought bad news that the main force of the Goblin Legion was only 10 minutes away from the village. However, the fighting power of this team is really hard to agree with. The wizard in the team was almost killed by an elite goblin slayer who cut his kidneys. The battle was over. Donald was breathing heavily and gritted his teeth as he looked at the pale-faced mage beside him. We can't wait any longer. Open the barrier quickly. If we continue like this, we will be ambushed and killed by these killers before the main force of the goblins arrives. Donald gritted his teeth and calculated the time. Open the barrier. Drive those lowly goblins out. The translucent light film covered the village like an inverted bowl. Outside the bowl, the goblins were blocked. They beat desperately, but they couldn't shake the light film at all. Donald was right, this thing could indeed block the attacks of ordinary goblins. But what if the one coming is not an ordinary goblin? Lightning flashes. In the sky, a spear wrapped in thunder hit the barrier at an extremely fast speed. The cracks began to spread from the tip. Crack, crack. The barrier was broken. Chapter 61. How could this happen? How can this goblin break our barrier? Donald looked at the spear that shattered the barrier in disbelief. How can a goblin possess such a powerful weapon? Captain, let's run. The barrier is broken. We can't stop them. Damn goblins. They're coming. Ah! Don't come over here. 5,000 goblins rushed towards the village like a green tide. Among these goblins, a tall goblin general wearing black armor sat in the center, stretching his hand forward. The yellow bracelet on his wrist flashed, and the thunder attached to it returned to his hand. The goblin general looked at the adventurer team with a grin, and suddenly noticed the train not far from them. Fear flashed across his eyes for a moment, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then he suddenly thought of something, and his already ugly face became even more ferocious. The gun was pointed at the train. Jiligulagwa. Nearly half of the goblin army adjusted their direction and rushed straight towards the train. It seems like I'm being watched. Ye Qiyan stroked his chin, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he stared at the spear in the goblin general's hand. Is that my hunting reward? It looks really good. 150 meters. The moment the goblin army approached this distance, a shutdown sentinel is restarted. Annihilate. The order was issued. The red locked aperture continues to expand. 1, 2. Thousands of red light circles appeared out of thin air under the goblin's feet. Whether it's invisibility or camouflage, even if you speed up, you can't escape the sentry's lock. Bullets, yes, Enough. The spirit magazine is refilled. Then, a train coin at his fingertips turned into a dark golden light and merged into the sentinel. Activate overrun mode. The sentinel's red eyeballs burst into dazzling light, and the 30's double firing rate was activated. The firepower of the double-rate Great Compassion heavy machine gun turned the area 150 meters ahead into a bloody battlefield. No goblin could survive even for a second after entering this range before being smashed into pieces. The goblin general looked at everything that was happening in front of him in disbelief. Not only him, but also the adventurers at the back of the train felt the same way. Is this a war? No, this is a one-sided massacre. The goblin wanted to escape. But the goblin general roared a few times, and the fleeing goblins were affected by him. Their eyes turned red and they continued to charge while howling. Are these goblins crazy? How can they possibly rush over? An adventurer muttered to himself, expressing everyone's doubts. Oh, you're pretty smart. You know how to use up my bullets. If it were someone else, they might have to consider the bullet issue. But... crunch! The sweet scent of the white sun fruit pulp obscured the bloody smell brought by the breeze. When both magazines were empty, the sound of gunfire slowly faded away between heaven and earth. The goblin general showed a look of joy, waving his spear and continuing to command the charge. No, no more bullets? Captain, let's go, he's out of bullets. Yes, Captain, we should have left just now. Damn it, how could I believe that a young nobleman could kill 5,000 goblins? I am really crazy. Donald gritted his teeth, looked at the train in front of him, and hesitated. Ye Qiyan helped us, go and call him back and we will leave together. Captain. It's too late. That guy has a train, so let him find a way to get away. What does it have to do with us? Idiot, the trains sold by Run Company need to be preheated for 30 minutes each time they are started. How long has it been since the war started? Donald ignored the dissuasion of others and ran towards the train. Want to take the people away before the goblins arrive. Ye Qiyan, who was in the train, heard their conversation, smiled slightly, opened the window, leaned out, and leisurely waved to the sweaty Donald. Donald, you're a nice guy. Get off the train quickly. No matter how precious a train is, it is not as important as your life. Don't stay on it. You have run out of bullets for your weapon, right? The ammunition for that kind of weapon can only be purchased from Run. Even if your family is rich, they can't give you more. Go. There's still time. Choo choo choo. Ye Qiyan looked at him with a smile and swallowed the basin fruit in his mouth. Don't worry, there are still plenty of bullets. 80 meters. Clatter. A snap of fingers. The empty mental power magazine was filled directly. 50 meters. Another train coin turned into golden light. Over limit mode, restart. Shot. On the battlefield, goblins were hit by bullets and exploded into bloody mist. A level 6 heavy machine gun, equipped with special spirit bullets, can even kill multiple enemies with one shot in areas where monsters are densely populated. Facing an unbeatable opponent, the goblins who were forced to go berserk were also forced to sober up. They threw away their weapons and armor, and driven by instinct, these monsters ignored the goblin general's orders and turned to flee. Catch up! A funny scene occurred on the battlefield. The sentry floated in the air, carrying a heavy machine gun, and single-handedly encircled and eliminated the remaining less than 2,000 goblins. Only when the two magazines were exhausted again did the sentry stop chasing and return to the train. Sitting on the window frame of the train, Ye Qiyan continued to eat the white sun fruit, ignoring Donald who was stunned for who knows how many times, and walked straight out of the train. Within 300 meters in front of the train, the emerald green grass was dyed scarlet. The goblin army has completely collapsed in this Shura field. Only the goblin general was left standing there in anger. No matter how much he roared, he could not change the goblin army's broken hearts. Of course, even it itself felt frightened by the sentinel's attack. When he was about to flee with the army, he suddenly noticed an unarmed human who looked quite delicious walking out of the train. Jiligulu? Jiligulu! It immediately showed a look of joy. Even from its underdeveloped brain, it can be seen that this gluttonous human should be the owner of the train. As long as we kill it, the train will belong to the great goblin General Turo. Greed made it abandon fear. At this distance, it can definitely pass through the heart of this greedy human, and then he will be shattered into pieces just like the previous barrier. Jili gu lu gu la. The goblin general raised his spear high, with bright yellow lightning attached to it. But, before it could throw, bang! A bullet pierced through the center of his eyebrows. Trial by gunfire, trigger. Guilty judgment. Guilty. Chapter 62. One shot, and the world becomes quiet. Hey! Blowing out the smoke from the muzzle of the ebony gun and humming a cheerful tune, Ye Qiyan walked straight to the body of the goblin general whose head had been completely blown apart and kicked it aside. This was his first time using the active ability of judgment by gunfire. Really? Very strong. Pick up the spear that has fallen to the ground. Call up the light curtain for identification. Lightning Spear, Level 5. Consume physical strength to launch a powerful lightning attack. Supporting equipment, Spear Retriever. The Spear Retriever should be the thing that the Goblin General used before. Taking it off his wrist and looking at this particularly high-tech item, Ye Qiyan fell into deep thought. Can this thing really be obtained by a goblin? Or did it open a treasure chest somewhere else? No, Donald, there is no need to lie to me. Natives like them in the platform world can only get train coins when they open a treasure chest, and will not get other rewards. Then, run company. Whether it is this spear retriever or the spear itself, Ye Qiyan feels that these things were all bought from Run Company. It is not difficult to see from the extent to which the Goblin General targeted his train. This monster had obviously picked up other trains, and these were not the kind purchased by the natives, but those owned by the real train conductor. Run Company is also a force formed by the train conductor, right? They sell props to the natives, and then what these natives do will become the new platform. Without seeing Run Company itself, all of Ye Qiyan's speculations could not be confirmed. But, it should be soon. According to the broadcast, after completing the 10th station, this group of train conductors will have passed the novice period. By then, there will definitely be a chance to meet the train conductors from earlier batches. They definitely know more about Run than I do, and I might even meet someone from Run at one of the stops. After putting away his spear and hesitating for a while, Ye Qiyan stripped off the Goblin General's armor. This guy hasn't taken a bath in many years, and the stench on his armor is unbearable. However, it would be a pity to throw this thing away, and you won't get much material if you recycle it. It would be better to throw it on the trading platform. There will definitely be people who will not mind the stench and will pay to buy it. It was very troublesome to take it back, so Ye Qiyan directly marked the price of 8 train coins and threw the armor on the trading platform. Where can you find a conscientious businessman like me? 8 train coins, sell level 3 armor. This seems to have nothing to do with conscience. Return to the train with the harvest. Looking at Donald and the adventurers around him, their eyes were filled with awe and fear. If the Sentinel's attack could still make these adventurers think it was only because of the powerful weapons. But Ye Qiyan's shot that instantly killed the Goblin General was enough to make all doubts disappear completely. Yet, Lord Ye, thank you for your help. We will definitely spread the word about your feat of repelling 5,000 goblin troops by yourself. In the name of the Holy Lord, I, Donald, will never hide these achievements. That doesn't really matter, but your mission is complete, right? I'm going to stay here for a while, what about you? Let's go now. Hearing the hidden meaning of expulsion in the words, Donald took his team of adventurers away without hesitation. Just before leaving, he suddenly thought of something and took out a silver-white statue of a female praying woman with her face covered by a hood from his backpack and handed it over. Master Ye, you have helped us so much and saved all our lives. We don't have any precious things either. Please take this. With it, the Holy Lord will bless you. The backs of the adventurer team gradually disappeared. Ye Qiyan looked at the statue in his hand and pondered slightly. Is there really a god in this world? No, what am I thinking? It would be really strange if there was no god. Statue of Saint. Pray and be hopeful, perhaps the Lord will look at you. It may not be useful. Who else but God could have allowed so many people to enter this train survival world and explore it desperately? No. Or to put it another way. Can do this kind of thing. It must and can only be addressed as God. Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of Shea. That woman looks like a nun. What god does she believe in? Ask her when you get a chance. Putting the statue down, his eyes fell on the hunting reward for his stop. Sublimation. Stamina, 117-73. Sublimation success. Lightning Spear Rampage Lightning Spear, Level 6. Thunder Throw, consume physical strength to 0 points, and throw a powerful attack. Can be equipped with Spear Retriever. Great power? How big? Ye Qiyan did not try it lightly. After all, this negative effect seems to be too serious. You have to know that after the physical strength is consumed to 0 points, he will enter a state of extreme laziness. Normally, he feels very uncomfortable when there are only 20 or 30 points left. It is hard to imagine what he will become at 0 points. But, he didn't want to expend his energy to use it, but what about the sentinel? The sentinels don't have the stamina to say that. Thinking of this, Ye Qiyan couldn't wait to climb onto the roof of the car and directly equipped the throwing spear and the retriever to the guard sentry. Then the order was issued. Switch weapons, Rampage, Lightning Spear. Activate, Thunder Throw. The order was issued. Sentinel activated. On the spear, golden lightning continued to condense, forming a spirally rotating thunder spear tip. After reaching a certain critical value, it flies out violently and turns into a golden meteor that falls to the ground in the sky. Then, boom! The huge explosion was accompanied by a strong shock wave that spread outward. Oops! Feeling the violent impact, Ye Qiyan quickly hid in the train to avoid being blown away. When the lightning faded, I looked at the huge spiral-shaped ground in front of me that looked like a meteorite crater. Not bad. Ye Qiyan was very satisfied with the upgraded power of the spear. Moreover, after the sentinel uses the ability to carry the javelin, it will not consume physical strength as introduced. It only takes 1 minute to recharge before it can be used again. Through the continuous recall of the spear retriever, it is completely another powerful weapon that is no less powerful than the Great Compassion heavy machine gun. Not only that, the sentinel can also use this spear for melee attacks, which greatly makes up for the sentinel's lack of melee combat. Imagine if an enemy was approached by a sentry, being shot at vital points by a machine gun while being harassed by spears. Even if you run far away, you will be chased by the thunder. Until they reach a higher level, the sentinels cannot possibly have any rivals. The 150-meter warning range is destined to become the enemy's nightmare. Chapter 63. Davil Village, 2000 meters underground. Soldiers wearing exquisite armor surrounded a woman in her early 30s and waited in this underground world. In front of them, in a translucent light curtain, an inverted cross-shaped building existed. The woman took a semi-cylindrical key and inserted it forcefully into the stone platform in front of the light curtain. Her steps were unsteady and it seemed that she had been standing there for a long time. Your Highness, why don't you take a rest and let us take over? It's almost a day. If you continue like this, your body... A soldier stepped forward and offered his services. Get lost. The woman kicked the soldier away viciously. The things here are mine. None of you lowly people can get your hands on them. His words made the others look at each other in bewilderment. They helped the soldier who was kicked to the side and vomited blood and hid aside without saying anything. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere all around, the woman snorted disdainfully, staring at the inverted cross altar in the light curtain with fiery eyes. Almost there, almost there. In the darkness, no one noticed. A cube-shaped robot with its head shrunk was hiding nearby and watching everything. Wally secretly circled around and stopped on the other side of the light curtain. He stretched out his mechanical arm and poked it. It felt soft. So, Wally crashed right into it. Bang! Covering his iron head, the little robot showed a hurt look. It was very sure that it couldn't get in here. Go back and tell the master. Let the owner come and get the most precious thing it finds in this station. Wally? You're back so soon. You didn't get the stuff? It doesn't matter. I'm not Ye Qiyan. If I can't get it, then I can't get it. You can still charge it. Hey? You drew a map? Does that mean there's a treasure down there? Brought by Wally to the entrance leading to the underground. Ye Qiyan took out a pure clean fossil to use as a lighting tool and followed Wally into it. It's located right here. After about half an hour, we passed through a dark and secluded road, and the scene before us suddenly opened up. Emerald green crystals are embedded everywhere. The soft light emitted will bring light to this vast underground world. Keep going. Until Ye Qiyan heard a sound coming from not far away. Are you okay? Your Highness Princess's kick was not light. The ribs must be broken. You are the one who insists on going up there to die. She looks down on the soldiers who come up here as civilians the most. I just want to be in a higher position, I don't want to be just a guard. That can't be now. Wait until the princess takes the things from the ruins, and then we'll find a way to get her. Are you really going to do it? What else? How could that woman tolerate us knowing after she took the things from the ruins? She would definitely kill us. The conversation faded away. After walking for about 10 more minutes, Ye Qiyan saw the ruins that the two guards had mentioned. After observing the 30-something-year-old princess who looked like an old lady, Ye Qiyan's fantasy about the princess in fairy tales was completely shattered. So ugly. He did not go out directly, but went around like Wally did before and came to the other side of the light curtain. Reach out and touch it, the soft touch makes it hard to think that it is difficult to break. How do I get in? Ye Qiyan fell into thought. Or, wait until the princess opens it, then shoot and kill people and rob them? This is one method. If there is no better way, you might as well try it. Wait, there is a way. Ye Qiyan suddenly came up with a good idea. Anchor. A dark golden card of blasphemy appeared between his two fingers. Lower anchor. Mental energy consumption. An anchor mark appeared within the light curtain. Then, sailing. A feeling of addiction came over me. The sounds in your ears come and go. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside the ruins. It worked. It actually works. Ye Qiyan played with the blasphemy card in his hand with a smile on his face. Using anchor points and teleportation abilities, it is entirely possible to cross any barrier or something like that. The card of blasphemy is getting more powerful the more you look at it. If the card of blasphemy is undergoing an ascension. Ye Qiyan stared for a while and shook his head. No, it's the same feeling as before when I couldn't upgrade items above level 4. My current abilities are not strong enough. Forget it, let's first see what's on top of the ruins. Putting the card away, Ye Qiyan walked towards the huge inverted cross-shaped altar building in front of him. So high. Looking up, the building is about 10 stories high. Go up the ladder and keep climbing. Until they reached the wide, pure white platform at the top. There is only another inverted cross platform that is more than 1 person tall. When you get closer, you will see that this huge altar exists only for one thing on the platform. This is A lavender card is suspended here. On the card, the image of a demon holding a sickle and covering his face with a hood is lifelike. Why does it feel a bit like the blasphemy card? Isn't it? Ye Qiyan swallowed his saliva and reached out to grab it. The moment he held the card, he heard countless bewitching whispers in his ears. But this feeling disappeared in an instant. Ye Qiyan shook his head and patted his forehead. What was that just now? An illusion. Bring up personal information. In addition to the energy consumed in placing the anchor point and teleporting, the mental strength dropped by about half again. This card. Identification. Call up the train system and identify the cards in your hand. Devil card, bewitching. Bewitching, consuming your spirit, the lies you tell will make people believe them. Devil, consume your physical strength. What you do will scare people. What a powerful ability. Moreover, it has no levels. Could this thing be the same as the card of blasphemy? No, this shouldn't be as powerful as the blasphemy card. I'm lucky. I got some extra rewards at this stop. Ye Qiyan was in a pretty good mood. I glanced at the ugly 30-year-old princess below who was still trying to open the light curtain with what should be the key. After all the hard work, wouldn't it be pitiful to find out that the things are gone after you come in? He casually took out a level 3 bullet and placed it on the altar. A level 3 bullet is not bad. He didn't leave immediately. In fact, he couldn't leave immediately. It takes an hour for the anchor point to be restored. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Qiyan went back downstairs and let Wally go back first. Time passes quickly. Anchor. Sailing. Another addiction. Another whisper. But this time, when Ye Qiyan opened his eyes, he was already back on his train. Chapter 64. Finally, it's finally opened. Underground world. The princess looked at the gap that looked like a dog hole in front of her and immediately leaned over and crawled in. The guards behind her tried to catch up, but were glared back at by her. You lowly people, are you worthy enough to come in? Just wait there obediently. Once I get that thing, this world will be mine. She lifted her heavy skirt and climbed up to the top of the inverted cross altar in 2 steps. After climbing for a long time, they reached the top level. When they saw the small inverted cross altar, the princess rushed over with fiery eyes. This is a bullet? A bullet? This is what Run asked me to get. The princess picked up the bullet lying on the altar with a puzzled look on her face. Who cares? As long as I get it, it's fine. She took a hairpin off her head and dropped it to the ground. A small crystal was revealed. The crystal emits a faint blue light. A woman wearing the Run Company badge sat in the boss chair, with huge dark circles under her eyes, and said in an extremely lazy tone. Who are you? Oh, now I remember, you are the princess in a big world with the highest level 5 platform. So, have you got what I asked you to find? Give it to me now. I got it. Here it is for you. A platform-like object appeared out of thin air above the crystal. The princess obediently put the bullet on. Soon, the bullet appeared in the woman's hand. She looked at this level 3 bullet that was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary and fell into silence. After a long while, the woman raised her head and looked at the princess coldly. You're kidding me. The old princess was startled and quickly shook her head and waved her hands. How could it be possible? How dare I deceive the boss of Run Company? Didn't you tell me to take the key and find an underground ruin in the area on the border of the kingdom? I searched for a whole year before I found the ruins that could be inserted with the key. There was only a bullet on the altar of the ruins. There was really nothing else. The woman still stared at her with cold eyes. Although they were clearly a pair of dead fish eyes, they frightened the old princess so much that she collapsed on the ground. That's enough. What should be there is a card. Not a bullet. Where is that thing? I'll give you one last chance. Tell the truth. Really, I really don't know. There really is only this one bullet. I'm not lying to you. Really? Sizzle. The blue crystal exploded. A sharp splinter scratched the princess' neck. Covered in blood, she desperately stretched out her hand to seek help, but the darkness was like a tide, completely drowning her. Dead fish eyes woman. She looked at the level 3 bullet in her hand and fell into thought. That native didn't lie, but there is a barrier with a devil card, which can only be opened with a key. Why is there a bullet inside? Could it be that someone has replaced the card in advance? No, this is impossible. If the ruins have been opened by someone, they can be opened again without a key. So how could this be? She put the bullet aside and spoke to a living thing in the darkness. Go check and see if that platform has been visited recently by a conductor over 30 levels. Yes. Docking countdown 133:45. Wally, come back. Roof. Ye Qiyan lay on it basking in the sun. Wally kept pulling off the weapons and leather armor from the dead goblins. After being recycled through the processing table placed outside by Ye Qiyan, they are finally formed into resource blocks one by one and put into the storage compartment. It's almost time to go. Yawning, Ye Qiyan called Wally back. Put the last of the resources into the storage unit. That's all the gains from this stop. Back on the train, Wally eagerly circles back and forth between Ye Qiyan and the charger. The monitor's big eyes blinked again and again, and it was actually a bit silly and cute. Go ahead. Since you've worked so hard, I'll reward you with a full day today. Although it is filling up every day. But receiving Ye Qiyan's praise also made Wally extremely happy. Back to the temperature-controlled carriage, Ye Qiyan has gradually transformed it into a real room. He even bought a special dining table and a bookshelf with several comic books and the game console he had obtained earlier on the trading platform. It can be said that this carriage can be regarded as a paradise for otakus. Okay, time to go. The off-site benefits have long changed color. Raise your hand and take a picture. Equity trigger. Departure. Track forward. Nothingness appears. Go through and return. Outside the window, the familiar endless wasteland returned again. At the same time Ye Qiyan returned to the wilderness. All the conductors in the block looked up at the paw as it sounded. Congratulations, all train conductors, leave platform 10. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be protected by the newcomer rights. In the wasteland, the weather changes every day and is no longer the same. Enable adding friends across blocks. Open multi-person platform. Open guild. Start team mode. Trading platforms will no longer be limited to this block. The minimum train speed requirement has been raised to 60 km per hour. Trains running below this speed will be in danger. Train. Good luck to you. I wish you live. Remember, don't abandon your train. The long string of rapid fire left everyone a little confused. 6831/10000. What the hell? Why is this broadcast becoming less and less punctual? We left the station a long time ago, and you're just talking about it now? I'm almost falling asleep. This is weird. I've heard from people in the E3 block that the broadcast time is sometimes different from ours. I didn't expect that after merging with them, the broadcast is no longer on time. Hey, is there something wrong with you guys in E3? What? Do you think someone can stay on the platform for almost 9 hours? This requires upgrading to level 4, oh no, to level 5. Isn't this what you're focusing on? The main point is what's being said on the radio. A multi-person platform, a guild, and the trading platform is fully open. What do these mean? Wasn't there a multi-person platform before? The previous one was a public trading platform. You didn't pay attention to the broadcast. As for the guild, have you never played a game? Look at the email. Who is this? He sent a message to the group, inviting us to the City of Thousand Planets. There are other emails. Damn, there are more and more. The chat room was bustling with activity. Ye Qiyan also received the emails they mentioned. Chapter 65. The City of 1,000 Planets, the Kingdom on the Ship, the Sky Garden, are these the cities built by the predecessors that Shea mentioned? Invite the new batch of train conductors who will pass the 10th platform directly through the system. Which invitation do you accept? You can go there as the next stop. Does that mean you don't have to make a random station selection? What will the city look like? Looking at the dozens of mass emails in his mailbox, Ye Qiyan fell into deep thought. The strength and goodness of these forces cannot be determined just from their names. If you make a rash choice, you might run into some trouble. Or don't accept the invitation. Ye Qiyan shook his head and denied the idea. He hadn't done anything bad, and a person of integrity had nothing to fear. Apart from the card of blasphemy, there was no conflict between him and other people. There was no need to give up the opportunity to learn more about the world. But then again, he really couldn't make up his mind which one to choose. But he could ask. Sister Shea, do you know which force should we choose to stop at after the 10th stop? A platform world. Shea was praying silently with her eyes closed. Open your eyes when you hear the system's special prompt tone. The 10th stop? Hey? Why is it only the 10th stop now? I remember this guy came to my place many days ago. At that time, wasn't he already? Saya tilted her head in confusion and responded. Hey, I thought you forgot about your sister. The 10th stop? Are you kidding me? It's been 5 or 6 days since you and I separated. How could it be the 10th stop? How could that be? Just watch if you don't believe me. Ye Qiyan sent a screenshot of the email. It has a date on it. No, you. Seeing that Ye Qiyan was not lying, Shea was obviously stunned. So, he really upgraded to a level 3 train at the 5th station? And he also had modules, warning devices, and storage units? What kind of luck is this? Sister Shea. Seeing that she didn't reply for a long time, Ye Qiyan sent another message. Hey, it's okay. Haha, I'm just dealing with a little trouble. Congratulations. After passing the 10th platform, you will be a real train conductor. As for your choice, I recommend the City of 1,000 Stars. It is the largest city-state in the train world. There you can buy many things you can't imagine. Of course, there is one more thing. I will also go to the 1,000-star city next time and give you something then. What is it? I'll tell you when we meet. By the way, since you're going to the City of 1,000 Stars, this is for you. Ding ding. New email alert. A medal engraved with the pattern of the Weeping Saint appeared in Ye Qiyan's hand. When you arrive at the City of 1,000 Planets, take it to number 44 Niccolo Street and I will give your train a free advanced maintenance. Thanks. No need to be polite to me. I'm only helping you because you are the owner of the blasphemy card. I know. Thank you for that, too. Shea crossed her legs and looked at the message sent by Ye Qiyan, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Well, I'm still busy. Is there anything else? Ye Qiyan hesitated. Yes, I got a prop. Props? Send me a screenshot. Is there anything special about it? Ye Qiyan sent a screenshot of the introduction of the devil card. Where did you get this thing? I picked this up by chance. Is this card related to the blasphemy card? The corners of Shea's eyes twitched a few times. She nervously crushed a doll, and after a long while she regained her composure. She sighed deeply and replied. It's okay, this is another group. Oh, I didn't mean to tell you so early. Forget it, you've already passed the 10th stop anyway. After organizing her words, Shea continued. Take the blasphemy card in your hand as an example. Each of them is unique, but that doesn't mean there is only one. As far as I know, there are 7 blasphemy cards, including yours. These 7 cards are all classified as the blasphemy card sequence. As for the demon card you picked up, it is one of the demon cards. The difference is that there are only 13 demon cards in total. This is a fixed number. After the holder dies, this card will randomly drift into a certain platform world to form a relic. You must have found it in a relic, kid. You picked it up. You are kidding. Hey, I did pick it up. I saw that no one wanted it, so I just took it. Shea held her forehead in silence. There are some similar card sequences, such as the blasphemy card, the devil card, the angel card, the ace card. Each card is unique, and except for the blasphemy card, the number of other card sequences is fixed. According to a rumor that came out of nowhere, if you can collect all the cards in a sequence, something special will happen. For example, after collecting the devil card, you can summon the devil of destruction or something like that. Until now, very few people have been able to collect the complete sequence of a deck of cards. By the way, I asked around about the Run Company, and it seems that they are also collecting the sequence of cards. Be careful if you come across them. Card sequence. Ye Qiyan took out all the blasphemy cards and the devil cards and placed them in his hand. What about the blasphemous cards? What would happen if I collected them all? Literally, blasphemy. Shea felt that she had said too much and sighed. Well, this is not something you should worry about. Besides, no one knows how many cards there are in the order of the blasphemy cards. How could anyone possibly collect them all? Don't think too much. Go to the 1,000-star city and have a good rest. There, you can stay there for at least 3 days without having to take any more risks. Forget it, you'll know when the time comes. That's it. I have something else to do. Shea closed the private chat. He sat back in the church bench, slightly dazed. Sister, be ready. Tina's voice came from not far away. The cute girl doll jumped in front of Saya and tilted her head when she looked at the other dolls that were smashed to pieces by her. Sister Nun is bullying us again, fix us up quickly or I will ignore you. Shea rubbed her head, then casually took out a card engraved with a dark golden angel and swiped it in the air. Cure. The puppet was restored to its original state. Chapter 66. The next morning. 6:30:00. What is different from usual is that the crossroads of fate is triggered at this time. Ye Qiyan, who had just woken up from his sleep, looked at the light screen in front of him, rubbed his eyes, and was a little confused. So early? Even the arrival time has changed. But what's the point of entering the city of 1,000 stars and triggering the fork in the road of fate? Trigger at the crossroads of destiny. Please choose from the following roads. Road 1, Main Gate of 1,000 Star City. Road 2, Lower City of 1,000 Stars City. Lower Town. After a little hesitation, Ye Qiyan chose the main entrance. This time, there is no need to wait for half an hour. After making the selection, the entry prompt will immediately appear on the screen. Inbound. Acceleration, nothingness. Pass through. The scene outside the car window suddenly changed. The train came from the endless wasteland to a huge railway bridge. In the sparkling ocean, some strange creatures were jumping in it. There are many bridges like this one. There are hundreds of tracks on each one. Trains of various shapes pass through it. They should all be part of a certain block. Directly in front of the track, a huge star vein city with no end in sight was suspended in mid-air, with countless rails swirling around the city, like the star rings of a planet. Ding ding! Zhaolin, brother Ye, did you accept the invitation? Which place did you choose? City of 1,000 stars, you haven't chosen yet. Choose now. I also choose the city of 1,000 stars. I'll treat you to a meal later. Hehe, I got a lot of train coins at the last stop. Good. Ding ding. Another message. Shang Guan Yingxiu, which place did you choose? Do you women all like to talk to others at the same time? Just kidding, I chose the city of 1,000 planets, what about you? I wasn't there. That's a pity. About half an hour after the chat, the train began to slow down. A towering gate appeared before our eyes. Ding ding! There is a new message in the mailbox. Welcome to the city of 1,000 stars. The whistle sounded. The train stopped at a Gothic-style platform, entered an independent tunnel, and finally stopped. A man in uniform came over and stood in front of the door. He observed Ye Qiyan's train, cleared his throat, and knocked on Ye Qiyan's door. The door opened and after he stepped out of the train, the man nodded slightly to him with a kind smile. Hello, dear conductor, welcome to the city of 1,000 stars. I am your guide and will introduce you to the relevant matters of the city of 1,000 stars. In the following time, you can stay here for 3 days, or you can choose to join a guild and use the guild's abilities to obtain longer stopover time and resources. Guide, this name reminded Ye Qiyan of the smiling man he met at the public trading platform that day. I don't know how that guy is doing now. I am invited here. What should I do next? Nothing is needed. Once you choose to come to the 1,000-star city, you will have a special coordinate. After you leave, you can use 2 train coins every 3 stops to change the next stop to the 1,000-star city. Here, all train conductors will spend at least 3 days of rest. Whether it is food, entertainment, or anything else you want, you can do it as long as you spend train coins. I see. Ye Qiyan finally understood why these forces would send invitation messages as soon as the newcomers reached the 10th station. Let more newcomers come to their sphere of influence, and then, every 3 stops, some of the tired and frightened train conductors will choose to come here to either survive or enjoy. As for who will eventually get those 2 train coins, there is no need to say more. What about my train? Is it just here? The guide shook his head, as if he had anticipated this question, and took out a key and handed it to Ye Qiyan. There is a special capsule for storing trains in the 1,000-star city. It is right here. With only 1 train coin, you can keep the train absolutely safe for 3 days. The key will be in your hands. Only you can open it. Please rest assured that even the top managers will not be able to open it. He finally understood. In short, it costs money. What if you don't buy this storage box? It's easy to figure out that by the time he comes back, only the shell of the train will be left. So, you want to purchase custody services. Purchase. Your choice is correct. A train coin was given to the guide. Ye Qiyan took the key and followed him out of the train. At this moment, a huge mechanical arm fell from the sky and grabbed the tunnel behind him with his train. It was placed in a corner of the gate that had just been seen and was covered by an ice blue light curtain. There were so many compartments on the gate that could store trains that they were simply too numerous to count. Master Train Captain, please explore the city of 1,000 planets on your own. I hope you can have the best experience here. The guide was about to leave when Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of something and asked. Wait, what if I want to do maintenance on the train? The guide looked at him strangely. He never expected that a train conductor who had just entered the 1,000-star city would know about such a thing as keeping a mistress. Please rest assured. You can find a train maintenance technician in the city. They will have a device that can directly transport the train. You only need to use the key and the train will automatically go there. After the maintenance is completed, you can also come back here. How do I get to Nakoro Street? You can get there via the city's bicycle transportation. Thank you very much. After getting the information he wanted, Ye Qiyan was not in a hurry to go to number 44 Nakoro Street. Walking out of the hall, what you see is a giant multi-story city with a futuristic feel. The place where he was the first level, known as the base area. According to the introduction, this seemed to be the lowest level of the entire 1,000-star city. But that's strange. The fork in the road of fate gave him an option to go to the downtown area. If this is downtown, then what's the point of that option? Without thinking much, he took a free universal map and walked straight in one direction. Although there are many places to visit in this city, all of this requires something to support it. That's the train coin. What a coincidence. He doesn't have much money now. Chapter 67. Welcome to Chong Trading Station. Following the instructions on the map, Ye Qiyan entered a store that could be directly connected to the trading platform. Only at this point did he understand what the trading ban mentioned before the broadcast meant. Resources have prices. One train coin can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of wood, metal, or 100 mechanical parts. Each person can sell this type of basic resources up to 20 times a day. Why is that? Not far away, a shopping guide came over after hearing the noise. She first smiled respectfully at Ye Qiyan, and then began to explain. Dear conductor, this should be your first time in Thousand Star City. Basic resources are not scarce in Thousand Star City. There are many conductors with resource radar talents in the city who can provide a large amount of basic resources to Thousand Star City every day. Therefore, the price you see now is set by the Lord of Thousand Star City and is specially prepared for novice conductors like you. Talent? What is that? Ye Qiyan asked calmly. From the shopping guide's words, it seemed that in this city, talent was not something worth mentioning. The shopping guide continued to smile and explained. Talent is something that only a very small number of train conductors possess. But even so, as far as I know, there are differences in talent. And the resource radar talent is the one that has the most talent. I don't know about the rest. This shopping guide knew a lot, and Ye Qiyan looked her up and down. Are you the conductor too? The salesperson shook her head and began to explain quickly, as if she was afraid that he had misunderstood something. No, of course not. I was born in the city of Thousand Planets and have lived here ever since I was a child. My goal since I was a child has been to become a train assistant serving the train conductor. I only know this from reading some books. With his fingers flicking on the light screen a few times, Ye Qiyan sold basic resources worth a total of 10 train coins. Only basic resources can be sold on self-service transactions, and more transactions need to be identified here. Just 10 train coins were obviously not enough to satisfy him now. What else can be sold? He has quite a few valuable props in his hand. If he takes out the devil card alone, it can probably be sold at an unimaginable price. But he didn't plan to sell it. He paused for a moment, thought about it, and took out 2 test tubes from his backpack. How much can this be sold for? Blessed Virus Serum. The product of the sublimation of the virus serum obtained from the treasure chest in the Doomsday Town. Although Ye Qiyan always put it in the storage unit before. But he never had the chance to use it, and coupled with the candies Shea had given him before, the value of this serum became less and less to him. Leave 1 tube and exchange the rest for train coins. Please wait a moment. The mysterious machine emitted a light that swept across the 2 test tubes. The light formed a light curtain, on which its offer was displayed. Virus Serum can be immune to low-level zombie viruses. For unknown reasons, it is specially blessed and gains low-level healing abilities. Estimated price, 5 train coins per tube. This guy is taller than Ye Qiyan imagined. Mr. Conductor, is there anything else you would like to trade for your train coins? Not yet. Well, would you like to exchange the train coins for 1000 star coins? What is that? Ye Qiyan was puzzled. That is the universal currency of the 1000 Star City. The train coins used by the train conductors are too precious. Each train coin can be exchanged for 1000 star coins, which can be used in any consumption place in the city. Ye Qiyan exchanged 5 coins and got 5000 star coins. He didn't plan to stay here any longer and was about to leave. The shopping guide ran over and stuffed a business card into his hand. Mr. Conductor, if you need a train assistant, you can contact me. I will definitely meet all your requirements. Assistant, it's not hard to tell what this does from the name. But, he doesn't need to. Facing the salesperson's enthusiastic gaze, Ye Qiyan just smiled and didn't say anything. After getting the train coin, he did not leave immediately. After standing on the street and waiting for a while, the buildings, vehicles, and people of different styles around him made him feel a little unreal. Ding ding! Xiaolin, brother Ye, I'm at the place you mentioned. Is that you? Ah, needless to say, I should be able to recognize it. Looking at the message sent in the private chat interface, before he could reply, he felt someone patted his shoulder gently. I turned around and looked, no one was there. Reach out to the other side and grab. Oops. My sight shifted with the sound. I saw a girl with a high ponytail, healthy wheat-colored skin, and a look of vitality. She should have just reached adulthood, sitting on the ground. You are, Xiaolin. Hey, it's my big brother Ye. It's really you. I really didn't recognize you wrongly. He reached out and pulled her up from the ground. Xiaolin, who was a head shorter than him, raised her face and looked serious. Nice to meet you. Brother Ye. Just call me Ye Qiyan. I'm not that old. I don't have to be the big brother. It's okay to be called big brother through the dialogue box. When they really met, Ye Qiyan was only a few years older than her, so there was no need for him to be called big brother. Then, let's call him Brother Qiyan. Are we that familiar? Xiaolin didn't feel embarrassed. Her familiarity made it hard for people to dislike her. Of course I am familiar with it. If it weren't for Brother Qiyan's help in the previous 10 stations, I would have died because I couldn't complete the upgrade. So you are my savior. Well, that's true, so how are you going to repay me? Ah. Obviously, Xiaolin had never expected Ye Qiyan to say this. The words in her mind were directly shattered, and for a moment she didn't know how to continue. Goo. The small rumbling of my stomach disturbed the silence of the moment. Ye Qiyan shrugged and pointed to the restaurants on the street not far away. Is it okay to treat me to a meal? Of course, of course. It was just a meal, and Xiaolin didn't think how much money she would spend. But she clearly underestimated the consumption level of this city. When the two left the hotel and looked at the invoice for a full 3,000 star coins, Xiaolin's mood completely turned from sunny to cloudy. It's so expensive. I didn't eat anything. Why did I spend so much? 3,000 star coins is 3 train coins. My god, I can only earn enough for 2 meals by opening a level 3 treasure chest. It's too expensive. She glanced dimly at the full load of packages behind Ye Qiyan. Lobster, shark fin, packing so many portions, it's really too much. Ye Qiyan heard Xiaolin's mumbling and glanced at her backpack which was also full. Want to laugh? With nothing else to do, Ye Qiyan planned to go to the train maintenance center that Xia introduced. He had just walked a few steps and was about to take a ride when he turned around and looked at Xiaolin who had been following him, and asked speechlessly. Don't you have anything to do? Are you planning to follow me all the time? Xiaolin blinked and nodded. I have nowhere to go. Chapter 68. Xiaolin was confused. In fact, she had no idea what she was doing in this city. Is it as enjoyable as described? However, she didn't dare to do it alone and didn't know how to do it. Don't forget that her previous stop was the good luck platform. Then you will definitely encounter some bad luck this time. Even though the city of 1,000 stars seems very safe, that is only relative. Therefore, staying with Ye Qiyan, the only person she was familiar with, was the only sense of security she could find. Brother Ye, you know my talent. If you stay with me, won't all the bad luck come to me? Ye Qiyan's undisguised disgust made Xiaolin lower her head silently. She muttered softly. I'm sorry, I'll just... follow me. Well... Ye Qiyan stretched out his hand and raised it in front of her eyes. Take the money, 5 train coins, as compensation for your mental damages for infecting me with bad luck. Fake businessman. Zhao Lin complained in her heart, but she actually took out 5 train coins and put them in Ye Qiyan's hand. Thank you, Brother Qiyan. Should I say she is stupid, or something else? I weighed the train coin in my hand. He actually really wanted Zhao Lin to stay away from him. I really didn't expect that this girl was willing to give money. I should have said more if I had known. But, never mind, since he has already given it, he will not go back on his word. Ye Qiyan hailed a hover driverless taxi and took Zhao Lin to number 44 Niccolo Street. Church. After getting off the car and looking at the huge black and white church in front of him, Ye Qiyan wondered if he had come to the wrong place. What does a church have to do with maintaining a train? Could it be that Shea wanted to trick him into becoming a follower of some inexplicable god? Brother Qiyan, so you believe in God? I don't believe in ghosts. Although he felt that this place was unreliable, Ye Qiyan still walked into the church, thinking that since he was already here, he would be wasting his taxi fare if he didn't go in to take a look. The environment inside the church is not much different from the churches I have seen on the internet before. The only difference was that the space was filled with low voices of chanting from all directions. Hearing someone coming, a middle-aged uncle dressed in bishop's clothes put down the white paper in his hand, walked over with a smile, looked Ye Qiyan up and down, and his eyes flickered slightly under the single-frame glasses on his right eye, as if he was thinking about something. Are you the guest recommended by Shea? Okay, you're not wrong. Ye Qiyan took out the medal that Shea gave him from his pocket. This medal can be used to perform a train maintenance, right? The bishop nodded kindly. Please follow me. Follow behind that uncle. The 3 of them walked through the interior of the church and arrived at a 3-track station platform at the back. Please insert the key here so we can begin maintenance. He pointed to a groove not far away. It is just the right size to hold the key representing the sealed train. No hesitation. Although he didn't know the other party's background, Ye Qiyan could vaguely feel that this seemingly kind middle-aged pastor had an indescribable aura, as if he had rolled out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. There is no doubt that this is a train conductor, and his rank is definitely not low. He may even be comparable to Shea. As for why such a person would be here doing train maintenance? That is not something Ye Qiyan can know now. Insert the key and twist it slightly. The familiar train appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Lin rubbed her eyes hard, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. A train appeared here? Oh my god, Brother Qiyan, how did you know all this? Have you been kept by a rich woman? Many times, the truth is inadvertently revealed in jokes. Ye Qiyan silently ignored Zhao Lin's exclamation and looked at the pastor who seemed to be thinking about something. Is that all? The pastor nodded. Of course. Excuse me, who is this person next to you? Never mind, I seem to have talked a little too much. The pastor's smile widened. Come to pick up the car tomorrow. For the rest of the time, I suggest you go to the guild gathering place in the City of Thousand Stars. All new train conductors here can choose to join a guild. When there are no missions, they can stay here to avoid danger. For many people, they will even give up their identities as train conductors and stay here completely, becoming an assistant who can only serve the train conductors. If you want to stay, you can give it a try. Leave? Give up your position as train conductor? Ye Qiyan was not interested in this at all. However, his eyes fell on Zhao Lin. At this moment, the girl was thinking about something blankly. Feeling Ye Qiyan's gaze, he came back to his senses and suddenly smiled. It seems like, Brother Qiyan, just like the public trading platform back then, they both provided me with an option to stay when my luck was at its worst. I didn't have to participate in the subsequent survival, and I just had to give up my identity as the train conductor. She was in a slightly depressed mood. After all, if this station wasn't an unlucky one for her, There is a high probability that Xiaolin will choose to stay here. After all, not everyone is as adept at exploring on trains as Ye Qiyan. Not everyone desires adventure. A stable life is also what many people desire. Let's go to the guild and have a look. There might be something good there. They hailed another taxi, and this time Xiaolin paid for it. Ye Qiyan was browsing the trading platform connected to the Thousand-Star City on the way. With his status as a level 5 train conductor, he was able to see some extra items for him to purchase. But there's still no firestone. There is no firestone in the trading options. That thing doesn't seem to be for sale, at least it can't be bought here, and for some reason, no props above level 3 were found on the trading platform. Not a single one. This is weird. As a gathering place for train conductors, there are countless people from earlier batches here. How is it possible that there is not a single one of them who does not sell more advanced props? The taxi drove on the street for about half an hour and brought them to a huge white jade square. The square was bustling with people. Many teams that looked quite professional sat in their respective seats. They all came to welcome the new train conductor. A rough estimate would show that there are probably tens of thousands of people in the center of the square, not counting those who have left or those who have not yet arrived. It's magnificent. Everything in this city gave Ye Qiyan a sense of being big and diverse. Ye Qiyan was not interested in joining any guild, he just wanted to see what the so-called guild was. However, this is not just a place to recruit new people. Many people set up stalls here and put things for sale, including some train conductors from earlier batches. Chapter 69. Brother Qiyan, I wanted to ask you just now, if you just leave your train in that church, aren't you afraid it might be stolen? Walking among the vendors in the square. Hearing Xiaolin's question, Ye Qiyan, who was observing a silver-white Desert Eagle pistol, answered without turning his head. It's okay. I've been watching. Watching. Xiaolin was puzzled, as she couldn't see Ye Qiyan's system screen. Therefore, he didn't know that the images transmitted by the monitor in Ye Qiyan's train were always under his control. This gun is only level 2, right? Is there a higher level 1? Rurouni stared with a pair of dead fish eyes, and answered in a voice so lazy that it made people wonder if he would fall asleep while standing. You, the new guy. So what? Oh, no wonder you don't know the rules of the Thousand-Star City yet. The drifter yawned and scratched at his clothes. The highest level of items sold in the Thousand-Star City is only level 3. If you want to get higher level items, you have to join a big guild to buy them. Apart from those guilds, it is illegal to sell items above level 3 anywhere else. Why is there such a rule? Level 3 items shouldn't be that hard to obtain, right? The wanderer stopped scratching his body and looked at Ye Qiyan strangely. You must be lucky, kid. You actually think that level 3 items are easy to get? Forget it, do you want to buy it? If you buy this gun, I will teach you some of my senior's experience. How much? 4 train coins, that's pretty cheap. After the money was exchanged for the goods, there was finally a smile on the lazy face of the wanderer. Finally I sold it for 4 train coins. Hey, I can go and have some good time with technician number 8 again. He turned around and was about to leave, but a hand pressed directly on his shoulder. Senior, have you forgotten something? Rurouni knew he couldn't avoid it, so he sighed helplessly and pointed to a teppanyaki stall not far away. Let's go over there and talk, and have something to eat while we're at it. Then he sat in front of the teppanyaki booth, and the boss winked at the wanderer for a while. All right, I didn't bring it here for you to kill. 3 cups. Oh, do you two want to drink? Xiaolin shook her head politely. Let's get down to business. Tisk, it's boring. Then drink 1 cup. Remember to warm it up. While waiting for the wine, the wanderer spat out the straw in his mouth and slid his fingers in the air. A friend invitation appeared in Ye Qiyan's eyes. I added both of you as my friends, and you can, do you have a system-bound module? Looking at the accepted friend request, Rurouni was stunned for a moment. That's incredible. Are you really a newcomer? No, it should be true, otherwise you wouldn't be unaware of the rules of the Thousand-Star City. Tisk tisk tisk, this is the first time I've seen a newcomer have a module, and it's a rare thing like system binding. At the beginning, I was Senior Kigo Yujin, please get down to business. Hisahito Kigo, that was the name of the friend request. Just call me Musiang. Oh, this is really troublesome. If it weren't for the gun I sold you. The stall owner brought him a cup of warm wine. He took the glass and drank it all. He, who had been extremely depressed, actually became a lot more energetic. Well, you are also the conductor, don't you know how abstract the treasure chests hidden in those platforms are? It's okay if the level is low, but as the train level increases, the platform we are going to reach will become more dangerous, and the possibility of finding the treasure chest will be lower accordingly. Moreover, the train level is not that easy to upgrade. Newcomers like you should have upgraded to level 3, right? Have you seen the upgrade conditions for the next level? Flame Stone. Zhaolin on the side answered quickly. Yes, Fire Stone. That thing can only be obtained at platforms above level 4, and the new train conductor can only be promoted to level 3 at most. So where can I get Fire Stone? Musiang pointed above his head. Hey, so, newcomers like you have to find a guild to join, and then listen to their arrangements. You have to use resources and contributions that exceed the Fire Stone to exchange for a Fire Stone in order to upgrade the train. Then, there will be other rigid requirements for the next level. It will be repeated over and over again. In the end, you will become slaves working for the bosses above, he. Where there are people, there are underworld, and where there are underworld, there are unscrupulous companies. That's absolutely true. But isn't this a bit unreasonable? Then how did the first batch of train conductors reach level 4? They didn't exchange for Fire Stones from others, did they? How would I know that? But you can't only exchange Fire Stones from them. That's just the simplest way. When the train is upgraded to level 3, there is a small chance that it will enter a higher level platform. If you can find a treasure chest there is still a chance that you can get Fire Stones. At this point, Yukito Kisato suddenly laughed at himself. But then again, it's a complete pipe dream for a level 3 conductor to find a treasure chest when he can barely survive on a higher level platform. After drinking the wine in the glass, Yujin Kimura fell asleep on the table. Ye Qiyan didn't care whether he was pretending to sleep, and paid for his drink and got up and left. Shortly after the two left, the owner of the teppanyaki stall patted Yuji Kigo on the head. Wake up, everyone has left, stop pretending. Yujin Kigo sat up, no longer looking drunk, but instead looked even more decadent. Another batch of new conductors. Come to think of it, how many years have we been here? The boss handed over a plate of fried liver and replied calmly. It's been 9 years since we ditched the train and bought our permanent residency permit. What? You saw the newcomers and you want to continue the adventure? Don't forget why we chose to escape in the first place. Do you have the courage to continue into the wasteland? Give up. We are all afraid of death. Cut. Throwing down a handful of 1,000-star coins, Yujin Kigo turned and left. But his figure seemed to be a little more hunched. Brother Qiyan, is it true that we can't reach level 4? Or should we find a guild to join? Ye Qiyan and Zhaolin left the stall and walked out of the square. Just as Yuji Kigo said, there are no items above level 3 here. Didn't he say that even if you don't join the guild, you still have a chance to find the Fire Stone in the treasure chest? With your luck, you might find it at the next stop. Hey, that's right. Thinking that she would be lucky again at the next stop, Zhaolin suddenly felt less sad. Don't worry, Brother Qiyan. If I find 2 pieces of firestone, I will sell one to you at a friendly price. Then how can I thank you? Ye Qiyan. Chapter 70. In the square, Ye Qiyan and Zhaolin, who did not plan to join the guild, prepared to leave and go somewhere else. But just because they don't participate doesn't mean others will make the same choice. Li Xiaosheng. The man who claimed to be the protagonist was now standing in front of a man in a white suit with a red face. You have a talent for resource radar. It's not bad. You are the 3rd resource radar today. You are lucky. Join our guild and become a member of the resource team. You will have a good time. Resource radars, there are a lot of them. Under the envious gazes of others, Li Xiaosheng asked this question with difficulty. It's not bad. It's considered the most common talent. You're really lucky. Most people don't have the ability to have a talent. The man in the white suit did not notice that Li Xiaosheng's expression at this moment was as painful as that of a otaku whose dreams were shattered. He clenched his fists tightly, with feelings of unwillingness and confusion lingering in his heart. Why? Shouldn't I be the only one who has this talent? Why do others have it too? This isn't fair. I'm obviously the most special one. His heart was screaming, and the man in the white suit looked at him suspiciously and patted his head casually. There's no need to get so excited about joining the guild. Just do your best. I'm counting on you. Big brother, you can also buy firestones in the guild, right? I heard from others that you can only buy firestones in the guild. I wonder if you can. Yes, there is, but you don't need to be so anxious. The man in the white suit waved his hand. Train conductors with the resource radar talent cannot upgrade within at least 10 stations after joining the guild. This is to protect you from dying at higher level stations without being able to use your talent. Of course, the guild will also provide you with some high-level items to protect you. When you are strong enough and have a good foundation, it will not be too late to upgrade to level 4. In addition, a train assistant will follow you to collect resources at the next station, and the guild will also provide you with items for collecting resources. Li Xiaosheng could no longer hear what was said afterwards. He just felt a chill. What does it mean that you cannot upgrade within 10 stations? He had to stay on the Class 3 train for 10 stops? Why? This was clearly an attempt to squeeze out the value of his resource radar and get enough materials before he died. Do you need to bring an assistant? Assistant? Or monitor, right? Li Xiaosheng slammed his hand on the table angrily. Bang! Sorry, it seems that I am not suitable for your guild. I want to speed up the upgrade and do not intend to stop at level 3. Before he finished speaking, the man in the white suit said jokingly. Oh, so you have the ambition, but it's a pity that it's useless. My friend, it's the same even if you go to another guild. The gifted people of Resource Radar leave the novice area and join the guild. The 10-station collection period is the consensus of all guilds in the 1000-star city. Even if you go to another guild, it's the same. Then I'll just do it. What's the worst that can happen if you don't join the guild? The commotion here attracted a lot of people's attention. After knowing the whole story, the members of other guilds looked at Li Xiaosheng with teasing eyes. If you don't join the guild, you will never be able to reach level 4 in your lifetime. The Firestone is only in our hands. It's just a resource radar talent. After the novice area, it is a completely negative talent. With this kind of rubbish talent, you will not be able to enter many excellent platforms. Do you think you are so great? Li Xiaosheng stopped and his back was trembling. The truth that I least wanted to know finally came out. After passing the novice period, Resource Radar really becomes a negative talent in various senses. He has to go to the station with a lot of wood, metal, and mechanical parts. And these platforms often do not have many other rewards. One step slow, every step slow. Li Xiaosheng felt like he was trapped in a cage woven by someone, as if he was a goat walking into a tiger's mouth. That person seems to be Li Xiaosheng. Zhao Lin pointed at Li Xiaosheng, who ran back to the man in the white suit in the middle of the crowd and silently chose to join the guild. Do you know him? This guy has posted his own photos in the chat room before, and he has posted them many times. He is extremely narcissistic. Some girls I have traded with said that they have received friend requests from Li Xiaosheng. He wanted to be his girlfriend without even meeting him. Looking at Li Xiaosheng in the crowd, Ye Qiyan heard more of their conversation. Resource radar, Li Xiaosheng indeed has his own talent, but it is a not-so-rare talent. From the beginning to the end, he could feel that Li Xiaosheng had an extremely strong sense of self-identity. Or you could say that he believed that he was the most special one. Now that he finds out that he is not that special, and is even unable to upgrade because of this specialness, he must be quite devastated. Boring, leaving. Wait for me, Brother Qiyan, where are we going? Have you forgotten what you said when you came to this city? What? Enjoy. Ye Qiyan snapped his fingers, and a stack of 1,000-star coins neatly appeared in his hand. Now that you're here and there's nothing else to do, don't you want to reminisce about your modern life in the past? Zhao Lin blinked. Can we sing karaoke? During the whole day, Ye Qiyan realized how much this city loves entertainment. Eating, drinking and having fun are found in shops everywhere, and the natives are extremely respectful and enthusiastic about the conductor. Even in the past, it was difficult to find all kinds of entertainment facilities in one place. Even at night, the lives of train conductors not only did not stop, but became more intense. Some people even disregard their own lives for the sake of pleasure. In a hot spring hotel. Ye Qiyan's whole body was soaked in it, and a faint milky white light floated out from the hot spring. The feeling of soaking here was as comfortable as being in the mother's amniotic fluid. Empty your mind and don't think about anything. It's a pity that he is not the only one who can enjoy this hot spring. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with black hair, a weathered look in his eyes and scars all over his body sat down. Ye Qiyan didn't care at first, but the middle-aged uncle suddenly said, "Young man, do you want to join our organization?" An organization, not a guild. The inexplicable invitation immediately woke him up from his absent-minded state. He subconsciously made the ebony gun appear in his hand and pointed the black muzzle at the scarred uncle. "We don't seem to know each other, uncle, you may have invited the wrong person." The middle-aged man took a deep puff of the cigar in his hand. "I didn't invite you wrongly. It was that smiling tiger in the church who asked me to come." "Oh, yes, it was Shea. He asked me to tell you that Shea and I are from the same organization." Chapter 71. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Apparently, such an explanation was not enough to make Ye Qiyan let down his guard. Interesting. A storage device hidden on the body? Is that the bracelet on your hand? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, senior. Ha, that's true. With a cigar in his mouth, the uncle snapped his fingers, and the notification sound of the friend request was sent to Ye Qiyan's system screen. "My name is Fan Huo. Everyone calls me Lao Fan. You can call me that, too. Don't be so nervous. I have no ill will towards you. I just happened to come to the 1,000-star city to do something." The smiling tiger in the church said that crazy woman Shea seemed to have a good relationship with a newcomer. She even gave someone away for the annual train maintenance. "I was a little curious, so I came to see what you are like. By the way, I invite you to join our organization." He took a deep breath and the thick cigar was reduced to ashes in one puff. "Sister Shea never told me about any organization." "That's normal. After all, it's an organization. It's not a place with rules. It's just that everyone has similar goals and they are grouped together. Over time, they have achieved a little bit of power." Clatter. A dark green flame burned on Fan Huo's fingertips. He took out another cigar from somewhere and lit it. His eyes swept over Ye Qiyan's ebony and his eyebrows raised slightly. You have a nice gun. Thanks for the compliment. Ye Qiyan returned to the hot spring. He could feel that this man named Fan Huo had no ill intentions. Moreover, his level as a train conductor is definitely not low. If you really want to do something to him, why bother talking nonsense here? How did you find me? The guy in the church put a tracker. It's not that difficult. There is nothing in the 1,000-star city that can't be bought with train coins. There are surveillance cameras everywhere on the road, and they are not just used to find those vehicles. Really? But I heard that this city doesn't allow the sale of items above level 4. Even if you have money, you can't buy everything. Looking at the cigar in Fan Huo's mouth that had been smoked dry again, Ye Qiyan suspected that this man's lungs were made entirely of smoke. Isn't he afraid of being choked to death? That's just because the things you've been exposed to are too low level. You'll understand once your train level reaches a higher level. Fan Huo stood up from the hot spring and casually threw over a card engraved with the faceless saint. Here is this. If you are willing to join the organization, open it. If not, forget it. The reason I invited you is because of that crazy woman Shea. Come to think of it, you were the one who let her out, right? Haha, you are really capable. Can you tell me how you did it? Senior Fan, everyone has their own secrets, right? Fan Huo shrugged and lit another cigar. You're right. For some reason, Ye Qiyan always felt that there was a hint of mockery in Fan Huo's eyes. Crazy woman, what do you mean? It means literally. You will understand it later. For some reason, Ye Qiyan suddenly recalled the scene in the church in Miling Town where Shea crushed a puppet's head with her bare hands. Crazy woman, it seems this name is quite appropriate. I have something else to do. Bye. Fan Huo left the hot spring. His arrival and departure were like a puff of smoke, so fast that it was suffocating. Ye Qiyan played with the card in his hand and called up the light screen for identification. Imperial Order Organization Invitation Card. After use, you can become a member of the Imperial Order Organization and enter its exclusive chat room. Emperor's Order, Card Order. He thought about what Shea had told him about the card sequence not long ago, and how Shea was sealed because of 1/3 of the blasphemous cards. Could it be that the purpose of this organization is to collect those cards? Want to join? Ye Qiyan fell into thought. Judging from what Fan Huo said, this guy didn't know that he owned the card of blasphemy, which means that Shea didn't tell others that he was the new owner of the card of blasphemy. If, then, you really want to collect the card sequence. After weighing the pros and cons, Ye Qiyan felt that it would be more reliable to ask a professional. Ye Qiyan, Sister Shea, do you know Fan Huo? After a moment, Shea, who was making lollipops in the church, heard the notification sound on the friend interface and frowned slightly when she saw Ye Qiyan's message. A smoker. A smoker. Oh, then he should invite you to join the organization. Did he give you the invitation card? Tisk. Shea crossed her feet, feeling unhappy about Fan Huo's meddling. Originally, I was going to give you an invitation card when I went to the 1,000-star city this time, but that guy got there first. That's strange. Doesn't that smoker rarely send out invitation cards? I haven't seen him for more than 10 years. Has he changed his ways? That's great. It looks like I have to give you something else. It turns out that this is the invitation card that Shea said she would give him when he arrived at the 1,000-star city. Then I used it. Well, let me tell you before I use it. There aren't many people in the Daigzu organization. I just took a look at the chat box. Excluding those dead people, there are only 18 people in total, including you. You don't need to talk in the chat room. Apart from me, your sister, there is no normal person in there, especially the one named Zhu Xingtu. She is a charlatan. Listening to her talk will make you lose your spirit. Ye Qiyan silently recalled the smoker just now and what Shea did. It seems, it would be fine to remove this sentence except for her. Are you thinking about something rude? How could that be? I was wondering where we should meet after you come, Sister Shea. This city is quite big. I will find you when the time comes. That city should be the same as before. As long as you have money, you can buy everything there. Here it is again. After the chat, Ye Qiyan raised his eyes and looked at the artificially created virtual galaxy above his head. It's still a little too weak, but never mind, now is the time to enjoy yourself. Sinking into the water, the sounds from outside are completely isolated. The world before his eyes was dark, and the feeling of comfort that spread throughout his body made his mind begin to empty. But number asterisk at %. Call. He stood up suddenly, and the inexplicable sound in his ears disappeared as if it was just an illusion. But it was no illusion. That is real. Swoosh. The card of blasphemy is taken from the storage unit. Looking at the anchor above, for some reason, he always felt that this guy was talking. But this is clearly just a dead object. Chapter 72. Ho, I haven't taken a bath in a long time, woohoo, I'm almost dirty. Zhao Lin, wearing a bathrobe, came out humming an unknown tune. Seeing Ye Qiyan, who was sitting not far away drinking an ice cola with all kinds of fried chicken in front of him, she hurried over. Brother Qiyan, when did you come out? A fair hand quietly reached out for the fried chicken, but was caught by Ye Qiyan and slapped aside. If you want to eat, buy it yourself. No, I don't want to eat. I want to lose weight. Having said that, Zhao Lin couldn't help swallowing when she saw the fried chicken that was obviously freshly baked. I say, why are you so stingy? Weren't you lucky at the last stop? Didn't you get anything? Yes, but the train coins were taken away by Ye Bop. She spoke the following words very quietly, but Ye Qiyan could still hear them clearly. I only took 5 in total, you should have at least 1 left. Do you think I've never opened a level 3 treasure chest? Zhao Lin insisted that she was not hungry, but in her heart she was still expecting Ye Qiyan to leave some for her. Unfortunately, she was overthinking it. Ye Qiyan bought the food entirely according to his own appetite and had no intention of giving it to others from the beginning. We booked 2 rooms in a hot spring hotel. Lying in bed, unable to fall asleep. Taking out the blasphemy card, Ye Qiyan recalled the voice he heard in the hot spring. What on earth is that? Come to think of it, every time the anchor's navigation teleportation ability is used, a similar sound seems to be heard. Should I ask? No, forget it. After putting away the card of blasphemy, he took out another card. Invitation card from the Imperial Order Organization. Should be no problem. The card flicked through the air. The chain-like stream of light formed a milky white chat light curtain in mid-air. Update personal information, joined the organization, Imperial Order. No one spoke in the chat room. His joining was as silent as a pebble thrown into a rushing river. But soon, a friend request was sent. Zhu Xingta sent you a friend request. Isn't this the charlatan that Shea mentioned? Accepting applications, added. Zhu Xingta, hello, newcomer, welcome to the Emperor Sequence Organization. Fate has brought us together. Although it may be a bit offensive, can you tell me, have you found the fragment of the 3rd blasphemous card? Not yet. In a carriage that looked like an astrological palace. The black-haired woman with eyes like stars looked at the reply on the screen and slightly turned the extremely complicated compass in front of her. Strange, why can't I see if what he said is true? Turning again, the stars in Zhu Xingta's eyes gradually turned back into black pupils, and his whole temperament became much more normal from the charlatan look just now. This is fate. Fate makes me unable to see his fate. Ah, it's really magical, don't you think so? In front of her, 13 cards with different patterns were suspended in the air. One of them flew into her hands. Hey, So proactive, could it be that he has? Speaking of which, letting Fan Huo invite him to join the organization should make Shea very unhappy. After all, he is her benefactor. Fate tells me that she has to prepare a new gift for her benefactor. I hope she won't kill me. With the corners of his mouth raised, Zhu Xingtu hummed a happy tune and typed words on the light curtain. Another message came in the chat box. Hey brother who saved Shea, new members who join the organization all have new member gifts. In addition, as the founder of the organization, I also want to tell you what our Emperor Order organization is. Why does this person feel different from before? From calling him Fate all the time just now with a full-blown sense of a charlatan, to now calling him brother in an inexplicably playful manner. Ye Qiyan once again remembered what Shea said, that there are no normal people in this organization. Shea gave you the fragment of the blasphemous card and can tell you about the card sequence. I know the order of the cards. Great, no need to explain too much. The purpose of our Imperial Order organization is to collect all the cards of a certain type of card sequence, just like Shea, her card sequence is the angel card, like the smoker who invited you to join the organization, his card sequence is the war card, and you although you will have a blasphemy card sooner or later. Shea should have told you that blasphemy cards are special and cannot be collected. So, as a member of the organization, the reward for newcomers is a card from the deck. If I guess correctly, you should have the devil card in your hand, right? Will you believe me if I say there is no such thing? No. Well, how did you know? Of course I'm awesome. Zhu Xingtu played with the card engraved with a crow pattern in his hand and threw it into the light curtain. Here you go, new member benefits. Please check your new emails promptly. When Ye Qiyan opened his mailbox, a card with a crow pattern immediately appeared in front of him. Devil card, Announcement of Death. Announcement of Death, Consume Spirit, the demon raven comes to announce the death. Demon, consumes physical strength, the raven demon announces the enemy's death. The format is similar to Bewitched. The moment I got this card, the cry of a crow came into my ears from somewhere. The sound came and went, just like the bewitching sound that day. Another devil card. Am I a bad person? How am I related to the devil? Ye Qiyan was a little helpless, but still quite satisfied with this newcomer benefit. How is it? Do you like it? Thank you. What can I do for you? I will do my best. No need. Don't think too much. We don't have such a thing as free things being the most expensive here. The Imperial Order is such an organization. The new member benefits are just to make it easier for you to become one of us. It's an equal trade. Having said that, Ye Qiyan was very clear that this was not a deal. Once you join this organization, you will be influenced by it at some point in time. Okay, you do your thing and I'll do mine. The Emperor's Order organization has no rules, only one goal, which is to collect the card sequences you have. Other than that, keep going. I look forward to the day when you succeed, and so does Fate. End of chat. Ye Qiyan put the newly acquired devil card into his pocket. Although he joined it, he still knew very little about the organization. Card sequence, no matter how you look at it, is one of the rarest items in this world. An organization that collects card numbers would not be an unknown one. The City of Thousand Stars should have some news about them. Sleep bang. Just when Ye Qiyan was about to take a break. Next door, in Zhao Lin's room, there was a loud noise. Has her bad luck finally begun? Chapter 73. Next room. Zhao Lin looked in horror at the huge iron block in gear form that had smashed through the entire house. The gears are connected by an iron chain. With a series of noises, the gears were dragged back by the iron chain. What happened? Ye Qiyan, who came into the room, couldn't help but frowned when he saw the scene in front of him. From the gap, one could see a man in a mechanical suit controlling the chains, causing 7 gears to revolve around him. Fan Huo. Surrender now. Fan Huo, this is not a very common name, if I guess correctly. From a different angle, in front of the man, a man with a cigar in his mouth and wearing black sunglasses was standing above a fighter plane. You, lackey of the sloth, do you think you can catch me? The man controlling the gears had a gloomy face. He swung the chain, and several gears rotated again and hit Fan Huo. You are not allowed to insult adults. The gears were flying, but before they hit Fan Huo, they were stopped by a hexagonal protective shield and bounced in other directions. One of them happened to come towards Xiaolin again. The girl's face turned pale, and she looked at the scene in front of her, unable to move as if her feet were tied. Tisk! Bang! The room was completely destroyed. Xiaolin's body was shaking, and she looked at Ye Qiyan in fear as he pulled her out of the room. Chi, brother Qiyan. Can we go? Abel. When I walked out of the hot spring hotel, there were already quite a few people gathered on the street, and the owner of the hotel was standing aside with his eyes wide open and he was in tears. Damn it, if you want to fight, you can't go to the wilderness to fight. Boss, do you know what happened up there? Ye Qiyan walked up to him, helped him pick up a few train coins that had fallen on the ground, and asked him questions. Oh, thank you. The two above, the one holding a cigarette should be a member of a terrorist organization. The senior judge of the 1,000-star city behind him, the one holding a cigarette stole a rare item from the man behind him. It seems that something will happen when a certain amount is collected, but I don't know what it is. I really don't understand what these terrorist organizations are thinking. Isn't it good to live in peace and tranquility? Why do we have to fight and kill? The people above us have worked so hard to build so many cities so that we can live in peace. Why do we have to make any changes? There was confusion and a hint of hidden envy in the hotel owner's eyes when he looked at Fan Huo. A terrorist organization. Ye Qiyan blinked, looked at Fan Huo who was escaping in the air, and then silently glanced at the chat room of the Daigzu organization next to him. Yeah, didn't you know? Oh, I see. You should be a new batch of train conductors. Calculating the time, it's the time when your batch came to this world recently. I was wondering why the business is so good today. It's really fast. Calculating the time, I have been in this world for 12 years. The hotel owner understood everything and did not hide anything just because Ye Qiyan was a newcomer. I don't know the details very well. I only know that some people in the upper echelons have built many cities in some large platform worlds. The purpose is to allow all people who come to this world to have a stable life, so that they don't have to take risks by driving trains in the wilderness. However, many people in terrorist organizations have angered the people above in order to collect something, so they have become terrorist organizations. Come to think of it, it seems that just providing their information will reward you with a lot of train coins. Hey, I don't know when I can meet one. Ye Qiyan took a step back with a smile on his face. You will meet him. Perhaps you have already met him. Haha, how is that possible? That kind of competition between the upper class is not something that a loser like me who has stayed here without even taking a level 4 train can witness. The hotel owner laughed, scratched his bald head, turned and left. For some reason, his back looked a little bleak. Ye Qiyan stroked his chin. It seemed that this hotel owner didn't know much. In fact, he was completely unaware of the existence of the card sequence. What would happen if I really collected a whole deck of cards? Brother Qiyan. Xiaolin behind him gently pulled his wrist. Looking back, I saw that Xiaolin's face was full of confusion. Should I stay here like that, boss? That's your business, why ask me? I'm sorry to trouble you. If it weren't for my bad luck. Ye Qiyan interrupted her. You gave me the train coins. Before you decide to stay or move on, you stay with me. It's an equal transaction. Even if you are unlucky, it's my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. If you want to stay, then find a guild and ask the uncle who owns the inn. He has experience. That's it. I have something to do tomorrow. Although a big hole was smashed in the hotel, many rooms were not affected. The boss gave Ye Qiyan a new room. Nothing happened that night. The next day, when I woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. This was the longest sleep he had ever had since he came into this world. Although the bed on the train is very good, there is always a sense of tension because danger is always around. And now, he is in the city of thousand stars, a world full of human civilization, surrounded by a factor called stability. No wonder many people choose to stay. After washing up, had the breakfast provided by the hotel. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Zhaolin squatting at his door, looking up at him with huge dark circles under her eyes. Brother Qiyan, what are you doing? Zhaolin forced a smile to make her condition seem less ugly. I can't sleep. Then go count sheep. Me? I won't stay here. She stood up suddenly, her eyes determined. I've thought it through. Even if I stay, my gift might kill me at any time. I might as well continue to take the train. Maybe I can find something outside that can keep me alive, right? Ye Qiyan stopped and looked at Zhaolin with some surprise. To be honest, he didn't expect Zhaolin to choose to move on, but it was also good this way. As a qualified trading partner, the things she got in the lucky platform would often fall into his hands. Why are you asking me? If you want to continue, just continue. Here you go, it's for your benefit. A basin fruit appeared out of thin air in his hand and was thrown at Zhaolin's chest, bouncing twice. I'm going to get the car, do you want to come? Yes, I gave you train coins, Brother Qiyan, so of course I have to follow you to the end. Chapter 74. The impact of the battle between Fan Huo and the senior inquisitor who played with gears last night was much greater than expected. Sitting on the rental flying carpet, several nearby streets had varying degrees of damage. Some bodies covered with white cloth were carried out from the ruins. Judging from the shapes of the gaps, it seemed that most of them were caused by the gears of the senior inquisitor. On the contrary, Fan Huo did not cause too many casualties. 44 Nakoro Street. I pushed open the door and walked into the church, where the pastor was sweeping the floor. Seeing the two people coming, he smiled kindly. Here we are. Your train has been serviced. Come with me and take a look. Smiling tiger. This is how Fan Huo addressed the pastor. This reminds me of what Shea said, there are no normal people in the Emperor's organization. Ye Qiyan was a little more cautious than last time. Behind the church, there were two trains in the station, and one of them, which looked familiar yet unfamiliar, attracted Ye Qiyan's attention. Is this my car? Why, don't you recognize me? The pastor uncle said with a smile. Clean, new, tidy, and balanced. This was Ye Qiyan's first impression of the train in front of him. The carriages and locomotives, which were originally not exactly the same size, are now of the same specifications. The outer layer of the train changed from rusty metal to a brand new steel color. Ye Qiyan walked forward and reached out to touch it. The details of the train appeared before my eyes. Train conductor, Ye Qiyan. Train brand new. All carriages will have the same specifications. Train durability restored to full value. Durability. The pastor uncle looked at Ye Qiyan with a smile. You can think of it as the health of your train. It's no big deal. It's basically useless. By the way, I wonder if you have something that can be used to make train coatings. I can also change the color of the train skin for you. Coating? It seems like there really is one. Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of something and walked into the train. Although the size of the carriages became regular, the space inside did not change. He took out a box. Can you see these? Soft ruby, level 1. White leaves, level 1, white stone, level 1. The former was one of the rewards received at Ye Qiyan Manor. The ones at the back were collected by Wally in the Whiteforest. Red and white, hee. Sure, which color do you want to choose as the main color? White, please. Leaves and stones are fed into a machine. Soon, a wooden bucket was filled with white paint. The priest uncle reached out to touch it and splashed it forward. The train's exterior gradually turned white, and the transformation was completed in a short while. It seems my craft is pretty good. He nodded, raised his glasses with his hand, and turned to look at Ye Qiyan. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet, Holmes Ryan. Everyone calls me Ryan. If there's nothing else, you can leave with your train. Lianan, Ye Qiyan remembered that there was this person's name in the chat room. Sure enough, he is also a member of the Emperor's Order organization. Thank you very much. I will leave now. Use the key to teleport the train back to the main gate of the Thousand-Star City. Ye Qiyan took Xiaolin away without any hesitation. This guy named Ryan makes people feel uncomfortable, but if you have to say where he feels uncomfortable, you can't put your finger on it. After the two left, Ryan's smile remained on his face, and his eyes were on another train. The man with a cigar in his mouth opened the car window with an indifferent expression. Put away that smile, it's disgusting. Brother Fan Huo, I don't like what you said. There's a saying that goes, don't hit a smiling person. As long as I keep smiling, no one can hit me, right? Hee so, what did you get yesterday? The lackeys of the Sloths accidentally killed more than 500 people and destroyed 5 streets in pursuit of you. That was a big deal. Fan Huo finished his cigar and lit another one. More than 300 of the 500 people were homeless people in the city who didn't want to be driven into the downtown area. Many of the destroyed buildings in the 5 streets were purchased at low prices and then resold. Who do you think made the profit? Hey, I don't know that. I only know that you were chased and smashed for 5 streets. Seeing that Fan Huo ignored his teasing, Ryan gradually restrained his smile and asked in a calm tone. What do you think of that kid just now? His train is level 5. Can you imagine? A train that just left the novice period has level 5. Although that woman Shea is likely to give him the fire stone, where are the level 5 materials? Where did he get them? Fan Huo smoked his cigar silently. After a long while, he finally uttered a word. How did that sentence go? What? An infinite world has infinite possibilities. He was able to free Shea from that abstract and absurd seal. What kind of talent do you think that is? Who knows? Talents are different for everyone except the most common ones. Compared to this, I am more curious about the fragment of the blasphemous card in that crazy woman's hand. Should I try to snatch it from her? In 15 years, I don't think I will be weaker than that woman. Fan Huo took off his sunglasses and looked at Ryan with a strange look. Why are you looking at me like that? You're looking at me, idiot. Have you forgotten the angel card sequence of that woman? That thing can't be killed, otherwise she wouldn't have been sealed in the first place. That's such a pity. Although you cannot buy items above level 4 in the City of Thousand Stars, on the other hand, there are all kinds of items below level 4. Ye Qiyan is shopping in the mall. An oven, a large 3-stage water purification device, plus a full 500L bottle of plant nutrient solution. He spent all the train coins he had until only 5 were left, and the items he bought were sent directly to the tunnel capsule where the train was located by mail, so that he could equip them directly after getting on the train. In this city, as long as you have money, you can live a good life. But if you have no money, it's a completely different story. Other train conductors in the same block were complaining in the chat room. FK, why does everything in this city cost money? I have to pay to use the toilet. Where can I get train coins? Fortunately, I saved some train coins. The materials here are much cheaper than those from profiteers. Hey, I can upgrade directly to level 3. Where can I get the level 4 fire stone? You have to join a guild to get that thing. I've already joined. I also joined a guild, and they asked me to hand over all the resources in the train. Now I can't even quit. You guys better be careful. Stop talking, or you'll get caught. MD, who can lend me some train coins? I'll pay you back double later. Don't believe the guy above. He only has one car left in Las Vegas. It would be a waste of money to lend it to him. Gamblers must die. Oh, I really want to buy some fried chicken, but it's really expensive. Can anyone really afford it? Is there anyone in the city of 1,000 planets? I took a taxi but I didn't have enough money halfway through the journey, so the driver left me stranded. Now I can't find my way back. I heard from others that if you don't leave immediately after the 3-day departure time, you will be considered a vagrant and arrested. Chapter 75. A Wanderer. Looking at the content in the chat room, Ye Qiyan's eyes swept around. I didn't notice it before, but in this city, there seemed to be some people staying in dark corners everywhere, which was in sharp contrast to the bright streets. They were once train conductors. He simply abandoned his identity as a train conductor and his train, just wanting to survive in this city, but he did not have enough ability and capital, and in the end he could only become a despised wanderer. Ding ding! A message came from the private chat interface. Are you still in the city of 1,000 stars? It's Shea. Ye Qiyan, remember she said she would also come to this city, is it today? Yes. I originally wanted to meet you, but now it seems that's not possible. In the church. Shea stood in front of a group of dolls, her eyes calmly sweeping over the judges of the 1,000-star city above her. What happened? How can I help you? A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sister, I'm not yet at the point where I need help from a guy who just got out of the novice stage. It's just that we can't meet. It's no big deal. I'm just giving you a gift. Please accept it. I have things to do. End of chat. The envelope icon on the upper right side of the light screen flickered slightly. Brother Qiyan? What happened? He shifted his attention away from the light curtain, glanced at Zhaolin who was looking at him with a puzzled look, and shook his head. Nothing, we're almost there. Well, it looks like we're almost at the gate. Yes, Ye Qiyan is going to leave this city early. This is a good place, but not that good. It's okay to rest for a day or two, but if you stay there for too long, you will selectively forget that you are in a train survival world where you can lose your life at any moment. And Zhaolin did not hesitate after knowing his decision. She was still in a state of bad luck at this stop. It was a blessing in disguise that she was not killed by the gear yesterday. God knows what she would encounter if she continued to stay there. What's more, now that Ye Qiyan is gone, she is completely unfamiliar with the place and has no idea what to do. She was a person who went with the flow. Under the towering gate, Ye Qiyan saw the guide again. The guide was a little surprised by his early arrival, and looked behind Ye Qiyan with a puzzled look. You are planning to leave early? And you haven't hired any assistants? No. Train assistants are like employees. By spending some train coins, you can hire them to work for the conductor on the train for the next 3 stops. If it were someone else, they would probably choose to hire 1 or 2 people. But he had no such intention at all. First, he didn't want to reveal the secret of his talent for sublimation. Second, he didn't like several strangers being on the same train where their secrets might be exposed. Of course not. I'm just a little curious. Could it be that your guild didn't remind you of this? New train conductors can stop in the 1,000-star city for free for 3 days. Are you sure you want to leave early? Ye Qiyan smiled, didn't reply, and walked straight to where the key was placed. The tunnel capsule slowly descended, opening its outer shell to reveal the train. Can the things I bought in the city be matched with the equipment? Certainly. The ovens and large water purification equipment were quickly brought over and installed directly via the train system without the need for transportation. The 500L bottle of plant nutrient solution was packed in a large tin can. I spent a few thousand star coins and hired workers to place it on top of the planting carriage for connection. As I boarded the train, the familiar scent enveloped my whole body again. In the city of thousand stars, that strange sense of comfort instantly disappeared. There is indeed a problem. Is there anything in that city that would attract people to stay? What secrets the city of thousand stars holds is not something he can find out now. He took one last look at the huge door. Ye Qiyan pressed the start button. The whistle sounded. The train started slowly. Ahead, a familiar distortion emerges. Through the twist, the familiar endless wasteland appeared outside the car window again. Am I mentally ill? Why do I feel more comfortable in the wilderness than in that city? Ye Qiyan scratched his head and complained to himself speechlessly. By the way, I opened the chat box and sent a message to Zhao Lin. Is it out? After the chat, Ye Qiyan didn't look at what Zhao Lin said next. The transaction between the two of them ended for the moment. Wally, go make a smoothie. Wally, who had been left in the train for a day or two, happily circled around Ye Qiyan's feet twice, and after receiving instructions, he began to work skillfully. Ye Qiyan sat back in his chair contentedly while eating a white berry-flavored smoothie. Next, it was time to count the harvest and resources. He only has the last 5 train coins left for emergencies. After joining the Imperial Order, you get a devil card. A large capacity refrigerator, a Desert Eagle pistol, a level 3 large water purification device, and 500L of plant nutrient solution. If we have to count it further, there is also a train maintenance and a change of the color of the carriage. That's all I got. Compared to a train station, it is neither too much nor too little. However, this city of 1,000 stars itself is not a place that brings rewards to people, but a complete cave of gold. Those predecessors who built this city did not do charity. It's not hard to tell from other people's conversations. The penniless train conductor was treated even worse in that city than the indigenous people who had always lived there. That's what I get from being an ordinary train conductor. As a person with the talent for sublimation, Ye Qiyan's gains are much more than that. Which one should I start with? I licked my lips. I felt a little uncomfortable after not using sublimation for a day. Just this first. Silver Desert Eagle Pistol, Level 2. It is similar to the Colt M1911 that was obtained at the beginning. What really caught Ye Qiyan's attention was its potential. It seems that sublimation can be performed more than once. Sublimation. Stamina, 120-110. Mithril Bullet Enchantment Desert Eagle, Level 3. Sure enough, the potential is not exhausted, so let's continue. Sublimation. Stamina, 110-90. Justice Enchantment, Desert Eagle, Level 4. Then. The third time. Sublimation. Stamina, 90-60. Beyond Enchantment Infinity Sky Eagle, Level 5. Infinite, unlimited number of bullets. Skyhawk, causes higher damage to air units. Potential exhausted. The Desert Eagle has been sublimated to its extreme. Chapter 76. Desert Eagle, no, it should be called Sky Eagle now. Its appearance has not changed much since its original inception. Apart from the fact that the gun body is a little longer, there is only an additional light golden eagle pattern. He opened the car window and shot the mummy who had just woken up after hearing the noise of the train in the wilderness. Headshot. The power is not very strong, much weaker than ebony. But in contrast, the trait of unlimited bullets does not require any consumption at all. If one day all his resources are exhausted, this gun will still be able to fight. Not bad. Put it together with ebony. Ye Qiyan began to select the second sublime item. Refrigerator, what will it become after sublimation? Driven by curiosity, a double-door large-capacity refrigerator became his second choice. Sublimation. Spirit 120-100. Large-capacity refrigerator space compression refrigerator. The refrigerator itself has no grades, nor does it have grades after sublimation. However, after sublimation, its appearance has changed dramatically. The area it occupied has shrunk by about half from its original area of about 1 meter. Open the refrigerator door and put a white sun fruit inside. The magical thing is that after the original white sun fruit was put in it, it was reduced to half of its original size. Take it out again and it will return to its original state. After the refrigerator, there is the water purification device. Different from the water I bought from Shangguan Yingxiu, the water purified by this level 3 device is much faster in terms of both quality and purification speed. The one that was originally eliminated was not intended to be thrown away. He still put it on the trading platform at the price of 3 train coins, and it was quickly bought by someone. Now his trading platform is connected to the City of Thousand Stars, so he has no trouble selling items below level 4. The only pity is that the 3 basic props, mechanical parts, wood, and metal, are not so easy to sell. Hey, how many times has this happened today? Never mind, let's continue. Sublimation. Spirit, 180. Pure water purifier, level 4. Can purify cursed/polluted/dirty water sources. The potential is exhausted. The effect is good and the speed is not slow. Much safer than before. So, there is only one left. Planting carriage. The vegetables and fruits planted here before are ready for the first harvest. Ye Qiyan climbed onto the roof and reached out to touch the huge iron barrel placed above. Sublimation. Spirit, 80-60. Repair plant nutrient solution. It can accelerate plant growth, and make the grown plants have some ability to recover injuries and physical strength after use. Repairing injuries and physical strength? That's exactly what I want. Ye Qiyan's face was full of smiles. He connected a water hose and a shower head and sprayed the plants in the grow car, including white sun fruit trees. After spraying, all the plants exude a faint milky white glow. The entire planting carriage was covered by this halo, as if it was in a wonderful fantasy. Ye Qiyan picked a tomato and took a bite. He stared at his stamina bar. After swallowing the tomato, his stamina quickly jumped from 60 to 61. It's indeed getting faster. Although it's not much, he also has a luxurious dream bed. When these two are combined, the more the better. Phew, done. I'm so tired. This was the most times he had sublimated. However, the physical and mental consumption is not as much as when you first come to this world and sublimate something randomly. This is what growth is, isn't it? Oh, and there's also Sister Shea's gift. I almost forgot about this. Patting his forehead, Ye Qiyan opened his mailbox and looked at the only email in it with a slightly complicated expression. Calculation unit times 1. Note, you are still on level 4 train, right? I give this to you. If you don't join a guild, it will be quite troublesome to upgrade to level 5. Is this what it feels like to be kept? If he hadn't upgraded, he really wouldn't know where to get this measurement unit to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. But then again, if there had been no sublimation, how could he have gotten to know Shea? Holding the measuring unit in his hand, Ye Qiyan placed it together with the firestone that was also given to him by Shea. We need to find an opportunity to find a good buyer for these two things. I think, at this time, many people are eager to reach level 4. Who to sell it to? Ye Qiyan thought of 2 people. Zhao Lin, and Shangguan Yingxiu. Zhao Lin didn't consider it for the time being. She had no money, so she had to see how much she could get at the next good luck station. As for Shangguan Yingxiu. Ding ding. Ye Qiyan sent a message. How is your city? I thought it would take a while to get a reply, but I didn't expect the other party to send me a message so quickly. Not so good, a very boring city, not as comfortable as being on the train. I've left, how about you? The city of 1,000 planets seems very big. This is similar to how he feels. Left? What a coincidence. I just left the station. I played there for a day and had a pretty good time. What do you want to talk to me about? Have you reached level 4? No, I can't get the Fire Stone, so I don't want to join the guild. What about you? Have you joined the guild? Well, I guess so. There was a good person in the place I joined, and I got the Fire Stone from her. Shangguan Yingxiu blinked, looked at the message on her flip phone, took a deep breath, and after a moment, responded. Make an offer. I just like her straightforwardness. Ye Qiyan chuckled and entered a price. 30 train coins, or items of equivalent value. Shangguan Yingxiu didn't answer for a long time. She knew very well that the price was not expensive. Because Shangguan Yingxiu knew very well from others how difficult it was to obtain the Fire Stone. Her talent Mirror Moon can only transform items that are lower than the train level. She did not choose to join a guild, and just wanted to try her luck on the platform. If there is no chance after 3 stations, then she can only accept her fate. Even if she has to be exploited by the guild, she has to join. So, 30 train coins are exchanged for 1 Fire Stone. This price is really not expensive. But I don't have that much money, can I buy on credit first? Can't. After rejecting without hesitation, Ye Qiyan said. At the next stop, if you can't gather the train coins or props, I will sell this Fire Stone to someone else. Zhaolin's next stop is Good Luck Station. Using a Fire Stone to exchange for all the gains from Zhaolin's Good Luck Station is a sure win deal. He only intended to give Shangguan Yingxiu a chance to stand. Chapter 77. The chat room was silent for a long time. Okay, after the next stop, I will use the equivalent of 30 train coins to buy the Fire Stone. Before that, don't sell it to anyone else. Certainly. Upgrading is a bottomless pit. After buying the Fire Stone, the next thing you need is the measurement unit. Ye Qiyan curled the corners of his mouth and looked at Shangguan Yingxiu's name as if he was looking at a money tree. Wait until she reaches level 4, and find a suitable time to take out the measurement unit. He didn't believe that the woman didn't want it. The train continued to move forward. Time passes. 1230:00. The module is turned on at this moment. The 11th stop is about to arrive. The fork in the road of fate is triggered. Please choose to stop at the following 2 stations. Platform 1, Phoenix Wolf Valley, Level 5 Hunting Platform. Platform 2, Lost Snow Mountain, Level 6 Mission Platform. I choose Platform 2. Ye Qiyan chose a higher level platform. Although that would be more dangerous. But now that he has a lot of equipment and props beyond that of an ordinary train conductor, why should he be timid? Instead of choosing a safer platform, it is better to try harder. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight and hold on. The 11th stop the train will arrive at is Lost Snow Mountain. The final 30-minute countdown gradually returned to 0. As the train began to speed up, passing through the twisting void. As the whistle blew, outside the car window, it was already pure white. Current station, Lost Snow Mountain. Countdown to docking, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This site, high risk. As usual, before getting off the train, he took out a train coin and threw it on the head of Wally who was circling at his feet. If you encounter danger, remember to hide. Wally nodded with emotion, passed through the small door connecting the recovery device, and moved forward quickly in the snow. After Wally left, Ye Qiyan stood at the window and looked around. According to past experience, the mission targets at the mission platform will appear near where the train stops. Sure enough, in the distance, a small black dot attracted Ye Qiyan's attention. After observing carefully for a while, it seemed to be a small wooden house located in the snow. It's right there, it's a little far. Oh, how could I have forgotten that thing? CVO Roadmaster. I bought it as an upgrade option but never had the chance to use it. Now it finally comes in handy. Can this thing be driven in the snow? Teleport to the last turret car, where Roadhog had been kept. He patted the thick rubber tire, thought for a moment, and bought a few thin iron ropes on the trading platform to tie on it to use as an anti-slip in the snow. It should be fine. Open the door, close the door. After getting dressed neatly and carrying a backpack, Ye Qiyan got on the Roadmaster and stepped on the accelerator in the snow, which was not particularly thick. With a roar, the silver-grey motorcycle passed through the wind and snow and headed straight towards the wooden house in the distance. It took him about 10 minutes to finally reach the wooden house. Luckily we have a car, otherwise it would take a long time to walk on foot. Ye Qiyan patted his cheeks, which were a little red from the cold, and took out a pure fossil from his pocket. Holding the ebony wood in his other hand, he kicked the wooden door open, and a strong snowstorm instantly rushed in. There was no one in the wooden house, but there were signs of human life. There were not many facilities in the room, just a bed, a table, and a stove. On the table were a few cans of food, some of which were unknown to have expired, and a diary. Picking up the diary, Ye Qiyan turned to the first page. March 12th, weather, sunny. Today, the expedition team arrived at the first supply point in the snowy mountains. Strange, where did the guide who was supposed to be waiting for us go? On March 14th, after 2 days of waiting, the guide still hadn't returned. Without a guide, we had no way to continue moving up the mountain. However, we had prepared for this expedition for a long time and were unwilling to give up. So, we decided to go up the mountain on our own. It was no problem. With my many years of mountaineering experience, I knew that it was just a snowy mountain. On March 16th, someone got sick. It was so unlucky that I got the wooden stick to stay and take care of her. I should have chosen the one next to her. On March 18th, he died. I don't know why he died, but... Number, $3, haha, ha 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 ha. Good riddance, good riddance. Now that he's dead I can catch up with the main force. I've reached the second supply point. Where's he? Where's he? What did I come here for? Ye Qiyan squeezed the pure fossil in his hand, took a deep breath, and put down the diary. This should be the second supply point mentioned in the diary. And the person who wrote the diary seemed to be close to madness on March 18th. Later on, he went completely crazy, so he wrote such a weird diary. But what about others? He left behind a diary and disappeared here. Did he encounter a monster, or something else? What is the mission of this station? Ye Qiyan continued to search in the room and found a photo in a corner. The moment he released the photo, a monster's roar came from outside the house. When he ran out of the cabin, he saw a white-haired snow monster that had appeared out of nowhere in the snow and wind. The Yeti's smelly mouth spewed out a disgusting fishy air, and it waved its fists and came towards Ye Qiyan. Bang! The bullet hit the monster's forehead, but it continued to attack as if it felt nothing. This doesn't make sense. How could Ebony's attack be ineffective? Yes, it's unreasonable. Ye Qiyan felt a strong sense of disobedience. Suddenly, the pure and clean fossils emitted a soft light. Even in this white world, this light still covers the surroundings. The light faded and the snow monster disappeared, as if everything was just an illusion. But Ye Qiyan knew very well that it was not an illusion. Moreover, he was somewhat familiar with this feeling. He looks a bit like Don Quixote back then. This photo. The photo just taken from the cabin was of the snow monster that suddenly appeared. Is that why I feel uncomfortable? In the spiritual column, witness the truth being triggered. The snow monster just now was neither real nor fake. Rather, the moment Ye Qiyan saw this photo, he thought that there was a snow monster in this world. So, the snow monster appeared outside the house. So, what exactly is the mission? This was the first time he was so confused about a mission platform. There is a slight trace of warping on one corner of the photo. Without hesitation, he tore it open, and a thin piece of paper fell into his hands from the hidden layer. Chapter 78. I am a guide. If anyone sees this note, please go to the third supply point. The map is placed directly below the 7th floor after entering this wooden house. I can't survive, but there is only a way out. I must destroy it. The task appeared. A shot broke the wooden board at the direction of the note. Sure enough, there was a map underneath. There are 4 marked points on the map, with the numbers 1, 2, 3 and an end written on them. The first 3 are 3 supply points, and this one is located at the top of the snow mountain. It should be the final destination of the scientific expedition team that comes here. So, why did the guide hide the things? Was he afraid of being discovered by something? It's a bit far, but the time is enough. After a little thought, now that the task has appeared, there is no reason not to complete it. Even if there is a trap, you have to step on it first before thinking about breaking it. The direction is here. He bought a compass on the trading platform and followed the map, heading towards the mountain. The mountain is relatively flat, without many potholes, and the snow on the ground is extremely compacted, as if it had been crushed by something. This saved him a lot of effort, and he drove the roadhog all the way up. The scenery all around is exactly the same, and it's easy to get lost in it if you look at it for too long. After driving for about 40 minutes, we finally saw the wooden house that was almost identical to the second supply point. If he had not been going upwards and the distance between him and the train had not increased, he would have thought that he had gone around in a circle and returned to the starting point. The wooden house is the same, but it seems to be different in some way. What is that? Smoke. A thin stream of smoke was rising from the chimney of the wooden house. So, is there someone inside? Or something else? Boom! He threw a snowball at the wooden door. Soon, several trembling voices were heard from inside the room. Who? Is it a monster? Don't open the door, it must be a monster coming. Maybe it's the rescuers that the guide has called. Those outside, say something. Really human? Ye Qiyan did not put down his gun, and shouted to those people inside the door. I'm the rescuer hired by the guide to take you down the mountain. Open the door and let me in. It's freezing outside. Go open the door. It's the rescuers. Ha ha ha, we are saved. You're not allowed to go. There must be monsters outside who are deceiving us. Hurry up, go over there. I told you not to open the door. If you do, we'll die. Judging from the sounds, there were 3 people in the room, and 2 of them wanted to open the door. So, why was he held back by the remaining person? Something is wrong. Ye Qiyan looked down at the pure fossil hanging around his neck. There was no light, so there was nothing evil inside. Finally, after the noise in the cabin continued for a while, the door of the cabin was opened. Help me! Hearing these words that sounded completely human, Ye Qiyan did not speak, but took a step back and aimed the gun in his hand at a head. Don't shoot! We are human beings, we are not monsters. Yes, we really are human. People? Looking at the person in front of him with 3 heads, 6 arms, and a completely mixed lower body, Ye Qiyan resisted the urge to shoot, and finally understood why it was impossible to open the door alone. What on earth happened here? Why did you 3 become like this? The 3 men looked at each other, and the one in the middle sighed. From the sound of the voice, it seemed that he was the one who had just stopped the other 2 from opening the door. We are from the scientific expedition team. Come in, brother. It's too cold outside. Enter the cabin. Ye Qiyan kept a safe distance from the three-headed man. He pointed his gun at the three guys. The one in the middle swallowed nervously and said, "Brother, since you can come up the mountain to rescue us, does that mean our guide has escaped?" "Why do you say that?" How else did you find us?" Ye Qiyan narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking of the contents of the diary. "Didn't the guide go up the mountain with you?" "I was assigned to look for you because you had been up the mountain for too long and we had no contact. When we arrived at the second supply point, I found the things in a diary left by the guide." He opened the diary. "Do you know this person who wrote the diary?" I know him. He's my younger brother." The head on the left suddenly became angry. "I know him. He's the one who made us like this. This madman. He killed everyone." "No, it's my brother." "Your brother is a monster. Don't talk about my brother. You two stop arguing, damn it, don't hit me in the face, it will hurt me too." Looking at the three people constantly hitting his body and face, coupled with his deformed appearance, for a moment, it was actually a little funny. Ahem, stop fighting. So what did you mean when you said that you became like this because of him? Tell me everything that has happened since you came up the mountain. Maybe you can still be saved." Three kowtows with bruised noses and swollen faces, the one on the left gritted his teeth and said angrily. "The expedition team originally had 15 people. Our goal was to reach the top of the mountain to study a mysterious substance that only exists on this mountain. Unexpectedly, after we arrived at the first supply point, the guide who was supposed to be waiting for us disappeared. We decided that we couldn't come here in vain, so we simply didn't wait any longer and went up the mountain directly. When we arrived at the second supply point, one person had a high fever. We drew lots to leave one person behind to take care of the patient. The person who stayed behind was the madman who wrote the diary, and we continued to move up the mountain. I didn't expect, an accident happened." The face of the head twitched wildly, as if it was recalling something terrible. We are lost. We can't find the direction on the way to the third supply point. We really can't hold on any longer. Many people have starved to death or frozen to death. We have been lost there for almost half a month. Why didn't you come to find us earlier, woo? The crying was loud and showed no signs of stopping. Even the other two seemed to be affected by it and were about to cry. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet flew accurately over the three heads. At the same time, the crying stopped abruptly. "Keep talking. If you keep crying, the bullet won't just graze you." Chapter 79. Under the gaze of the gun, the three-headed man who had merged into one dared not act recklessly anymore. The middle head continued. "At first, a few days after we got lost, my brother suddenly appeared one night. We thought he was here to save us, but we didn't expect that he had gone completely crazy. He killed our mentor with a knife, and ate his flesh. That madman. He actually ate human flesh. No, my brother must be just that. That's not your brother, that's a devil. A man-eating devil. Stop arguing." Among the three heads, the one who had not spoken much covered the mouths of the other two heads with his hands. He smiled awkwardly at Ye Qiyan, fearing that he would shoot, and continued to talk ahead. He was really crazy. He killed the professor in front of everyone with just a knife, ate the professor's entire body, and then disappeared in the snow. We wanted to avenge the professor, but we couldn't catch up with that guy. He was too fast, not at all like a human being. And then, the rest of us were lost in the snow for more than 10 days. Every day, that guy would come out from nowhere and kill one of us and eat us. When we thought we were all going to die there, the guide showed up and found us, and brought the three of us to this third supply point. The guide left the day before yesterday. He said that the way down the mountain and communication were completely cut off, and we could only go down the mountain to ask for help by manpower. He asked us to stay here and wait for a while. Then, we waited for you, brother. You are really the one the guide asked to rescue us, right? The eyes of the three heads sparkled with anticipation. But Ye Qiyan did not nod in response as they expected. He had no intention of putting down the gun in his hand. The story of these three heads is full of loopholes. Let's not even mention why they were able to stay lost in the snow for more than 10 days without any supplies, without freezing to death. Besides, cannibalism? How could a normal adult male kill someone in front of them and then eat the person? Are these guys all turtles? Cannibal? Madmen? His eyes swept over the lower bodies of the three men. I didn't observe carefully before, but their lower body is not just made up of three people's legs, there are also some other redundant parts inside. Is it really just that madman who eats people? You are lying. Ye Qiyan's voice is very flat, and one cannot tell the joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness in it. But for some reason, the three-headed man in front of him suddenly felt an indescribable fear rising in his heart. Don't you think there's something missing in the story you constructed? The three heads didn't dare to speak, the fear almost suffocated them. Tell me, why did you become what you are now? This part is missing from the story you told. As soon as these words were spoken, a moment of confusion flashed across the three-headed man's eyes, and then the roar of the snow monster was heard outside the house. But at the same time, pure and clean fossil light emanated, and the snow monster instantly disappeared. The three-headed man let out a piercing scream. Blood-red tears flowed from his eyes. No, it's not like that. We can't do anything about it. If we don't eat, we'll die. We'll die. It was the mentor himself who was the first to be willing to sacrifice himself. He committed suicide. It was suicide. It's him, the madman who wrote the diary, who made us become like this. The three-headed man became increasingly insane. The fused body began to twist and deform, as if it had lost the support of some mysterious force and was unable to support this strange body, so it fell down. Save us, save us. There is only the mountain, the end of the mountain. Only there can we leave. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so hungry. It's monsters. All those monsters are coming. Another roar. The difference is that there is no longer only one sound outside the cabin. But they are endless, one piece after another. Look up. Dozens of snow monsters of various sizes rushed towards the wooden house from all directions. The light from the pure and clean fossils was unable to drive away the snow monsters this time. It's completely solidified, but it's okay this way. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiyan pulled out the skyhawk hanging on his waist, held both guns in his hands, and pulled the trigger. The bullets hit the snow monster's head, chest, and abdomen accurately. Although they can avoid the attacks of pure clean fossils after solidification, it also means that they can no longer avoid his bullets. Within 10 seconds, all the snow monsters lost their voices and fell to the ground. Back in the cabin, the three men lay on the ground trembling. Their sanity seemed to have recovered a lot with the death of the Yeti. The head in the middle raised its head a little, and the suffocating fear was still in its eyes when it looked at Ye Qiyan. Are you too frightened to speak? Devil card, bewitching. Ye Qiyan just used its second effect, consume physical strength, what you do will make people terrified. The power of the devil card is more useful than he thought. Because this effect increases with the increase in physical/mental points consumed. Just now, he only used 10 points of physical strength to terrify these three men to the point that they lost their minds and fell into madness. Now that you can speak, I don't care if you ate humans. What I want to know is why you became what you are now. Speaking of this, Ye Qiyan's tone suddenly became much softer. No matter what, I'm here to save you. Once I figure out the situation, I'll take you away. If there's a chance, I'll also find a way to help you return to your original state. This is my duty as an exorcist. Bewitching, consuming your spirit, the lies you tell will make people believe them. 3 heads raised up and believed his lies in an instant. Exorcist, oh my God, there really are exorcists in this world. My lord, I say, we say. Among the 3, it was the most cowardly head who told the reason why they became like this. After the guide went down the mountain, the 3 men thought that since they had already arrived and so many people had died, if they went down the mountain in disgrace without gaining anything, coupled with the negative impact of cannibalism, their future would probably be completely over. So, we took the supplies from the supply point and headed to the highest point of the snow mountain, which was the end point on the map. There, the members of the scientific expedition team who were eaten by them appeared there intact. And, the madman who wrote a diary. The madman and a snow monster stood together and smiled at the 3 of them. Then everything went dark before my eyes, and when I came to my senses, I was back here, with my body now in its current state. The extra human parts in the limbs below are exactly the ones from the expedition members they ate. This is a curse from the devil. We must have angered the devil. Chapter 80. Yeah, by the way, we also got a picture of that snow monster. Looking at the photos the 3 people took out from their pockets, Ye Qiyan narrowed his eyes slightly. This photo looks a little familiar. Isn't this the one he found at the second supply point? Exactly the same except a little more clear. He suddenly thought of something. After searching for a while in the photo, I actually found an extremely tiny bump. I tore it open with force, and a piece of paper larger than the photo fell out. Did you put this note in there? The 3 heads shook in unison, indicating that they didn't know. Ye Qiyan opened the note. Did you see it? You must see it. I can no longer influence the other world. This is the last message. Please climb to the top of the snowy mountain and turn off the reality dislocation device there. Otherwise, this snowy mountain will completely fall into another time and space. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Reality dislocation? Another time and space? No, at this station, are all the level 6 mission platforms so outrageous? Even such high-end stuff has been developed? The corners of Ye Qiyan's eyes twitched a few times, and he silently put away the paper with the message written on it. So according to the contents of the note, he would go to the top of the mountain to take a look. But, is there something wrong with this? From the moment he saw the first note, he had been being pulled towards the next destination. It was as if all these discoveries were made to help him reach the top of the mountain. Everything along the way is designed to make the goal of reaching the top of the mountain more reasonable. Is it a trap? Look up at the mountains. The top of the snow-capped mountain is right in front of us. Interesting. Ye Qiyan chuckled and walked out the door. When the 3 men saw that he was about to leave, they quickly crawled on the ground to his feet and said anxiously, "Little brother, won't you take us with you?" Ye Qiyan glanced at them calmly, then suddenly revealed a kind and bright smile, leaned over and patted their shoulders. "I'm going to solve the trouble on the mountain. After all, that's the culprit that caused you to become like this. Only by solving that problem can you return to your original appearance. Wait for me here, and I will take you down the mountain." Lies are triggering. After leaving the third supply point, Ye Qiyan rode on Roadhog to continue climbing. There is still some distance to the finish line, and there is a very steep slope ahead, which the road bully cannot drive up. Ye Qiyan took out a white sun fruit and took a bite, and accidentally found a track mark on the snow that was about to be covered. Is this track print from Wally? That little guy is here too? But it disappears in the front? This is indeed the stage where the real mission story of this world takes place. The weird development is confusing. But he had to go and see it anyway. Quack! In the sky, a raven with a pure black body except for its blood-red eyes was circling in mid-air. The first ability of the Devil card, Announcer, is to summon a raven that can predict and discover death. When it makes a sound, it means that there is death ahead. After nearly 2 hours, Ye Qiyan finally reached the highest point of the snow mountain, which was also the end point on the map. But there are no snow monsters or lunatics here, as the three-headed brothers said. There is nothing here. There was only white snow on the huge open space on the top of the mountain. But the ravens are calling. It is announcing a death. Go! As the command was given, a raven in the sky fell from high altitude and quickly stopped over a snowy field. Before it could even call out twice, it was grasped by a huge hand that suddenly stretched out and crushed to pieces. A giant snow monster appeared out of nowhere. It did not rush towards Ye Qiyan violently like its peers, but instead showed an anthropomorphic mocking smile, as if saying, "You've been fooled." Crunch crunch crunch. More snow monsters appeared and surrounded him. These monsters that appeared out of nowhere all had mocking smiles on their faces and treated Ye Qiyan as a lamb to be slaughtered, allowing them to slaughter him at will. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the snow monster's body. "Hee, another unlucky guy got fooled. You guys are really easy to fool. As long as the so-called hints are made a little more troublesome, you will believe it, hee. Who are you?" The words that the voice spoke sounded one word at a time inside each Yeti. I am a hero who hunts outsiders like you. All the guys who come here on that kind of train will only plunder and rob when they come to this world. Nothing will be left. This world is ours. It doesn't belong to you. You outsiders, don't even think about taking everything away. The outsider, isn't he referring to the train conductor? So that's what is happening. So, the reality dislocation and other time and space in that note are also fake. The voice continued to taunt. Idiot, of course it's true. I'm not afraid to tell you that this place you call the platform has 2 worlds. I'm right next to you, but you can't see me, touch me, or even touch me. Haha. You summoned these snow monsters? How did you do it? I'm going to die anyway, so tell me and let me understand. His words made the unknown existence in the other world even more proud, and he didn't notice the card floating next to Ye Qiyan at all. Of course it's me. As long as I have the image of snow monsters in my mind, I can summon them to your world endlessly. Even if you are a good marksman, as long as there are enough of you, I can make you my food anyway. That's terrible. Then, you were also the one who fused the 3 people together at the 3rd supply point? Are they your accomplices? Ye Qiyan played with the cards in his hand and continued to ask questions. Those 3 guys ate their companions. As a hero of this world, I must punish them. I am here, and I can do everything just by imagining it. Fusion of 3 people is nothing. Understood. Ye Qiyan nodded. Well, one last question then. The owner of that voice inexplicably felt that something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. You have so many questions, just listen to me. The devil card floated behind him. You're going to die, aren't you? Of course I'll die. Wait, why should I answer you? Gah. The second effect of the devil card, announcement of misfortune. A raven demon the size of an adult human appeared in the snow. The huge bird's foot suddenly grabbed down, and the originally empty space began to distort. I found you. Since it is in another world, then. Lower anchor. The 3rd anchor point of the anchor fell in that other space. Then. Sailing. Chapter 81. Indulge. Open your eyes. Same snow-capped mountains, same top. The difference is, there is no Yeti here, just a short man hiding in a thick furry cloak. You, how is it possible? You are just a virtual character, how can you walk out of my fantasy? The man let out a scream. He stepped back desperately, and a dark green book in his hand fell to the ground. Ye Qiyan walked up calmly and reached out to pick up the book. Reality and falsehood. A node connecting 2 worlds, recording the stories that happened in a certain area of another synchronous world. By consuming a large amount of spirit, it can affect the reality of the other world to a certain extent. It is because of this book that the things that happened in that world happened. There isn't much in the book. The previous few articles are the same as what the three-headed man said. It was not until the expedition team was on their way to the third supply point that the text changed from its original neat shape to a crooked one. And on the latest page, there is another neat text. Explorers have entered this world, riding on trains, searching for the most precious items in that space. Is this me? Looking up, I saw the short man standing up and about to run away. He raised his gun and fired, and a bullet accurately grazed his left ear. Ah! Blood soaked his cheeks. The man rolled on the ground in pain. Don't come over here, you're just a character in my imagination, you're just a fake. You. Are you crazy? Ye Qiyan shook his head and gave an order. The raven demon that had been suspended in the air flew over him and grabbed the man's shoulder. Ah! Let me down, let me down. The raven demon grabbed the man and hung him in front of Ye Qiyan. Did you write this? Looking at the neat line of text above, the man shouted with a trembling voice. I won't tell you, an outsider, ah. Crunch. The raven demon crushed the man's shoulder. Seeing this, Ye Qiyan chuckled and snapped his fingers, and the raven demon loosened its claws and threw the man onto the snow. Okay, I'm not a bad person. Answer my questions and I'll let you go. Real? Certainly. The man's body was shaking, his arms drooping on the snow without feeling anything. He didn't realize why he believed what the man in front of him said. I'll tell you everything. The beautiful words in this book were not written by me. They are the contents that appeared in the book by themselves. I wrote those crooked words. I made the scientific expedition team lost, let them eat each other, and finally made those three people merge into one. And, that snow monster, that was my creation. He gritted his teeth and took out a painting from his breast pocket with his mouth. There are all kinds of strange-looking snow monsters on it. It looked exactly the same as the Yeti he had seen in another world. The painter's snow monster family. A monster painting drawn by a garbage painter. Where did this book come from? It's right here. I went to this place to collect folk songs that day, and I happened to see this book. That's all I know. I can go now. Certainly. Watching the man turn around and try to leave. Although, with both shoulders broken, he probably wouldn't be able to make it down the mountain. But... Go, announce his death. Ga. The raven demon let out a shrill cry. It flapped its wings, grabbed the man's body and flew high into the sky. The screams continued, and with the sound of bones breaking, the space returned to silence. So, the mission is accomplished? Speaking of which, how do I get back? If we use the navigation ability of the anchor, we can get directly back to the train. But in that case, his roadhog would be left on the mountain. We haven't gained anything from this stop so far. If we lose roadhog, wouldn't that be a big loss? He had to figure out a way. Can this book send me back? Picking up a pencil from the man, he wrote a line on the latest page. The door connecting the two sides has been opened. As the last stroke fell, a distorted wave emerged from where he came. Raven, go in and take a look. He summoned another demon raven to fly in, and after a moment, the raven returned safely, and he stepped into it, returning to the platform world where he was originally. It works, that's right. After all, the platform should have a way for people to pass through. This stop was not difficult for him. That's because he has multiple demon cards and anchors plus high-level equipment support. What if it's someone else who doesn't have these things? I'm afraid he would be beaten to death by a dozen snow monsters at the third supply point. No, maybe when the unhittable snow monster appeared for the first time at the second supply point, we were already helpless. It seems like something is missing. After dealing with the person behind the scenes, Ye Qiyan did not feel that he had completed this stage. He flipped through the contents of the book. Finally I saw what was missing. Where's the guide? From beginning to end, there is no content about guides in the book. The note in the photo, according to the contents of the book, appeared directly inside, and although the contents were similar to what he had seen, there was no so-called guide at all. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the book in his hand. The person holding the book realizes the discord, and the reincarnation of the world is about to begin. In 3 hours, everything in the snow mountain will be reset, unless you find a guide. No? Is it okay if he doesn't want to think about it anymore? How come even the elements of reincarnation have been figured out? So after going around in circles, the final task is to find a guide. It's speechless. However, it's not that there are no clues at all. I still remember the first time I saw the note in that photo. The guide's message was to go to the third supply point, which was the way out, and there was one last one, so it must be destroyed. He went to the third supply point and did not find any way out, nor did he find anything that had to be destroyed. Did he miss something? Or three-headed fusion man? Mounting on Roadhog and following the map, Ye Qiyan headed towards the third supply point in the direction he came from. That place should be the final stage of this platform. It's really exhausting, but it's also quite interesting. Sure enough, people just like to humiliate themselves. Compared to the comfort in the city of 1,000 stars. He actually prefers to take risks in such critical places at this moment. For some reason, the way down the mountain was even more difficult than the way up. Chapter 82. Next time I come to the snowy mountains, I'd better not drive. Driving a motorcycle on soft snow is simply asking for trouble. In the final analysis, Ye Qiyan had no choice but to let the Raven Demon push the cart from behind. It took almost an hour to finally get back to the third supply point. The wind and snow continue. Outside the third supply point, the bodies of the snow monsters had disappeared at some point. The door was closed and wisps of smoke were floating gently from the chimney. Kick open the door. The three-headed fused man was huddled in the corner, and was immediately surprised to see him coming. Sir! Master Exorcist! Can you remove our curse? Ye Qiyan didn't say anything, his eyes swept across every corner of the room. When he inadvertently glanced at the dark fireplace, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Speaking of which, there was smoke from the chimney, but the fireplace was not lit. Is this reasonable? This doesn't make sense. Here it is. The ebony bullets switched, and the white exploding bullets blasted the fireplace into pieces. The wind and snow outside instantly poured into the wooden house through the gap. And in the destroyed fireplace, a skull emitting a faint black aura actually made a human voice. Why do we have to find out? Ah! Devil, it's a devil! No, wait, this voice, is it the guide's voice? No, it sounds a bit like my brother. Your brother is a demon. Ye Qiyan ignored the three fused humans, the pure clean fossils on his body were already heating up. This is evil. Are you a guide? Or, his brother? The skull nodded humanely. I am everything. I am the guide, his brother, the mentor who was the first one they ate, and I am everyone else, except for those three. Oh, there is an unexpected gain. Ye Qiyan raised his eyebrows. Watching the skull tightening the purification stone around his body with interest, he continued to motion for the skull to continue speaking. What do you mean by that? Inexplicably, from the dark eye sockets of the skull, a look of hatred was directed towards the three people. From the beginning to the end, the only ones who ate people were the three of them. The skull tells another version of the story. There are 15 members in the expedition team, 16 in total including the guide. We climbed the mountain to find a secret that existed in the legend and could lead us to another world. Unexpectedly, the mountain was blocked by heavy snow and we couldn't leave. We could only live at the second supply point. We originally thought we could survive in the supply point for a while, but what none of us expected was that one night, someone stole the remaining food, causing the supplies that were supposed to last 2 weeks to become like this. We had no food and no way down the mountain. I was the guide, and I stepped into the snow alone to find a way down the mountain. Then, when I returned to this supply point again, everyone had been eaten by these 3 devils. Devil? Ye Qiyan silently looked at the floating skull. He looked at the 3-headed body silently again. When it comes to demons, there doesn't seem to be much difference between these two. It's all scary. Don't listen to his nonsense. Why don't we remember such a thing? Yes, sir, this is a monster. Kill him now. Don't let him talk nonsense. We didn't actively eat people, really. The 3 heads were talking to each other, and the noisy conversation was not very pleasant even in the snow and wind. The skull sneered. Open your huge black mouth. Of course you don't remember, because this is the 47th time you've experienced this. After you ate all of us, our resentment merged together and became me. I caught you, a madman who controls another world, and made you live like this. This is a punishment. Oh no. I see. So, the man who thinks he controls the world is actually just a puppet? Pathetic guy. A-hole. You're lying to us. The 3-headed fused men seemed to have had a switch pressed, and past memories kept flooding into their minds. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Why don't you let us go? We only wanted to eat you. We had no choice. The 3-headed man's body kept twisting. The skeleton creaked and made an eerie laugh. It floated into the air, looking at Ye Qiyan and the 3-headed man below. This is not the first time that an outsider like you has appeared. Unfortunately, you are the only one who insists on breaking the cycle. In this case, then, the cycle begins. This time, you will become the new nourishment in this ever-repeating world. The skeleton was about to fly away. But the raven's claws grabbed it at this moment. The raven demon appeared in the sky, making a strange cawing sound. No. Let me go. The dark smoke swept towards the body of the raven demon. But, it is facing the devil. Such petty tricks are meaningless. You think too much. I never said I wanted to break any reincarnation cycle. Ye Qiyan smiled slightly, and the ebony muzzle of the gun in his hand began to gather black and white dual-color light. At the same time, it consumes 10 points of physical strength and 10 points of mental strength to condense a black and white armor-piercing explosive bomb. Aiming at the 3-headed fused man who was completely insane and whose body was falling apart. Pull the trigger. But if we have to break the cycle and destroy something, it should be them. Bang! Gunshot. The wind and snow in the sky suddenly stopped. The bodies of the 3 men were blown to pieces. Various parts of the lower body were blown into the air and kept falling down. The raven demon spread its wings and blocked the disgusting rain of flesh and blood for Ye Qiyan. At its feet, the black skull howled angrily. How dare you! How dare you kill them! Their punishment is not over yet. Hypocrite! Why did you forgive them for us? Forgive? You think too much. Ye Qiyan blew out the smoke from the muzzle of the gun, took out the pure and clean fossil, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I just want to kill them, and I want to kill you too, because only in this way can I complete my mission at this station. What happened between you has nothing to do with me. The light radiates. The moment it came into contact with the black air, the skull let out an even more painful wail. Ah! 1, 2, 3. A dozen broken human-like souls were freed from the black aura. Their resentment gathered together to punish those 3 people. But, isn't this also punishing yourself? The punisher and the punished, who is the trapped one? Done. Now, the mission is completely completed. Chapter 83. The snow mountain is still the same snow mountain. Nothing seemed to have changed at all. After dealing with the skull and the three-headed man, a new line of text appeared in the book. The cycle is broken. Pick up the skull on the ground that no longer emits black air, and call out the light curtain for identification. Head of Obsession, Level 6. After 47 reincarnations, the resentment aggregate still retains hatred. The resentment inside has been removed, but some abilities are still retained, reducing the mental strength of all targets within a certain range. It's a bit of a gain. Ye Qiyan smiled. It took him more than 5 hours to crawl in the snow. The only thing he had gained so far, besides the book, was this skull. Done, call it a day, hey. Crunch. Crunch. Just as I was about to go home, the familiar sound of tracks appeared not far away. Look in that direction. Then Wally was seen running towards it holding a leg bone. What a coincidence, Wally, you're here too. But come to think of it, this is the final stage, and no matter how abstractly the treasure chest is located on the platform, it should be somewhere around here. He patted Wally's iron head a few times and took the thigh bone that it was holding high. This thing, can it be a treasure chest? Level 6 treasure chest, can be opened. Well, it really is a treasure chest. Well done, Wally. Where did you find it? By the way, did you run up the mountain before? Wally waved his mechanical claws. Although no one could understand what he was saying, it was not difficult to tell from his eyes that his journey seemed to be extremely difficult. Thanks to you, you've worked hard. Let's go back together. Put Walle back on the car. He also recalled all the raven demons and demon ravens that were still standing not far away. The card sequence, what a powerful tool. Without them, this stop would not have been so easy. Deception and announcing death. These are just 2 cards in the demonic sequence. If I really collected the entire demon card sequence, I can't imagine how powerful I would be at that time. If he's bolder, he also has the blasphemy card. It is said that it is impossible to collect all the cards of blasphemy, but, what if? Ye Qiyan's heart was burning with heat. I'm going back. Roadhog's roar resounded through the sky. Without obstacles, mere wind and snow could not stop the charge of land machinery. Tighten the accelerator and start racing. It's so cold that it kills me. Back on the train, Ye Qiyan felt like he was about to freeze into a popsicle. I ran into the temperature-controlled carriage and curled myself up in the quilt. It took a long time to recover. I'm so stupid, really. Wally stayed beside him worriedly, watching his master tilt his head. Wally, if there is a station in this kind of icy and snowy weather again, remind me not to drive the motorcycle anymore. Wally nodded and skillfully handed over a cup of white pine fruit smoothie. Forget it, just think of it as your kindness. Taking the smoothie and putting it aside, Ye Qiyan took out the thigh bone that he had been holding in his arms from the bed. This treasure chest is becoming more and more abstract. Talk to yourself softly, take a deep breath. Sublimation. Physical strength, 7939 spirit, 9545. Level 7 treasure chest, can be opened. He rubbed his brows tiredly. The stamina cost of upgrading to a level 7 treasure chest has been increased by 20 points. Moreover, he felt the initial resistance again. Although it is not obvious, it does appear. I have to continue to improve myself. He shook his head, put other thoughts aside for the moment, and couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. The leg bone treasure chest broke into 2 sections. The reward information also appeared on the light screen at the same time. Open the treasure chest. Obtain train coins, 14 pieces. Obtained, blueprint, false obsession. Obtain, tradable, leave the station 1 hour early module X5. Obtain, frost enchanted 6-barreled rotary howitzer, level 7. There are 3 rewards, start from the beginning. Blueprint, false obsession, level 7. Requires, truth and illusion and head of obsession. From sublimation of false reality. The materials used in manufacturing are specifically the drops of the two bosses in this platform. If they are not sublimated, what these two things will produce is a false reality. I have everything. Although the head is still good, I am not reluctant to use it. Summon the processing table in front of you, place the blueprint and required materials on it, and the two will blend into one. Manufacturing success. False obsession, level 7. Void, consumes a large amount of mental energy and drags you into the false Lost Snow Mountain. You can distort the reality in the Lost Snow Mountain by writing words. The duration is 1 minute. Obsession, consumes mental power and reduces the mental power of all targets within the range except the holder by the same amount. Pulled into the snowy mountains? Could it be that it is the same as what the painter in the other world on the top of the mountain did? He opened the first page, thought for a moment, and wrote on it. 10,000 train coins appear in front of the train. No movement. 100. 1. After trying for a while, he roughly grasped the extent to which he could distort the snowy mountain. For example, it is not difficult to create an avalanche or make a snow monster appear out of nowhere in the snow. But it is basically difficult to do so as long as it has nothing to do with what happened on this platform. But the real power of this ability goes beyond this. What's really amazing is the ability to pull any unit into this confusing snow mountain. In a sense, isn't this just an extremely low-profile version of the exile of the card blasphemy? This, plus exile, can be considered as two trump cards, right? Ye Qiyan stroked his chin, relatively satisfied with the book. Look towards the second reward in the treasure chest. Tradable, leave the station 1 hour early module X5. After use, you can advance your departure time by 1 hour, tradable, X5. This is not difficult to understand. It is a separate version of the off-site VIP benefits, which together mean a full 5 hours in advance. But what really matters are the 3 words tradable in brackets at the end. Is it possible to buy something like this? He had no intention of selling it, after all, his current stop time was 7 hours before he could leave the station. After using these 5, there are still 2 hours left. Without hesitation, he used it all and looked at the final reward. Frost Enchantment 6-barreled rotary howitzer, level 7. Fire the frost howitzer, and the affected enemies will be slowed down. There isn't much introduction, but this is a level 7 weapon, so its strength is unquestionable. Chapter 84. It only has 30 rounds of grenades, which is not much. Weapons may be powerful, but they are useless without ammunition. He wanted to try sublimation, but it was just as he expected. The resistance to the sublimation of the level 7 item appeared again, but Ye Qiyan clearly felt that he could ignore this resistance and force the sublimation, but the physical and mental strength required would reach a new limit. Unless, once again, I can sublimate myself? Do you want to try it? Ye Qiyan put his hands on his chest. After thinking for a moment, he put it down again. Forget it, why bother with all that effort? With a plop, I threw myself back onto the bed, leaving all the mess behind. We stayed in the mountains for so long in the wind and snow. He just wants to give up now. We'll deal with the rest later. While eating a smoothie and chewing the white mulberry pulp, I opened the chat interface and started diving. Level 3 resource platform. Li Xiaosheng stood silently outside his train. I watched several strong men operating a machine to collect wood in the forest and then transport it back to an ordinary carriage that already had 6 carriages. His memory went back to a few hours ago, when he had just joined a guild in the City of Thousand Stars. No rest, no trust. After learning that he was the resource radar, the people from that guild found several experienced train assistants, forced him onto his train, and told him to leave the station immediately. Li Xiaosheng still can't forget the disgust in that man's eyes. It seemed as if he was as disgusting as a stink bug. The strong men were carrying the wood and whispering to each other. Hey guys, this conductor. I feel a little, it's a bit disgusting, right? I feel it too. I really want to go up and punch him. It's annoying just to see him. SHH, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. He is the conductor after all. His status is much higher than ours. Tisk, what's the point? After I work for a dozen years, I will definitely be able to save enough money to buy a locomotive and become a train conductor. Well, stop talking, he's looking over here. There was no fear or respect in the eyes of the 3 assistants, and the 12 glances were full of disgust. He heard it all. After eating the heart of the vampire baron, his body was no longer that of an ordinary person, and all his senses had increased even during the day. A bunch of natives actually dare to look down on me. Li Ziasheng's eyes were red. After entering the city of 1,000 stars, his dream of becoming the protagonist was severely shattered. Resource radar has become the most marginal talent. The guild I joined was not a good one. As soon as I joined, they forced me out to collect basic resources. These assistants are called assistants, but who can't see the disgust from the bottom of their hearts? Other dissatisfaction. How long will it take you guys to move? Walking up to someone, Li Xiaosheng asked coldly. The assistant took 2 steps back in disgust. As a human instinct, facing Li Xiaosheng who betrayed his human identity, that feeling of disgust will not subside no matter what. It's almost done. We'll stay outside for 3 stops first, and then we can go back to the city to rest for a while. Sir, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll get on with my work. The assistant hurriedly moved away. Li Xiaosheng, standing in place, raised his hand. You forced me to do this. Bats appeared out of nowhere. Kill them. Where did the bat come from? Help, help. Run back to the car. The train doors were tightly closed. Li Xiaosheng looked at the miserable appearances of these assistants with a joking look, and felt inexplicably happy in his heart. When they turned into corpses, Li Xiaosheng walked up to them, leaned over, opened his mouth full of fangs and bit the still warm corpses. He is not eating human flesh, but transforming his clan. The assistants stood up again, their eyes were empty and lifeless, and they had completely become toys controlled by Li Xiaosheng. Li Xiaosheng smiled proudly and continued to manipulate the corpses to perform various actions. Want to control me? No way. I, Li Xiaosheng, am the protagonist of this world. Joining the guild was an established fact, and being used to collect basic resources could not be changed. But that doesn't mean he will choose to stagnate. He also has the Tong Menghui. Long before arriving at the city of 1,000 stars, they had agreed to all go to one place, met each other on the first day, and joined the same guild as him and became members of it. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an ant hole. As a new batch of train conductors, their train upgrade props were blocked by those earlier train conductors. Either work for them in exchange for what you need to upgrade, or keep climbing up until you have control of the guild in your hands. This is his ambition. Whether or not one has this ability is another matter. People who want to reach a higher level can't help but support me. Oh, and there's also Ye Qiyan. That short-sighted guy actually sold such a powerful race conversion item. It really helped me. It's not that I can't give him a chance. Docking countdown to 11:43. Hey! The short-sighted Ye Qiyan is now leisurely browsing the trading platform to see if there are any items worth buying. A robot vacuum cleaner? It's not even as fast as Wally. Bluetooth headset? I don't even have a cell phone, what do I need a Bluetooth headset for? Beehive? Can this thing be put up for sale? Curious, I clicked on the introduction. Beehive, Level 2. 30 bee larvae are produced every day and need to be placed near flowers to produce honey. Honey. Think of that sweet taste, and then look at the price. It's not expensive, only 3 train coins. I bought it. The transaction was successful. I came to the planting carriage, looked at the growing white sunfruit tree, and chose to place the placement on the thickest trunk. A beehive was placed on it, and soon bees began to fly out of it and collect nectar from the flowers in the carriage. It's quite big. Stroking his chin, Ye Qiyan moved closer and reached out to touch it. It seems that it can be sublimated. Silently chanting the word sublimation in one's mind, an invisible force enveloped the hive and the bees outside at the same time. Spirit, 118-108. Beehive, large beehive, level 3. The appearance of the bees changed slightly, but the size of the hive itself doubled. Has the whole thing been sublimated? The potential has not been exhausted, so let's continue. Repeat it silently in your mind twice. Spirit, 108-94. Large beehive, single-headed stinger's nest, level 4. The potential has not been exhausted yet, and Ye Qiyan continues to sublimate as usual. But at this moment, an inexplicable feeling came over me, as if something good was about to happen. Spirit, 9461. Single-headed drill's nest, giant drill's nest, level 6. From level 4 to level 6? What is that feeling? Chapter 85. Potential exhausted. Looking at the oversized beehive that took up most of the space in the planting carriage, Ye Qiyan fell into deep thought. The feeling I just had was not wrong. That comfortable feeling of sudden inspiration is like getting the character you want on the first draw in a card drawing game, instead of only getting the guaranteed ones bit by bit. Why does this happen? Could it be that talent has the ability to grow on its own to produce special effects? Never mind all that. Putting that problem aside, Ye Qiyan has to face another problem. This honeycomb is really too big. If the interior space of the carriage had not been increased not long ago, it would probably have filled up the entire aisle. Even now, a lot of space is taken up by the planting carriage. To this end, he simply spent materials and built a new carriage specifically for storing the beehive. The carriage has been built, but it will take some time to move it over. The giant hornets in the beehive were smaller than those in the animation. After Ye Qiyan gave the order, the beehive was dismantled, the young hornworms and the queen bee were moved into the 5th carriage and settled there. The space is freed up, but this carriage is rather ordinary. If encountering bad weather, the bee drills will easily be harmed. It also needs to be sublimated. If it can be turned into a space suitable for them to survive, that would be even better. If not, the worst that can happen is that you can just buy a special air conditioner later. Sublimation. Physical and mental strength began to fade away. That flash of inspiration came back again. Comfortable new car, honeycomb car, level 5. Under the invisible force, the shape of the 5th carriage began to change. Many openings appeared on the carriage, and the entire carriage was integrated with the hive. When he gave an order, the giant beetles in the hive would come out collectively for his use. In addition, the hive has its own temperature adaptation and gyroscope capabilities, which can provide the bee drills with the most perfect living environment for reproduction. Apart from the 10 kilograms of meat it consumes every day, it is a perfect fighting compartment. I'm lucky. I didn't expect a beehive to become like this. But come to think of it, didn't I just want to get some honey? Ye Qiyan smiled and took some honey to marinate the meat. Put it on the oven, sprinkle with salt, turn it over, and the sweet aroma of oil fills your nose. Train stop, countdown 0031:28. In the last half hour, he called back Wally, who had been working outside to collect ice and snow, and pressed the departure button. Rights triggered, start leaving the station. Complete the hidden mission, 47 reincarnations of resentment liberation. Hidden mission, the same as before in the Doomsday Town. When Ye Qiyan solved the skull, he felt that it might be a hidden mission, but there was no prompt to indicate that the mission was completed. Obtain mission reward, Train Conductor Module Card and Portable Weapon. Portable Armament. After opening this module, you can put 3 armed props into the exclusive armed space and carry them with you. It's a good thing, and it's a physical card that can be upgraded. When the train left the Lost Snow Mountain, he took out the reward, which was a card engraved with grids representing 3 weapon slots. I glanced at myself and felt that I had recovered some of my spirit. I didn't know if it was an illusion, but the speed of my spirit's recovery seemed to be faster after that flash of inspiration. He muttered to himself. Sublimation. Spirit, 9561. As points were consumed, the cards in his hand underwent a slight change, increasing from the original 3 squares to 12. Advanced Train Conductor Module Card Personal Armament. Up to 12 weapons can be placed in the exclusive weapon space. 3 grids became 12 grids. With this, he no longer had to worry about having to choose only some of the weapons to carry because they were too many and too heavy. In addition, part of the space for special storage can be freed up. In a sense, this is like directly adding 12 special storage units to his storage unit. Of course, the storage unit can overlap a single object infinitely, but the weapon slot can only hold 1, so there is still a big difference between the two. I tested the speed of taking out the weapon and found that it can be taken out instantly, and it is no slower than placing it on the body. That's a good point. Let me think about what to put in there. First, there are 2 guns, Ebony and Skyhawk. Secondly, the Blasphemy card and the 2 demon cards can actually be classified as armed types, which occupies 5 grids. Then, it's the Rampage and Lightning Spear throwing. Although this thing has always been equipped on guard sentries, after all, with the presence of the Great Compassion heavy machine gun, the use of this javelin is relatively less. Then, there is the 6-barreled rotary howitzer that he obtained not long ago. As a weapon of mass destruction, he originally planned to put it in the turret compartment. After all, it is unlikely to be taken out. Now, with the portable weapon module, he doesn't have to think so much. As for the Great Compassion heavy machine gun on the sentry, forget about it for now. It is very suitable for the sentry and there is no need to take it off. Ye Qiyan also wanted to put pure clean fossils in, but unfortunately, it could not be counted as an armed type. But he unexpectedly discovered that there was another item that could actually be put in. CVO Roadmaster. Can that motorcycle be considered a weapon? Well, if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. If that thing is used at full speed on a person, it can probably smash the person into pieces. 8 of the 12 weapon slots were put in, leaving 4. Ye Qiyan thought for a while, hesitated for a moment, and took out the trick sword that the guide gave him at the public trading station from the storage unit. This weapon requires one to consume one's own mental limit to attack, and it's time to find a good buyer. However, how can I sell it at level 6 without attracting too much attention? Especially the people from the City of Thousand Stars. Those guys stipulated that props above level 4 cannot be sold, but Ye Qiyan felt that no matter what the rules were, there would always be loopholes that could be broken. He didn't believe that just because it was stipulated, no one would sell items above level 4. It's just that he doesn't know how to do it yet. Do you want to ask Shea? I don't know how she is now. After hesitating for a moment, Ye Qiyan sent a message to the other party. Are you there, Sister Shea? A moment later, the other party sent a response. I'm playing a tower defense game. What's wrong? Did you miss me when I didn't see you? I want to ask you a question. The City of 1,000 Stars, the hidden lower city area. The train to Shea stops here. Outside her train, 9 angels of different shapes and sizes were fighting with the prosecutors of the City of 1,000 Planets. In the church, looking at the contents on the screen, Shea's mouth corners slightly raised. Ask, but time is short. I can only answer one question. Think about it before asking again.